Traditions of Lancashire. By John Roby. Volume 1. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Advertisement to the 5th edition. The 4th edition of the Traditions of Lancashire was published 5 years ago, and the whole of the impression was ordered from the publishers before it had left the printer's hands. Owing to the difficulty in obtaining copies, it has been suggested that a reissue, in a cheap form, is a desideratum, and the present volumes are the result. This is the only complete edition, except the 4th, from which it is an unabridged reprint, of Roby's Traditions, several legendary tales being incorporated which were not included in any of the earlier copies of the work. November 1871. The publisher's preface to 4th edition. Roby's Traditions of Lancashire having long been out of print, stray copies commanding high prices, it has been determined to republish the whole in a more compact and less costly form. This, the 4th and the only complete edition, includes the first series of 20 tales, published in 2 volumes, 1829, Dimi 8 vo, £2, 2s, Royal 8 vo, with proofs and etchings, £4, 4s. The second series, also of 20 tales, in 2 volumes, 1831, 8 vo, £2, 2s, and 3 additional stories from his legendary in Poetical Remains, first published after his death, 1854, post 8 vo. 10s, 6d, 1 in the 2 volumes now presented. The reader will possess not only the whole of the contents of both series, in 4 volumes, at 1/4 of the price of the original publication, but also 3 additional stories from the posthumous volume, with a memoir, a portrait, and from deference to a strongly expressed feeling that the work should be printed without any abridgment, omission, or alteration, and the text preserved in its full integrity, it has been decided to reprint it entire. And consequently various inaccuracies in the original editions have been left untouched. 2 or 3 of the most important may be corrected here. In the tale of The Dead Man's Hand, Mr. Roby seems to have been led by false information into some errors reflecting on the character and memory of a devout and devoted Roman Catholic priest, known as Father Arrowsmith. Mr. Roby states that he was executed at Lancaster, in the reign of William III. That, when about to suffer, he desired his right hand might be cut off, assuring the bystanders that it would have power to work miraculous cures on those who had faith to believe in its efficacy, and denying that Father Arrowsmith suffered on account of religion, Mr. Roby adds that, having been found guilty of a misdemeanor, in all probability this story of his martyrdom and miraculous attestation to the truth of the cause for which he suffered was contrived for the purpose of preventing any scandal that might have come upon the Church through the delinquency of an unworthy member. What, then, are the facts, as far as they have been investigated? The Father Edmund Arrowsmith who suffered death at Lancaster was born at Haydock in Lancashire too in 1585, and he suffered death in August 1628, 4th Charles I. 60 years before William III ascended the English throne. The mode of execution was not that of capital punishment for the offence committed, but rather that imposed by the laws for treason and for exercising the functions of a Roman Catholic priest. He was hanged, drawn, and quartered, and his head and quarters were fixed upon poles on Lancaster Castle. It was in this dismemberment that the hand became separated, and it was secretly carried away by some sorrowing member of his communion, and its supposed curative power was afterwards discovered and made known. 3. Mr. Roby cites no authority for this contradiction of the original tradition. The judge who presided at the trial was Sir Henry Yelverton of the Common Pleas, who died on the January 24, 1629. In the tradition of the Dula Yupo Dun, Mr. Roby states that a public house having that sign stood at the entrance of a small village on the right of the highway to Gisborne, and barely 3 miles from Clitheroe. When Mr. Roby wrote the public house had been long pulled down, it had ceased to be an inn at a period beyond living memory, though the ancient house, converted into 2 mean, thatched cottages, stood until about 40 years ago. But the site of the house is in Clitheroe itself, little more than half a mile from the centre of the town, and on the road, not to Gisborne, but to Waddington. 4. It only remains to add that the illustrations to the present edition comprise not only all the beautiful plates, engraved by Edward Finden, from drawings by George Pickering, of the original edition, which have been much admired as picturesque works of art, but also all the wooden engravings, by Williams, after designs by Frank Howard, which have appeared in any former edition, and which constituted the sole embellishments of the 3-volume editions. To these is now first added the fine portrait of Mr. Roby from the posthumous volume. Memoir of the Author. This memoir has been almost wholly derived from the sketch of the literary life and character of John Roby, written by his widow, and occupying 117 pages of the posthumous volume of his legendary and poetical remains. The late John Roby was born at Wigan on the January 5, 1793. From his father, Nehemiah Roby, who was for many years master of the grammar school at Hay, near Wigan, he inherited a good constitution and unbended principles of honour and integrity. From the family of his mother, Mary Aspall, he derived the quick, impressible temperament of genius, and the love of humour which so conspicuously marks the Lancashire character. He was the youngest child. His thirst for knowledge was early and strongly manifested. Being once told in childhood not to be so inquisitive, his appeal ever after was, "Inquisitive wants to know." As he grew up into boyhood, surrounded by objects to which tradition had assigned her marvellous stories, they sank silently but indelibly into his mind. In his immediate vicinity were Hay Hall and Mab's Cross, the scenes of Lady Mabel's sufferings and penance, the subject of one of his earliest tales. Almost within sight of the windows lay the fine range of hills of which Rivington Pike is a spur. In after life he recalled with pleasure the many sports in that district which were the haunts of his early days, and the scenes of the legends he afterwards embodied. While yet a child he regularly took the organ in a chapel at Wigan during the Sunday service. He also early excelled in drawing, and after he had commenced the avocations of a banker the use of the pencil was a favourite recreation. His first prose composition, at the age of 15 years, took a prize in a periodical for the best essay on a prescribed subject, by young persons under a specified age. Thus encouraged, poetry, essay, tale, were all tried, and with success. In his 18th or 19th year he received a silver snuff-box, inscribed, "The gift of the Philosophic Society, Wigan, to their esteemed lecturer and worthy member." Mr. Roby first appeared before the public as a poet, publishing in 1815, Sir Bertram, a poem in 6 cantos. Another poem quickly followed, entitled Lorenzo, a Tale of Redemption. In 1816, he married Anne, the youngest daughter of James and Dorothy Beeley, of Derricons, near Blackburn, by whom he had 9 children, 3 of whom died in their infancy. His next publication was The Duke of Mantua, a tragedy, which appeared in 1823, passed through 3 or 4 editions in a short time, and after being long out of print, was included in the posthumous volume of legendary remains. In the summer of that year he made an excursion in Scotland, visiting the Bonnie Braes o' Yarrow in company with James Hogg, the Ettrick shepherd. The literary leisure of the next 6 years was occupied in collecting materials for the traditions of Lancashire, and in weaving these into tales of romantic interest. In this task he received the most courteous assistance from several representatives of noble houses connected with the traditions of the county. Particularly from the late Earl and Countess of Crawford and Bulcaris, and also from the late Earl of Derby. The first series of the Traditions of Lancashire appeared in 1829, in 2 volumes, including 20 tales, illustrated by plates. The reception of the work equalled Mr. Roby's most sanguine expectations, and a second edition was called for within 12 months. The late Sir Francis Palgrave, in a letter to Mr. Roby, dated October 26, 1829, thus estimates the work. As compositions, the extreme beauty of your style, and the skill which you have shown in working up the rude materials, must entitle them to the highest rank in the class of work to which they belong. You have made such a valuable addition, not only to English literature, but to English topography, by your collection, for these popular traditions form, or ought to form, an important feature in topographical history, that it is to be hoped you will not stop with the present volumes. The second series of the Traditions, consisting also of 2 volumes, including 20 tales, uniform with the first, was published in 1831, and met with similar success. Both series were reviewed in the most cordial manner by the leading periodicals of the day, while they were more than once quoted by Sir Walter Scott, who characterized the whole as an elegant work. In the production of these tales, Mr. Roby's practice was to make himself master of the historical groundwork of the story, and as far as possible of the manners and customs of the period, and then to commence composition. With Fosbroke's Encyclopedia of Antiquities at hand, for accuracy of costume, and he always gave the credit of his style, which the Westminster Review termed a very model of good Saxon, to his native county, the force and energy of whose dialect arises mainly from the prevalence of the Teutonic element. "The thought digs out the word," was his favorite saying, when the exact expression he wanted did not at once occur. In these Traditions his great creative power is conspicuous. About 200 different characters are introduced, no one of which reminds the reader of another, while there is abundant diversity of both heroic and comic incident and adventure. A gentleman, after reading the Traditions, remarked that for invention he scarcely knew Mr. Roby's equal. All these characters, it should be stated, are creations, not one is an idealized portrait. The short vivid descriptions of scenery scattered throughout are admirable. Each tale is, in fact, a cabinet picture, combining history and romance with landscape. Mr. Roby excelled in depicting the supernatural. And one German reviewer declared his story of Rivington Pike to be the only authentic tale of demoniacal possession the English have. In 1832, Mr. Roby visited the English lakes, and recorded his impressions in lively sketches both with pen and pencil. In the spring of 1837, he made a rapid tour on the continent, the notes and illustrative sketches of which were published in 2 volumes, under the title of 7 Weeks in Belgium, Switzerland, Lombardy, Piedmont, Savoy, and in 1840, Mr. Roby again visited the continent by a different route, making notes and sketches of what he saw. At the close of the year, he was engaged in preparing a new edition of the Traditions, in a less expensive form. It was published in 3 volumes, as the first of a series of popular traditions of England. His intention being to follow up those of Lancashire with similar legends of Yorkshire, for which he wrote a few tales, which appeared in Blackwood's and Eraser's magazines. The principal literary occupation of the next 4 years appears to have been the preparation and delivery of lectures on various subjects in connection with literary and mechanics institutions. In 1844, his health gave way, and for years he suffered severely. As a last resource he tried the water cure at Malvern in the spring of 1847, and with complete success. In the summer of 1849, he again married, the lady who survived him, and to whose sketch of his life, we are largely indebted in this brief memoir. In the 2 short years following this marriage, the 2 last of his life, he was busily engaged in writing and delivering lectures, visiting places which form the scenes of some of his latest legends, and in the composition of a series of tales intended to illustrate the influence of Christianity in successive periods, a century apart. Deferring that for the 4th century, he wrote 6, bringing the series down to the close of the 7th century, when he determined on visiting Scotland. With his wife and daughter he embarked at Liverpool on board the steamer Orion for Glasgow, which ill-fated vessel struck on some rocks about 1 o'clock in the morning of the June 18, 1850, and went down. Mrs. and Miss Roby were rescued after having been some time in the water, but of the husband and father only the corpse was recovered, and his remains were laid in his family grave in the burial ground of the Independent Chapel, Rochdale, on Saturday, the 22d of that month. Mr. Roby was not more remarkable for his numerous and varied talents than for his warm and affectionate heart, rich imagination, great love of humor, and deep and earnest piety. He was a facile versifier, an elegant prose writer, an able botanist and physiologist. Possessing a fine ear, rich voice, and great musical taste, he not only took his vocal share in part song, but wrote several melodies, which have been published. In one species of rapid mental calculation, or rather combination of figures, giving in an instant the sum of a double column of 20 figures in each row, or a square of 6 figures, he far excelled Bitter, the calculating boy. He was a skillful draftsman, a clever mimic and ventriloquist, an excellent raconteur, an accomplished conversationist, ever fascinating in the select social circle, and always tender and wise in that of home. He was a man of genuine benevolence, a cordial friend, an affectionate husband and father, and a humble and devout Christian. His family crest was a garb or wheat sheaf, with the motto, "I am ready." And in his case, though his death was sudden and unexpected, illness and bereavement, mental and physical suffering, in short, the chastenings and discipline of life, had done their work. His sheaf was ready for the garner. October 1866. Preface to the first series. A preface is rarely needed, generally intrusive, and always tiresome, seldom read, more seldom desiderate, a piece of egotism at best, where the author, speaking of himself, has the less chance of being listened to. Yet, and what speaker does not think he ought to be heard? The author conceives there may be some necessity, some reason, why he should step forward for the purpose of explaining his views in connection with the character and design of the following pages. In the northern counties, and more particularly in Lancashire, the great arena of the Stanleys during the civil wars, where the progress and successful issue of his cause was but too confidently anticipated by Charles Stuart. And the scene especially of those strange and unholy proceedings in which the Lancashire witches rendered themselves so famous, it may readily be imagined that a number of interesting legends, anecdotes, and scraps of family history are floating about, hitherto preserved chiefly in the shape of oral tradition. The antiquary, in most instances, rejects the information that does not present itself in the form of an authentic and well-attested fact, and legendary lore, in particular, he throws aside as worthless and unprofitable. The author of the Traditions of Lancashire, in leaving the dry and heraldic pedigrees which unfortunately constitute the great bulk of those works that bear the name of county histories, enters on the more entertaining, though sometimes apocryphal narratives, which exemplify and embellish the records of our forefathers. A native of Lancashire, and residing there during the greater part of his life, he has been enabled to collect a mass of local traditions, now fast dying from the memories of the inhabitants. It is his object to perpetuate these interesting relics of the past, and to present them in a form that may be generally acceptable, divested of the dust and dross in which the originals are but too often disfigured, so as to appear worthless and uninviting. Tradition is not an unacceptable source of historical inquiry. And the writer who disdains to follow these glimmerings of truth will often find himself in the dark, with nothing but his own opinions, the smoldering vapor of his own imagination, to guide him in the search. The following extract from a German writer on the subject sufficiently exemplifies and illustrates the design the author has generally had before him in the composition and arrangement of the following legends. Simple and unimportant as the subject may at first appear, it will be found, upon a nearer view, well worth the attention of philosophical and historical inquirers. All genuine, popular tales, arranged with local and national reference, cannot fail to throw light upon contemporary events in history, upon the progressive cultivation of society, and upon the prevailing modes of thinking in every age. Though not consisting of a recital of bare facts, they are in most instances founded upon fact, and in so far connected with history, which occasionally, indeed, borrows from, and as often reflects light upon, these familiar annals. These more private and interesting casualties of human life. It is thus that popular tradition, connected with all that is most interesting in human history and human action, upon a national scale, a mirror reflecting the people's past worth and wisdom, invariably possesses so deep a hold upon its affections, and offers so many instructive hints to the man of the world, to the statesman, the citizen, and the peasant. Signs of approaching changes, no less in manners than in states, may likewise be traced, floating down this popular current of opinions, fertilizing the seed scattered by a past generation, and marking by its ebbs and flows the state of the political atmosphere, and the distant gathering of the storm. National traditions further serve to throw light upon ancient and modern mythology, and in many instances they are known to preserve traces of their fabulous descent, as will clearly appear in some of the following selections. It is the same with those of all nations, whether of Eastern or Western origin, Greek, Scythian, or Kamtschatkan. And hence, among every people just emerged out of a state of barbarism, the same causes lead to the production of similar compositions. And a chain of connection is thus established between the fables of different nations, only varied by clime and custom, sufficient to prove, not merely a degree of harmony, but secret interchanges and communications. A record of the freaks of such airy beings, glancing through the mists of national superstition, would prove little inferior in poetical interest and association to the fanciful creations of the Greek mythology. The truth is, they are of one family, and we often discover allusions to the beautiful fable of Psyche or the story of Midas, sometimes with the addition, that the latter was obliged to admit his barber into his uncomfortable secret. Odin and Jupiter are brothers, if not the same person. And the northern Hercules is often represented as drawing a strong man by almost invisible threads, which pass from his tongue round the limbs of the victim, thereby symbolizing the power of eloquence. Several incidents in the following tales will be recognized by those conversant with Scandinavian literature, thus adding another link to the chain of certainty which unites the human race. Or at any rate that part of it from which Europe was originally peopled, in one original tribe or family. A work of this nature, embodying the material of our own island traditions, has not yet been attempted. And the writer confidently hopes that these tales may be found fully capable of awakening and sustaining the peculiar and high-wrought interest inherent in the legends of our continental neighbors. Should they fail of producing this effect, he requests that it may be attributed rather to his want of power to conjure up the spirits of past ages, than to any want of capabilities in the subjects he has chosen to introduce. To the local and to the general reader, to the antiquary and the uninitiated, to the admirers of the fine arts and embellishments of our literature, he hopes his labors will prove acceptable. And should the plan succeed, not Lancashire alone, but the other counties, may in their turn become the subject of similar illustrations. The tales are arranged chronologically, forming a somewhat irregular series from the earliest records to those of a comparatively modern date. They may in point of style appear at the commencement stiff and stalwart, like the chiseled warriors, whose deeds are generally enveloped in a rude narrative, hard and ponderous as their gaunt and grisly effigies. The events, however, as the author has found them, gradually assimilate with the familiar aspects and everyday affections of our nature, subsiding from the stern and repulsive character of a barbarous age into the usual forms and modes of feeling incident to humanity, as some cold and barren region, where one stunted blade of affection can scarce find shelter, gradually opens out into the quiet glades and lowly habitudes of ordinary existence. The author disclaims all pretensions to superior knowledge. He would not even arrogate to himself the name of antiquary. Some of the incidents are perhaps well known, being merely put into a novel and more popular shape. The spectator is here placed upon an eminence where the scenes assume a new aspect, new combinations of beauty and grandeur being the result of the vantage ground he has obtained. Nothing more is attempted than what others, with the same opportunities, might have done as well, perhaps better. When Columbus broke the egg, if we may be excused the arrogance of the simile, all that were present could have done the same. And some, no doubt, might have performed the operation more dexterously. October 1, 1829. Preface to the second series. In presenting another and concluding series of Lancashire traditions to the public, the author has to express his thanks for the indulgence he has received, and the spirit of candor and kindness with which this attempt to illustrate in a novel manner the legends of his native county has been viewed by the periodical press. To his numerous readers, in the capacity of an author, he would say farewell, did not the everlasting adieus, everlastingly repeated, warn him that he might at some future time be subject to the same infirmity, only rendered more conspicuous by weakness and irresolution. Rochdale, October 1831. Introduction to the second series. No method has yet been discovered for preserving the recollection of human actions and events precisely as they have occurred, whole and unimpaired, in all their truth and reality. Time is an able teacher of causes and qualities, but he setteth little store by names and persons, or the mould and fashion of their deeds. The pyramids have outlived the very names of their builders. Oblivion, says Sir Thomas Browne, blindly scatters her poppies. Time has spared the epitaph of Adrian's horse, confounded that of himself. Few things are so durable as the memory of those mischiefs and oppressions which time has bequeathed to mankind. The names of conquerors and tyrants have been faithfully preserved, while those from whom have originated the most useful and beneficial discoveries are entirely unknown, or left to perish in darkness and uncertainty. We should not have known that Lucullus brought cherries from the banks of the Phasis but through the details of massacre and spoliation, the splendid barbarities of a Roman triumph. In some instances time displays a fondness and a caprice in which the gloomiest tyranny is seen occasionally to indulge. The unlettered Arab cherishes the memory of his line. He traces it unerringly to a remoter origin than could be claimed or identified by the most ancient princes of Europe. In many instances he could give a clearer and a higher genealogy to his horse. But that which time herself would spare, the critic and the historian would demolish. The northern barbarians are accused of an exterminating hostility to learning. It never was half so bitter as the warfare which learning displays against everything of which she herself is not the author. A living historian has denied that the poems of Ashton had any existence save in the conceptions of Macpherson, because he condescendingly informs us, before the invention or introduction of letters. Human memory is incapable of any faithful record which may be transmitted from age to age. The account which Macpherson gave may be a fiction, but it is admitted by those who know the native Scotch and Irish tongues, and have dwelt where no other language is spoken. That there are poems which have been transmitted from generation to generation, orally it must be, since letters are either entirely unknown or are comparatively of recent introduction. The machinery of which prove them to have been invented about the time when Christianity was first preached in these islands. Tradition may well be named the eldest daughter of time, and nursing mother of the Muses, the fruitful parent of that very learning which would, in the cruel spirit of its pedantry and malice, make her the sacrifice while it lays claim to the inheritance. What is learning but a laborious, often ill-drawn, and almost invariably partial deduction from facts which tradition has first collected? When we consider in whose hands learning has been, almost ever since its creation, the uses which have been made of it by priests and politicians, by poets, orators, and flatterers, by controversialists and designing historians, how commonly has it been perverted to abuse the very senses of mankind, and to give a bias to their thoughts and feelings, only to mislead and to betray. Let the evidence be well compared, and a view taken of the respective amounts of doubt and certainty which appertain to human history as it appears in written records. And it will be seen that, to verify any given fact, so as to prevent the possibility of doubt, we must throw aside our reverence for the scholar's pen and the midnight lamp, which seem, like the faculty of speech, only given to men, as the witty Frenchman observed, to conceal their thoughts. This comparative process is precisely what has been adopted by M. L. Petit-Radel in his new theory upon the origin of Greece. Not satisfied with the mythological equivocation and contradictory statements which till now have perplexed the question, after a residence of 10 years this learned man returns with a new theory, which would destroy all our received ideas, and carry the civilization and cradle of the Greeks much beyond the time and place that have till now been supposed. It is their very architecture that M. Petit-Radel interrogates, and its passive testimony serves as a basis to his system. He has visited, compared, and meditated on the unequivocal vestiges of more than 150 antique citadels, altogether neglected by the Greek and Roman authors. Their form and construction serve him, with the aid of ingenious reasoning, to prove that Greece was civilized a long time before the arrival of the Egyptian colonies. He does not despair of tracing back the descent of the Greeks to the Hyperborean nations, always by the analogy of their structures, which, by a singular identity, are found also among the Phoenicians. The Institute have pronounced the following judgment upon his theory: if the developments which remain to be given to us suffice to gain the votes of the learned, and induce them to adopt this theory as demonstrated truth. M.L. Petit Radel may flatter himself with having made in history a discovery truly worthy to occupy a place in the progress of human genius. Thus the very time in which a living historian of England has chosen to inflict an impotent blow, from the leaden sceptre of Johnsonian criticism, upon all facts which claim an existence anterior to the invention of books, appears pregnant with a discovery of a method of investigating the most remote eras, which presupposes an inherent spirit of fallacy and falsehood in all written records of their existence. About 300 years after the era of the Olympiads, the first date of authentic history, Herodotus astonished his countrymen by the writings he brought forth. Who kept the records out of which his work was elaborated ere he was ready to stamp the facts with the only seal which our modern historians will acknowledge or allow. Tradition doubtless was his guide, which the learned themselves complain of as the source of what they term his errors and his fables. But the voice of tradition has often reinstated his claims to our belief, where it had been suspended either by ignorance or pretensions to superior knowledge. A modern traveler found, in one of the isles of the Grecian archipelago, undoubted vestiges of a state of society similar to that of the Amazons. The order of the sexes was wholly inverted. The wife ruled the husband, and his and her kindred, with uncontrolled and unsparing rigor, sanctioned and even commanded by the laws. Yet the very existence of any such people as the Amazons of ancient history has not only been questioned, but denied. Learning has proved it to be impossible. The Marquis of Hastings told the Rev. Mr. Swan, chaplain of the Cambrian, that he had found the germ of fact from which many of the most incredible tales in ancient history had grown during his stay in India. One instance only we would relate. A Grecian author mentions a people who had only one leg. An embassy from the interior was conducted into the presence of the viceroy, and he could by no persuasion prevail upon the obsequious minister to use more than one of his legs, though he stood during the whole of a protracted audience. But there are other forces now drawing into the field to support the long-neglected claims of tradition. Etymology, which professed to settle doubts by an appeal to the elementary sounds of words, was banished from the politer and more influential circles of English learning by a decree as arbitrary as that pronounced on the poems of Ashton. It has come back with a new commission and under a new title. Ethnography is the name given by our continental neighbors to this new science, which, in its future developments, may bring to light some of the most obscure and important circumstances affecting the human race, from its origin through every succeeding epoch of its existence. The distinguishing object of this inquiry is to identify the fortunes, migrations, and changes of the human family as to situation, policy, religion, agriculture, and arts. By comparing the terms supplied by or introduced into the language of any one country with the names of the same objects in every other. There would be no such thing as chance in nature could we know the laws which determine every separate accident. In like manner there will scarcely be any doubt respecting the primitive history of man when this new science shall have accumulated and revealed all the treasures which it may be enabled to appropriate. An agreement in the primitive term which any object of cultivation, physical or moral, bears among many different tribes, spread over many and far distant regions, will be considered as the best evidence of one common origin. Disagreement in a similar case, accompanied with a great variety of terms of considerable dissonance, will be equally conclusive as to the object being indigenous or of a multifarious origin. Already has Balby, in his ethnographic atlas, given us a list of names and coincidences to an extent truly astonishing. Yet what is this, in fact, but a judicious use of Bacon's old but much neglected rule of questioning nature about facts instead of theories, examining evidences ere rhetoric had made language one vast heap of implied falsehood. In a court of inquiry we examine witnesses as to facts, not opinions. But the historian reads mankind in cities, the philosopher in the clouds. He who is anxious for the truth should look abroad on the plains or in the woods, where man's first prerogative, the giving of names, was exercised. His knowledge of nature must be wretchedly imperfect who thinks that no grand outline of truth can possibly exist in the dim records of human recollection ere the pen of the scholar was employed to depict the scenes that opinion or prejudice had Created. How many pages of Clarendon's, Hume's, or even Robertson's history would be cancelled if we had access to all the recollections of each event, and the evidence of the unlettered vulgar who had witnessed the fact brought to our notice? Even through the mouthpiece of tradition. There is more truth than comes to the surface in that speech put into the lips of the father of lies by a late poet, where he says, "The Bible's your book, history mine." Savigny makes the same charge against one class of historians in his own country. However discordant, says he, their other doctrines may appear, they agree in the practice of adopting each a particular system, and in viewing all historical evidence as so many proofs of its truth. Were it not for that contempt we have already noticed as the offspring of pride and dogmatism, and which, in the administration of the Republic of Letters, has been entertained and openly proclaimed for every kind of history except that which its own acts may have originated, we should have been in possession of thousands of facts and notions now overlaid and lost irrecoverably to the philosopher and the historian. The origin and the progress of nations, next after the school divinity of the Middle Ages, has occasioned the most copious outpouring of conjectural criticism. The simple mode of research suggested by the works of Verstegen, Camden, and Spelman would, long before this time, have made the early history of the British tribes as clear as it is now obscure. Analogies in the primary sounds of each dialect. Similarity or difference in regard to objects of the first, or of a common necessity, rules or laws for the succession of property, which are as various as the tribes which overran the empire. The nature, agreement, or dissimilarity in religious worship with those vestiges of its ritual and celebration which, by the pious frauds and connivance of the early church, still lurk in the pastimes of our rural districts, the new science of which we have spoken, by taking cognizance of these and all other existing sources of legitimate investigation, will settle the source and affinities of nations upon a plan as much superior to that of Grotius and his school as fact and reason exceed the guesswork of the theorist and the historian. Meantime we would cite a few examples that illustrate and bear more particularly on the subject to which our inquiries have been directed. Nothing seems at first sight more difficult than to establish a community of origin between the gods of Olympus and those of the Scandinavian mythology. The attempt has often been made, and each time with increased success. Observe the process adopted in this interesting inquiry. Every country in Europe has invested its popular fictions with the same common marvels, all acknowledge the agency of the lifeless productions of nature, the intervention of the same supernatural machinery, the existence of elves, fairies, dwarfs, giants, witches, and enchanters, the use of spells, charms, and amulets, and all those highly gifted objects, of whatever form or name, whose attributes refute every principle of human experience, which are to conceal the possessor's person, annihilate the bounds of space, or command a gratification of all our wishes. These are the constantly recurring types which embellish the popular tale, which have been transferred to the more labored pages of romance, and which, far from owing their first appearance in Europe to the Arabic conquest of Spain, or the migrations of Odin to Scandinavia, are known to have been current on its eastern verge long anterior to the era of legitimate history. The Nereids of antiquity, the daughters of the sea-born Seer, are evidently the same with the mermaids of the British and northern shores. The inhabitants of both are fixed in crystal caves or coral palaces beneath the waters of the ocean. They are alike distinguished for their partialities to the human race, and their prophetic powers in disclosing the events of futurity. The Naiads differ only in name from the Nixon of Germany and Scandinavia, Nisr, or the water elves of our countrymen. Alfric and the Norni, who wove the web of life, and sang the fortunes of the illustrious Helga, are but the same companions who attended Alithia at the births of Iamos and Hercules, the venerable Parsi of antiquity. The Russian Rizalkis are of the same family. The Man in the Moon has found a circulation throughout the world. The clash of elements in the thunderstorm was ascribed in Hellas to the rolling chariot wheels of Jove, and in the Scandinavian mythology to the ponderous wagon of the Norwegian Thor. To the above extract, which is taken from the excellent preface by the editor to Warton's History of English Poetry, may be added the number of high peaks bearing the name of Tor or Thor, seen more especially on both coasts of Devonshire. and which are supposed to signalize the places of his worship. 5. From the same source may be derived affinities equally strong between the Highland Urisks, the Russian Leshies, the Pomeranian or Wendish Burstucks, and the Panes and Panisai who presided over the fields and forests of Arcadia. The mountains of Germany and Scandinavia are under the governance of a set of metallurgic divinities, who agree with the Cabri, Hephaesti, Telchines, and Idaean Dactyli. The Brownies and fairies are of the same kindred as the Laras of Latium. The English Puck, the Scottish Bogle, the French Esprit Follet or Goblin, the Gobelinus of monkish Latinity, and the German Kobold, are only varied names for the Grecian Kobolus, whose sole delight consisted in perplexing the human race, and calling up those harmless terrors that constantly hover round the minds of the timid. The English and Scottish terms, Puck, Bogle, are the same as the German Spuck and the Danish Spogels, without the sibilant aspiration. These words are general names for any kind of spirit, and correspond to the Puk of Piers Plowman. In Danish, spog means a joke, trick, or prank, and hence the character of Robin Goodfellow. In Iceland Puki is regarded as an evil sprite. And in the language of that country, at pukra means both to make a murmuring noise and to steal clandestinely. The names of these spirits seem to have originated in their boisterous temper, spuken, germ. To make a noise, spog, dan. Obstreperous mirth, puck, dan to boast, scold. The Germans use pochen in the same figurative sense, though literally it means to strike, beat, and is the same with our poke. However varied in name, the persons and attributes of these immaterial beings have no variance which will not readily be accounted for by the difference of climate, territorial surface, and any priority that one tribe had gained over another in the march of mind. The relics of such a system were much more abundant half a century ago, and many a tale of love and violence, garnished with the machinery of that mythos, might have been gleaned from the unwritten learning of the people. Who would expect to find amongst the rudest of the Irish peasantry, whose ancestors never knew the use of letters, and by whom, even down to living generations, the English tongue has not been spoken, a number of fictions? Amongst the rest the tale of Cupid and Psyche, closely corresponding to that of the Greeks. 6. Who that has been a child does not recollect the untiring delight with which he listened to those ingenious arithmetical progressions, reduced to poetry, called The House That Jack Built, and the perils of The Old Woman with the Pig? Few even of those in riper years would suspect their Eastern origin. In the Sefer Haggadah there is an ancient parabolical hymn, in the Chaldee language, sung by the Jews at the feast of the Passover, and commemorative of the principal events in the history of that people. For the following literal translation we are indebted to Dr. Henderson, the celebrated Orientalist. 1. A kid my father bought. For 2 pieces of money. A kid. 2. Then came the cat, and ate the kid. That my father bought. For 2 pieces of money. A kid. 3. Then came the dog, and bit the cat. That ate the kid. That my father bought. For 2 pieces of money. A kid. 4. Then came the staff, and beat the dog. That bit the cat. That ate the kid. That my father bought. For 2 pieces of money. A kid. 5. Then came the fire, and burnt the staff. That beat the dog. That bit the cat. That ate the kid. That my father bought. For 2 pieces of money. A kid. 6. Then came the water, and quenched the fire. That burnt the staff. That beat the dog. That bit the cat. That ate the kid. That my father bought. For 2 pieces of money. A kid. 7. Then came the ox, and drank the water. That quenched the fire. That burnt the staff. That beat the dog. That bit the cat. That ate the kid. That my father bought. For 2 pieces of money. A kid. 8. Then came the butcher, and slew the ox. That drank the water. That quenched the fire. That burnt the staff. That beat the dog. That bit the cat. That ate the kid. That my father bought. For 2 pieces of money. A kid, a kid. 9. Then came the angel of death, and killed the butcher. That slew the ox. That drank the water. That quenched the fire. That burnt the staff. That beat the dog. That bit the cat. That ate the kid. That my father bought. For 2 pieces of money. A kid, a kid. 10. Then came the Holy One, blessed be he. And killed the angel of death. That killed the butcher. That slew the ox. That drank the water. That quenched the fire. That burnt the staff. That beat the dog. That bit the cat. That ate the kid. That my father bought. For 2 pieces of money. A kid, a kid. The following is the interpretation by P. N. Leberecht, Leipzig, 1731. 1. The kid, which was one of the pure animals, denotes the Hebrews. The father, by whom it was purchased, is Jehovah, who represents himself as sustaining this relation to the Hebrew people. The 2 pieces of money signify Moses and Aaron, through whose mediation the Hebrews were brought out of Egypt. 2. The cat denotes the Assyrians, by whom the 10 tribes were carried into captivity. 3. The dog is symbolical of the Babylonians. 4. The staff signifies the Persians. 5. The fire indicates the Grecian Empire under Alexander the Great. 6. The water betokens the Roman, or the 4th of the great monarchies to whose dominion the Jews were subjected. 7. The ox is a symbol of the Saracens, who subdued Palestine, and brought it under the Caliphate. 8. The butcher that killed the ox denotes the Crusaders, by whom the Holy Land was wrested out of the hands of the Saracens. 9. The angel of death signifies the Turkish power, by which the land of Palestine was taken from the Franks, and to which it is still subject. 10. The commencement of the 10th stanza is designed to show that God will take signal vengeance on the Turks, immediately after whose overthrow the Jews are to be restored to their own land, and live under the government of their long-expected Messiah. To return to illustrations less remote, and of a more familiar nature. An ill-bred Londoner calls a shilling a hog, and half a crown a bull. He little knows what havoc he is making with our modern theorists, who assert that nothing is worthy of belief, or ought to be relied upon, before the era of legitimate or written history. These terms corroborate and identify themselves with the most ancient of traditionary customs, long ere princes had monopolized the surface of coined money with their own images and superscriptions. They are identical with the very name of money among the early Romans, which was pecunia, from pecus, a flock. Among the same people, it is well known, the word stipulatio signified the striking of a bargain, which was done by placing 2 straws, stipes, one across the other. The same mode is practiced to this day in the Isle of Man, existing, in all probability, from a period earlier than the foundation of Rome itself. Is the coincidence accidental or traditional? If the latter, what a history it tells of the migration of the species. How much might be written of amulets, cups, and horns of magical power, from the divining cup of Genesis to the Amalthean horns, and the goblet of Oberon, which he gave to Juan of Bordeaux, the supernatural power of which, passing into 100 shapes of fiction, may be found in our baronial halls, a pledge, to a certain extent, like the invulnerability of Achilles, of the good fortune of its possessor. It is wonderful that Shakespeare, who is so happy in the verisimilitude of his fairy lore, and so apt to embellish his plot with its mythology, should not have thought of causing the king-making Earl of Warwick to lose the horn of that prodigious cow, no doubt one of those guardian pledges bestowed upon his family, by way of presage to his fall. Deer's antlers, there can be little doubt, were placed in the halls of our forefathers, a votive offering to the Diana of the Scandinavian pantheon. as it was the custom in like manner to ornament the temples with the heads of sacrificial victims in the Greek and Roman worship. The eagerness of our sportsmen for the brush, as the first trophy in the chase, has in all probability originated from the same propitiatory notion. Few would expect to meet with fragments of the worship of Juno in the racing of country girls for an inner garment, and the hunting of the pig with his tail greased. Yet practiced, but rapidly becoming obsolete, in wakes and other pastimes from Scotland to the land's end. Thus far we have examined tradition by the test of positive experience. There is still a gleaning of poetry which might be culled, in some few districts, from the lyre of the unlettered muse. There are songs scattered up and down our own and the neighboring counties among the population least affected by the spread of literature which are of great antiquity, and are not to be found in any books or writings now extant. A few of these might be gathered in, while to some, who love the tone and humor of the old ballads, they would be an acquisition of great value. But the intercourse between master and man, between town and country, and even amongst the learned themselves, becomes so cold and repulsive, either from increasing refinement or reserve, that there seems little hope of our finding anyone who will take the trouble to collect them, or a sufficient number of real admirers of these relics who would come forward to ensure a suitable reward for the labor. We are sorely disgraced among foreigners for inattention to the course and progress of our own learning. No work exists, like those which illustrate and embellish the French, Italian, and German literature, which professes to give a summary view of its history. The knowledge of its antiquities, its customs, manners, laws, modes of feeling, and pursuits, except in the instances before mentioned, and a few other praiseworthy exceptions, have been shamefully obscured by an eagerness for supporting a system. The ridiculous rivalry of pretense, and by the discredit thrown upon such labors by modern pedantry. A new version of Camden, rectified by all the discoveries subsequent to his time. That which is found useless or erroneous left out, and the work enlightened by new researches, entered into by a number of inquirers equal in all respects to the task, and exerted over every part of the country, would very much aid the cause of learning and the future progress of our knowledge. The following traditions, we would fain hope, will not be found quite destitute of utility. They are some addition to our existing stock of knowledge, either as illustrating English history, manners, and customs now obsolete, or as a collection of legends, having truth for their basis. However disfigured in their transmission through various modifications of error, the natural obscurity arising from distance, and the distorted media through which they must necessarily be viewed. Perhaps a main source of this inaccuracy arises from the many and heterogeneous uses to which the breakings up, the fragments of tradition have been subjected and applied. Like those detached yet beautiful remnants of antiquity, built up with other and absolutely worthless materials in the rude structures of the barbarian by whom they have been disfigured. Traditions are generally presented to us torn from their original connection with edifices once renowned for beauty and magnificence. It is our wish, as it has been our aim, to rescue these ruins from degradation and decay. Gathered from many an uninviting heap of chaotic matter, they are now presented in a different form, and under a more popular aspect. We cannot pretend to say that we have invariably assigned to them their true origin, or that their real character and position have been ascertained. Still, we would hope, that, as relics of the past rescued from the oblivion to which they were inevitably hastening, they are not either an uninteresting or inelegant addition to the literature of our country. Sir Tarquin. Within this ancient British land. In Lancashire I understand. Near Manchester there lived a knight of fame. Of a prodigious strength and might. Who vanquished many a worthy knight. A giant great, and Tarquin was his name. Ballad of Sir Tarquin. As it is our intention to arrange these traditions in chronological order, we begin with the earliest upon record, the overthrow of the giant Tarquin, near Manchester, by Sir Lancelot of the Lake, who was supposed to bear rule over the western part of Lancashire. An old ballad commemorates the achievement, and many other relics of this tradition still exist, one of which, a rude carving on a ceiling in the college at Manchester, represents the giant Tarquin at his morning's repast. It being fabled that he devoured a child daily at this meal. The legs of the infant are seen sprawling out of his mouth in a most unseemly fashion. Some have supposed that Tarquin was but a symbol or personification of the Roman army, and his castle the Roman station in this neighborhood. The following extract is from Dr. Hibbert's pamphlet on the subject. Upon the site of Castlefield, near Manchester, was originally erected a British fortress by the Cisterci, the earliest possessors of Lancashire. Comprising an area of 12 acres. It would possess on the south, southeast, and southwest, every advantage, from the winding of the river Medlock, and on its west, from the lofty banks which overlooked an impenetrable morass. By the artificial aid, therefore, of a ditch and a rampart on its east and north sides, this place was rendered a fortress of no inconsiderable importance. This fell afterwards into the hands of the Brigantes, the ancient inhabitants of Durham, York, and Westmoreland. Upon the invasion of the Romans, Cereals, their general, attacked the proper Brigantes of Yorkshire and Durham, and freed the Cisterci of Lancashire from their dominion, but reserved the former to incur the Roman yoke. In A.D. 79, this British hold was changed into a Roman castrum, garrisoned by the first Frisian cohort, who erected from the old materials a new fort on the Roman construction, part of the vallum remaining to this day. New roads were made, and the British were invited to form themselves into the little communities of cities, to check the spirit of independence kept alive in the uncivilized abodes of deserted forests. The Romans possessed the fortress for nearly 300 years, when they were summoned away to form part of the army intended to repel the myriads of barbarians that threatened to overrun Europe. By contributing to their refinement, and protecting them from the inroads of the Picts and Scots, the Romans were regarded in a friendly light by the ancient inhabitants, and their departure was much regretted. It became necessary, however, that the Britons should elect a chief from their own nation. Their military positions were strengthened. And as the Roman model of a fortress did not suit their military taste, instead of one encircled with walls only 7 or 8 feet high, and furnishing merely pavilions for soldiers within, they preferred erecting, on the sites of stations, large buildings of stone, whose chambers should contain more convenient barracks for the garrison. An infinite number of these castles existed within a century after the departure of the Romans, of which our castle at Manchester was one, carried to a great height, erected in a good taste, secured at the entrances with gates, and flanked at the sides with towers. The Britons, however, unable of themselves to cope with their foes, imprudently invited the Saxons, who, after subduing the Caledonians, laid waste the country of the Britons with fire and sword. The castle of Manchester surrendered A.D. 488. We have endeavored to preserve the character and manner of the ancient chroniclers, and even their fanciful etymologies, in the following record, of which the quaint but not inelegant style, in some measure, almost unavoidably adapts itself to the subject. Sir Lancelot of the Lake, as it is related by the older chronicles, was the son of Ban, king of Benoit, in Brittany. Flying from his castle, then straitly besieged, the fugitive king saw it in flames, and soon after expired with grief. His queen, Helen, fruitlessly attempting to save his life, abandoned for a while her infant son Lancelot. Returning, she discovered him in the arms of the nymph Vivian, the mistress of Merlin, who on her approach sprung with the child into a deep lake and disappeared. This lake is held by some to be the Lake Lineus, a wide insular water near the sea coast, in the regions of Lineus or the lake, now called Martin Mere or Martin Moyer, a water like the sea. The nymph educated the infant at her court, fabulously said to have been held in the subterraneous caverns of this lake, and from hence he was styled Lancelot du Lac. At the age of 18 the fairy conveyed him to the camp of King Arthur, who was then waging a fierce and exterminating warfare with the Saxons. Here the young warrior was invested with the badge of knighthood. His person, accomplishments, and unparalleled bravery, having won the heart of many a fair dame in this splendid abode of chivalry and romance, his name and renown filled the land, where he was throughout acknowledged as chief of the Knights of the Round Table. The name of Lancelot is derived from history, and is an appellation truly British, signifying royalty, lanc being the Celtic term for a spear, and laud or lot implying a people. Hence the name of Lancelot's Shire, or Lancashire. From the foregoing it is supposed that he resided in the region of Lineas, and that he was the monarch of these parts, being ruler over the whole, or the greater part, of what is now called Lancashire. Arthur, king of the Silures, being selected by Ambrosius for the command of the army, he defeated the Saxons in 12 pitched battles. 4 of these were obtained, as related by Nennius, on the river called Douglas 7 or Douglas, a little stream which runneth, as we are further told, in the region of Lineas. On reference, it will be found that this river passes through a great portion of the western side of Lancashire, and pretty accurately fixes the position here described. 3 of these great victories were gotten near Wigan, and the other is currently reported to have been achieved near Black Rod, close to a Roman station, then probably fortified, and remaining as a place of some strength, and in possession of the Saxon invaders. Here, according to rude legends, the river Douglas ran with blood to Wigan 3 days. It was during one of the brief intervals of rest that sometimes occurred in the prosecution of these achievements that the following incident is reported to have happened. Being a passage of some note, and the earliest tradition of the county upon record, we have chosen it as the commencement of a work principally derived from traditionary history. Sir Tarquin, a cruel and treacherous knight of gigantic stature and prodigious strength, had, as the story is currently told, his dwelling in a well-fortified castle nigh to Manchester, on the site of what is yet known by the name of Castle Field. It was a place of great strength, surrounded by vast ramparts, and flanked at the corners with high and stately towers. He had by treachery gained possession of the fortress, treating the owner, who was a British knight of no mean condition, with great cruelty and rigor. This doughty Saxon, Sir Tarquin, had, along with many of his nation, been invited over in aid of the Britons against their neighbours the Picts and Scots. These being driven back, their false allies treacherously made war upon their friends, laying waste the country with fire and sword. Then arose that noble brotherhood, the Knights of the Round Table, who, having sworn to avenge the wrongs of their country, began to harass the intruders, and to drive them from their ill-gotten possessions. The Saxons were no less vigilant. But many of their most puissant knights were slain or imprisoned during these encounters. Sir Tarquin could boast of no mean success, 80 knights and 4, it is said, were held enthralled by this uncourteous chieftain. Sir Lancelot having, as the ballad quaintly expresses it, a mighty giant just pulled down, who lived near Shrewsbury's fair town, with his keen sword his life away did take. This giant knight was called Sir Carados. And Sir Lancelot, when about betaking himself to these and similar recreations, did hear doleful tidings out of Lancashire, how that Sir Tarquin was playing the eagle in the hawk's eyrie, amongst his brethren and companions. From Winchester he rode in great haste, succouring not a few distressed damsels and performing many other notable exploits by the way, until he came to a vast desert, frequented by none save those whom ill fortune had permitted to wander therein. Sir Tarquin, like the dragon of yore, entailed a desert round his dwelling, so fierce and rapacious was he that no man durst live beside him, save that he held his life and property of too mean account, and too worthless for the taking. The knight was pricking on his way through this almost pathless wilderness, when he espied a damsel of such inexpressible and ravishing beauty that none might behold her without the most heart-stirring delight and admiration. To this maiden did Sir Lancelot address himself, but she hid her face and fell a-weeping. He then inquired the cause of her dolour, when she bade him flee, for his life was in great jeopardy. "Oh, Sir Knight!" Uncovering her face as she spoke, "the giant Tarquin liveth hereabout, and thou wert as good as dead should he espy thee so near his castle." "What," said the knight, "and shall Sir Lancelot of the Lake flee before this false and cruel tyrant? To this purpose am I come, that I may slay and make an end of him at once, and deliver the captives." "Art thou, indeed, Sir Lancelot?" said the damsel, joy suddenly starting through her tears, "then is our deliverance nearer than we hoped for. Thy fame is gone before thee into all countries, and thy might and thy prowess, it is said, none may withstand. This evil one, Sir Tarquin, hath taken captive my true knight, who, through my cruelty, betook himself to this adventure, and now lieth in chains and foul ignominy, without hope of release, until death break off his fetters. Beshrew me, said Lancelot, but I will deliver him presently, and cut off the foul tyrant's head, or lose mine own by the attempt. Then did he follow the maiden to a river's brink, near to where, as tradition still reports, now stand the knot mills. Having mounted her before him on his steed, she pointed out a path over the ford, beyond which he soon espied the castle, a vast and stately building of rugged stone, like a huge crown upon the hilltop, which presented a gentle ascent from the stream. Now did Sir Lancelot alight, as well to assist his companion as to bethink himself what course to pursue. But the damsel showed him a high tree, about a stone's throw from the ditch before the castle, whereon hung a goodly array of accoutrements, with many fair and costly shields, on which were displayed a variety of gay and fanciful devices. These were the property of the knights then held in durance by Sir Tarquin. Below them all hung a copper basin, on which was carved in Latin the following inscription, translated thus: Who valueth not his life a whit? Let him this magic basin hit. This so enraged Sir Lancelot that he drove at the vessel violently with his spear, piercing it through and through, so vigorous was the assault. The clangor was loud, and anxiously did the knight await for some reply to his summons. Yet there was no answer, nor was there any stir about the walls or outworks. It seemed as though Sir Tarquin was his own castellan, skulking here alone, like the cunning spider watching for his prey. Silence, with her vast and unmoving wings, appeared to brood over the place. An echo, that gave back their summons from the walls, seemed to labor for utterance through the void by which they were encompassed. A stillness so appalling might needs discourage the hot and fiery purpose of Sir Lancelot, who, unused but to the rude clash of arms, and the melee of the battle, did marvel exceedingly at this forbearance of the enemy. But he still rode round about the fortress, expecting that some one should come forth to inquire his business, and this did he, to and fro, for a long space. As he was just minded to return from so fruitless an adventure, he saw a cloud of dust at some distance, and presently he beheld a knight galloping furiously towards him. Coming nigh, Sir Lancelot was aware that a captive knight lay before him, bound hand and foot, bleeding and sore wounded. "Villain!" cried Sir Lancelot, "and unworthy the name of a true and loyal knight, how darest thou do this insult and contumely to an enemy, who, though fallen, is yet thine equal? I will make thee rue this foul despite, and avenge the wrongs of my brethren of the Round Table." "If thou be for so brave a meal," said Tarquin, "thou shalt have thy fill, and that speedily. I will first cut off thy head, and then serve up thy carcass to the Round Table, for both that and thee I do utterly defy." "This is over dainty food for thy sending," replied Sir Lancelot hastily, and with that they couched their spears. The first rush was over, but man and horse had withstood the shock. Again they fell back, measuring the distance with an eager and impetuous glance, and again they rushed on, as if to overwhelm each other by main strength, when, as fortune would have it, their lances shivered, both of them at once, in the rebound. The end of Sir Lancelot's spear, as it broke, struck his adversary's steed on the shoulder, and caused him to fall suddenly, as if sore wounded. Sir Tarquin leaped nimbly from off his back. Which Sir Lancelot espying, he cried out, "Now will I show thee the like courtesy, for, by mine honour and the faith of a true knight, I will not slay thee at this foul advantage." Alighting with haste, they betook themselves to their swords, each guarding the opposite attack warily with his shield. That of Sir Tarquin was framed of a bull's hide, stoutly held together with thongs, and, in truth, seemed well nigh impenetrable. Whilst the shield of his opponent, being of more brittle stuff, did seem as though it would have cloven asunder with the desperate strokes of Sir Tarquin's sword. Nothing daunted, Sir Lancelot brake ofttimes through his adversary's guard, and smote him once until the blood trickled down amain. At this sight, Sir Tarquin waxed 10 times more fierce, and summoning all his strength for the blow, wrought so lustily on the head of Sir Lancelot that he began to reel. Which Tarquin observing, by a side blow struck the sword from out his hand, with so sharp and dexterous a jerk that it shivered into 1,000 fragments. "Now yield thee, Sir Knight, or thou deest." And with that the cruel monster sprang upon him to accomplish his end. Still Sir Lancelot would not yield, nor sue to him for quarter, but flew on his enemy like the ravening wolf to his prey. Then were they seen hurtling together like wild bulls, Sir Lancelot holding fast his adversary's sword, so that in vain he attempted to make a thrust therewith. Thou discourteous churl! Give me but the vantage of a weapon like thine own, and I will fight thee honestly and without flinching. Nay, Sir Knight of the Round Table, but this were a merry deed withal, to help thee unto that wherewith I might perchance mount some goodly bough for the crows to peck at, replied Tarquin. Terrible and unceasing was the struggle. But in vain the giant knight attempted to regain the use of his sword. Then Sir Lancelot, with a wary eye, finding no hope of his life save in the use or accomplishment of some notable stratagem, bethought him of the attempt to throw his adversary by a sudden feint. To this end he pressed against him heavily and with his whole might, then darting suddenly aside, Sir Tarquin fell to the ground with a loud cry, which Sir Lancelot espying, leapt joyfully upon him, thinking to overcome his enemy. But the latter, too cunning to be thus caught at unawares, kept his sword firmly holden, and his enemy was still unprovided with the means of defence. Now did Sir Lancelot begin to doubt what course he should pursue, when suddenly the damsel, who, having bound up the wounds of the captive knight as he lay, and now sat a little way off watching the event, cried out with a shrill voice, Sir Knight, the tree, a goodly bough for the gathering. Then did Sir Lancelot remember the weapons that were there, along with the shields and the body armour of the knight Sir Tarquin had vanquished. Starting up, ere his enemy had recovered himself, he snatched a broad falchion from the bough, and again defied him to the combat. But the fight was fiercer than before. So that being sore wounded, and the day exceeding hot, they were after a season fain to pause for breath. Thou art the bravest knight I ever encountered, said Sir Tarquin, and I would crave thy country and thy name. For, by my troth and the honour of my gods, I will give thee thy request on one condition, and release thy brethren of the Round Table, for why should two knights of such pith and prowess slay each other in one day? And what is thy condition? Inquired Sir Lancelot. There liveth but one, either in Christendom or heathness, unto whom I may not grant this parley, for him have I sworn to kill, said Sir Tarquin. 'Tis well, replied the other, but what name or cognizance hath he? His name is Lancelot of the Lake. Behold him, was the reply, Sir Lancelot at the same time brandishing his weapon with a shout of defiance. When Sir Tarquin heard this he gnashed his teeth for very rage. Now one of us must die, said he. Thou slewest my brother Sir Carados at Shrewsbury, and I have sworn to avenge his defeat. Thou deest. Not all the gods of thy fathers shall deliver thee. So to it they went with more heat and fury than ever. And a marvel was it to behold, for each blow did seem as it would have cleft the other in twain, so deadly was the strife and hatred between them. Sir Lancelot pressed hard upon his foe, though himself grievously wounded, and in all likelihood would have won the fight, but, as ill luck would have it, when dealing a blow mighty enough to fell the stoutest oak in Christendom, he missed his aim. And with that stumbled to the ground. Then did Sir Tarquin shout for joy, and would have made an end of him, but that Sir Lancelot, as he lay, aimed a deadly thrust below his enemy's shield where he was left unguarded, and quickly turned his joy into tribulation. For Sir Tarquin, though not mortally wounded, drew back and cried out lustily for pain, the which Sir Lancelot hearing, he leapt again to his feet, still eager and impatient for the strife. The contest was again doubtful, neither of them showing any disposition to yield, or in any wise to abate the rigour of the conflict. Night, too, was coming on apace, and seemed like enough to pitch her tent over them, ere the issue was decided. But an event now fell out which, unexpectedly enough, terminated this adventure. From some cause arising out of the haste and rapidity of the strokes, one of these so chanced, that both their swords were suddenly driven from out of their right hands, stooping together, by some subtlety or mistake, they exchanged weapons. Then did Sir Lancelot soon find his strength to increase, whilst his adversary's vigour began to abate, and in the end Sir Lancelot slew him, and with his own sword cut off his head. He then perceived that the giant's great strength was by virtue of his sword, and that it was through his wicked enchantments therewith he had been able to overcome, and had wrought such disgrace on the knights of the Round Table. Sir Lancelot forthwith took the keys from the giant's girdle, and proceeded to the release of the captive knights, first unbinding the prisoner, who yet lay in a piteous swoon hard by. But there was a great outcry and lamentation when that he saw his own brother Sir Eclos in this doleful case, for it was he whom the cruel Tarquin was leading captive when he met the just reward of his misdeeds. After administering to his relief, Sir Lancelot rode up to the castle gate, but found no entrance thereby. The drawbridge was raised, and he sought in vain the means of giving the appointed signal for its descent. But the damsel showed him a secret place where hung a little horn. On this he blew a sharp and ringing blast, when the bridge presently began to lower, and instantly to adjust itself across the moat, whereon, hastening, he unlocked the gate. But here he had nigh fallen into a subtle snare, by reason of an ugly dwarf that was concealed in a side niche of the wall. He was armed with a ponderous mace. And had not the maiden drawn Sir Lancelot aside by main force, he would have been crushed in its descent, the dwarf aiming a deadly blow at him as he passed. It fell, instead, with a loud crash on the pavement, and broke into 1,000 fragments. Thereupon, Sir Lancelot smote him with the giant's sword, and hewed the mischievous monster asunder without mercy. Turning towards the damsel, he beheld her form suddenly change, and she vanished from his sight. Then was he aware that it had been the nymph Vivian who accompanied him through the enchantments he had so happily subdued. He soon released his brethren, and great was the joy at the Round Table when the knights returned to the banquet. Thus endeth the chronicle of Sir Tarquin, still a notable tradition in these parts, the remains of his castle being shown to this day. The Goblin Builders. By well and rills, in meadows green, we nightly dance our heyday guise. And to our fairy king and queen we chant our moonlight minstrelsies. When larks gin sing, away we fling, and babes newborn we steal as we go. An elf in bed we leave instead, and wend us laughing, ho, ho, ho. Ben Jonson. The story which serves for the basis of the following legend will be easily recognized in the neighborhood where the transactions are said to have occurred, though probably not known beyond its immediate locality. The accessories are gathered from a number of sources, and the great difficulty the author has had to encounter in getting at what he conceives the real state and character of the time, together with the history of contemporary individuals and events, so as to give a natural picture of the manners and customs of that remote era, can be known by those only who have entered into pursuits of this nature. In this and in the succeeding legends he has attempted to illustrate and portray the customs of that particular epoch to which they relate, as well as to detail the events on which they are founded. It may be interesting to notice that a similar exploit is recorded in the Scandinavian legends, and may be traced, under many variations of circumstances and events, in the Icelandic, Danish, and Norwegian poetry, affording another intimation of the source from whence our popular mythology is derived. Towards the latter end of the reign of William, the Norman conqueror, Gamel, the Saxon Thane, Lord of Recedum or Ratched, being left in the quiet possession of his lands and privileges by the usurper, minded, as the phrase then was, for the fear of God and the salvation of his immortal soul, to build a chapel unto Saint Chada, nigh to the banks of the Rake or Roach. For this pious use a convenient place was set apart, lying on the north bank of the river, in a low and sheltered spot now called the Newgate. Piles of timber and huge stones were gathered thither in the most unwonted profusion, insomuch that the building seemed destined for some more ambitious display than the humble edifices called churches then exhibited, of which but few existed in the surrounding districts. The foundations were laid. The loose and spongy nature of the soil required heavy stakes to be driven, upon and between which were laid several courses of rubble stone, ready to receive the grouting or cement. Yet in one night was the whole mass conveyed, without the loss of a single stone, to the summit of a steep hill on the opposite bank, and apparently without any visible marks or signs betokening the agents or means employed for its removal. It did seem as though their pathway had been the viewless air, so silently was all track obliterated. Great was the consternation that spread among the indwellers of the 4 several clusters of cabins dignified by the appellation of villages, and bearing, with their appendages, the names of Castletown, Spodenland, Honorsfield, and Buckland. With dismay and horror this profanation was witnessed. The Lord, more especially, became indignant. This daring presumption, this wilful outrage, so like bidding defiance to his power, bearding the lion even in his den, was deemed an offence calling for signal vengeance upon the perpetrators. At the cross in Honorsfield a proclamation was recited, to the intent, that unless the offending parties were forthwith given up to meet the punishment that might be awarded to their misdeeds, a heavy mulct would follow. And the unfortunate villains and borderii be subject to such further infliction as might still seem wanting to assuage their lord's displeasure. Now this was a grievous disaster to the unhappy vassals, seeing that none could safely or truly accuse his neighbor. All were agreed that human agency had no share in the work. The wiser part threw out a shrewd suspicion, that the old deities whom their forefathers had worshipped, and whose altars had been thrown down and their sacrifices forbidden, had burst the thraldom in which they were aforetime held by the Christian priests, and were now brooding a fearful revenge for the many insults they had endured. But the decree from the Lord was hasty, and the command urgent, so that a council was holden for the devising of some plan for their relief. Hugh de Chadwick and John de Spotland were subordinate lords, or feudatories, holding fortified dwellings, castellets, or peals, in the manor of Rochdale. The former had builded his rude mansion of massive timber, for the double purpose of habitation and defence, on a bold eminence, forming a steep bank of the river, about a mile from the Thane's castle. Claiming a relationship to the lord, he was in some measure privileged above his friend de Spotland, yet was the latter a personage of considerable power and influence at the manor court. To these men when their aid was necessary, either as counsellors or intercessors, did the inhabitants generally repair. Hugh de Chadwick was a man of mild and grave deportment, but politic withal, and wary of counsel. John de Spotland was of a more bold and open temper. De Chadwick suggested a submissive application to the Thane, with a pledge that all possible diligence should be used for the fulfilment of his demands. John urged the removal of the materials with all expedition to their original site, a watch being set to discover the delinquents, should they again presume to lay hands on the stuff. The wisdom and propriety of the latter precaution was undisputed. But no one seemed willing to undergo the terrible ordeal, each declining the office in deference to his more privileged neighbor. No wonder at their reluctance to so unequal a contest. To be strangled or torn limb from limb was the slightest punishment that could be expected for this daring profanation. Yet, unless they had witnesses, bodily, to these diabolical exploits, it were needless to attempt excusing themselves before the haughty chieftain. He would visit with fearful severity all their endeavours to deceive, nor would he credit their belief, unless it were confirmed by the testimony of an eyewitness. How to procure this desirable source of intelligence was a question that was hourly becoming more difficult to solve. Slow and melancholy was their return, while with fear and hesitation they communicated the result. "Now, shame befall thee, Adam of Wills," said a stout woman, to one of the speakers, "thou wert ever a tough fighter, and the cudgel and ragged staff were as glib in thine hands as a beggar's pouch on alms days. Show thy mettle, man. I'll spice thee a jug of barley drink, and thou be for the bout this time." "Nay," returned Adam, "I'll fight Beelzebub if he be aught I can hit. But these same boggarts, they say, a blow falls on them like raindrops on a mist, or like beating the wind with a corn flail. I cannot fight with naught, as it were." "Shame on thee, Hal," said a shrill-tongued, crooked little body, arrayed in a coarse grey hood, and holding a stick, like unto a one-handed crutch, of enormous dimensions. "Shame on thee. I would watch myself, but the night wind sits indifferently on my stomach, and I am too old now for these moonshine lifts." She cast her little bleared eyes, half shut and distilling contempt, on the cowardly bystanders. Now, if there be not old Cicely, first went round in a whisper, then a deep silence gradually pervaded the assembly. She had just hobbled down to the cross, and the audience seemed to watch her looks with awe and suspicion. "What, none o ye. Come, Uchtred, thou shalt shame these big-tongued, wide-mouthed boasters. A short swarthy-looking boy, with a leering and unfavourable countenance, here stepped forward, taking his station upon one of the steps beside his mother. A notion had gone abroad that the boy was the fruit of some unhallowed intercourse with an immortal of the fairy or pixie kind, whose illicit amours the old woman had wickedly indulged. She too, was thought to bear in some degree a charmed life, and to hold communion with intelligences not of the most holy or reputable order. The boy was dumb. His lips had, however, at times a slight and tremulous movement, which strongly impressed the beholders that some discourse was then carrying on between the dummy, as he was generally called, and his invisible relatives. His whole aspect was singularly painful and forbidding. No wonder, in these times of debasing superstition, that his person should be looked on with abhorrence, and even a touch from him be accounted an evil of no slight import. His mother alone had the power of communicating with him, or of understanding his grimaces. Now what will you give me for the use of his pretty eyes this lucky night? The Thane will have regard to his testimony, though all that have free use of the tongue he holds to be liars and dishonest. Never lied this youth by sign or token. A buzz went through the company, and the dame and her boy again sat down to await the issue. All eyes were directed towards them, timidly and by stealth, as the consultation grew louder and more continuous. A pause at length ensued. Some 3 or 4 of the group drew towards the crone, who sat almost double, her chin resting on the neb of her crutch. Now will we give thee 2 changes of raiment, together with a mess of barley pottage. And every year thou shalt have a penny at Easter, and a fat hen at Shrovetide. Good, said the greedy beldame, but I'll have a sheepskin cap for the boy, and a horn spoon. This demand was also granted. After which she made signs to the lad, who swung his head to and fro, at the same time distorting his features with a wild and terrible rapidity. It was evident that he understood the nature of these proceedings. A glance, like that of mockery and derision, he cast towards the crowd, and when Mother Cicely was returning, he threw back upon them a look of scorn and malignity which made the beholders shrink aside with horror. The people now addressed themselves to the task of replacing the heavy materials, and ere night the greater part were withdrawn, ready to begin with the foundations again on the morrow. A sort of rude shelter was constructed, wherein Uchtred was to keep watch until daylight. The morning came, calm and beautiful over the grey hills, and the anxious inhabitants, awake betimes, did each turn his first steps towards the river's brink. With horror and amazement they again beheld the ground bare. Not a vestige remained, nor was there any trace of the boy. He is gone to his own, said they, as a general shudder went through the crowd, and the fairies have gotten him at last. Every heart seemed quailing with some hidden fear, nor could any means at that moment be suggested for their emancipation. The stones and timber were again found, as before, on the opposite hill. 50 stout men had with difficulty contrived to fetch them from thence the day preceding, and twice that number would hardly have sufficed to transport them thither. It was not to be gainsaid that a power superior to their own was the agent in removals so mysterious. Nothing now remained but to acquaint their lord with this second interruption. And their diligence in performing this duty, they hoped, might exculpate them from the heavy doom they had incurred. Some of the wiser and more stout-hearted were chosen to carry these tidings to the Thane, hoping to clear themselves from the ban, as well as to return with commands for their future proceedings. Gamel de Rossetum, or Rochdale, had his dwelling in the ancient castle built by the Romans on the verge of a steep hill jutting into the valley of the Roche. It was a place difficult of access, save on the southern side, where a wide ditch formed an effectual defence, and over which a narrow bridge admitted only 2 abreast in front of the outer gate. It was now, in some places, fast going to decay, but enough remained out of its vast bulk to form a dwelling for the Saxon and his followers. It had been once fortified throughout. The castle, or keep, being 4 square, flanked at the corners with stone towers. The lower part of the walls was composed of large pebbles mixed with brick, and held together by a firm cement. Higher up, and continued to the summit, were alternate rows of brick and freestone. The corners were faced with stone, making a very formidable appearance when guarded by slingers and throwers of darts, who were stationed there only in times of great peril. Passing the vallum, or outer defence, they ascended a narrow staircase outside the keep, where the cringing serfs were admitted by 4 of the lord's Norman bowmen, who ushered them into the audience chamber. Some of the Thane's men were habited in coats of mail, made of small pieces of iron, cut round at the bottom, and set on a leathern garment, so as to fold over each other like fish scales, the whole bending with the greatest ease, and yet affording a sufficient protection to the wearer. The chamber of audience was situated at the uppermost part of the keep, and great was the apprehension of the intruders. Whilst following their guides through the winding passages and gloomy staircases leading to the inner cell occupied by their chief. The disposition of the armed men, their warlike habiliments, and the various and uncouth weapons which seemed to threaten terror and defiance, were all objects to them of apprehension and distrust. The walls of this gloomy apartment were lined with thin bricks, ornamentally disposed in herringbone work, after the fashion of the time. The windows, though narrow on the outside, were broad and arched within, displaying a rude sort of taste in their construction. Round the walls were groups of weapons, ostentatiously displayed, 2-edged broadswords, long spears, some barbed and others flat and broad, shields, the oldest of which were large, and had a sharp point projecting from the centre. Others, of the Norman and more recent fashion, were smaller, and of an oval shape. Battle-axes, lances, and javelins, were strewn about in formidable profusion. Hauberks, or chain-mail, hung at intervals from the walls, looking grim and stalwart from their repose, like the headless trunks of the warriors they had once encompassed. A broad curtain, curiously embroidered, covered one end of the room, from behind which crept a page or henchman, in gay attire, his tunic glistening with his lord's device. The serfs bowed with the most abject submission to this representative of their lord, who lived in the customary style of barbarous and feudal pomp, which the manners of their Norman invaders had rather contributed to increase than to diminish. "Tell thy master," said their companion, "that some of the folk would speak with him, touching the matter by which they are in jeopardy." Smoothing his locks and trimming down his garments, the boy departed. It was long or ere the audience was granted. In the meantime, they stood trembling and oppressed with an evil foreboding for the result, the known hasty and impetuous temper of the Saxon rendering it a matter of some doubt, and no small hazard, as to what might be the issue of their conference. Suddenly was heard the clanking of armor, and the tramp of nailed feet, announcing his approach. The heavy arras was uplifted, and Gamel the Thane stood before them. He was richly attired in a loose coat reaching down to his ankles. Over this was a long robe, fastened over both shoulders and on the breast with a silver buckle. The edges were trimmed with gold and knots of flowers interwoven with pearls and rare stones. On his head he wore a coronet, or rim of gold, enriched with jewels, and his bushy hair and grizzled beard looked still more grim and forbidding beneath these glittering ornaments. His eyes were quick and piercing, his cheeks pale and slightly furrowed. A narrow and retreating mouth, firmly drawn in, showed the bent of his disposition to be fierce and choleric, and his wrath not easily turned aside. He was accompanied by his billmen, together with some half-dozen attendants, clad in shirts of chain mail and helmets fitting close to the head. These bore lances after the Norman fashion then prevailing over the ruder customs of their Saxon predecessors. The more polished manners of the Norman's court had early pervaded the ranks of the nobles. And even the few hereditary Saxon chiefs left in possession of their ancient sovereignties, thought their domains cheaply purchased by this obsequious show of homage to their king. The Thane's chief henchman occupied the post of honor, whilst a little foot-page stood by his master's elbow. The villains prostrated themselves. "How now, where are the caitiffs I commanded of ye? I vow to the Virgin and Saint Chada, your own necks shall swing from the tower in their stead, should ye fail in that which I require at your hands." The trembling hearers were, afraid to answer, their lips quivered, and each tongue seemed to refuse its office. Gamel proceeded. "What? Come ye to fawn and whine out my purpose? Now will I make your chastisement 10 times hotter for this intent. Lodge these knaves, Nicholas, the further dungeon, till they be reprieved by the rogues who are yet at large and defying our power, they hold it somewhat cheap, methinks. When they value it less than the pampering of their own wantonness and sport. Nicholas was herald, bedelus, or chief crier, to the lord of the manor, his office being to make proclamations at the court and the cross, where the use of his capacious lungs was oft in request. He was hangman, too, upon occasion, being never so well pleased as when employed in the due chastisement of his master's lieges. He was, moreover, a man of infinite humour, generally consoling his dear unfortunates under their visitations by some coarse and galling jest. Now, Adam of Huddersfield, art thou at thy prayers already? I'll shrive thee quick. Master, shall I give the rogues any victuals? They'll not keep else till hanging time, best finish now, needless to waste provender. Give them the prison allowance. But, hark thee, no stripes, Nicholas, said the chief, well aware of his flagellant propensities. Replied he, but black cake and dried beans don't mix well the stomach without riddling. Peace, sirrah, replied the chieftain with a frown. Nicholas, though a licensed jester and in especial favour, knew there was a boundary beyond which he durst not pass. He became silent, therefore, at this command. The lamentations of the unwary hostages were loud but unavailing. Nicholas prepared his manacles, and was leading them from the chamber, when the page whispered in his master's ear. Stop, cried the thane, know ye aught of the boy who was watching yesternight? We know nothing of the lad, as we hope for deliverance, said the terrified rustics. Bring in the woman. The command was followed by the entrance of Cicely. Leaning on her crutch, she bent lowly before the chief. Hast thou any suit or accusation to prefer against these men, as touching thy boy? Oh, my lord, said the dame, weeping, I never aforetime knew him missing. And he has slept the Killer Dane, where the great battle was fought below the castle. He has watched the Thrush, where the black dog haunts from sunset till cockcrow. He has leapt over the fairies' ring and run through the old house at Gosselwood, and no harm has befallen him, but he is now ta'en from me, cast out, maybe, into some noisome pit. The timbers and stones are leapt on to the hill again, but my boy is not there. She wept and wrung her withered hands. Hast thou any witness against these men? Oh, my lord, they bribed me with their gifts that I should suffer the boy to watch, and I am poor, and I thought he wore a charmed life, and the little hoard would be a comfort and a stay in my old age. Thou hast done wickedly in this, said the lord. Howbeit, I will keep them in the stocks, peradventure it may quicken the wits of their outdoor friends to find out the mover of these scurvy pranks. The post and timbers would not go uphill unless some knave had holpen to lift them. Nicholas was departing to the indulgence of his favourite pastime, when a loud hubbub was heard without, and presently a fellow was pushed in by the pressure of the crowd upon his shoulders. But they drew back, on finding the immediate presence of their chief. This man was accounted the most notorious idler in the neighbourhood, hight Barnulf with the nose. His eyes looked red and swollen, and his senses had become muddled and obtuse with long steeping. Silence was immediately enforced, while the assembly anxiously awaited the interrogation of this intolerable coveter of barley drink. Art thou again at thy freaks, said the thane, angrily, thou hast soon forgotten the stocks and the whipping post on Easter Day. It were well that Nicholas should refresh thy memory in this matter. At this dreaded name the poor wretch fell on his face. Please ye, my lord, said he, hardly raising his head from the floor, I am here but for a witness beliken. I am breeding of no broil, savin my gossip yesternight drew me into a tussle with old Splitfeet and his company. He groaned, but not without considerable effort, and his face puckered in a heap at the recollection. What? The foul fiend helped thee to thy liquor, I trow, said Gamel, hastily. Think not to foist thy fooleries upon me. Should I find thee with a lie on thy tongue, the hide were as well off thy shoulders. To thy speech, quick, what sawest thou? I will give it all, withouten a word but what the blessed saints would avouch, said the terrified supplicant, whose once fiery face was now blanched, or rather dyed of a dull and various blue. I was wending home from Merland, where I had been helping Dan the smith to his luckpenny, when as I took the path road down yonder unlucky hill to the ford, not thinking of the Diel's workmen that had flown off with the church the night before. I was whistling, or, it mayhap, singing, or, I am not just particular to know how it was, for the matter of it. But at any rate I was getting up, having tumbled down the steep almost nigh to the bottom, and I thought my eyes had struck in fire, for I saw lights frisking and frolicking up and down the hill. Then I sat down to watch, and, sure enough, such a puck-fisted rabble, without cloak or hosen, I never beheld, all hurry-scurry up the hill, and some of the like were on the gallop down again. They were shouting, and mocking, and laughing, like so many stark mad fools at a May feast. They strid 20 paces at a jump, with burdens that 2 of the best oxen about the manor had not shifted the length of my thumbnail. "'Tis some unlucky dream," said I, rubbing the corners of my eyes, and trying to pinch myself awake. Just then I saw a crowd of the busiest of them running up from the river, and making directly towards the steep bank below where I sat. They were hurrying a great log of timber, which they threw down close beside me, as if to rest ere they mounted. "My friends, what should ail me to talk to I cannot tell, my friends, but ye seem to have more work in your hands than wit in your noddles, ye might have spared yourselves the labour, I trow." With that the whole rout turned upon me with a shout and a chattering that would have dumbfounded the shrillest tongue in the whole 100, the mill-wheel was nothing to it. I would have escaped, but my feet were holden like as they had been the stocks. One, the foremost of the crew, I do think he had a long tail and gaping hoofs, but I was over-frightened to see very clear, came with a mocking malicious grin, his tongue lolling out, and his eyes glaring and fiend-like. "Pray, good friend," said he, pulling off a little black bonnet, "be compassionate enough to help us with our load to the hilltop." Now was I terrified beyond measure, insomuch that I made a desperate tug, whereby loosening myself, I ran like the wind, the wicked fiends following and roaring after me with loud and bitter curses. I jumped into the river, in my hurry having missed the ford, and I heard them still shouting, and, as I thought, pursuing me. But the Virgin and Saint Chada were my helpers, for when Biddy opened the door in the morning, I lay there in a great swoon, with my head bruised, and a hole in my good grey cloak. "And so thou comest here boasting of thy drunken discoveries," said the Thane. "Thou shalt wish thou hadst not gotten thee so soon from the fiend's clutches. A spice of old Nicholas' vocation may not be amiss. Yet, by way of relish to thy tale." The agony of the culprit was loud and appalling, but the chief was inexorable, until his denunciations were interrupted by a stranger, who craved a short respite for the groaning supplicant. He was meanly clad, a coarse cloak, stained and threadbare, was thrown open, showing a close habit of the most ordinary fabric, yet a natural and graceful bearing imparted a dignity even to his poor and worthless habiliments. "I am a stranger, and sore oppressed with long travel. Penury and misfortune have been my lot, and I am driven from place to place without a home or a morsel of bread. Last night, long after the curfew, I came hither, but no hospitium or religious house being near, I sat down by the hillside yonder, until morning should enable me to crave help for my hopeless journey. The morning had not dawned ere I awoke, a loud trampling, and a rush of many voices had broken in upon my slumbers. I beheld crowds of strange-looking men, laden with terrific burdens. They seemed to be eagerly and earnestly at work, under heavier loads than I thought mortal man could sustain. The whole space too, as far as the eye might carry, seemed alive with them, the flickering of their torches forming a scene of almost unimaginable splendor. Right before me were a number of these laborers, hauling up a heavy beam from the river. Others were apparently crossing, laden with materials no less bulky and intractable. All were in motion, wriggling along like so many ants on a hillock. The party just before me stayed immediately below where I sat, watching their proceedings with no little curiosity and amazement. They threw down their load, then pausing, appeared to view with some hesitation the steep bank above them. The foremost of the group now came softly towards me. Pulling off his bonnet, with a grave and beseeching aspect he craved help to accomplish the ascent. Not then dreaming of goblins and their deceitful glamour, I put my shoulder to the work with a right good will, and truly it were a marvel to watch the tough beam, how it seemed to obey the impulse. I worked with all the might I could muster, but it appeared as though little were needful, and in a trice we scrambled to the top, when the whole party scampered off, leaving me to follow or not, as I chose. I saw something tossed towards me, which glistened as it lay at my feet. Stooping, I found a silver ring, beauteously bedecked with one glowing crystal. Round the rim is formed a quaint legend, bearing a fair device, which some learned clerk may perchance decipher. The stranger drew from his finger a massy ring. A little ferret-eyed monk, a transcriber of saints' legends and Saxon chronicles, was immediately called. He pronounced the writing heathenish, and of the runic form. A sort of free translation may be given as follows. The Norman shall tread on the Saxon's heel, and the stranger shall rule o'er England's wheel. Through castle and hall, by night or by day, the stranger shall thrive for ever and aye. But enrached, above the rest, the stranger shall thrive best. Gamel was troubled and perplexed. The words were prophetic, evidently pointing to his own and his country's fate, as well as to the destiny of the stranger. He knit his brows, and his very beard coiled upwards with the conflict. He appeared loath to allow of a supernatural agency in the affair, and yet the testimony and its witness were not to be gainsaid. I had not believed the tale, stranger, if this token had not confirmed thy speech. Verily thou hast a better witness than a fool's tongue to thy story. That ill-omened losel may depart. See thou fall not hastily into the like offence, else shalt thou smart from Childermas to All-Hallowtide. Hence to thy place. Barnulf awaited not further dismissal, glad to escape the scrutiny of Nicholas with a whole skin. A loud shriek was heard from the courtyard. My boy, oh, my boy, cried the almost frantic mother, as she rushed into the chamber, leading in Uchtred. He had been discovered on removing some of the huge piles of timber again from the hill, where, under a curiously supported covering of beams and other rude materials, he lay, seemingly asleep. The urchin looked as malicious and froward as ever, even when standing before his chief. And where hast thou been, my pretty bird, said the old woman, as she began her vocabulary of signs. But the boy looked surly and would not answer to the signal. He drew down his black swarthy brows, looking eagerly and fiercely from behind their bushy curtains. Suddenly, and with a fearful yell, he sprang forward, snatching the ring which Gamel was then giving back to the stranger. With a wild and hideous laugh, which sent a shudder through the assembly, he drew it on his finger. At this moment the expression of his countenance began to change, and some of the bystanders, over whom fear had probably waved the wand of the enchanter, saw his form dilate and his whole figure expand into almost gigantic proportions. A thick haze rolled through the apartment, then was heard a wild unearthly shout, and the vision had disappeared. Seize him, cried Gamel. The guards, trembling, prepared to execute his commands, but on gaining the outworks of the castle, no vestige remained of his appearance, save a slight whirlwind of dust, like a mist wreath curling down the valley, which, to their terrified apprehensions, became the chariot of the departing demon. Nothing could shake this belief, and in after ages the boy was spoken of as a changeling, left by some fairy, whose appointed sojourn had been then accomplished, the means for his release being fulfilled. Old Cicely became nigh crazed with the loss of her son, but Gamel, seriously pondering on these events, sought counsel from the Holy Church. It was therein resolved that the intended sight should be removed, and the unknown by such removal appeased. The chapel of St. Chada was accordingly built on the hill-top, where the church now stands, and unto which the foundations had been so marvellously conveyed. 124 steps were dug to accomplish the ascent, and enable the good people to go to prayers. Connected with these, the tradition still exists. And unto this day it is here observed, that strangers prosper in the town of Rochdale, but the natives are generally unfortunate in their undertakings. Mab's Cross. A pilgrim came from o'er the sea. Benedicite. Benedicite. And he brought a ring to that proud lady. His grave is wide, his grave is deep. On that bosom cold he shall quietly sleep. Benedicite. The following extract from the genealogical roll of the Bradshays is the principal source from whence this tale has originated. Sir William Bradshay, second son to Sir John, was a great traveller and a soldier, and married to Mabel, daughter and sole heir of Hugh Norris de Hague and Blackroad, and had issue, and of this Mabel is a story by tradition of undoubted verity, that in Sir William Bradshay's absence, being 10 years away in the Holy Wars, she married a Welsh knight. Sir William, returning from the wars, came in a palmer's habit amongst the poor to Hague, who, when she saw and conjectured that he favoured her former husband, wept, for which the knight chastised her. At which Sir William went and made himself known to his tenants, in which space the knight fled, but near to Newton Park Sir William overtook him and slew him. The said Dame Mabel was enjoined by her confessor to do penances by going onest every week barefoot and bare-legged to a cross na Wigan from the Hague, whilst she lived, and is called Mab to this day. And their monument lies in Wigan Church, as you see them their portrait. Sir William Bradshay was outlawed during the space of a year and a day for this offence, but he and his lady, it is said, lived happily together afterwards until their death. Their effigies on the tomb now exist but as rude and unshapely masses, time and whitewash, the two great destroyers of our monumental relics, having almost obliterated their form, the one by diminishing, and the other by adding to, their substance. That Sir William was at the Holy Wars, must, it is evident, be a corruption of the story, seeing he was born about the year 1280, 10 years after the last of these unfortunate expeditions. The first crusade was undertaken by Peter the Hermit, 1095, a second, by Louis VII of France, 1145, a third, under Richard I of England, 1190, a fourth, under Philip II of France, 1204, a fifth, under Louis IX, against Egypt, 1248. And the last, under Louis IX, against Tunis, where he lost his life, 1270. Consequently, the perpetration of these holy murders, which it is supposed were to the amount of 200 millions of human beings, without the acquisition even of Jerusalem to the Church, must have ceased ere the birth of our pilgrim. That he was at the wars, however, is pretty certain, but they were nearer home. The machinations of that powerful noble, Thomas, Earl of Lancaster, together with the disastrous campaign of Edward II against the Scots, are sufficiently important events to account for the long absence of Sir William Bradshay, who is supposed to have been taken prisoner during these unhappy troubles. Our engraving represents the cross as it exists at present. Some attention having been drawn to it of late, we may hope this interesting relic will be suffered to remain uninjured, and not be subjected any more to those levelling improvements for which this age is so distinguished. In the borough of Wigan, near one of the four gates, called Standishgate, which gates are now removed, and their places occupied by some undignified-looking posts called toll-bars, stands a ruined stone cross. In appearance, by no means either interesting or remarkable, it would scarcely be noticed by a casual observer. Yet to this mean-looking memorial of our faith is attached an eventful story, at which the sad might laugh, the merry weep. It is a tale of which our brief limits will only allow a rapid sketch. This we have thrown together in the dramatic and narrative form, a combination more calculated than any other, we believe, to awaken attention, and bring forth the subject before the mind with truth and distinctness. One stormy night, in the autumn of the year 1324, mine host of the Merry Maypole, a tavern of great resort by the market cross in the good borough of Wigan, was awakened from a laborious slumber. The door which opened into a low porch projecting from the thatch, was shaken with a vehemence that threatened some fearful catastrophe. Giles, no longer able to endure these thundering appeals to his hospitality, desired his wife to ascertain the cause of the disturbance. Gramercy. And I be to unlatch for every graceless unthrift that chooses to pummel at Giles Dauber's wicket, I shall have but sorry betting why, an old husband. Old, quotha, old. I tell thee, dame, that I'm less by a good score of winters than Dan O, the higher Wyant, when he wed old Simon's daughter. Humph, she was a merry and a buxom lass. But thou. How far this interesting dialogue between the tavern keeper and his newly wedded spouse might have extended it is impossible with any degree of accuracy to set forth, inasmuch as another loud and desperate lunge extenuated to an inaudible mutter the testy rejoinder of Giles O. the Maypole. This being the cognomen by which he was more familiarly designated. "Anan," shouted he, "what the, save us," he continued in a low whisper, crossing himself, "I had nigh slipped an ugly word over my tongue. And if it should be, dame, I say, get up, and nay, thou hast gotten thee two as nimble legs, by thine own reckoning, as any knave i'th the borough. I shall e'en keep to my bed, goodman, though these guzzle-throats hammer till cock-crow. They are at the right side of the door, I trow." Now, mine host of the Merry Maypole having taken to himself that last and worst of all possible plagues for the remnant of his days, to wit, a young and somewhat handsome-looking wife, thought it no less meet than reasonable. And no less reasonable than a duty, at all times incumbent, that the before-named helpmate should, if need were, get out of bed and unlatch the wicket whenever good customers were astir. More particularly as the first Dame Dauber, having the fear of a short but tough cudgel upon her, did, at certain times and seasons, when there was the requisite occasion, leave her liege lord to the enjoyment of his warm and luxurious couch, and spread a table for the entertainment of many a night-betrayed traveller. It was the first exigency of the kind, since the marriage of Giles Dauber to Madge Newsome of the Deercote, in which the discussion of a point so knotty and important had occurred. Giles dreamt not of the vast difference that exists in the nature and docility of diverse women. He heard with a sort of incredulous surprise the first incipient grumblings in contravention of his authority. But when these had fairly shaped themselves into open defiance, he started agape with wonder. Recovering himself, with a stern and portentous silence, he jumped out of bed and drew on his doublet and hose. While thoughts of relentless import were brooding, he groped his way down the ladder that communicated with the lower apartment, for the purpose of ascertaining the quality and condition of the stranger. The latter still manifested a noisy impatience at being suffered, in so inhospitable a manner, to linger without. The night was rainy and tempestuous. Giles shivered to the backbone as he trod on the wheezing rushes strewed over the floor. They were yet damp and dirty, by reason of the many visitors who had that night loitered long at the Merry Maypole. "Holloa, friend, thy name?" shouted Giles, placing his hand on the latch. "Open the door, for the love of mercy!" cried a strange voice. Giles drew back. He liked not this salutation, more, by token, from the adjournment being for the love of mercy, in lieu of an appeal to the tinkling angels that generally lined a traveller's pouch. "Some sturdy beggar or mendicant friar," thought he, "that knocks at my door because the chantry gates are shut. I care not to open my door to every losel that knocks," cried he aloud. "Hence! I know thee not. Goodman, give me a night's lodging, and I will reward thee." The door flew open at this intimation. "With a palmer's benison," continued the stranger, advancing towards the wan embers that yet flickered on the hearth. Had Giles awaited the finishing of this sentence ere the latch was loosened, some other and more hospitable roof had enjoyed the benefit of that night's adventure. "Thanks are not over meat for a cool stomach," growled the disappointed tapster, whilst his guest roused the decaying faggots into a faint and unsteady blaze. Giles surveyed the newcomer with no very sanguine prepossessions in his behalf. The figure that met his scrutiny was clad in a dark cloak. The hood, partly thrown back, showed a somewhat frosty poll, though the vivacity of a wild and restless eye, peering from under his dark and luxuriant brow, would scarcely have betokened an age at which the coming winter of life usually scatters these chill warnings of its approach. His features were finely molded. A weather-beaten cheek, mingling with a complexion evidently sallow, gave a rich autumnal hue to his visage. A slight furrow, extending from the outer angle of the nostril around each corner of a narrow and retreating mouth, gave a careless expression of scorn to the countenance when at rest. But, as he smiled, this sinister aspect disappeared, and the soft gleam of benevolence which succeeded looked the brighter from the portentous scowl that had just passed. His beard was grey, and of a most reverend equipment, well calculated to excite veneration and respect. He was above the middle size, his humble garb but ill-concealed a majesty of deportment indicating a disposition rather to command than to solicit favours. He seated himself on a low stool, and honest Giles, whose courage did not feel sufficiently invigorated, in the presence of this proud palmer, to dare an open warfare, began hostilities covertly, in manner as follows. "What ails ye? To disturb honest folks their beds at these hours? You might tarried in your last baiting-place, at any rate till the kye were astir. I wonder the guard let you pass at the gate. But since these evil days have o'ershadowed the land, every braggart has license to do as he list. And the monks and the friars, with their whole crew of dubs and deputies, are the worst of all. Old Cliderhow here, the parson, thought to have waged war with his betters. But he was a slight matter mistaken, we whipped him up by the heels for his treason." "Is Cliderhow alive?" inquired the stranger. "Save us, pilgrim. Where had you knowledge of the traitor?" "Our good King Edward," continued the guest, apparently not attending to Giles's question in reply, "is still sorely beset with his enemies. Had a score of knaves such as Master Cliderhow been hanged long ago, his reign had been less burdensome both to prince and people." "It's 12 years, 12, said Giles, reckoning the lapse on his fingers. "I know it by the great wind that beat down Master Markland's barn wall at the meadows, since Cliderhow's sermon, inciting the whole parish to rebellion." "I know it," replied the palmer, "he was in prison when I last knew of the matter." Aye, returned Giles knowingly, but 60 marks, dispersed discreetly to our good and loyal burgesses, made the doors as easy to open as my wicket, that is, at timely hours, ye understand. "Is he at large?" inquired the other. "They say he bides at Hay," answered Boniface, roistering it with that Welsh knight there, Sir Osmond Neville. "I warrant Sir William's substance runs gaily down the old parson's throat." Here the palmer threw the hood over his brows. Suddenly he arose, striding across the chamber with considerable speed. He twice repeated the name of Sir Osmond Neville in a subdued tone, but with a bitterness of spirit that ill accorded with the outward habit of meekness which he had assumed. "Giles Dauber! What keeps ye so long there gossiping?" shouted a shrill voice from above. It was the vocal substitute of Mistress Dauber, who, resolutely determined not to budge at her husband's bidding, had, as she lay, listened, but to little purpose. Finding it was no everyday guest, she crept to the ladder head and gave ear for a while. But soon discovering it to be an unthrifty sort of intercourse that was going on, not likely to bring either gain or goodwill to the house, and fearing that Giles might fall into some snare from his ready-mouthed opinions regarding the unsettled temper and aspect of the time, she thought fit to break abruptly on the discourse ere it should lead to some dangerous or forbidden subject. He had, however, hit upon a favourite topic, in addition to which, he was now evidently loath to leave his guest ere he had learnt the nature of his errand to these parts. An O.R.C. pilgrim, as they were generally styled, was too choice an arrival for a petty hostel, especially in those times, when newspapers and posts were not circulating daily and hourly through the land, to let slip an opportunity of inquiring about the King of Scotland, as Robert Bruce was then called, or about His Majesty the Sultan Solomon, two personages who were very frequently confounded with each other in mine host's political hemisphere, and whose realms formed the great pandemonium whence issued all that was dire and disastrous to plague and perplex unhappy England. To bed. To bed, thou art ready enough to rise when thou art not bidden. To bed, I say, angrily shouted the disturbed Benedict. Hast thou a wife? Sternly inquired the pilgrim. A wife, marry have I, exclaimed Giles, and here she comes. Finding there was no likelihood of a speedy termination to this interview, our hostess of the Maypole conceived it to be a matter of duty that she should at least take her full share in the discussions and disclosures that might ensue. For this purpose she descended, making a deep acknowledgment to the generally supposed sanctity of the pilgrim's vocation. So much occupied, however, did he appear by other concernments that he scarcely noticed her approach, but continued to pass with hasty and irregular steps across the chamber. By what quality or appearance may Sir Osmond Neville be distinguished? He abruptly inquired. A right goodly person, and a brave gentleman. He gave me a sousing kiss, and a pair of mittens to boot, the last choosing of knights to the Parliament, said the dame. Hold thy tongue, Madge, angrily exclaimed Giles. Good father, heed not a woman, they are caught by the lip and the fist, like my lord's trencherman. This Sir Osmond is both lean and ill-favoured. I wonder what the Lady Mabel saw above his shoe to wed with an ugly toad spawned out the Welsh marshes. Had ye seen her first husband, Sir William Bradshaw, rest his soul? He was killed in the wars, you would have marvelled that she drunk the scum after the broth. Lady Mabel and Sir Osmond are now at Hay, cautiously inquired the palmer. You have business there, belike? Sharply interrogated the indefatigable host. I have slight matters that require my presence at the hall. Does the knight go much abroad, or keeps he close house? Why, look ye, it is some 3 months or so since I smelt the fat from her ladyship's kitchen. Dan Hardseg smutted my face, and rubbed a platterful of barley dough into my poll, the last peep I had through the buttery. I'll bide about my own hearth flag whilst that the old spit is chief servitor. I do bethink me though, it is long sin Sir Osmond was seen I the borough. Belike he may have come at the knowledge of my misadventure, and careth not to meet the wrath of a patient man. Here the malicious dame burst into a giddy laugh. Why Sir Osmond knoweth not thy crop from thy crupper, nor careth he if thy whole carcass were crammed into the dumpling bag. Ifec, it were a rare pastime to see Sir Osmond, the brave Welsh knight, give the gutter to Giles of the Merry Maypole. Giles was speechless with dismay at this aggravating insult, but the dame continued. I think, good stranger, the knight does keep house of late. Grim told me that last week he was a-sporting once only by way of the higher park. And he appears something more soured and moody than usual. If thou crave speech with him though, tomorrow being Almon's day at the hall, the poor have free admission, and thou mayest have a sight of him there, peradventure, as thou art strange in these parts, it will be needful thou hadst a guide. And just ready for the job thyself, I.S.E. warrant, bitterly snarled the exasperated husband. The storm, long threatening, was about to burst forth. But the palmer, with holy and beseeching words, soothed for a while the angry disputants, at the same time intimating that a guide was unnecessary, the situation of the house being sufficiently obvious from whatever quarter he might direct his steps. The stranger seemed not solicitous of repose, and Giles was too sulky to inquire his wants. The dame, however, drew a bundle of clean straw from a huge heap, and threw it beside the hearth. A coarse and heavy rug, over which was thrown a sheepskin with the wool innermost, constituted a warm but homely couch. A horn cup filled with cider and a burnt barley cake were next exhibited, of which the palmer made a healthful, if not a sumptuous repast. Giles growled off to the loft above. And the dame, caring little for the sequel of her husband's humours, soon found a resting place by his side. Morning shone brightly and cheerfully through the chinks and crevices of both door and lattice, but the pilgrim's couch was yet unsought. His vigils had been undisturbed, save when the baying of some vagrant and ill-disciplined dogs, or the lusty carol of some valiant yeoman, reeling home after a noisy debauch, startled him from a painfully recurring thought, to which, however, the mind involuntarily turned when the interruption had ceased. It was late ere Giles awoke. Breathless with expectation, he hastened below, anticipating a rich budget of news from his guest, but he had departed. It was one of those fresh and glittering mornings which autumn alone can produce. Keen, pure, and exhilarating, the air seemed all buoyant and elastic, tinging the cheeks with ruddy health, and animating the whole frame with renewed vigor. A slight hoarfrost yet lay on the thatched roofs. Calm and undisturbed, a gem-like brightness twinkled from every object, whilst the vapours that covered them looked not as the shroud, but rather as a pure mantle of eider, hiding the fair bosom to which it clung. The pilgrim entered a narrow street leading to the postern or gate, called Standish Gate. In those days it was not, as now, a wide and free thoroughfare for man and beast. At the accustomed fairs, toll is, to this time, demanded on all cattle-changing owners at the several outlets, where formerly stood 4 gates, to wit, Wallgate, Hallgate, Millgate, and Standish Gate. Each gate where the toll bars now stand was once, in good sooth, a heavy barrier of stout beams, thickly studded with iron. Through the night they were generally bolted and guarded by a company of the mayor's halberdiers. An irregular wall encompassed the town, save on the eastern side, where the river Douglas seemed, in the eyes of the burghers, to constitute a sufficient defence, a low abattis only screening its banks. The walls were covered, or rather uncovered, by a broad ditch, a bridge of rough-hewn planks, at 3 of the entrances before named, allowed a free communication with the suburbs, except during seasons of hostility, which unhappily were not rare in those days of rapine and rebellion. Before the Millgate a wider and more substantial structure, mounted on huge wooden props, facilitated a passage over the river. This edifice could be raised in cases of siege, effectually separating the inhabitants from their enemies. The first beams of the sun began to peep through the angles of the wooden gable fronts, projecting nearly midway across the street, streaming athwart the frosty air, and giving a beautifully variegated and picturesque appearance to the grotesque vista bounded by the Standish Gate. The stranger paused not, mounting the hill with an alertness and agility that scarcely seemed compatible with his age and appearance. On arriving at the gate, his garb was a sufficient passport, without the necessity of a challenge. 3 or 4 of the guards were loitering and laughing on a couple of benches built in a sort of arched recess on each side of the gateway. As the pilgrim passed they became silent, bowing reverently as he pronounced the accustomed benison. Outside the barriers, the road lay through an open and unenclosed country. It was a matter of but slight moment what line of direction the narrow and uneven pathways might describe, provided their termination was tolerably accurate. All traffic and intercourse, being necessarily limited, was mostly carried on through the medium of saddles and horse furniture. The most inaccessible part of a hill was the site generally chosen. The road ascending and descending in a meandering sort of zigzag on its side. Rarely did our timid ancestors tempt the valley, often preferring a roundabout course over a line of hills, if by so doing the perils of the lower ground could be avoided. The pilgrim followed a narrow and beaten track. It was bordered on each side by a deep ditch, nearly overgrown with weeds and brambles. He traversed the intricate windings of the road with considerable facility. But an hour had nearly elapsed ere he gained the brow of an eminence of no very conspicuous height, though it commanded a pretty extensive view of the country adjacent. From the east, a rich flood of glory blended the whole into one broad mass of light, melting away the beauteous frostwork, as the rays of morning dissipate the unreal visions that have their existence only in darkness and repose. Southward lay the borough, distinguishable only by the broad tower of All Saints rising from the mist, as if baseless and suspended. A bell boomed heavily through the quiet atmosphere, its long and lingering echoes came on the pilgrim's soul like the voice of other years, of hopes and anticipations that had forever departed. Westward might be seen a curl of blue smoke from the newly dignified priory at Upholland, recently invested with that honour through the grants and intercessions of Sir Robert de Holland, a proud knight in the train of Thomas Earl of Lancaster. It was northward that the pilgrim turned, with a look of more intense anxiety. The mansion of Hay stood at the extremity of a broad slope, surmounted by shady woods, now fading into the warm and luxuriant tints of autumn. Dark and cumbrous turrets, projecting from the wings, grimly caught the first gleam of the morning, whilst a tower of considerable strength and elevation rose above what could only be surmised as the principal gateway. It was apparently designed to overlook the whole fabric, serving as a refuge to the besieged, and a stronghold in case of attack. Narrow loopholes might be traced, irregularly disposed in the heavy masonry. And at the summit stood a small turret resembling a large chair, from which, at stated occasions, waved the richly emblazoned escutcheon of the Norris and the Bradshaw. The staff was just visible, but unaccompanied by its glittering adjunct. It was this circumstance principally that seemed to engage the attention of the stranger. He broke into a loud and involuntary exclamation. "Sir William's birthday is forgotten, that staff opened a rich blossom to the breeze 10 years agone. It is the day, the very hour of Sir William's birth. He smote his forehead, scarcely able to contain the violence of his emotion. Let that day darken, let it be cursed with storms and tempest. Let the shadows of death brood over it, and the teeming night bring tenfold horrors, yet how calm, how peacefully yonder sun approaches in his strength. Nature is the same, bright, joyous, and unchanging. Man alone, is mutable, his days are full of mourning and bitterness. He bowed his head, crouching almost to the dust, in that overwhelming agony. Suddenly he was aroused, and in a manner as unceremonious as unexpected. A smart blow on the back announced a somewhat uncourteous intruder, whilst a loud and discordant laugh struck shrilly on his ear. Starting, he beheld a figure of a low and unshapely stature, clothed in a light dress, fantastically wrought. A round cap, slouched in front, fitted closely to his head, from which depended what the wearer no doubt looked upon as a goodly aggregate of ornaments. These consisted of ear tassels and rings of various dimensions, that jingled oddly as he twisted his head from side to side with a knowing and important grin. A pair of large leathern boots, slipped on for traveling purposes, with ample flaps turning down from the knee, formed the lower costume of this strange being. Round his neck he wore an iron collar, its import, whether in the shape of punishment or decoration, is at this time doubtful. A visage of more than ordinary size projected from between a pair of shoulders that nearly overlooked the lower rim of his cap. A sort of dubious leer was its predominant expression, heightened ever and anon by a broad laugh, the eldritch shout of which first announced itself to the ear of the pilgrim. Matted and shaggy, the twisted locks hung wildly about his brow, whilst a short and frizzled beard served as a scanty covering to his chin. A Sheffield whittle stuck in his baldric, and in a pouch was deposited the remnant of a magnificent pasty. From oft and over replenishment this receptacle gaped in a most unseemly manner, showing the shattered remains, the crumbling fragments, of many a huge mountain of crust. With arms akimbo stood this prepossessing personage before the pilgrim, in all his native rudeness and disorder. The latter tightened his cloak about him, and withdrew some 3 or 4 paces from his companion. "Nuncle," said the jester, for such was in fact his vocation, "I wonder for what property master keeps a fool, I bethink me, 'tis for his wit, more wit and less honesty, though." The palmer was silent. "Art going to the hall?" continued he. "The fool is whipped there for being honest. Have a care, nuncle, if Sir Osmond catch thee, thou hadst as good bequeath thy bones to the Pope to make into Saint Skeer. I'm very sad, nuncle." "Sad," said the pilgrim. "In good troth, and thou be sad, the cock of the hall yonder is but in sorry plight. 'Tis more wholesome to cry today," said the dolorous knave, "knowing ye shall laugh tomorrow, than to laugh today, and tomorrow's duel somehow making your mirth asthmatic. Be merry tomorrow, today. Your bellyful fill of grief. When sorrow hath supped, go play. For mirth what is brief. Ay, grandam, ye are wise, and an old woman's wit best becomes a fool. When sorrow hath supped, go play. For mirth what is brief." He drew out the last notes into one of those querulous cadences, much in vogue as an ad libitum on all fitting occasions. Even the sad features of the pilgrim were provoked into a smile. "Art bound for the hall?" again inquired the inquisitive hunchback. "Yes, friend, whither else? Is it not Amas Day, and thinkest thou the houseless and wandering pilgrim will not share of the largesse? Beggars and friars thrive, treason and corruption wed, and these be their children belike. Hast brought the Lady Mabel her old husband's bones from heathenry, her new one is like to leave her naught else, poor soul, for her comfort. She'll make her up a saint out o' them. If she has gotten another husband," said the pilgrim, "the old one's bones would have a rare chance of her worship." The facetious impertinent here gave a sort of incredulous whistle. He eyed the palmer with a keen and scrutinizing glance, but suddenly relapsing into his accustomed manner, he burst into a wild and portentous laugh. "I tell thee, if Sir Osmond catch thee carrying so much as a thumbnail of Sir William's carcass, he'll wring thy neck as wry as the chapel weathercock. My lady goes nigh crazed with his ill humours. I warrant thee, Sir William's ghost gaily snuffs up the sport. I have watched him up and down the old stairs, and once the chapel, and he told me, whispering close to the pilgrim's ear, a great secret, nuncle. Ay, what was that, Motley? Why, said he, if so be Sir William comes home again, he'll find his wife has got a cuckoo in her nest. Here he burst from the stranger with a malicious shout, and descending a bypath, was soon lost amidst the intricacies of a deep wood, skirting the verge of an extensive forest. The traveller's brow gathered a heavier gloom. With unconscious haste he soon gained a gentle ascent, which led by a narrow and deep path to the mansion. Nigh to the bridge over the moat stood a blacksmith's hovel, conveniently situated for all job work emanating from the armoury and the kitchen, which at that time afforded full exercise for the musical propensities of Darby Grimshaw's great anvil. This hut was a general resort to all the idlers in the vicinity, Grim, as he was generally styled for the sake of abbreviation, discharging the office of Preface, or chief moderator, in all debates held therein. He was a shrewd fellow and a bold one. A humorous and inquisitive cunning lurked in the corner of his grey and restless eye. His curiosity was insatiable. And as a cross-questioner, when fairly at work, for worming out a secret he had not his fellow. His brain was a general deposit for odd scraps, and a reservoir in which flowed all stray news about the country. He was an abstract and chronicle of the time, and could tell you where the Earl of Lancaster mustered his forces, the day of their march, and the very purposes and projects of that turbulent noble. Even the secrets of my lady's bower did not elude the prying of this indefatigable artist. At any rate, he had the credit of knowing all that he assumed, which amounted very much to the same thing as though his knowledge were unlimited, a nod and a wink supplying the place of intelligence. When his wondering neophytes grew disagreeably minute in their inquiries. Towards this abode did the pilgrim bend his steps. A thick smoke hovered about the thatch, that appeared very ingeniously adapted for the reception and nurture of any stray spark that might happen to find there a temporary lodgment. Several times had this Vulcan been burnt out, yet the materials were easily replaced, and again the hovel arose in all its pristine ugliness and disorder. Darby was just kindling his fire, a merrymaking overnight had trenched upon morning duties, and daylight found him still stretched on his pallet. Subsequent to this a noisy troop from the hall had roused him from a profound slumber. "Saint George and the Virgin protect thee, honest friend," said the pilgrim, as he stood by an opening, just then performing the functions of both door and chimney. Darby's perceptions being much impeded by the smoke, he hastily approached the door. His surprise manifested itself aloud, yet did he not forget a becoming reverence to the stranger, as he invited him into the only apartment, besides his workshop, of which the roof could boast. It served for parlour, bedchamber, and kitchen. Where the presiding deity, Grim's helpmate, carried on her multifarious operations. The officious housewife fetched a joint stool, first clearing it from dust, whilst her husband added a billet to the heap. She was just preparing breakfast. A wooden porringer, filled to the brim with new milk, in which oatmeal was stirred, a rasher of salted mutton, and a large cake of coarse bread, comprised the delicacies of their morning repast. To this, however, was added a snatch of cold venison from the hull. "But this, you see," said the old woman, "is not of our own killing, Saint Gregory forbid, it comes from Dan there, who has the care of the knight's buttery. Rot him for a churl." Said the smith, "Sir Osmond grudges every mouth about him, but," and here he looked wondrous knowing, "he may happen to be ousted yet, if Earl Thomas should come by the worst in this cabal. Sir Osmond, I find, is no favourite with his neighbours." "Hang him," replied Grim, first looking cautiously into the shop, "there's not a man of us but would like to see him and his countrymen packed off tomorrow upon ass panniers. They were spawned from the Welsh ditches to help that overgrown earl against his master. If Sir William had been alive I had spoken out without fear. He was a loyal knight and a true, he ever served his country and his king. But I bethink me that peradventure ye may have heard of our late master's death, and who knows but ye bring some token, pilgrim, to his lady. Thou hast shrewdly guessed, I bear the last message that Sir William sent to his lady. Thinkest thou it may be delivered without the knight's privity? Save thee, father. Peril betides him who would hazard a message to my lady without her husband's leave. Is the Lady Mabel in health, and the children? Inquired the stranger. Sorely did she grieve when tidings came of Sir William's death in the great battle, but sorer still rues she her wedding with Sir Osmond Neville. Poor soul! It would melt the nails out of a rusty horseshoe to see how she moans herself, when she can steal privily to her chamber. They say the knight caught her weeping once over some token that belonged to Sir William, and he burnt it before her face, ill-treating her into the bargain. How came she to wed this churl? Oh, it's a sorry history. The speaker paused, and it was at the pilgrim's entreaty that he thus continued. Parson Cliderhow had his paw in the mischief. She was in a manner forced either to wed, or, in the end, to have found herself and her children with never a roof-tree above their heads. How, Sir William did not leave her portionless? I know not. But Sir Osmond had, or pretended he had, got a grant from the Earl of Lancaster for possession of all that belonged to Sir William, as a reward for his great services. And unless she wed him, why, you may guess what follows, when a lone woman is left in a wooer's clutches. I shall never forget their wedding day, it should rather have been her burying, by the look on't. Her long veil was more like a winding sheet than a bride's wimple. During this recital the palmer drew his seat closer to the hearth. He leant him over his staff, absorbed in that conscious stupor which seems at once shut out from all connection with external objects, and yet intensely alive to their impressions. Suddenly he rose, tightened his sandals, and looking round, appeared as if about to depart. It is our late master's birthday, said the loquacious informant. 10 years ago there was free commons at the hall for man and beast. Now, save on Amice days, when some half-dozen doitering old bodies get a snatch at the broken meat, not a man of us thrusts his nose into the knight's buttery but by stealth. Sir William's banner has not been hoisted, as it was wont on this day, since he left, with 50 armed men in his train, to help the king, then hard-pressed in the Scottish wars. Ye may get an alms among the poor today, but have an eye to the Welsh bowmen, these be the knight's privy guard, and hold not the quality of his guests in much respect. Here the smith's angry garrulity was interrupted by Daniel Hardseg, a sort of deputy house steward, whose duty it was to look after all business not immediately connecting itself with any other department in the household. He was prime executive in most of the outdoor duty, and a particular crony at the hovel. His "hello" was terrific. Why, a murrain to thee, Goodman Grim, thy fire is colder than my halidome, the sun is so high it puts it out, I reckon. Here have I 2 iron pots, a plate from my master's best greaves, and a pair of spurs that want piecing, and I'm like to tinker them as I list on a cold stithy. Get out, thou. Here he became aware of an additional inmate to Grim's dwelling. And this discovery for a while checked the copious torrent of Dan's eloquence. Shortly, Darby drew him aside, and from their looks it might be gathered that some scheme was negotiating for the pilgrim's safe admission at the hall. To an entreaty, more strenuously urged on the part of our diplomatist, Dan replied, in a louder tone. Why, look thee, gossip, it were as much as my lugs were worth, but, I'll e'en try. We shall hear some news about Sir William, depend on't, and thou get him a word with my lady. And what the better shall I be of that? Dead men make no porridge hot, simply retorted Dan. Go to, replied the other. It's but setting Maud on the scent, I warrant thee, she'll sharpen her wits for the work. It will be a grievous pity should he depart, and whisper not his message to her ladyship. Maud's thin ears, as thou knowest, can catch a whisper, and thou wilt soon squeeze the secret out of her, then comes Darby's turn, by tomorrow, at the latest. The news-doting artisan rubbed his dark fists with ecstasy. Go, knave, said he. Thou art a teasing little varlet. Here Grim seemed ready to hug his comrade in the extremity of his delight. But Dan was rather sullen, evidently ruminating on peril and mischance, wherein the tempter had no share, though participating in the profits of the adventure. Eventually, the stranger was placed under the patronage of Daniel Hardseg, who, to do him justice, was well affected towards the enterprise he had undertaken. Passing by a low wall to the northeast of the mansion, they were soon hidden by a projecting terrace or platform, which, in cases of siege, could be converted into a sort of breastwork to cover the sallies of the besieged. At the salient angle of this curtain stood a small postern, to which Dan applied a heavy key, and beckoning to his companion, they ascended a narrow staircase. A succession of dark passages led to the great hall, from which a small arched doorway communicated by a private entrance to the chapel. As they passed the half-closed door, a gruff voice was heard reciting the appointed service for the day. Dan slept cautiously by, and motioned the stranger to tread softly. The latter paused, listening with a look of anxiety, and pressed his staff across his bosom. Soon, drawing his hood closer over his brow, he quickly followed the retreating footsteps of his companion. "Praised be old Cliderhouse Tough Pipe," said Dan, when fairly out of hearing. "Ha, ha! Sit down, good father," opening a half-door, as he laughed, and thrusting in the pilgrim, "nobody can hear aught besides, when he's fairly a-going." The apartment into which this unceremonious conductor ushered his guest was Dan's storeroom. A most whimsical assemblage of materials were here huddled together. Pans, wooden bowls, and matters of meaner import, entered into close familiarity with broadswords and helmets, boots of home manufacture in their primitive clothing, saddles with their housings. Knives, and brown bottles of coarse pottery, were intermingled with many a grim-looking weapon of bloodthirsty aspect. From the walls depended a heterogeneous mass of apparel, cloaks, hats, and body gear of unimaginable shape and appearance. Dan was steward of the wardrobe, or furniture keeper to most of the retainers and other idle appendages to the hall. And as, in those days, the sciences dependent on order and classification had not spread their beneficial influence through society at large, it frequently happened that more time was consumed in rummaging amidst this unexplored chaos than would have sufficed to transact the whole affair for which any article was required. A round stool in the middle of this thesaurus, the only unoccupied place except the ceiling, was the throne of our friend, Dan Hardseg, when dispensing out his treasures with stately munificence. On this scanty perch was the stranger duly installed, and favored with a benignant and knowing wink from Dan as he departed. Waiting for the return of his patron, the pilgrim was roused from a fit of reverie by the well-remembered greeting of the jester, Humphrey Latham, or Daft Humpy, as he was mostly called. Nuncle. But if Dan catch thee, he'll be sure to give thee a lift the stocks." This strange creature cautiously opened the door, and was speedily engulfed in all that fearful accumulation of sloth and disorder. By his manner, it did not seem to be his first irruption into this vast magazine. Whilst, from the cautious and fearful glances he from time to time cast through the door, it would appear that he had been detected in his expeditions, and in all probability punished for the offence. He was evidently in search of some object from amidst the various heaps of lumber he overthrew. An inarticulate mutter, accompanying every fresh attack, indicated impatience and disappointment. Suddenly he exclaimed, drawing forth a large roll, with ludicrous expressions of delight. "I have thee, now. The buck's horns shall soon but this great Welsh goat from his pen." He opened the banner. It was the pennon of the Bradshaw, thrown aside to rot in dust and decay. "Don't tell Dan, nuncle, and thou shalt see rare sport." He said this with his usual familiarity of tone. But suddenly putting his mouth to the stranger's ear, he whispered. The words were inaudible, save to him for whom they were meant, and in an instant he darted from the spot, concealing the spoil amidst the folds of his apparel. Shortly afterwards Dan made his appearance. With wonder and dismay did he behold the ravages committed in his treasure-house, confusion worse confounded. "Beshrew me, but thou art a restless tenant. I did not tell thee to tumble my wardrobe into haycocks." "I was long a-watching," said the pilgrim, "and, in good troth, I became over-curious to know the capacity of thy sty. What tidings from my lady's chamber? A plague on her husband's humours. Maud says it were as much as a Jew's thumb were worth to get thee privily to an audience, but she hath urged my lady to distribute the alms herself today, so betake thee to the kitchen. Maud will contrive thou shalt have some token of approach. Saint Anthony. But thou hast bestirred thee bravely, such another guest, and I might as well set fire to the whole budget. If thou beest bent on such another rummage in the kitchen, the cook will whack thy pâté with the spit, holy and hooded though it be. Dan led the way to this arena of gigantic gastronomy. It was a vast and smoky den, such as could only exist in those days of feudal magnificence. An immense furnace was fed by huge blocks of wood, which the ravening flame seized and in a moment enveloped in its embrace. Forms, grisly and indistinct, flitted past this devouring blaze, by the sputtering and crackling of which, mingled with the hissing delicacies before it, and the shrill scream of the presiding fury. A stranger might be warned of his approach to this pandemonium some time ere its wonders were visible. The pilgrim seated himself in an accessible corner, anxiously awaiting the promised signal. On a long stone bench lay heaps of broken meat, ready for distribution to the groups of mendicants who were now clamoring without the gate. From the low and ponderous rafters hung dried mutton, bacon, and deer's tongues, wreathed in curls of smoke, that might seem to render an introduction to the chimney unnecessary for completing their flavor. It was not long ere a pert waiting maid approached. She drew up her short linsey-woolsey garments from the contaminations beneath her feet. Raising her chin, she thus addressed the servitors. My lady bids ye bring the dole quickly into the great hall, she attends today in person. When the bell rings, looking towards the pilgrim as she spoke, my lady leaves her chamber. Maud departed with the same supercilious deportment. The bell was immediately heard, and the stranger, making the best of his way into the hall, found the doors wide open, and an indiscriminate assemblage of supplicants. Displaying to the best advantage a variety of modes and manifestations of distress, unhappily not confined to those unhallowed days of wretchedness and misrule. Their chief attention seemed to be directed towards a side wicket, in the upper part of which was a slide for the more convenient distribution of the accustomed largesse, when the Lady Mabel did not superintend the apportioning of her beneficence. It was soon whispered amongst the crowd that she, who had for a considerable time kept aloof from all intercourse, would that day distribute her own bounty. The tinkling of the bell ceased, and suddenly the door flew open. Lady Mabel and her maidens entered. The crowd fell back as she approached. Of a commanding form and deportment, she seemed a being of some superior creation. Whilst, with slow and majestic steps, she passed on to the upper division of the hall, where the dais raised her slightly above the multitude. She was habited in deep mourning, her heavy train swept gracefully over the dark pavement. Her veil, in cumbrous folds, reached almost to her feet, effectually concealing her face from the eyes of the spectators. A number of servitors, now entered, bearing the allotted viands, together with sundry articles of winter apparel. The upper table was filled, and a profound silence showed the awe and respect which her presence inspired. She raised her veil. Grief, long subdued, yet deep and irremediable, hung heavily on her pallid features, but their form and character was untouched by the destroyer. Not a ringlet was visible. Her brow, bare and unornamented, threw an air of severe grandeur on her whole countenance. Around the lip fell a deeper shade of sorrow, but sweet, inexpressibly sweet and touching, was the expression. Though the rose had faded, yet, lovelier in decay, it seemed to mingle more gracefully with the soft hues by which it was surrounded. She waved her hand, singly the mendicants approached, proffering their simple tale of suffering and privation. To every one she administered comfort, consoling the wretched and reproving the careless, but each had a share of her bounty ere he withdrew. The hall was nearly cleared. Yet the palmer sat, as if still awaiting audience, behind a distant pillar, and deeply pondering, as it might seem, the transactions he had witnessed. The last of their suppliants had departed ere he rose, bending lowly as he approached. The eye of the noble dame suddenly became rivet on him. She was leaning in front of her maidens, beside a richly carved canopy of state, underneath which, on days of feudal hospitality and pomp, presided the master of the banquet. Behind, a long and richly variegated window poured down a checkered halo of glory around her form. She seemed an angel of light, issuing from that fountain of splendor, and irradiating the whole group with her presence. "Reverend pilgrim, thy behest." She said this with a shudder of apprehension, as if dreading an answer to her inquiry. The pilgrim spoke not, but advanced. The attendants drew aside. A silence, chill and unbroken as the grave, pervaded the assembly. He took from his vest a silver ring. The Lady Mabel grasped the well-known signet. With agony the most heartrending and intense she exclaimed. "My husband's signet, where? Whence came this pledge? Speak." A pause ensued. It was one of those short ages of almost insupportable suspense, when the mind, wound up to the keenest susceptibility of endurance, seems vibrating on the verge of annihilation. As if the next pulse would snap its connection with the world forever. "Lady," the pilgrim answered, in a low sepulchral tone, "it is a bequest from thy husband." It was his wife's last pledge, a seal of unchanging fidelity. "He bade me seek his dame, and say, his last sigh was to her, his last wish to heaven." Lady Mabel listened, every tone sunk like a barbed arrow to her heart. The voice resembled not that of her deceased husband, yet such was the deceptive influence arising from the painful irritation which her spirits had undergone, that, if reason had not forbidden, her fancy would have invested it with supernatural attributes, listening to it as though it were a voice from the tomb. "For the love I bore and yet bear to his most honored name, tell me, I conjure thee, tell me, his earthly resting place. My last pilgrimage shall be thither. I will enshrine his hallowed relics, and they shall be a pledge of our union where we shall no more part." The last words were spoken with a solemnity of expression awful and thrilling beyond the power of language to convey. "What recks it, lady?" "Thou hast gotten thee another," said the pilgrim. "Another, oh name him not." "Never, never, most base, most cruel. He took advantage of my bereavement, a moment of weakness and maternal terror. By what long ages of suffering and wretchedness has it been repaid? Better I had beheld my babes wasting with hunger, than have mated with this unpitying husband for a home and a morsel of bread." A flush of proud scorn at her own weakness overspread her features. It was but momentary. She bade the attendants withdraw. Looking round for this purpose, she was aware, for the first time, of the hated presence of Roger de Cliderhow, watching, with considerable surprise, for the result of this unexpected interview. He departed with the retinue, leaving Lady Mabel and the pilgrim for a while unobserved. "Thou art a holy and a heaven-destined man, yet surely thou hast been taught to share another's sorrows, to pour the oil of compassion over the wounds of the penitent and broken-hearted." The lady turned aside her head, she leaned over the chair for support, whilst one hand pressed her throbbing temples. "Mabel Bradshaw." It was the voice of Sir William. She started as at a summons from the tomb. No other form was visible but that of the pilgrim bending over his staff. Her eye wandered wildly around the hall, as if she expected some phantom to start from its recesses. A richly fretted screen, behind which the minstrels and lookers-on occasionally sat at the festival, stood at the lower end of the apartment. A slight rustling was heard. She was about to rush towards the spot, when the voice was again audible, and apparently at her side. Slowly the hood of the pilgrim was uplifted. He threw off his disguise, but oh, how changed was the once athletic form of Sir William Bradshaw. With a wild and piercing shriek she flew towards the outstretched arms of her husband, but ere they met, a figure stepped between, barring their approach. It was the ungainly person of Sir Osmond Neville. "Nay, nay, seek thy leman elsewhere, thou gay palmer. It were a brave honour, truly, to graft me with thy favours." With this brutish speech he was proceeding to lay hands on the lady, who stood stupefied in amaze, and bereft of power to offer the least resistance. "To me this insult! I'll chase thee from thy lair," exclaimed the incensed Sir William. Roger de Cliderhow at this moment suddenly approached, and in great alarm. He whispered Sir Osmond. "'Tis Sir William, thou hast no time for parley. If his coming get abroad we are undone. Call thy men hither, and let him be conveyed away privily. The dungeon will tell no tales. I'll summon them. If the servants get a whisper of the matter, I'll give out he is an impostor." Fearful of encountering the glance of his injured lord, this worthy withdrew in great precipitation. It was but the work of a moment. Sir Osmond had taken the precaution to prevent all egress, so that Sir William and his lady were, in fact, prisoners, at the mercy and discretion of a cruel and cowardly foe. Sir William had thrown off his cloak and the remainder of his disguise. He now stood proudly erect before the supplanter, who was somewhat stunned by this unexpected issue. "I defy thee to the combat. Hast thou the grace to give me a weapon, or art thou as cowardly as thou art presuming?" tauntingly inquired Sir William. "Impostor! Wouldst have me believe every wish that folly genders?" "To the proof," sullenly replied Sir Osmond. "What says the Lady Mabel?" "Let her decide," returned the other. "She," cried the ingrate, with a contemptuous sneer, "her wits are so set upon it, that she would worship any ill-favoured lout that should call himself her husband. 'Tis false. Unblushing as thou art." The lightning kindled in the lady's eye as she spoke. Sir Osmond quailed beneath her glance. "Am I mad?" she continued. "Aye, if thy wish could have goaded me to it. Thou hast heaped on me tortures, indignities, cruel as thy relentless nature could devise, but I have been spared for this." Her lips quivered. Shuddering, she spoke with amazing energy and distinctness. "I have repented, day and night, but they were unavailing tears. Oh, if I have wronged thee," she covered her face with her hands, "it was not even in thought that I grew unfaithful to thy trust. My babes, in a moment of weakness I looked on them, smiling as they lay. I could not dash the cup from their lips ere they had well nigh tasted. I could not behold them so soon doomed to misery and want." She made a convulsive effort to repress her sobs. "Can years of suffering atone for my crime?" She drew back as she continued, "I abhor, I loathe the very existence I am forced to prolong. The cloister alone can hide my wretchedness and my shame. I forgive thee, nay, shrink not from my embrace," cried the distracted Sir William, "I blame thee not in my regret. Pure, and as free from guilt as when first I knew thee, do I now receive thee to my arms." Sir Osmond smiled in contempt, at the same time casting a furtive glance towards the side entrance, where, true to his word, Roger de Cliderhow had summoned a guard of Welsh bowmen, their master's accomplices in many a deed of violence and rapine. Sir Osmond heard their approach. He cautiously undrew the bolts, and, pointing to his foe with a signal they but too well understood, the latter was immediately seized, and with such rapidity, that almost before Sir William was aware of their design, he found himself a prisoner and incapable of resistance. "Traitor, thou wilt rue this foul despite. I here proclaim thee a craven knight and a dastard," exclaimed Sir William. "False pilgrim," growled his adversary, "didst think to foist thy fooleries upon me? The dungeon walls will give thee a patient hearing. Boast to them of thy descent, and when they acknowledge thee, so will I. Guards, to your duty." Lady Mabel, with a loud and appalling shriek, fell senseless on the pavement. In vain did Sir William endeavour to free himself from the rude grasp of his conductors. He was hurried along, nor did there appear the remotest possibility of escape. Just as they turned into a sort of corridor, leading to the passages more immediately connected with the place of their destination, they encountered Humphrey Latham. The same half-stupid, half-knavish expression of face was now lighted up by a grin of apparently inexplicable amazement. Nuncle," said he, stroking his beard, "but you're in mighty grace. The Welshman always mounts his he-goats for guard on them he delighteth to honour." With one of his more than ordinarily elvish and malicious shouts he scampered past the enraged sentinels, and was heard rapidly ascending the steps of the great tower. beneath the massive foundations of which lay the dark and cheerless abode so unexpectedly destined for the reception of its owner. Whilst these occurrences were passing within the walls, Grimm's curiosity was in prodigious exercise without. His anxiety increased in a compound ratio with the time elapsed, and inversely as the hope of intelligence was decreasing. Every spare moment his eye was directed towards the hall, but no tidings came, no scout, no messenger from the scene of action, from whom the slightest inkling of the result could be gathered. It seemed as though all intercourse had ceased, all transit and communication were cut off. It was mighty strange. Some rare doings were afloat, no doubt, and not a soul would remember honest Grimm in his thrall. He tied and untied his apron, beat the iron when it was cool, and let it cool when it was hot. It will be noon presently. He looked at the sun. It seemed to have crept backward for the last half hour. At any rate, he was morally certain that useful appendage to this great and troublesome world had stood still, if not retrograde. The mendicants were all gone, no tidings to be gained from them, matters were more than usually contrary and provoking, and if it had not been for some recent disgrace which his prying disposition had occasioned at the hall, he would long ago have satisfied himself by a personal inquiry into the present posture of affairs. Hope deferred was just on the point of being attended with the usual consequences, when, taking another peep through a crevice, constructed for putting into effect a more efficient system of examination, he beheld a phenomenon as unlooked for as it was incomprehensible. He rubbed his eyes, strongly persuaded that some rigorous discipline was necessary. He pinched his fingers, shook himself, was he really awake? Or, he took another peep, still it was there. Nor crossings, ejaculations, nor other established contrivances had any effect. The vision that caused all this disturbance was the great banner of the Bradshaw on the tower, curling full and stately in the breeze. Wonders and misfortunes rarely come unattended. Grimm's appetite for the marvellous was now in danger of suffering as much from repletion as before from inanity, and he had just summoned his dame for a special council, when his ears were assailed by a furious ding-dong. Stroke upon stroke, huge, heavy, and unceasing, followed each other in rapid succession. It was the great bell, used only on occasions of emergency and importance, the hoarse tongue of which had been silent since the day of Sir William's departure. There was no time to waste in conjecture. Grimm rushed from his dwelling. Convinced that some catastrophe was at hand, his intention was to climb the hill behind his little hovel, in order to reconnoitre the premises with greater facility. Sallying forth, he saw numbers of the peasantry on the same errand. All was bustle and inquiry, each giving his neighbour credit for the possession of some intelligence whereby the mystery might be unravelled. "Sir William cannot have returned," said one. "No," replied another, "or the buck would soon put the Welshman out of his stall." "Ha, said a neighbouring gossip, "those horns are big enough," pointing to the device upon the banner, "a buck passant." As they drew nearer to the great gate the bell had ceased, when suddenly appeared, perched on a corner of the tower, the well-known form of Daft Humpy. He threw up his cap, caught it, and whirled it round his head with every demonstration of joyous extravagance. "Hurrah!" shouted he, with a distinct and shrill enunciation, which might be heard to the very extremities of the crowd. "Hurrah for Sir William Bradshaw, he is come again, hurrah, neighbours, in." He ran round the battlements with unceasing vociferation. On hearing this news, numbers entered the gate pell-mell, carrying with them some who would fain have acted with more discretion, by watching the issue warily and out of harm's way. Of this class was our stout-fisted friend Darby Grimm, who, though of a well-composed valour when fairly tested, was yet slow to move, and cared not to thrust his fingers uselessly into a broil. The first party that entered was met by Humphrey. "Pickaxes and spades," cried he, flourishing a stout staff. "To the dungeon, come along, come along." So far from accelerating their speed, this address seemed at once to suspend all further progress. They gazed at each other. None wist what to do, naturally not overburdened with confidence in the discretion of their guide. Suddenly checking himself, he stood as erect as the nature of his form would admit, before the astonished auditors. Ye lazy caterpillars! Ye cowardly scum of humanity! If ye follow me not, I'll rouse the Welsh bulldogs. Sir Osmond hath ta'en him to the dungeon, I tell ye, and who is there that will not lend a hand to the rescue of Sir William Bradshaw? Grim was among the foremost of the invading army. On hearing this news, a latent spark enkindled his courage most opportunely into a blaze. Seizing a cudgel, he brandished it in front of his comrades, like one half frantic, crying, "It is, it is! I have seen him this blessed day, hurrah for Sir William!" "Hurrah!" shouted the crowd, whose courage, augmenting with their numbers, soon manifested itself in an immediate attack on the cell, whence they speedily extricated their lord. Intoxicated with joy, they vowed a summary vengeance on the discourteous knight who had so vilely entreated him. Sir William's first care was for the rescue of his lady. She almost forgot her own sorrows on witnessing his joy when once more folding the children to his embrace. A short interval elapsed ere he sought his adversary, but he had fled, along with his unworthy followers. Such was the wrong Sir William had suffered, that his yet untamed spirit deemed it an offence too foul to be expiated by aught but the blood of his merciless foe. Armed, and with but few attendants, he hotly pursued him, and, as old chronicles tell, at a place called Newton, he overtook and slew him in single combat. Returning in safety, he lived happily with his lady to a good old age. They lie buried in the chancel of All Saints, Wigan, where, carved on the tomb, their effigies still exist, the rarest of the monumental antiquities in that ancient edifice. The Lady Mabel's spirit had been too sorely wounded to recover its tranquillity. For the purpose of what was then deemed an expiation to her unintentional offence, she performed a weekly penance, going barefooted from Hay to a place outside the walls at Wigan, where a stone cross was erected, which bears to this day the name of Mab's Cross. The Prior of Burscough. Queer are ye bound, ye bold prior, with that lady on your knee? I'm bound to the hills, I'm bound to the dales, I'm bound to the grey priory. Old Ballad. MS. Of the once renowned Priory of Burscough, only 2 pillars, belonging to the centre arch of the church, are now remaining. It is situated about 2 miles from Ormskirk, on the Preston Road, in a level district of great compass renowned for its fertility. The extensive manor and living of Ormskirk formerly belonged to this priory. The Charter of King Edward II. Reciting and confirming the grants of the donors, with a confirmation of the charter by which the Prior and Convent of Burscough, and their successors for ever, shall have one market every week on Thursday, at their manor of Ormskirk. And likewise one fair every year, of 5 days' continuance, is still preserved in the office of the Duchy of Lancaster. This religious house was founded for black canons by Robert Fitzhenry, Lord of Latham of Latham, in the reign of Richard I. It was formerly the burial place of the Earls of Derby. But many of the coffins have been removed to their vault in the church at Ormskirk, built by Edward, the 3rd Earl, great-grandson of Thomas, 1st Earl of Derby, who had the honour of crowning Henry VII. At Bosworth Field with the coronet torn from the brows of the slain tyrant. The main fact of the following tradition may be found in the Calend. Rochello. Patents, folios 155, art. 13, containing the free pardon granted by Edward III. To the atrocious murderer of Michael de Poynings and Thomas Le Clark, after the rape he had committed on Margaret de la Bec. At the dissolution, this priory had a superior, 5 monks, and 40 servants. The last prior was John Barton, who surrendered the living, and subscribed to the king's supremacy. He was surviving as late as the year 1553. That curious structure, the church at Ormskirk, having 2 steeples, a tower and spire, contiguous to each other, is briefly glanced at in the tradition. This circumstance, according to some accounts, was occasioned by the removal of part of the bells from Burscough at the dissolution of the monasteries, when the existing spire steeple was found to be not sufficiently capacious. The tenor bell, said to have been the 3rd bell, at Burscough, bears some apparent proof of its translation. Round the circle, below the ear, is the following inscription in black letter, except the initials of the founder. J. S. De Burscough Armig. Etevr. Me fecerunt in honorem Trinitatis RB 1497. About halfway down the bell is another date, 1576. Where each asterisk is marked are the rose, portcullis, and fleur-de-lis. Beneath the inscription a neat border is cast, filled up in the center with the rose, portcullis, and fleur-de-lis, repeated so as to occupy the whole circumference of the bell. We have been thus particular in our description, as it may not be uninteresting to pursue this inquiry, connected as it is with some important historical facts, not irrelevant to the subject. The following remarks may preclude any further observations of our own. The red rose is well known to have been the favorite emblem of the House of Lancaster, from whom Henry VII was descended, and through whom he gloried in claiming his title to the throne. His mother, Margaret Countess of Richmond, then Countess of Derby, was sole daughter and heiress of the Duke of Somerset VIII, who bore the portcullis as an heraldic distinction. This nobleman was descended from John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, and Henry had a right to the honourable bearings of his royal ancestors. Hence the rose and portcullis were favourite badges of this monarch, as peculiarly belonging to the House of Lancaster. The fleur-de-lis is the emblem of France. And, independently of the arms of that kingdom being quartered at that time, until very lately, with the royal arms of England, Henry had a right to assume this distinction also, as being the grandson of Sir Owen Tudor and Catherine of France. Relict of Henry V. The first date, also 1497, refers to a very important period in history, as connected with the Derby family. 2 short years before, the brave Sir William Stanley, who, of his own power and interest, raised and brought 3,000 horse and foot to the rescue of his prince, when his life, his honor, and his hopes of a throne were at stake. Who contributed to his victory, and helped to crown him king in the field, had, by that very sovereign, been sent to the block, merely on account of a doubtful and unguarded expression, reported by a rebel, a traitor, and an ungenerous friend. The unhappy monarch, learning too late the dire effects of groundless suspicion, paid a visit in the following year to his deeply wounded stepfather, the brother of the dauntless hero whom he had so lately sacrificed. It is stated that the king arrived at Knowsley on or about the June 24, 1496, and then went to Latham, whence, after remaining a month with his mother the Countess, and the Earl her husband, he returned to London. This brings us within 1 year of the date on the tenor bell, and I cannot help thinking that its emblems have some allusion to the royal visit to Knowsley and Latham. It becomes, however, necessary to attempt to account for the second date, 1576, on the same bell. And here we can again only conjecture. It is not improbable that the original bell was injured. That, prior to breaking up, its inscription and emblems were carefully molded, and a new one cast, with the old metal, in the year 1576, care being taken that a copy of the inscription, and should fill the same situation in the present bell, which the originals occupied in the former. 9. It may not be deemed irrelevant to mention here a tradition which exists relative to the visit of King Henry VII. At Latham, particularly as it does not appear to be generally known. After the execution of Sir William Stanley, when the king visited Latham, the Earl, when his royal guest had viewed the whole house, conducted him up to the leads for a prospect of the country. The Earl's fool, who was among the company, observing the king draw near to the edge of the leads not guarded with a balustrade, stepped up to the Earl, and pointing down to the precipice, said, "Tom, remember Will." The king understood the meaning, and made all haste downstairs, and out of the house, and the fool long after seemed mightily concerned that his lord had not had courage to take that opportunity of avenging himself for the death of his brother. Kennet's Mrs. 1033. Folios 47. It was on a still and sultry evening, about the close of summer, in the year of grace 1347, that a solitary traveller was seen hastily descending, by a woodland path, into the gloomy thickets that surrounded the neighbouring Priory of Burscough. The raindrops were just pattering on the dark leaves above him, and the birds were fast hastening to some deeper shelter. The timid rabbit, as the stranger passed by, darted into its burrow, and many a quiet face gazed on him from beneath a pair of ragged antlers, peeping over the fences that guarded the domain. Here and there a narrow glade opened beautifully into the woods, through which might be seen green lawns and pastures, with herds of dappled deer stealing silently to their covert. The low growl of the distant thunder seemed to come upon each living thing like the voice of some invisible spirit, subduing with its mysterious speech every power and faculty, with an authority superior to all human control. The traveller hastened on. The pinnacles and stately turrets of the priory were just visible through the arched boughs, when, turning into a more sequestered path, he observed a female of a wild and uncouth aspect standing in the way. She showed no disposition to move as he approached, nor did she seem to notice his presence. He stopped, but sufficiently near to distinguish the motion of her lips. An unintelligible mutter accompanied it. She looked darkly towards the south, beckoning to the coming thunder, and pointing, as though she would guide its course, towards the grey walls of the priory. She was dressed in a dark-coloured corset fitting close to the body, and a hood of the same materials. Her hair was a deep jet, and fantastically twisted about her face. She was of low stature, but not bowed by decrepitude or age. Her cheek was hollow, and her complexion swarthy, but her eye grew unnaturally bright, blazing out with a fierceness, intense as though the fire within were visible through these chinks and crevices of the soul's tenement. Though the storm was rapidly approaching she still kept her place, unawed by the rude elements, and seeming to suffer but little inconvenience from the shower, now descending with great vigor. The path was narrow, and a thick underwood skirted the road, so that for the stranger to pass was impossible, unless his opponent chose to take up a more favorable position. But the sudden burst of a terrific thunderclap, which seemed to roll in a continuous peal above them, made him less ceremonious on this head than the laws of gallantry might warrant. He drew nearer to the female, with the intention of seeking a passage on that side where the least disturbance would be given. "Go not. 'Tis accursed," said she, as if preparing to dispute the attempt. "I am a stranger, and hastening for shelter. In troth, 'tis a narrow goit that will not let a drowning man through. Prithee, dame, let me not, in some wise, seem uncourteous. Yet." Here he attempted to pass. But she seized him, and with so powerful a grasp that for a moment his intention was foiled, so sudden and unexpected was the attack. Though of a stout and muscular shape, yet was he holden tightly, as if she were exulting in her strength. Either malice or madness had given her a vigour of body beyond that of her sex. "Michael de Poynings." The stranger started at this recognition. "I warn thee. Thinkest thou yon fiend will forward thy mission? Wilt thou tear the prey from the jaws of the famished and ravening wolf? Beware." Some score of years had elapsed since de Poynings was a visitor in these parts. And he was now upon some sacred mission to the Prior of Burscough, Thomas de Litherland, whose great power and reckless intrepidity of guilt had won for him a name of no common note, even in those ages of privileged injustice and oppression. No bosom but his own, at least in that neighbourhood, could have been privy to the business which brought him hither. And yet he found a woman casually crossing his path, whose knowledge of his errand was but too evident, and whose appearance and deportment might well excuse the suspicions he entertained as to her familiarity with the evil one. "Go, poor beast. Thou art but fattened for the slaughter." She said this, apparently addressing a stout buck that was sheltering in the thicket. De Poynings shuddered, as she looked on him askance, with some dubious meaning. "I'll meet thee at supper time." This was said with a slow and solemn enunciation, as though some terrible warning was intended, yet durst he not question her further, and ere he could reply she had disappeared in the recesses of the forest. The rain now poured down in torrents, and de Poynings was fain to hasten with all possible expedition towards the porter's gate. The Priory of Burscough had been founded the century preceding, for a brotherhood of black canons, by Robert Fitzhenry, Lord of Latham. He endowed it with considerable property, emoluments, and alms, and, according to the weak superstition of the age, thought thereby to obtain pardon and rest for the souls of Henry II, John, Earl of Moreton, himself, his wife, and all his ancestors. At the same time wishing the kingdom of heaven to all persons who would increase the gifts, and consigning to the devil and his angels all who should impiously infringe on his bequests. It was dedicated to Saint Nicholas, and a rude effigy of the saint was carved over the south porch of the chapel, with 2 or 3 naked children at his feet. The building was not large, but the architecture was chaste and beautiful, a noble specimen of the early Gothic, then superseding the ponderous forms and proportions of the Norman, or rather Saxon era. The arches were sharply pointed. The windows, narrow and lancet-shaped, were deeply recessed, the slender shafts of the columns were carried in clusters to a vast height, surmounted by pinnacles of rich and elegant tracery. These gave a light and airy character to the whole, highly significant of the buoyant feelings that accompanied so wonderful an escape from the heavy trammels of their predecessors. Craving shelter, de Poynings was admitted without any question, as all travellers partook indiscriminately of the general bounty. The religious houses in those days were the constituted almonries of the rich and great. And through these overflowing channels, for the most part, proceeded their liberality and beneficence. He was ushered into one of the locutories, or parlours, where, his business being with the prior, he was desired to wait until an audience could be granted. Prior Thomas, from some cause or other not assigned, held himself at that season much estranged and secluded from his brethren. He had seldom been seen from his lodgings, except when performing his accustomed office in the church. He had not taken his place in the refectory of late, the duties of the day being performed by one of the elder canons. De Poynings, after a short space, was summoned to the prior's chamber. In his progress, he passed the door of the refectory where the brethren were at supper. It was large and wainscoted, and furnished with an ample dresser. Cupboards were let into the wall, and windows opened into the kitchen, through which their meal was served. One of the monks was reading the appointed service from a low pulpit or desk. The prior's seat was still vacant. Their way now led through the cloisters, and at the opposite side of the quadrangle a portal communicated by a long and dark passage with the prior's lodging. This was a sort of inferior castellated mansion, with a spacious hall, and a smaller dining chamber immediately adjoining. At the end was a fair chapel or oratory. Ascending a flight of stone steps, they came to a low door. The conductor knocked, and de Poynings soon found himself in the presence of the proud Prior of Burscough. He wore a square cap of black stuff, after the fashion of his order. His cloak, or upper garment, was of the same colour, trimmed round the bottom with a double edging. He reposed on a couch, or oaken settle, and seemed, in some measure, either indisposed or unwilling to notice the homage he received. His figure was strong and muscular, his complexion dull, and almost swarthy. His lips were full, and his aspect rather coarse than sensual. His brows were high, and unusually arched, but his eyes were downcast, and seldom raised towards the speaker. In speech he was brief and interrogative, but impatient under a tardy or inefficient answer. "Thy name, stranger?" "Michael de Poynings." "From whence?" "My business concerns you in private." "I await your reverence's pleasure." The prior motioned the attendants to withdraw. "Proceed." "Thy message?" He spoke this with precipitancy, at the same time abruptly changing his position. "Mine errand is touching one Margaret de la Bec," said de Poynings, seating himself opposite to the prior, "and I am directed to crave your help for the clearing away of some loose suspicions regarding her concealment." "Her concealment?" replied de Litherland, starting up angrily from the couch. "Her concealment. They who hide may find. I know not aught of the wench, save that she was mad, and drowned herself. But why not inquire of Sir Thomas? The maiden was not in my keeping." He paced the chamber haughtily, but with a disturbed and lurid aspect. "Yet," replied the other, "it is well and currently reported, and witnesses there be who have already testified as to a fact, that some of your men were seen the night of her withdrawal lurking in her path. And that screams and other manifestations of the outrage then perpetrated were heard in this direction. Not that we deem any blemish can attach to your reverence in this matter. Still, why dost thou hesitate in thy speech?" said the prior, in a voice almost inarticulate with choler. "I would say," answered de Poinings, "that it is our wish, and your duty, to search into this dark question, without favour or prejudice. And, further, we do reckon that the Prior of Burscough is not without the means to discover, and the power to punish, his offending vassals." "And whose evil star guided thee hither with this insolent message?" inquired the Prior, pale and trembling with rage. "Those whom your reverence may not lightly contemn. I have here a warrant from the council to procure all fitting help and suppliants for the bringing up the body of Margaret de la Bec, who is suspected of being detained in this neighbourhood, by persons hitherto unknown, against her own proper will and consent." The Prior paused for a space. A somewhat more placid expression and demeanour was the result. "I am no stranger," said he, "to this idle and mischievous rumour. Means have been used to discover its likelihood or credibility, but we find it to be utterly false and unworthy of our notice. The inventor of these tales shall not long escape. Yet hath she been missing ever since," said de Poinings, warily. "And in vain hath search been made for the body. And furthermore, we have her own expressed apprehension, as it regards one she durst not name, and a perilous foreboding of the evil that awaited her. It is to this source, yet obscure, I must own, that our inquiries are to be directed. Tarry here until the morning, and I will then give thee some further discourse on the matter." "Nay, Sir Prior," answered de Poinings. "I thank your Grace's courtesy, but this night I must away to the village or town hereabout, Ormschurch I think it be, and there, in all likelihood, I may abide for some days." The Prior bit his lips, but sought not to oppose his intent, further than by giving a hint that foul weather was abroad, and of the good cheer and dry lodging the Priory afforded. De Poinings, however, took his way afoot, returning to the town, where his horse and 2 trusty attendants awaited him at the tavern or hostel. The evening was fair, and the sky clear, save a broad and mountainous ridge of clouds piled up towards the northeast, from whence hung a black and heavy curtain stretching behind the hills in that direction. The sparkling of the sea was visible at intervals behind the low sand hills skirting the coast, giving out, in irregular flashes, the rich and glowing radiance it received. A lucid brightness yet lingered over the waves, which de Poinings stood for a moment to observe, as he gained the brow of the hill near the church. To this edifice was then appended a low spire, not exhibiting, as now, the strange anomaly of a huge tower by its side, seated there apparently for no other purpose than to excite wonder. And to afford the clerk an opportunity of illustrating its origin by the following tradition. Long time ago, 2 maiden sisters of the name of Orm, the founders of this church, disagreed as to the shape of this most important appendage. Tower against spire was, in the end, likely to leave the parties without a church in answer to their prayers, had not the happy suggestion offered itself in the shape of a pair of these campanile structures suited to the taste of each. That the foregoing is an idle and impertinent invention there is little need to show, inasmuch as both tower and spire might still have been built to satisfy the whim of the old ladies, though placed in the usual manner, one serving as a substratum to the other. A more probable solution is the following, though it may be as far from the truth. At the dissolution of the Priory of Burscough in the time of our great reformer Henry VIII, who, like many modern pretenders to this name, was more careful to reform the inaccuracies of others than his own, the bells were removed to Ormskirk. But the small tower beneath the spire not being sufficiently capacious, the present square steeple was added, and the wonder perpetuated to this day. De Poinings, on crossing the churchyard, met there a personage of no less note than Thomas the Clerk, or Thomas le Clerk, retiring from some official duties, arrayed in his white surplice and little quaint skullcap. He was a merry wight, and in great favour with the parish wives. He could bleed and shave the sconce, draw out bonds and quittances, thus uniting 3 of the professions in his own proper person. He was prime mover in the May games, and the Feast of Fools. Morris, Morisco, or Moorish dancers, there is good reason for supposing, were not then introduced, though by some said to have been brought into England in the 6th year of Edward III. When John of Gaunt returned from Spain, but few traces of it are found earlier than Henry VII, so that it is more probable we had them from our Gallic neighbours, or even from the Flemings. He could dance, too, and play on the rebec and cittern, this being a common amusement with the customers during the time they were in waiting at the barbers' shops, as newspapers were not then at hand to sustain this difficult office. He was of a dainty person, clad mostly in a kirtle of light watchet colour, thick set with loose points. His hosen were grey, mingled with black, and his shoes were belayed with knots and ornaments, of which, and his other stray gear, he was not a little proud. This Thomas was used to go about with a censer, on a Sunday, as Chaucer hath it, censing the wives of the parish feast. Absalom, that pink of clerkly portraiture, seemed but a fair prototype of this individual. Geoffrey Chaucer at this time being a setter forth of rhymes and other matters for the ticklish ears of sundry well-fed and frolicsome idlers about the court of King Edward. The merry knave of whom we speak was, however, in happy ignorance of all courtly fashions. Provided he obtained his Sunday contributions, and his Christmas loaf, and his eggs at Easter, little wot he how the world went round. He was a frequent visitor at the tavern, and de Poynings had already been distinguished by his especial notice. From his character, and the means of information arising out of his multifarious occupations, de Poynings expected that some of the intelligence he was in search of might be gathered from this source. The petty hostelry was now in sight, a projecting bush denoting the vintner's residence. The house was but thinly attended, though clean rushes and a blazing billet bespoke comfort and good cheer. De Poynings and his companion turned aside into a smaller chamber, where mine host was speedily summoned for a flagon of stout liquor. This being supplied, they addressed themselves to the wooden utensil with right goodwill. And as the draughts began to quicken, so did the clerk's tongue not fail to wag the faster. De Poynings adroitly shifted the discourse upon the business of which he was in quest, whenever there was a tendency to diverge, no rare occurrence, Thomas being somewhat loath for a while to converse on the subject. The liquor, however, and his own garrulous propensities, soon slipped open the budget, and scraps of intelligence tumbled out which de Poynings did not fail to lay hold of as hints for another line of examination. "I reckon so, at any rate, and so said Geoffrey," replied the clerk, after a pause, subsequent to some close question. "Sir Thomas, the Lord of Latham, as you may have heard, he is a good-hearted soul, and this Margaret de la Bec was companion to his daughter Isabel. She was ever held as a dame of good family and descent, though a stranger in these parts. Then she was passing fair, so that both squire and gentleman, as they looked on her, were nigh devoured with love. They say, too, her conditions were gentle and winsome as a child. And good," said de Poynings, who found he was slipping away from the main subject. "But hath not Sir Thomas made some apparent search since her disappearance from the hall? Save the mark, she was drowned in the moat." "So say the gossips," said the clerk, looking askance. "Her hood and mantle were on the brink, but her body, why, it never jumped out again to look for them, that's all." "But did no one look for the body?" carelessly inquired de Poynings. "The knight groped diligently in the castle ditch for many days, but light fishes make light nets, as we say. There was no corpse to be found, and many an Ave Maria has been said for her soul. What cause was then assigned for this fearful deed? 'Tis said she was in love, and went mad. I wot she was ever sighing and rambling about the house, and would seldom venture out alone, looking as though she were in jeopardy, and dreaded some hidden danger. Thinkest thou, friend, that some hidden danger might not be the cause, and this show of her drowning but a feint or device that should turn aside the current of their inquiry?" The clerk looked anxious and uneasy, sore puzzled, as it might seem, to shape out an answer. At length, finding that the question could not be evaded, he proceeded with much hesitation as follows. "Safe as my Lord Cardinal at his prayers, she is dead though. For I heard her wraith wailing and shrieking up the woods that night as I stood in the priory close. It seemed like, as it were, making its way through the air from Latham, for the smell of consecration, I reckon." "Go on," said de Poynings, whose wits were shrewdly beginning to gather intelligence from these furtive attempts at concealment. "Well-a-day," continued the clerk, draining an ample potation, I've heard strange noises thereabout. And the big building there, men say, is haunted by the ghost. Where is the building thou speakest of? The large granary beyond the postern leading from the prior's house towards the mill. I have not passed thereby since St. Mark's vigil, and then it came. Here he looked round, stealing a whisper across the bench, I heard it, there was a moaning and a singing by turns. But the wind was loud, so that I could scarcely hear, though when I spake of it to old Geoffrey the gardener, he said the prior had laid a ghost, and it was kept there upon prayer and penance for a long season. Now, stranger, thou mayest guess it was no fault of mine if from this hour I passed the granary after sunset. The ghost and I have ever kept ourselves pretty far apart. Canst show me this same ghostly dungeon? Can I, in broad daylight? But peradventure thou canst show me the path, or the clue to it, and I warrant me the right scent will lie at the end on't. And pray, good master, wherefore may your curious nose be so mightily set upon this same adventure? Said the clerk, his little red and ferrety eyes peering very provokingly into those of his opposite neighbour. Now, de Poynings was not for the moment prepared to satisfy this unexpected inquiry, but his presence of mind did not forsake him. Rightly guessing his friend's character, a compound in universal esteem, to wit, fool and knave, he drew from his pouch a couple of bright ship nobles, then but newly coined, which effectually diverted the prying looks of Thomas Leclerc. Why, look ye, said the latter, as the coin jingled in his bag, I was ever held in good repute as a guide, and can make my way blindfold over the bogs and mosses hereabout. And I would pilot thee to the place yonder, if my fealty to the prior, that is, if, I mean, though I was never a groat the richer for his bounty. Yet he may not like strangers to pry into his garners and storehouses, especially in these evil times, when every cur begins to yelp at the heels of our bountiful mother. And every beast to bray out its reproaches at her great wealth and possessions. De Poynings was more and more convinced that his neighbour knew more of the matter than he durst tell. But it seemed expedient to conceal his suspicions for the present. In the end it was agreed that the cunning clerk should accompany him so far as to point out the situation. But on no account would he consent to keep watch during the absence of de Poynings. The latter assented to this arrangement, secretly resolving to dictate other terms where his will should both command and be obeyed. They immediately set out on horseback, followed by the servants, to whom de Poynings had given a private signal. The moon had risen. One bright star hung like a jewel in an Ethiop's ear, in the dark sky above the sun's track, which at this season sweeps like a lucid zone, dividing day from night, round the northern horizon. Such a time of purity and brightness often succeeds the sultry and oppressive languor of the day, especially when refreshed by the passing storm. The air so clear that objects press, as it were, upon the eyeballs, affecting the sight as though they were almost palpable to the touch. The dews had not descended, but the leaves were still wet. Big drops glittered in the moonlight, pouring a copious shower on the travellers as they passed. The clerk began a low chant, humming and whistling by turns. This gradually grew more audible, until the full burst of the Miserere commenced, richly adorned with his own original quavers. So enamored was he of his qualifications in this respect that he was fairly getting through high mass, when, midway in a ravishing Benedictus, he made a sudden halt. "What is that creeping behind the bushes there?" inquired he, in a sort of half-whisper to his companion. De Poynings looked in the direction pointed out, and thought he saw something, dark and mysterious, moving between the boughs on his left. He stopped, but the object, whatever its nature, had disappeared. Sore alarmed was the timid chorister, but though his melodies had ceased, a plentiful supply of credos and paternosters were at hand to supply their place. Crossing himself with a great show of sanctity, he moved on with much caution, his deep hoarse voice having subsided into a husky and abrupt whisper, often interrupted when objects the most trivial arrested his glance and aroused his suspicions. They arrived without molestation at an enclosure about a mile distant from the priory. Here they alighted, leaving the horses to the care of their attendants. Turning the angle made by a low wall, they observed a footpath, which the clerk pointed out as the shortest and most convenient course to their destination. Soon the east end of the priory chapel was visible, basking in the broad light of the harvest moon, then riding up full and unclouded towards her zenith. Buttress and oriel were weltering in her beam, and the feathery pinnacles sprang out sharp and clear into the blue sky. The shadows were thrown back in masses deep and unbroken, more huge in proportion to the unknown depths through which the eye could not penetrate. There, again. "'Tis a footstep on our track," said the clerk, abruptly breaking upon the reverie of his companion. "'Tis but the tread of the roused deer, man's bolder footstep falls not so lightly," was the reply. But this did not quiet the apprehensions of the querist, whose terrors were again stealing upon him. Their path was up a little glen, down which the mill stream, now released from its daily toil, brawled happily along, as if rejoicing in its freedom. Near the mill, on a point of land formed by an abrupt bend of the stream, stood the storehouse or grange. It was an ample structure, serving at times for purposes not immediately connected with its original design. A small chamber was devoted to the poorer sort of travelers, who craved a night's lodging on their journey. Beneath was a place of confinement, for the refractory vassals and serfs, when laboring under their master's displeasure. It was here the garrulous clerk said he had been scared by the ghost, and his reluctance to proceed evidently increased as he drew nearer. He did not fail to point out the spot, but resolutely refused to budge a step farther. "We had best return," said he, "I have told thee what I know of the matter." "And what should scare thee so mightily, friend?" said de Poinings, from out the prior's grange. "Methinks, these ghosts of thine had a provident eye to their bellies. These haunters to the granary had less objection to the victuals than to a snuff of the wind before cockcrow." "I know not," replied Amen, rather doggedly. "'Tis all I heard, though there be more that live hereabout than the prior and his monks, I trow." "Thou hast been here ofttimes, O knights?" carelessly inquired the other. "I have, upon some chance occasion it may be. But since that ugly noise got wind, to which my own ears bear testimony, I was not over-curious to pass within hearing, though it were only the rogues, some said, that were mulcting the flour sacks. But thou knowest there was a hint dropped a while ago at the hostel, that the maiden, whom thou hast now forgotten, methinks, had some connection with this marvellous tale of thine. And now, it seems, I am to believe 'tis but the knaves or the rats purloining the prior's corn." "Hark thee, friend," said de Poinings, in a stern tone, "no more evasion, no turn or equivocation shall serve thee, out with it, and lead on, or—" A bright flash from his falchion here revealed the peril that he threatened. "Miserere mei, O, salve te. Silence, knave, and pass quickly, but remember, if I catch thee devising any sleight or shuffle, this sharp point shall quicken thee to thy work. It may prove mighty efficacious, too, as a restorative for a lapsed memory. I'll tell thee all, but, hold that weapon a little back, I prithee. Nay, nay, thou wouldest not compass a poor man's death in such haste. Lead on, then, but be discreet," said de Poinings, softly, at the same time pushing him forward at his sword's point. "Here is some help to mine errand, or my craft fails me this bout." After many qualms and wry faces, de Poinings, by piecemeal, acquired the following intelligence. One night, this honest clerk being with a friend on a predatory excursion to the prior's storehouse, they heard a muffled shriek and a sharp scuffle at some distance. Being outside the building, and fearing detection, they ran to hide themselves under a detached shed, used as a depository for firewood and stray lumber. Towards this spot, however, the other parties were evidently approaching. Presently 3 or 4 men, whom they judged to be the prior's servants, came nigh, bearing a female. They entered into the shed, and proceeded to remove a large heap of turf. Underneath seemed to be one of those subterraneous communications generally contrived as a retreat in times of peril. At any rate, they disappeared through the opening, and the clerk and his worthy associate effected their escape unobserved. Fear of detection, and of the terrible retribution that would follow, hitherto kept the secret undivulged. There could be little doubt that this female was Margaret de Lawbeck. And her person, whether living or dead, had become a victim to the well-known lawless disposition of the prior. They were now at the entrance to a low gateway, from which a short path to the left led them directly towards the spot. Entering the shed, they commenced a diligent search. But the terror and confusion of the clerk had prevented such accuracy of observation as could enable him to discover the opening, which they in vain attempted to find, groping their way suspiciously in the dark. "Softly, softly," said the clerk, listening. A low murmur came from the opposite corner, like the muttering of one holding audible communion with his own spirit. De Poinings listened too, and he fancied it was a female voice. Presently he heard one of those wild and uncouth ditties, a sort of chant or monotonous song, which, to the terrified psalm-singer, sounded like the death wail of some unfortunate ghost. The following words only became sufficiently distinct. "The sunbeam came on a billow of flame. But its light, like thine, is done. Life's tangled coil, with all its toil, is broken ere 'tis run. The kite may love the timid dove. The hawk be the raven's guest. But none shall dare that hawk to scare from his dark and cloud-wreathed nest. Wail on, ye fond maidens. Death lurks in the cloud. The storm and the billow are weaving a shroud. There's a wail on the wind. Ere its track on the main, a light shall be quenched, ne'er to kindle again. Surely I have heard that voice aforetime," thought De Poinings. It was too peculiar for him to mistake. The woman had loitered in his path a few hours before. It seemed her brain was somewhat disturbed, a wanderer and an outcast in consequence, she had here taken shelter ofttimes for the night. He determined to accost her, a feeling of deference prompted him, a superstitious notion, arising from an idea then prevalent, that a superior light was granted to those individuals in whom the light of reason was extinct. He approached with caution, much to the terror and distress of his companion. "It is crazy Isabel," said he, "and the dark spirit is upon her." But De Poinings was not in a mood to feel scared with this intimation. The way was intricate, and he stumbled over a heap of dried fuel. The noise seemed to arrest her attention for a moment, but she again commenced her song, paying little heed to this interruption. On recovering his position, he was about to speak, when, to his great surprise, she thus accosted him. "I have tarried long for thee. Haste, equip for the battle, and then, my merry men all, round the greenwood tree. How gallant to ride with a gay lady. I am crazed, belike. Good wot, but I can ride o'er the neck of a proud prior." And the moon shone clear in the blue heavens, where the stars twinkle through her veil of light. There they gave me a merry shooting star, and I rolled round the wain with my golden car. But I leapt on the lightning's flash, beside the queen of this murky night. Crazed, indeed, thought De Poinings. "Hush," said she, "I'll tell thee a secret." She drew a light from some concealed recess, and flashing it full in the face of the intruder, seemed to enjoy the effect wonderfully. On a sudden her brow wrinkled, and the dark billows came over her spirit as she exclaimed, "But thou hast work to do, or we may rue the thieving trade. Go to, I must be calm. The spirit goeth forth, and I may not wander again. But my poor head, it burns here, here." And she put her hand tenderly on that of De Poinings, raising it to her brow, which throbbed violently. She started back, as from some sudden recollection, gazing intently on his countenance. "I know it, the vision tarrieth not. Now," she said, crossing herself with great solemnity, and with apparent composure, as if all trace of her malady had disappeared, "we must away. Follow, yet will I first set yon rogue to watch." She sought the terrified man of canticles, and, speaking in a low tone, raised her hand as though with some terrible denunciation in case of disobedience. Immediately she returned, and, pointing to a heap of loose stuff, began to throw it aside. "Here, here. But de Poinings hesitated, thinking it a somewhat dubious adventure to follow a mad woman, it might be, in quest of her wits. Seeing his unwillingness to proceed, she whispered something in his ear which wrought a marvelous change. He looked as if petrified with wonder, but he followed now without shrinking. They entered by a narrow door, curiously concealed. On its closing after them, de Poinings and his companions seemed shut out from the world, as if the link were suddenly broken which bound them to earth and its connections. The first sensation was that of dullness and damp, accompanied by a mouldering vapor, like that from the charnel house or the grave. Their way was down a winding and broken staircase. At the bottom a straight passage led them on to a considerable distance. Damps oozing from the walls made the path more and more tiresome and slippery as they proceeded. Shortly it became channeled with slime, and absolutely loathsome. The bloated reptile crawled across their path, and de Poinings beheld stone coffins piled on each side of the vault. Passing these, another flight of steps brought them to a low archway, at the extremity of which a grated door, now unbarred, led into a cell seemingly contrived as a place of punishment for the refractory or sinning brethren, who might be doomed to darkness and solitude as an expiation of their offense. The only furniture it contained was a wretched pallet, on which, as the light flashed doubtfully, de Poinings thought he beheld a female. He snatched the light and eagerly bent over the couch. With a shout of joy he exclaimed, "Be praised, ye saints, 'tis she." It was the wasted and squalid form of Margaret de la Bec. She raised her eyes towards him, but they were vacant and wandering. It was soon evident that her reason was impaired, and the spirit still inhabiting that lovely tenement was irrevocably obscured. Cruel had been her sufferings. Crimes too foul to name, but we draw a veil over the harrowing recital. When the last horrible act was consummated the light of her soul was put out, and her consciousness extinguished. To meet thus a living inhumation, where the body exists but as the spirit sepulchre. It were better they had been consigned to oblivion, shut up and perishing in the dark womb of the grave. The cry of vengeance had gone up, but was offered in vain for a season. The present period of existence was not allotted for its fulfillment. It was permitted to this monster that he should yet triumph unpunished, his measure of iniquity was not yet full. The limbs of the unconscious sufferer were pinioned, the fiend-like mercy of her tormentors prevented her own hands from becoming the instruments of her release. De Poinings restored her to freedom, but alas! She knew it not. The thick veil which heaven's mercy drew upon her spirit rendered her insensible to outward impressions. He raised her in his arms, bearing her forth from that loathed scene of darkness and disgrace. And when the pure breath of the skies once more blew upon her, it seemed as though it awakened up a faint glimmer in the dying lamp. She looked round with eagerness, and de Poinings thought some ray of intelligence began to brighten, as objects again appeared to develop their hidden trains of association on the memory. But the light was mercifully extinguished ere she could discover the fearful realities of her despair, and she again relapsed into hopeless and utter inanity. They were still loitering in the little shed, the clerk groaning out a sad and mournful chant. De Poinings appeared unable to arouse himself to the exigencies of the moment, when Isabel, wildly waving her torch towards the entrance, cried, "To horse, to horse! They will be here presently. Already has the raven snuffed your carcass." But the bolt whistled through. The heavens blew. And Sir Lionel lay on the battlefield. She seemed to hearken, as though in apprehension of approaching footsteps. De Poinings, roused from this dangerous stupor, prepared to escape ere the prior's emissaries had intelligence of her removal. They had passed the rivulet in safety, and had just gained the wood near to where the attendants lay in wait with the horses, when an arrow whizzed past de Poinings. For him the shaft was intended, but its destiny was otherwise. The unfortunate chanter lay stretched on the ground in his last agony. De Poinings flew on with redoubled speed. "Treachery!" he cried. His men knew the signal, and galloped towards him, but their aid was too late. A shack bolt, aimed with a sure hand, pierced him at this moment. "Take her, Margaret de la Bec." The prior, a murderer, ravisher. Fly to. The remaining words fell unuttered. His faithful attendants bore off the lifeless body, together with the hapless Margaret, who was soon placed in safety, far from the relentless fangs of the Prior of Burscough. Fearful and undeniable was the testimony and accusation they brought, but in vain. No effort was spared to bring upon this monster the just recompense of his crime. Yet, from the great scandal which a public execution must have drawn upon the Church, but more especially from the great influence he possessed amongst the nobles and chief dignitaries of the land, not only did he escape unpunished, but he received the king's most gracious pardon, in the 21st year of Edward III, so true are the following words from an historian of that reign. These men had so entrenched themselves in privileges and immunities, and so openly challenged an exemption from all secular jurisdiction, that no civil penalty could be inflicted on them for any malversation in office, and even treason itself was declared to be no canonical offence. The Eagle and Child. She's over the muir, and over the border, and o'er the blue hills far awa, with her collant, I trow, on his saddle bow, while the mist wreathes around them fa. The main facts of the following narrative, lying scattered through a wide field of barren inquiry, the author has been at considerable pains to collect and arrange in a continuous narrative. Little needs be said by way of introduction, the traditions here interwoven with the general history being mostly of a trivial nature, and not at all interfering with the facts developed by the historians and rhymers who have illustrated the annals of the House of Stanley. These accounts, exaggerated and distorted as they inevitably must have been, may yet, in the absence of more authentic testimony, afford a pretty accurate glimpse at the real nature of those events. However they may have been disguised by fiction and misstatement. Where tradition is our only guide we must follow implicitly, satisfied that her taper was lighted at the torch of truth, though it may gleam doubtfully and partially through the mists and errors of succeeding ages. One source from whence we have derived some information, though well known to the comparative few who have explored these bypaths of history, may not be thought uninteresting to the general reader, especially as it is connected with the most eventful portion of our narrative. An ancient metrical account of the Stanleys, Earls of Derby, is contained in some uncouth rhymes, written about the year 1562, by Thomas Stanley, Bishop of Sodier and Man 10 and son of that Sir Edward Stanley, who, for his valour at Flodden, was created Lord Monteagle. There are 2 copies of these verses in the British Museum, one amongst Cole's papers, volume 29, page 104, and the other in the Harleian Mizas, 541. Mr. Cole prefaces his transcript with the following notice: The history of the family of Stanley, Earls of Derby, wrote in verse about the reign of King Henry VIII from a MS. Now in possession of Lady Margaret Stanley, copied for me by a person who has made many mistakes, and sent to me by my friend Mr. Allen, Rector of Tarporley, in 1758, W. Cole. The MS. Formerly belonged to Sir John Crewe, of Utkinton, and was given by Mr. Ardern, in 1757, to Lady Margaret Stanley. The commencement of this metrical history is occupied in dilating upon the pleasure resulting from such an undertaking. And although the flow of the verse is not of remarkable smoothness, yet it hardly furnishes an apology for Seacombe's mistake, who, in his History of the House of Stanley, printed the first 50 lines as prose. The reverend versifier rehearses how Stanley sprang from Audley, and then shows the manner in which his ancestors became possessors of Stourton and Houghton. He dwells upon the joust betwixt the Admiral of Hainault and Sir John Stanley, the second brother of the House of Stanley of Houghton. 11 Then follows the account, more particularly developed in our own story, of the adventures and moving accidents which have been liberally used to adorn the garland of his descendant William, Earl of Derby. For many generations this was the recognized chronicle of the family, until, in the time of James I, a clergyman of Chester translated the rhymes of the bishop into English, carefully retaining the mistakes of the original, and adding long and dull disquisitions of his own. In the days of our valiant King Edward, while the fame of Cressy and Poictiers was fresh and stirring in all true and loyal hearts, while the monarchs of 2 powerful kingdoms were held captive in these realms, lived a worthy knight, of whom we had a brief notice in the preceding narrative. Sir Thomas Latham of Latham was a nobleman of great wealth and possessions. According to the Calendarium Rotulorum from the Charter Rolls in the Tower, he held lands, besides, in Knowsleg, Childwall, Roby, and Alosarg. In Liverpool, he was proprietor of the Tower, a structure of but little note until rebuilt and fortified by Sir John Stanley during his government in Ireland, of which we shall have more to say anon. Sir Thomas married, in the year 1343, the youngest daughter of Sir Hamon Massey of Dunham Massey, in the adjoining county of Chester. 12 years had since that period elapsed at the time when our story begins. And though earnestly desiring male issue, that his name and race might be perpetuated, yet was the sole fruit of their union hitherto a daughter, named Isabel, then just entering on her 10th year. Her winning and surpassing comeliness proved no solace to his disappointment. He grew moodish and melancholy in the midst of his vast wealth, apprehending the utter extinction of his name, and the intrusion of a stranger on his birthright. Hopeless of other issue by his own lady, he had recourse to unlawful means for this purpose, which procured for him a sore chastisement in the end, as our narrative will show. In that neighbourhood dwelt a comely maiden, the only daughter of a substantial yeoman, of the name of Oscatel. This damsel, pleasing the amorous fancy of Sir Thomas, fell an easy prey to his arts and persuasions. Though concealed from her friends, their too frequent intercourse at length became visible in the birth of a son, greatly to the joy of the father, who meditated nothing less than to adopt this illegitimate babe for the perpetuation of his name. Yet were there preliminaries of no mean importance to be adjusted, as all men who have wives may well conceive. The Lady of Latham must first be consulted. But probabilities were strongly against the supposition that she would tamely submit to this infringement on the rights of her child by the interposition of a bastard. Nay, she had beforetime hinted that some individual of the name, of moderate wealth and good breeding, might in time be found for a suitable alliance. Still, the success of his scheme was an object that lay deeply at his heart, and he grew more and more anxious and perplexed. One evening, as he wandered out disconsolately in the company of an old and trusty servant, to whom he had imparted the secret, they came to a desert place in the park, nigh to where a pair of eagles had from time immemorial built their nests. A project struck him which promised fair to realize his wishes. After a multitude of schemes subservient to the main purpose had been thrown out and abandoned, the whole plot was finally unfolded in the following manner. A message was conveyed to the mother overnight. That betimes on the following morning the babe, richly clad, should be held in readiness, and a trusty servant would forthwith convey him to the hall. She was peremptorily forbidden to follow. And in her great joy at this announcement, naturally supposing that a more favourable posture of affairs had arisen between Sir Thomas and his lady on the subject, she cheerfully consented to this unexpected deprivation, confident that it was to the furthering of her child's welfare and advancement. The infant, smiling, and unconscious of the change, was taken from his mother's lap, his swaddling clothes carefully folded together, and committed to the care of the aged domestic. Little was the anxious mother aware of the great peril he had to undergo ere the goal which bounded her anticipations was won. It was the soft twilight of a summer's morning, and the little birds had begun to chirp their matins, and the lark to brush the dew from her speckled breast, waiting for the first gaze of the sun. The old man pressed the infant closer to his bosom as he drew nigh to the steep acclivity, the solitary dwelling of the eagle. He kissed the babe. Then looking round, fearful of intruders, he laid the wicker cradle at the foot of the precipice, and sprang into a dark thicket close by, as if to watch for the descent of the rapacious bird. Leaving the child, we turned to Sir Thomas, who on that morning, as was his wont, together with his dame, awoke betimes, but he was sooner astir and more anxious and bustling than usual. Their custom was, awaking with the sun, to begin the day with a quiet stroll about the grounds, and on this eventful morning their walk chanced happily towards the eagle's nest. Being something farther and more out of their common track, it was noticed good-humouredly by the lady, who seemed to possess a more than ordinary portion of hilarity on the occasion. Evidently under some exciting influence, their walk was unconsciously protracted. In a gloomy dell, not far from the Eyrie, Sir Thomas stood still, in the attitude of listening. The lady, too, was silent and alarmed, but no intimation of danger was visible. Her own senses, though, seemed to gather acuteness, a circumstance by no means rare in the vicinity of an unusually timid and listening companion, who braces our perceptions to the tension of his own. Soon, however, the short and feeble cry of the babe was heard, when the knight sprang forward, feigning great astonishment at the discovery. Evidently dropped from the talons of the bird, it was looked upon as a special gift of Providence, a deposit direct from the skies, to have rejected which would have been a heinous offence, and an unlawful contravention of the designs of the giver. Accordingly, the infant was taken home and carefully nursed, being baptized by the name of Oscatel. The good lady became surprisingly enamored of the little foundling, believing his adoption was dictated by the will of heaven. And to this decision its father readily acceded. Sir Thomas, to give the greater sanction to this supposed miracle, as well as to remove all suspicion of fraud from the prying eyes of a censorious world, assumed for his crest an eagle on the wing, proper, looking round as though for something she had lost. The child grew in years and stature, being liberally furnished in all things according with the dignity he was destined to receive. Sir Thomas purposed the sharing of his wealth equally between his children, a measure which had the entire concurrence of Lady de Latham. Though younger by some years, Oscatel was generally considered by the world as the future husband of Isabella. But Sir Thomas, aware of danger on this head, early impressed them with some notion of consanguinity, and intimated the impossibility of their union. This prohibition, settling on a womanish fancy, might naturally have been expected to operate in a manner the reverse of his intention. Yet we do not find from history that Isabella ever cherished for him any other sentiments than those arising from a sisterly regard. Growing up to man's estate, he sought the court of King Edward, where, though of a peaceable temper, his soul was stirred to participate in the gallant feats incident to that scene of martial enterprise. Isabella was now in the full summer, or, it might be, ripening into the rich autumn of her beauty. Her father would by no means have permitted her union save with one of the highest rank, to which her gentle blood and princely inheritance entitled her. And though not a few hitherto, of noble birth and endowments, had sought the honor of her alliance, yet her heart was untouched, and in the end her suitors forbore their homage. All the country was now mightily roused with the news of the French champion who, together with sundry of his companions in arms, had challenged the English nation to match them with the like number at a solemn joust and tourney. And of the great gallantry and personal accomplishments of Sir John, then Captain Stanley, who had first taken up the gauntlet in his country's behalf. The lists were prepared. The meeting, by the King's command, was appointed to be holden at Winchester, where the royal court was expected to witness this splendid achievement. Oscatel, returning home, strongly importuned his sister to accompany him to the show, it being then deemed a pleasant recreation for many a fair and delicate maiden to view their champions hack and hew each other without mercy. Isabella, unceasingly urged to this excursion, at length set out for the city of Winchester, followed by a numerous train of attendants, where, in due time, they arrived, mingling in the bustle and dissipation incident to these festivities. Young Stanley was the second son of Sir William Stanley, Lord of Stanley and Stourton. As a younger branch of the house, he commenced his career, it is said, under the command of his relative Lord Audley, but this appears something doubtful. The Battle of Poictiers, in which Captain Stanley is said to have been, was fought in 1357, and here he must have battled in petticoats, seeing that his father was but married 26 Edward III. And, consequently, making due allowance for accidents and irregularities, young Stanley, as the second son, could not then have proceeded beyond his third year. A precocity unprecedented, we believe, even in the annals of that fighting era. The conflicting statements we meet with about this time, both traditionary and recorded, we cannot attempt to reconcile. Sufficient information happily exists, however, on which no doubt arises, and by the aid of that we proceed with our narrative. Stanley, according to some, having been a great traveller, had improved himself diligently in the art of war, and, as the old chronicles quaintly relate, he visited most of the courts of Europe, even as far as Constantinople. wherein he made such advances in the school of Marsh, that his superior skill in arms was generally applauded in every country he passed through. So distinguished and widely extended a reputation for bravery could not fail to provoke the pride and envy of all Christendom, whereupon the young Admiral of Hainaut, one of the bravest men of his time, together with divers gentlemen of the French court, defied the whole kingdom to a passage of arms, the result of which challenge has been shown. Great was the confluence and resort to the city of Winchester, it being noised abroad as though the king would distinguish the affray by his presence. Wondrous the stir and bustle of the soldiers, guards, and attendants, with hordes of idlers and hangers-on, from the vast array of knights and nobles, who came either to see or to share in the approaching trial. The splendid banners, the heraldic pomp and barbaric grandeur of their retinues, augmenting with every fresh arrival, made the streets one ever-moving pageant for many days before the conflict began. Isabella had full leisure to observe, from her own lattice, the gay and costly garniture, and the glittering appointments of the warriors. With the pageants and puerile diversions suited to the taste and capacity of the ignorant crowds by which they were followed. The king's mummers were arrived, together with many other marvels in the shape of puppet shows and motions, enacting the bold vice. Jonas and the Whale, Nineveh, the Creation, and 1,000 unintelligible but equally gratifying and instructive devices, one of which, we are told, was, for giants, a unicorn, a camel, an ass, a dragon, a hobby-horse, and 16 naked boys. The crowds attracted by these spectacles were immense, and the city nigh choked with the torrents that set in from every quarter. From the windows of the houses, where lodged the knights appointed to the encounter, hung their several coats, richly emblazoned, rousing forth many a shout and hurrah. As one and another symbol was recognized to be the badge of some favorite chief. But more than all, was the young Stanley's escutcheon favored by the fickle breath of popular opinion, which made it needful that a double guard should be mounted near his dwelling, a precaution, moreover, rendered needful by the many tumults among the different partisans and retainers, not always ending without bloodshed. The arrival of the king, however, soon changed the current of the wondering multitude. Edward was now in his 64th year, and the 50th of his reign. Though the decline of his life did not correspond with the splendid and noisy scenes which had illustrated the earlier periods of his history, yet he still manifested the same restless and undaunted spirit, ever considered as the prevailing attribute of his character. Towards the close of his career he had the mortification to endure the loss of his foreign possessions, having been baffled in every attempt to defend them. He felt, too, the decay of his authority at home, from the inconstancy and discontents of his subjects. Though his earlier years had been spent amid the din and tumult of war and the business of the camp, yet was he, at this period, almost wholly given up to pleasure and the grossest of sensual indulgences. Alice Pierce, to whom he was immoderately attached, had gained an ascendancy over him so dangerous that the Parliament remonstrated, with a courage and firmness worthy of a more enlightened era. And in the end he was obliged to remove her from court. Sometimes the spirit of his youth awoke, the glory of past ages was stirred up within him. And, like the aged warhorse neighing to the shrill note of the trumpet, he greeted the approaching tournament with something of his wonted ardor, though now but an expiring flash, brightening a moment ere it was extinguished. The day rose calm and unclouded. The thin haze of the morning had disappeared, and an atmosphere of more than common brilliancy succeeded. Through a great part of the preceding night the armorers had been busily employed altering and refitting the equipments, and the dawn had already commenced ere their labors were suspended. The lists were carefully scrutinized, and all chance of foul play averted. The priests, too, had blessed the armor and weapons from magic spells and foul negromancy. The barriers were built of stout boards, firmly riveted together. The royal pavilion being on the southern side, richly canopied and embroidered with costly devices. Galleries were provided for the nobles, not a few of whom, with their courtly dames, were expected to be present. The lists were 60 paces in length and 40 in breadth between the platforms on which the knights' tents were erected. The ground within was made hard and level, the loose stones and other impediments being carefully removed. There were 2 entrances, east and west, well guarded and strongly fenced with wooden bars about 7 feet high, so that a horse might not leap over. The tents of the warriors were fancifully decorated, every one having his shield newly emblazoned and hung out in front, where the pages and esquires watched, guarding vigilantly these sacred treasures. Nothing was heard but the hoarse call of the trumpet, the clank of mail, and the prancing of horses, pawing and eager for the battle. Long before the appointed hour the whole city was in motion. Isabella, too, whose bright eyes had not closed since the first gleam had visited her chamber, was early astir. An ugly dream, it is said, troubled her. Though of ripe years, yet, as we have noticed before, love had not yet aimed his malicious shafts at her bosom, nor even tightened his bowstring as she tripped by, defying his power. So that the dream, which in others would appear but as the overflowing of a youthful and ardent imagination, seemed to her altogether novel and unaccountable, raising up new faculties, and endowing her with a train of feelings heretofore unknown. No wonder that her looks were betrayers, her whole deportment manifested some hidden power controlling her high spirit, insomuch that her favourite maiden was fain to abate her morning gossip. Yet Isabella was not averse to speech, though the words seemed to linger heavily on her tongue, losing that lightness and exuberance which betokens the mind free from care and oppression. She had dreamed that in her own wild woods a knight accosted her, she attempted to fly, but was withheld by some secret influence. He raised his visor, smiling as he bent his knee in token of homage. He was a stranger. Grasping her hand, she felt the cold hard pressure of his gauntlet. She awoke, and sure enough there was the impression as of some mailed hand upon her delicate fingers. While marvelling at this strange adventure, a deep slumber again overpowered her, when a graceful cavalier, unarmed, was at her side. He raised her hand to his lips, and her whole soul responded to the touch. He was about to speak, when her father suddenly appeared, with a dark and forbidding aspect. He began to chide, and the stranger, with a glance she could not erase from her recollection, disappeared. It was this glance which subdued her proud spirit to its influence. Her maidenly apprehensions became aroused, she attempted, but in vain, to drive away the intruder. The vision haunted her deeply, too deeply for her repose. Marks of some outward impression were yet visible on her hand, whether from causes less occult than the moving phantasma of the mind, is a question that would resist all our powers of solution. In a mood thus admirably fitted for the encountering of some marvellous adventure, did she mount her little white palfrey, all pranked out and caparisoned for the occasion. Followed by a train of some length, with Oscatel by her side, the daughter of the house of Latham allured the eyes of not a few as she passed on. Many a stately knight bent his head, and many an inquiry was directed to the esquires and attendants as she drew near. The scene of this renowned combat was a spacious plain below the city, on the opposite side of the river Itchen. The chalky cliffs, which obtained for it the name of Caer Gwent, or the White City, were studded with gay and anxious multitudes, whose hopes and fears have long been swept off by the waves of passing generations. Winchester being one of the fixed markets or staples for wool appointed by King Edward, the city had risen in power and affluence above its neighbours. Yet the plague, by which it was almost depopulated some years before, had considerably abated its magnificence. But the favour of royalty still clung to it, and Arthur's Round Table attested its early claims to this distinguishing character, a monarch's residence. The castle, where the Round Table is still shown, was then a building of great strength, and, enlivened by the king's presence, displayed many a staff and pennon from its stately battlements. Isabella passed by the fortress just as the trumpets announced the near approach of the king down the covered way. The chains of the drawbridge were lowered, and presently issued forth the armed retinue of the monarch. Isabella and her train were obliged to remain a while as idle spectators. The king, though old and infirm, yet retained his lofty and commanding appearance. His charger was armed with the chanfrons and gamboised housings, having thereon the royal arms, and proudly did the conscious beast paw and champ, as if rejoicing under his burden. Edward was dressed in a glittering surcoat of crimson silk, worked with lions and fleurs de lis. His helmet was cylindrical, surmounted by a lion as its crest. Round the rim was a coronet of gold, worked with fleurs-de-lis and oak leaves. A gorget and tippet covering the shoulders was fastened beneath the chin, giving the head a stiff but imposing air of command. He carried a short truncheon, which he wielded with great dexterity. Yet his armor, though light and of the finest temper, seemed more cumbersome to him now than in former days. The royal standard of England, thus described, was borne before him. It was from 8 to 9 yards in length, the ground blue and red, containing, in the first division, the Lion of England imperially crowned. In chief, a coronet of crosses pater and fleurs-de-lis, between 2 clouds irradiated. In base, a cloud between 2 coronets. In the next division the charges were, in chief a coronet, in base an irradiated cloud. In the third, the dexter chief and sinister base was likewise an irradiated cloud, the sinister and dexter chief a coronet, as before. Motto, Dieu et mon droit. The whole of this procession was one vast masquerade of pomp, little betokening the frailty and folly which it enveloped. Though to all outward show fair and glistening, yet was there a heavy gloom brooding over the nation. Prince Edward, the flower of chivalry, usually called the Black Prince, from the colour of his armour, lay then grievously sick, and the whole hope and welfare of the land seemed to hang on his recovery. The known ambition of John of Gaunt was a main source of alarm and anxiety. Edward had, however, says the historian, declared his grandson heir and successor to the crown, and thereby cut off all the hopes of the Duke of Lancaster, if he ever had the temerity to entertain any. Not forgetting his former homage to the sex, the king's eye lingered on the form of Isabella, but she drew back, daunted by the ardour of his gaze. Oscatel saw the impression she had made, in nowise displeased, hoping some ray of royal favour would be reflected to him from the beam that already dawned on his companion. We now pass on to the field, where everything was in readiness for the combat. The knights had heard mass and made confession, these being the requisite preparatives to the noble deeds they had that day vowed to perform. The heralds had made the usual proclamation against the use of magic, unlawful charms, and other like devices of the devil, when a loud flourish of trumpets announced the approach of Stanley, who first entered the lists mounted on a grey charger furnished with the chevron, or war saddle, then of great use in withstanding the terrific shock of the assailant, being high up in front, and furnished at the back like an armchair. He was equipped in a full suit of Italian armour, displaying a steel cuirass of exquisite workmanship, deemed at that time a novel but elegant style of defence, and destined soon to supersede the purpoint or gamboised work called mail. If well tempered, it was found to resist the stroke of the lance without being either pierced or bent, nor was it liable to be pushed through into the body. As was sometimes the case with the mails, when the wambas or hookton was wanting underneath. His shield was thus marshalled, argent, on a bend azure, 3 stags' heads cabossed. In the sinister chief, a crescent denoted his filiation, underneath was the motto, Augmenter. The shield itself or pavis was large, made of wood covered with skin, and surrounded with a broad rim of iron. He looked gracefully round, first lowering his lance in front of the king's pavilion, and afterwards to the fair dames who crowded the galleries on each side. Whether from accident or design his eyes rested on Isabella with a strong expression of earnestness rather than curiosity. Doubtless, the noble representatives of the House of Latham excited no slight interest among the spectators, and the young hero might have formed some yet undeveloped anticipations on this head. She blushed deeply at this public and unexpected notice. The recollection of her dream made the full tide of feeling set in at once in this direction, much to her consternation and dismay. But when, happening to turn hastily round, a silken bandage, loosened by the sudden movement from some part of her dress, was carried off by the wind and deposited within the lists, she was greatly embarrassed. And her confusion was not a little increased as the young gallant with great dexterity transferred it to the point of his lance. At this choice of his lady love, a loud shout arose from the multitude. And Isabella, now the object of universal regard, would have retired, but that the density of the crowd, and the inconvenient structure of the building, rendered it impossible. Another flourish of trumpets announced the approach of the young Admiral of Hainaut. His armour was blue and white, beautifully wrought and inlaid with silver. His steed was black, having the suit and furniture of the warhorse complete. The croupier and estival, together with the chanfron, were of the most costly description. A plume of white feathers decorated his casque, extending his athletic form into almost gigantic proportions. The needful ceremonies were gone through. A deep and almost breathless silence succeeded, like the stillness that precedes the first swing of the storm. The trumpet sounded, the sharp click of the lances was heard falling into the rest, and the first rush was over. The noise of the shock was like the burst of the tempest on the forest boughs. Through the dust, the horses were seen to recoil upon their haunches. But as it blew heavily away, the warriors had regained their upright position, having sustained no injury, save by the shivering of their lances with the stroke. A loud shout of applause ensued. And the esquires being at hand with fresh weapons, each knight was too eager for the fray to lose a moment in requesting the usual signal. Again their coursers' feet seemed to spurn the earth. At this onset the French knight bent back in his saddle, whether from subtlety or accident was not known, but there was a loud clamour. And the Frenchman, recovering himself, spurred on his steed with great vigour, perhaps hoping to take his adversary at unawares. But the latter, darting aside with agility, the other's lance ran full against the boards, and in deep vexation he came back to the charge. Trembling with choler, he hardly restrained himself until the prescribed signal. Then, as if he would make an end of his opponent, he aimed his weapon with a direct thrust towards the heart, but Stanley, confident in his own might, was fully prepared for the blow, as the event sufficiently proved. For the French knight was seen to reel from his saddle, the point of his enemy's lance being driven completely through his armor. He rolled backwards on the ground, and so vigorous had been the attack, that his horse's back was broken, and they lay together, groaning piteously, besmeared with blood and dust, to the sore dismay of his companions. Stanley suddenly alighted, and helped the pages to undo his armor, but ere his beaver could be unclasped he had fainted by loss of blood, and being borne off the field, he shortly afterwards expired. The king was mightily pleased with this great prowess of the victor, insomuch that he knighted him on the spot, and, according to the old ballad, gave him goodly manors. For his hire. Wing, traying, and iving, in Buckinghamshire. He had so won, likewise, on the hitherto impenetrable disposition of Isabella, that when he came to render his homage at her feet, she trembled and could scarcely give the customary reply. Raising his visor, and uncovering his helmet from the grand guard, a plate protecting the left side of the face, shoulder, and breast, he made a lowly obeisance at the gate of his mistress's pavilion. At the same time presenting the stolen favour he had now so nobly won. With a tremulous hand she bound it round his arm. "Nay, thy chaplet, lady," shouted a score of tongues from the inquisitive spectators. Isabella untied a rich chaplet of goldsmith's work, ornamented with rose garlands, from her hair, and threw it over his helmet. Still armed with the gauntlets, which, either through hurry or inadvertence, he had neglected to throw aside, as was the general courtesy for the occasion, the knight seized her hand, and with a grasp gentle for any other occasion, pressed it to his lips. The lady uttered a subdued shriek, whether from pain or surprise, it boots not now to inquire. Mayhap, it was the remembrance of the mailed hand she had felt in her dream, and to which her fingers, yet tingling with the pressure, bore a sufficient testimony. Sir John bent lowlier than before, with one hand on his breast, in token of contrition. 1,000 strange fancies, shapeless and undefined, rushed by, as the maiden looked on the warrior. It was the very crisis of her dream. Her heart seemed as though it would have leapt the walls of its tenement, and she was fain to hide her face under the folds of her mantle. "Now, on my halidome," said the king, "there be 2 doves whose cooing would be the better for a little honest speech. Poor hearts! It were a pity their tongues had bewrayed their desire. Fitzwalter, summon them hither." The blushing Isabella was conducted to the royal presence, where the king was graciously pleased to impress a salute on her rich and glowing cheek, no mean honour from so gracious and gallant a monarch, who, though old, was yet accounted a mighty adept in the discernment of female beauty. he never being known to suffer contact of the royal lip with aught but the fairest and most comely of the sex. Sir John, I commend thee to thy mistress. A dainty choice. She is the queen of beauty for the day, and tonight we command your presence at the banquet. My gracious liege, said Isabella, pointing to Oscatel, I have a brother. Unto his care it is but meet that I entrust myself, and he. His person and endowments, interrupted the king, are not unknown to us. I do honor thee by ennobling him. For though Our Lady's brightness be all too dazzling to receive a glory from us, yet peradventure for their sakes our courtesy is vouchsafed. Rise, Sir Oscatel de Latham. Again a flourish of trumpets proclaimed the king's favour, who with many more gracious speeches won the affection of all who heard him that day. Several other justs and gentle passages were held, the success of which falling principally with the English combatants, the boasting pride of France was again humbled before the king, who seemed to renew his former victories at this memorable tourney of Winchester. But Isabella had bartered years of repose for this brief season of intoxicating splendor. The barbed arrow was in her heart, and the more she struggled, the more irreclaimable it grew. Doubtless that unlucky dream had rendered her more susceptible to the wound. Dreams have this operation, and whether good or evil, they leave an impression that no simple act of the will can efface. It seems to be the work of a power superior to our own, for the less begetteth not the greater. How, then, can the mind originate a train of conceptions, or rather creations, superior to itself, above its own power to control? But Isabella was too much engrossed by her feelings to attempt their solution. She lay restless on her couch, but there was no escape. An unquenchable flame was kindled in her soul, that not all the cool appliances of reason could subdue. Tomorrow she must depart, and that gay pageant vanish as a dream, and yet not like her own dream, for that was abiding and indelible. Tomorrow the brave knight must withdraw, and the Queen of Beauty, homaged for a day, give place to another whose reign should be as brief and as unenduring. In this distempered mood, with a heart all moved to sadness, did the Lady Isabel pass the first hours of the following night. Suddenly the sharp twang of a cittern was heard in the street below her window, nothing new in these piping times of love and minstrelsy. But so sensitive was the ear now become to exterior impressions, that she started, as though expecting a salutation from the midnight rambler. Her anticipations were in some measure realized, the minstrel pausing beneath her lattice. A wooden balcony projected from it, concealing the musician. Isabella threw a light mantle around her, and rousing one of her maidens, she opened the window. The rich melody came upon her senses through the balmy odor of myrtle boughs and leaves of honeysuckle. The chords were touched with a skilful hand, and the prelude, a wild and extempore commentary on the ballad, was succeeded by the following ditty. My lady love, my lady love. The moon through the lift is breaking. The sky is bright, and through the night the queen of love is waking. Yon little star that twinkleth so, fluttering her bright eyes to and fro, how doth she chide, that thou shouldest hide, all joyance thus forsaking. My lady love, my lady love. The moon through the lift is breaking. The sky is bright, and through the night the queen of love is waking. The singer withdrew. And Isabella was convinced, or her eyes were befooled by her fancy, that, as he emerged from his concealment, his form could be none other than the one her imagination was too familiar with to mistake. He, too, had caught a glance of the listeners, for presently a folded paper was thrown over the balusters, and the minstrel departed. The first light that came through the long low casements revealed all that her hopes anticipated. The billet was from Sir John Stanley, whose regrets, mingled with vows and protestations of love, were to this purport, that he must needs be away before daybreak, on urgent business from the king. He sent a sigh and a love token, commending himself to her best thoughts, until he should gain his acquittance so far as to visit Latham. Passing over the departure, the bustle, and the weariness of a 12 days' journey, let us behold the maiden once more in her pretty bower at Latham. How changed! The whole assumed a fresh aspect, thus viewed from a different state of the mind. Her favorite spaniel licked her hand, but she did not notice his caresses. All about her was as if the wand of the enchanter had been there, changing its image, each object calling forth a train of sensations heretofore unknown. Even the hangings and figured draperies wore a grim and perturbed expression, and Jephthah's daughter and the Queen of Sheba looked more dismal and profuse than ever from the dusky arras. She strayed out, as beforetime, into the woods. But their gloom was more intense, and the very birds seemed to grow sad with her melancholy musings. Their song, that used to be so sprightly, was now subdued and mournful, and all their gay and bubbling hilarity was gone. If she wandered forth towards evening, the owl hooted in her path, and the raven croaked above her. She heard not the light matin of the lark. Fancy, stimulated alone by gloomy impressions, laid hold on them only, failing to recognize aught but its own image. Sir Oscytel and her father had often taken counsel together since his return. Shortly afterwards, Isabella received a summons to attend Sir Thomas in private. What was the precise nature of that interview does not appear, save that the lady withdrew to her chamber, and the brow of Sir Thomas was for a long space moody and disturbed. Sir John Stanley, though of gentle descent, was not endowed with an adequate inheritance, at least for the heiress of Latham, whose extensive possessions, though shared by Oscytel, were deemed by Sir Thomas of sufficient magnitude to command a connection of higher rank and importance. As a younger brother he could have slight pretensions to patrimony, and save the manors, then but a slender endowment, just granted by King Edward. His profession as a soldier supplied his chief revenue. His exclusive notice of the Lady Isabella at the tournament was quickly conveyed to the ear of Sir Thomas. And, it was said, the latter had vowed that no portion of wealth should descend to his daughter if wedded to Sir John, but that the whole should be settled on Sir Oscytel. The course of true love never did run smooth. That Sir John Stanley had a watchful eye at the time to the fortune as well as to the person of Isabella, is by some rather freely hinted. This, however, turns out to be an unfounded calumny, as the events hereafter unfolded will abundantly demonstrate. Sir John, after vainly endeavouring to avert this cruel purpose, and to win the old man's favour, entered into the service of the king. He hoped that some lucky adventure would enable him to appear with more certainty of success the next time he played the suitor at Latham. Isabella, though sorely importuned to the contrary, remained true to her first and only attachment. And Sir Oscytel was likely, in the end, to gather to himself the whole of these vast possessions. A disposition to this effect she had for some time suspected. His conduct, too, was less kindly of late, and he took upon himself an authority more direct and unconditional. Indeed, it seemed but too evident that Sir Oscytel was looked upon as the ultimate possessor. The maiden pined sorely at her lot, and lack of perpetuity in the inheritance. But woman's wits have compassed a sea of impossibilities, and will ever continue irresistible until their beautiful forms shall no longer irradiate these dull mortalities with their presence. One day an aged minstrel craved admission. Sir Thomas had just retired from the banquet. Isabella and the Lady of Latham were at their usual employment in their private chamber, plying the needle in Antor's vast and wildernesses of embroidery, along with the maids. The request was granted. Soon after which an old man, bending apparently under an accumulation of years and infirmities, entered the apartment. There was a keen scrutinizing restlessness of the eye, stealing through the silvery locks about his brow, that but ill accorded with his apparent decrepitude. After a very profound obeisance, which the lady mother scarcely recognized, he addressed himself to his vocation. A mighty indifferent prelude succeeded the arrangement of the strings, then a sort of jig, accented by the toe and head of the performer. Afterwards he broke into a wild and singular extempore, which gradually shaped itself into measure and rhythm, at times beautifully varied, and accompanied by the voice. We shall attempt a more modern and intelligible version of the sentiments he expressed. Song 1. Rich round thy brow are the clusters bright, and thy tresses are like the plume of the raven, glossy with light, or the ray on the spirit's deep gloom. 2. As I gaze, the dim echoes of years that are past bring their joys to my bosom in vain. For the chords, which their spell once o'er memory cast, ne'er shall waken to gladness again. I hold these minstrels now no better than the croaking of your carrion crow, said the elder lady. These are not like the songs we used to hear in hall and bower at Dunham Massey. Then, the old lady forgetting that her own ears had played her false, and her relish for these dainties had departed, then, raising her voice and gazing round, as past scenes recurred to her fancy. How my young heart would leap at the sound of their ditties! And how I longed to hear again Sir Armoric and the Golden Legend, and all about the lady with the swine's snout and the silver trough. But Isabella heard not her mother's reminiscences. The minstrel engrossed her attention, absorbing her whole thoughts, it might seem, with the display of his cunning. Her cheek was flushed, and her lip trembled. Some mysterious faculty there was either in the song or the performer. Again he poured forth a strain more touching, and of ravishing sweetness. Song 1. Smile on, my love, that sunny smile is light and life and joy to thee. But, oh, its glance of witchery the while is maddening, hopeless misery to me. 2. Another bosom thou mayest bless, whose chords shall wake with ecstasy. On mine, each thrilling thought thy looks impress, wakes but the pang of hopeless destiny. 3. Smile on, my love, that sunny smile is light and life and joy to thee. But, oh, its glance of witchery the while is hopeless, maddening misery to me. These were burning thoughts from the bosom of age, and had not the old lady's perceptions been somewhat obtuse, she might have guessed the minstrel's purpose. His despair was not so utterly hopeless and without remedy as the purport of his song seemed to forebode, for the morning light saw the bower of Isabella vacant, and her bed undisturbed. She was then far over the blue hills into Staffordshire, where another son saw her the wife of Sir John Stanley, immediately after which they departed into Ireland. Sir Thomas threw the reins on the neck of his collar, and, as tradition reports, did then disinherit her for ever in favour of Sir Oscatel. How far the latter might be privy to this resolve, or whether Sir Thomas, goaded on aforetime to the aggrandizement of his name, seized the present opportunity only as it served his purpose, both history and tradition leave us without the means of deciding. There does, however, seem reason to suspect some unfair solicitations practiced on Sir Thomas, which subsequent occurrences strongly corroborate. But particularly the fact, that on his deathbed he solemnly revoked this injustice, appointing Sir John Stanley his lawful heir, disinheriting Sir Oscatel, save a slight provision hereafter named, and declaring his illegitimacy. We would not lightly throw out an accusation of this nature, but surely an act of retribution so unsparingly administered would not have been put in force, had not past circumstances in some measure rendered it just. Let us now resume our narrative from the date of the tournament, soon after which King Edward died, and Sir John Stanley, in the first year of his successor, Richard II, was honoured by him with a commission to Ireland, for the purpose of assisting in the total reduction of that unfortunate kingdom. By his great prudence and success he brought under submission the great rebel chiefs, to wit, O'Neill, King of Ulster; Rotheric O'Connor, King of Connaught; Ockrell, King of Uriel; Orrick, King of Meath; Arthur Keir, King of Leinster; and O'Brien, King of Thomond. In the year 1379, Richard coming in person to Ireland, these chieftains did homage to him as their sovereign prince. For his great and eminent services on this occasion Sir John had granted to him, by patent for life, the manor and lands of Black Castle in that country. 10 years did Sir John sojourn, by the king's order, in this unquiet and troublesome appendage to the English crown. And it may be conceived that if true love had any hold on his affections, they were oft communing with Isabella, forsaken, as she then thought, by him whom she had once too surely trusted. In the tumult of war, and in the administration of his high office, no doubt her gentle form would visit his spirit, and, like the star of future promise, guide him on to his achievements. About the year 1390, when the return of Henry Duke of Lancaster from his banishment, without leave of the king, had caused a sore dismay throughout the land. Richard, harassed with the apprehension of danger, appointed Sir John Stanley Lord Justice of Ireland for 6 years. He was now able, in some measure, to confer a sufficient dignity on his beloved, though not yet equal, in point of wealth, to the wishes of Sir Thomas. But feeling desirous to know the state of her disposition towards him, he set out in disguise for Latham, where, as we have before stated, he so far prevailed that she became Lady Stanley in spite of all the opposition she had endured. Aware of the determination of her father, he deemed her love a sufficient recompense, thus fully refuting the insinuations that her dower had more charm for him than her person. Returning to Ireland with his lady, they lived there happily for some years. When Henry of Lancaster was crowned by the title of Henry IV, Sir John being still Lord Justice of Ireland, and holding the government there in favour of the deposed king, the new monarch, well knowing the knight's power, together with his skill and experience, as well in the Senate as in the field, found means to attach him to the reigning interest, and, as a mark of signal favour, granted to him and his heirs for ever, by letters patent, many lands there named, lying in the westerly part of the county of Chester. Soon afterwards occurred that memorable rebellion, when the Welsh blood, boiling to a ferment by the hot appliances of one Owen Glendower, an esquire of Wales, and in his youth a resident at the Inns of Court in London, kindled the flames of intestine war. After he had conspired with the Percys and their adherents, together with a large body of the Scotch, these malcontents threatened to overthrow the now tottering dominion of King Henry. The most prompt measures were, however, taken to meet this exigency, and Sir John Stanley was suddenly called out of Ireland, Sir William Stanley, then Lord of Stanley and Stourton, being appointed his deputy. Sir John soon applied himself in such earnest to the service of the king, his master, that a large and powerful army, headed by Henry himself, together with Prince Harry, his son, marched against the rebels. Near to Shrewsbury the latter were overthrown, Sir John, by his great bravery and address, mainly contributing to the success of the engagement. His presence was now become of essential service to the king, who in consequence appointed his second son, the Duke of Clarence, who claimed the title of Earl of Ulster in right of his wife, Lord Lieutenant of Ireland in his stead. The new governor landing at Carlingford on the 2d August 1405. Sir John obtained, as a favour granted but to few, and those of the highest rank, license from the king to fortify a spacious house he was then building at Liverpool, the site whereof was given by Sir Thomas Latham, who, we may now suppose, had in some measure swerved from his most unjust purpose, possibly on apprehending the great honours and influence that Sir John had already acquired without his aid or furtherance. This plot of land, it was said, contained 650 square yards, which he held together with several burgage houses and lands in that town. He had full license to build a castle or house of strength, embattled and machicolated, with tenellae, or loopholes in the walls, and other warlike devices, which no subject could undertake without special leave from the king. The Isle of Man was at this time, by Northumberland's rebellion, forfeit to the crown. Sir John the same year obtained a grant of it for life, and in the year following a re-grant to himself and his heirs for ever, with the style and title of King of Man. It were needless to enumerate all the honours and distinctions heaped in such unwonted profusion upon our illustrious hero. It has rarely happened that so rapid a career has met with no reverse, for the fickle goddess mostly exalts her votaries only to make their downfall the more terrible. Henry dying in 1413, was succeeded by his son Henry V, with whom Sir John was held in equal esteem, being again appointed to the government of Ireland, but, landing in Dublin, his health was now visibly on the wane. For months afterwards he died at Ardee, to the great grief of his family, and the irreparable loss of the nation. He was a rare instance wherein a courtier, through 4 successive reigns, carried himself unimpeached, and unsullied by the political vices which were then too general to excite reproach. He was truly a knight sans père et sans reproche. He left 2 sons, John and Thomas, and 1 daughter, whose fortunes, at this time, we shall not attempt to follow. Lady Stanley, his widow, returned to Liverpool with her children, and lived there until her death, in the house built by her husband. Now did the beam of Sir Oscatel's favour, like an April day, suddenly change its gaudy and suspicious brightness. Sir Thomas, waning in years and ready to depart, began to consider his former misdoings. His daughter and her offspring were, by the laws of nature, justly entitled to his possessions, which he, reflecting on the great impiety and injustice of withholding, bequeathed, with some exceptions, to Lady Stanley and her heirs. Revealing at the same time the fraud which he had practiced, and extinguishing for ever the hopes and expectations of Sir Oscatel. Yet was he not left entirely destitute. To him and to his descendants were reserved, by due process of law, the manors of Earlham and Urmston, near Manchester, with divers other valuable inheritances. At the same time was given to him the signet of his arms, with the crest assumed for his sake, an eagle regardant, proper. It was only subsequent to the supplanting of Sir Oscatel that his rivals took the present crest, the eagle and child, where the eagle is represented as having secured his prey, in token of their triumph over the foundling, whom he is preparing to devour. This crest, with the motto, Sans Changer, the descendants of Sir John Stanley, the present Earls of Derby, continue to hold, the foregoing narrative showing faithfully the origin of that singular device. The Black Knight of Ashton. O Jesu, I for thy mercy's sake, and for thy bitter passion, save us from the axe of the Tower, and from Sir Ralph of Assheton. It would be a curious inquiry to trace the origin of services and other customs, paid by tenants to their feudal sovereign. Connected as the subject is with the following tradition, it may be worth while if we attempt to throw together a few notices on that head. A rose was not a very unfrequent acknowledgment. Near to the scene of our story, the tenant of a certain farm called Limehurst was compelled to bring a rose at the feast of St. John Baptist. He held other lands, but they were subject only to the customary rules of the lordship, such as ploughing, harrowing, carting turves from Ashton Moss to the Lord's house, leading his corn in harvest, and this species of service was called boon work. And hence the old adage, I am served like a boon shearer. It, however, seems that some trifling present was made in return. In a MS of receipts and disbursements belonging to the Cheethams, kept in the time of Charles II. There is an item for monies paid for gloves to the boon shearers at Clayton Hall, where Humphrey Cheetham, founder of the college at Manchester, then resided. The acknowledgment of a rose before mentioned might seem to have some allusion to the Knights Hospitallers. The estate of Limehurst was called John of Jerusalem's land, and the tithes and rent, in all probability, once went to the support of that order. In the Ashton pedigree we find a Nicholas Assheton, as it was then spelt, who enrolled himself amongst these warrior monks. It seems not improbable that the profits of this estate belonged to him. The custom of Harrietship, however, was the most oppressive, being paid and exacted from the parties at a time when they were least able to render it. Our tradition will best illustrate this remnant of barbarism, to which, even in the customs of the most savage tribes, we should scarcely find a parallel. In the early records of the Ashton family we find that Thomas Staveley, or Stayley, held a place called the Bastall by paying 1 penny at Christmas. This Bastall was, perhaps, a place of security or confinement. Adjoining the Hall Yard, the ancient residence of the Ashtons, is an old stone building facing the south, now called the Dungeon. It is flanked at the east and west corners by small towers with conical stone roofs. The wall is pierced by 2 pointed windows. Judging from its appearance, it must have been a place of strength. The name Bastall being probably a corruption of Bastille, Basilion, or Bastillion, all of which we find appropriated to places of this description. Tradition, indeed, says the ancient lords of Ashton made this a place of confinement, when the power of life and death were at their command. A field near the old hall, still called Gallows Meadow, was then used as a place of execution. Sir John Assheton, in the 5th year of Henry VI, became possessed of the manor on payment of 1 penny annually. He is generally supposed to have founded the church about the year 1420. We find him assigning the forms or benches to his tenants, the names for whose uses they are appointed are all females. From this it may seem that seats in our churches were first put up for their convenience. 18 forms or benches are mentioned for the occupation of 100 wives and widows, who are named, besides their daughters and servant wenches. Their husbands had not this privilege, being forced to stand or kneel in the aisles, as the service required. In the windows there yet remains a considerable quantity of painted glass, but very much mutilated. 3 or 4 figures on the north side represent a king, saints, and in the chancel are the coats and effigies of the Ashtons in armor, kneeling. In one part seems to have been portrayed the invention of the Holy Cross by Street Helen. At whatever period the church was built, the steeple must either have been erected afterwards, or have undergone a considerable repair in the time of the last Sir Thomas Ashton, for upon the south side are the arms of Ashton impaling stelae. There is a tradition, that while the workmen were one day amusing themselves at cards, a female unexpectedly presented herself. She asked them to turn up an ace, promising, in case of compliance, that she would build several yards of the steeple. Upon which they fortunately turned up the ace of spades. This tale may owe its origin to the following circumstances. Upon the marriage of Sir Thomas Ashton with the daughter of Ralph Staleigh, a considerable accumulation of property was the consequence. This might induce him to repair the church, and perform sundry other acts of charity and beneficence. Whilst the work was going on, Lady Elizabeth Ashton, it is not improbable, surprised the builders at their pastime. And giving a broad hint that a part of her money was being employed in the erection, might desire that her arms should be fixed in the steeple, impaled with those of her husband. The shape of an escutcheon, having a considerable resemblance to a spade ace, in all likelihood was the origin of the fable. Sir John Ashton, the founder of the church, is the reputed father of Ralph, whom the following tradition commemorates. The origin of "riding the black lad" is involved in great obscurity, some ascribing it to the tyranny of Sir Ralph and others to the following circumstance, which may have been fabricated merely to throw off the odium attached to his name, in the reign of Edward III. One Thomas Ashton fought under Queen Philippa in the Battle of Neville's Cross. Riding through the ranks of the enemy, he bore away the royal standard from the Scotch king's tent, who himself was afterwards taken prisoner. King Edward, on his return from France, conferred on Thomas the honour of knighthood, with the title of Sir Thomas Ashton of Ashton-under-Lyne. To commemorate this singular display of valour, he instituted the custom of "riding the black lad" upon Easter Monday at Ashton, leaving the sum of 10 shillings yearly to support it, together with his own suit of black velvet and a coat of mail. Which of these accounts is correct we cannot presume to determine. There is, however, sufficient testimony upon record to account for the dislike entertained towards the memory of Sir Ralph Ashton. In the town of Ashton-under-Lyne, or Lyme, called in the ancient rent rolls Ashton sub Lima, a singular custom prevails. On Easter Monday in every year, the ceremony of "riding the black lad" takes place. According to some, it is a popular expression of abhorrence towards the memory of Sir Ralph Ashton, commonly called the Black Knight, whose character and conduct would seem to warrant the odium thus attached to his name. The following is a brief account of the ceremony. An effigy is made of a man in black armor, and this image is deridingly emblazoned with some emblem of the occupation of the first couple that are married in the course of the year. The black boy is then fixed on horseback, and after being led in procession round the town, is dismounted, made to supply the place of a shooting butt, and all sorts of firearms being in requisition for the occasion. He is put to an ignominious death. 5 shillings per annum are reserved from some neighbouring estate for the perpetuation of this absurd custom. Sir Ralph Ashton was Sheriff of York in the reign of Edward IV, and Knight Marshal and Lieutenant of the Tower under Richard III. Being in great esteem with the latter monarch. In the Harleian Mrs. annuities are mentioned as being granted to him, with divers lordships, and a ton of wine yearly. So powerful was his jurisdiction, that a grant was made him to the effect, that if in cases of emergency suitable persons could not be procured for the trial of delinquents, his own authority should be a sufficient warrant for the purpose. Hence, from the nature of his office, and the powers that were entrusted to him by the king, and probably too from the natural bent of his disposition, arose the popular dislike which vented itself in the well-known traditionary distich we have taken as our motto. In those days, when the gentry went little from home, set times of mirth and recreation were constantly observed in their spacious and hospitable mansions. Yule, or Christmas, was a feast of especial note and observance. The great hall was mostly the scene of these boisterous festivities, where, from the gallery, the lord of the mansion and his family might witness the sports, without being incommoded by the uncouth and rustic manners of their guests. It was the custom to invite all who were in any way dependent on the proprietor, and who owed him suit and service. The mansion of Sir Ralph had, like those of the neighbouring gentry, its lofty and capacious hall. At one end was a gallery resting on the heads of 3 or 4 gigantic figures carved in oak, perhaps originally intended as rude representations of the ancient caryatids. The Christmas but one following the elevation of Richard to the throne, in the year of our redemption 1483, was a season of unusual severity. Many tenants of Sir Ralph were prevented from assembling at the Yule feast. A storm had rendered the roads almost impassable, keeping most of the aged and infirm from sharing in this glorious pastime. The Yule log was larger than ever, and the blaze kept continually on the roar. No ordinary scale of consumption could withstand the attacks of the enemy, and thaw the icicles from his beard. The wassail bowl had gone freely about, and the company, Hob Adamson, Hob of the Leggies, William the Arrowsmith, Jack the Woodman, Jack the Hind, John the Slater, Roger the Baxter, with many others. Together with divers widows of those who owed service to their lord, clad in their holiday costume, black hoods and brown jackets and petticoats, were all intent upon their pastimes, well charged with fun and frolic. Their mirth was, however, generally kept within the bounds of decency and moderation by a personage of great importance, called the Lord of Misrule, who, though not intolerant of a few coarse and practical jokes upon occasion, was yet, in some measure, bound to preserve order and decorum on pain of being degraded from his office. To punish the refractory, a pair of stone hand-stocks was commonly used, having digit holes for every size, from the paws of the ploughman to the taper fingers of my lady's maiden. This instrument was in the especial keeping of the dread marshal of these festivities. The custom of Harrietship, or a fine payable on the death of the landholder to the feudal lord, was then in most cases rigorously exacted. This claim fell with great severity upon widows in poor circumstances, who were, in too many instances, thus deprived of their only means of subsistence. Then came fees and fines to the Holy Church, so that the bereaved and disconsolate creature had need to wish herself in the dark dwelling beside her husband. Sir David Lindsay may not be unaptly quoted in illustration of this subject. His poem called The Monarch contains the following frightful picture of the exactions and enormities committed on these defenceless and unoffending victims of their rapacity. And also the vicar, as I trow, will not fail to take a cow and uppermost cloths, though babes them in, from a poor seely husbandman, when he lies ready to die, having small children 2 or 3, and his 3 kine without pneumo. The vicar must have one of those, with the grey cloak that covers the bed. Howbeit that they be poorly clad. And if the wife die on the morn, and all the babes should be forlorn, the other cow he takes away, with her poor coat and petticoat grey. And if within 2 days or 3, the eldest child shall happen to die, of the 3rd cow he shall be sure, when he hath under his cure, and father and mother both dead be, beg must the babes without remedy. They hold the course at the church stile, and there it must remain a while, till they get sufficient surety for the church right and duty. Then comes the landlord perforce, and takes to him the fattest horse. Poor labourers would that law were down, which never was founded by reason. I heard them say, under confession, that this law was brother to oppression. As it drew on towards eventide, the mirth increased. The rude legendary ballads of Sir Lancelot of the Lake, Bavois of Southampton, Robin Hood, the Pindar of Wakefield, and the Friar of Fountains Abbey, Clym of the Clough, Ranulph of Chester, his exploits in the Holy Land, together with the wondrous deeds of war and love performed by Sir Roger of Calverley, had been sung and recited to strange and uncouth music. Carols, too, were chanted between whiles in a most unreverent fashion. A huge Christmas pie, made in the shape of a cratch or cradle, was placed on the board. This being accounted a great test of orthodoxy, every one was obliged to eat a slice, lest he should be suspected of favouring the heretical tenets then spreading widely throughout the land. Blind man's buff and hot cockles had each their turn. But the sport that seemed to afford the most merriment was a pendulous stick having an apple at one end, and on the other a lighted candle. So that the unfortunate and liquorish wight who bit at this tempting bait generally burnt his nose on the rebound, as the stick bounced to and fro on its pivot. The hall was now cleared for the masks. In this play, the Black Knight himself generally joined, laughing heartily at and hurrying on the mishaps of the revellers. Many horrible and grotesque-looking shapes and disguises soon made their appearance. But one, more especially than the rest, excited no slight degree of distress and alarm. His antics proved a continual source of annoyance to the rest of the company. He singed Will the Arrowsmith's beard, poured a whole flagon of hot liquor in the wide hosen of Hob Adamson, but the enactor of St. George in a more especial manner attracted his notice. He crept between his legs, and bore him right into the middle of the pigsty, before he could be stayed, from whence the heroic champion of England issued, sorely shent with the admixtures and impurities of the place. This termagant was a little broad-set figure wearing a mask, intended as a representation of his satanic majesty, adorned with a huge pair of horns. From it hung a black cloak or shirt, out of which protruded a goodly and substantial tail. No one could discover this ruthless disturber of their sports. Every attempt was unavailing, he shot through their fingers as though they had been greased, and a loud and contumelious laugh was the only reward of their exertions. In the end, a shrewd conjecture went abroad that he was none other than some malicious imp of darkness let loose upon their frolics, to disquiet and perplex their commemoration of the blessed Nativity. Yet was it an unusual occurrence upon Yule night, when these disturbers were supposed to be prevented from walking the earth, being confined for a space to their own kingdom. But the desperate character of their lord, who was thought to fear neither man nor devil, might in some sort account for this unwelcome intrusion. The guests grew cautious. Whispers and unquiet looks went round, while the little devil would ever and anon frisk about, to the great detriment and dismay of his companions. Their lord's presence was anxiously looked for. The ruddy glow of their mirth had become dim. Sir Ralph, they hoped, would either unmask this mischievous intruder, or eject him from the premises, he having the credit of being able to master aught in the shape of either mortal or immortal intelligences. At length he came, clad in his usual suit of black velvet. A swarthy and ill-favoured wight he was, with a beard, as the story goes, that would have swept off the prickly gorse bush in its progress. He was received with a great show of humility, and all made their best obeisance. But this deputy, representative, or vicegerent of Old Horny, he stood erect, among the obsequious guests, in a posture not at all either respectful or becoming. Now, knaves, to your sport. Ye be as doleful as a pack of pedlars with a full basket after the fair. I'll make ye play, and be merry too, or, lady, ye shall taste of the mittens. Dan, give these grim-faced varlets a twinge of the gloves there just to make them laugh. His tyrannous and overbearing temper would even make them merry by compulsion. But the terrified hearers did not manifest that intense feeling of gratification which this threat was intended to produce. Each looked on the face of his neighbor, hoping to find there some indication of the felicity which his own had failed to exhibit. The countenance of their chief grew more dark and portentous. Just as they were expecting the full burst of his fury, up trotted the merry imp, and irreverently crept behind Sir Ralph. Before their almost incredulous eyes did he lay hold on the tail of the knight's cloak, and twisting it round his arm, by a sudden jerk he brought this dignified personage backwards upon the floor. The oaken beams trembled at this unlooked-for invasion of their repose. Deep, deadly, and abominable curses rang through the hall. Livid and ghastly by turns, the knight's features wore that ludicrous expression of rage and astonishment more easy to conceive than to portray. Volleys of oaths and inarticulate sounds burst out from his wrath, almost too big for utterance. When reinstated in that posture which is the distinctive characteristic of man, he did not attempt to administer his vindictive retribution by proxy. Laying hold on a tough cudgel, he gave it one ominous swing, describing an arc of sufficient magnitude to have laid an army prostrate. He then pursued the luckless emissary of the evil one, roaring and foaming with this unusual exertion. There was now no lack of activity. A hawk among the chickens, or a fox in a farmyard, were nothing to it. Sometimes was seen the doughty Sir Ralph driving the whole herd before him like a flock of sheep. But the original cause of the mischief generally contrived to mingle with the rabble-rout, who in vain attempted to rid themselves of his company. The knight was not overnice in the just administration of his discipline. Often, when he thought himself near enough for its accomplishment, he aimed a terrific blow, but shot wide of the mark, bringing down the innocent and unoffending victims, who strewed the floor like swaths behind the mower. Whenever a lucky individual could disentangle himself from his comrades, he darted through the door, and in spite of the storm and pitchy darkness without, thought himself too happy in escaping with a few holes in his skin. Yet he of the horns and tail, by some chance or another, always passed unhurt, a hideous laugh accompanying the adroit contrivances by which he eluded the cudgel. The hall was now but scantily supplied with guests. The runaways and wounded having diminished the numbers to some half-score. A parley was now sounded by the victorious and pursuing enemy. "Hold, ye lubberly rascals! Ye scum, ye recreant, why do ye run?" said the knight, puffing with great vigor. "I say, why run ye?" brandishing his club. "Bring hither that limb of Satan, and ye shall depart every one to his home. Lay hold of him, I tell ye, and begone." But these terms of capitulation were by no means so easy to accept as the proposer imagined. The first mover of the mischief had gotten himself perched on a projecting ledge by the gallery, from whence they were either unable or unwilling to dislodge him. "How," said the knight. "Ye are afraid, cowards, I trow. Now will I have at thee, for once. I'll spoil thy capering." This threat was followed by a blow aimed at the devoted representative from the infernal court, but it failed to dismount him, for he merely shrunk aside, and it was rendered harmless. Another and a more contumelious laugh announced this failure. Even the Black Knight grew alarmed. The being was surely invulnerable. He stayed a moment ere he repeated the attack, when, to his unspeakable horror and astonishment, there issued a thin squeaking voice from underneath the disguise. "The Harriet, Sir Ralph, the Harriet. We'll have a Harriet at Easter." Had a thunderbolt fallen at his feet, the knight could not have been more terrified. He let the weapon fall. His hands dropped powerless at his side. His countenance was like the darkly rolling sea, strangely tossed by some invisible tempest. The cause of this sudden and unexpected termination of the assault we will now proceed briefly to unfold. The morning of this day, being the eve of the blessed Nativity, had been employed by the Black Knight in the laudable occupation of visiting a poor widow, who, though recently bereaved of her husband, had not rendered the customary Harriet. Unfortunately, the only valuable she possessed was a cow, the produce of which formed the chief support of the family. For young children, and a boy of about 14, whose brains were generally supposed more or less oddly constructed than those of his neighbors, depended on this supply for their daily support. Cold, bitter cold, was the season, and it had set in with more than common severity. Day after day the payment was delayed. Every morning the widow and her son fondled the poor beast, as though it were the last. But another morning and evening succeeded. Supper could not supply the place of breakfast, nor breakfast contend against the wants of supper, and how could the already half-famished ones be sustained, when their only resource should be taken away? Go down upon your knees, Will, and thank God for another morning's meal. It is the eve of our blessed Lord's incarnation, and I think he will not leave us to perish in this world, who has made such a bountiful provision for our well-being in the next. The knight has not sent for the Harriet, and I think that he alone who succors the widow and the fatherless can have inclined his heart to mercy. Scarcely were the thanksgivings finished, when they were alarmed by the rapid approach of their persecutor. The door flew open, and in thundering accents the Black Knight himself came to make his demand. "I'll have thee to the dungeon, hag, for lack of service. How comes it to pass the Harriet is not paid?" The widow made no reply. Her heart was full. "See to it," continued the pitiless churl. "For if thy quittance be not forthcoming, and that in haste, I'll turn thee and thy brats into the Moordikes, where ye may live upon turf and ditch water if it so please ye." Oh, ha, pity! But the widow's prayer was vain. The Black Knight was never known to hearken either to pity or persuasion. Thy cow, thy cow. This night let it be rendered. Sir Ralph Ashton never uttered a threat that fell to the ground. "Mother," said the boy, "is this Sir Ralph, our liege lord?" "Aye, fool," angrily replied the knight. "And what may thy wits gather by the asking? And will he ever die, mother?" "Hush, Willie," said the terrified woman. "Nay," returned the leering half-wit, "I was but thinking, that if he does, maybe his master too will want a Harriet." "And what may be the name of my master?" said Sir Ralph, with a furious oath. "The devil," replied the boy, with apparent unconcern. "Aye, and what will they give him, dost think?" Whether the peculiar expression of the lad's face, or the fearless indifference of his address, so unusual to that of the crouching slaves he generally met with, contributed to the result, we know not. But, instead of correcting the boy for his audacity, he hastily departed, finally repeating his threat of punishment in case of disobedience. When Sir Ralph got home, his ill humour vented itself with more severity than usual. On joining the sports, he was at the first somewhat startled, on perceiving a representation of the personage which the morning's conversation had by no means prepared him to recognize either with admiration or respect. Still, as it was nothing out of the common usage, he took no apparent notice, farther than by remarking the general gloom that prevailed, contrary to the usual course of these festivities. Then came the unlooked-for aggression upon his person, provoking his already irritated feelings into vehement action. But, when the last unfortunate blow had failed in its purpose, appearing to the furious knight to have been warded off by a charm, a sudden misgiving came across him, which, with the speech of this supposed imp of darkness, so strangely alluding to his adventure with the boy, wrought powerfully upon his now excited imagination, so that he stood aghast, unable to grapple with its terrors. He hastily departed from the hall, leaving the enemy in undisputed possession of the field. What occurred subsequently we are not told, save that on the following morning the widow's Harriet was sent back, with an ungracious message from the knight, showing his unwillingness to restore what terror only had wrung from him. The person who adventured this dangerous personification of the evil one was never known. Whether some bold and benevolent individual, interposing on behalf of the fatherless and famishing little ones, or some being of a less substantial nature, whether one of those immortal intelligences of a middle order between earth and heaven, who at that time were supposed to take pleasure in tormenting the vicious and unworthy, is more than our limited capacities can disclose. It is said that on Easter Monday following the Black Knight died. And though probably it had no connection with the circumstances we have related, yet was his decease a sufficiently strange event in the mysterious chapter of coincidences to warrant this memorial. Fair Ellen of Radcliffe. In Percy's Relics, this ballad is called The Lady Isabella's Tragedy, and is thus introduced. This ballad is given from an old black-letter copy in the Pepys collection, collated with another in the British Museum. H. 263, folio. It is there entitled, The Lady Isabella's Tragedy, or the Stepmother's Cruelty, being a relation of a lamentable and cruel murder, committed on the body of the Lady Isabella, the only daughter to a noble duke, etc. To the tune of, The Lady's Fall. To some copies are annexed 8 more modern stanzas, entitled, The Duchess and Cook's Lamentation. Dr. Whitaker says, the remains of Radcliffe Tower prove it to have been a manor house of the first rank. It has been quadrangular, but 2 sides only remain. A license to kernel and embattle shows the date of its erection, or rather rebuilding, to be in the 4th year of Henry IV. By James Radcliffe, who, we find by the pedigree, was the eldest son of William Radcliffe. He married Joan, daughter to Sir John Tempest of Bracewell, in the county of York. The noble old hall is 43 feet 2 inches in length, and in one part 26 feet, in another 28 feet in width. The two massy principals which support the roof are the most curious specimens of ancient woodwork I have ever seen. The broadest piece of timber is 2 feet 7 inches by 10 inches. A wall plate on the outside of one beam, from end to end, measures 2 feet by 10 inches. The walls are finished at the square with a molded cornice of oak. At the bottom of the room is a door opening into one of the towers, the lower part of which only remains, of massy grout work, and with 3 arches, each furnished with a funnel or aperture like a chimney. On the left side of the hall are the remains of a very curious window frame of oak, wrought in Gothic tracery, but square at top. Near the top of the hall, on the right, are the remains of a doorway, opening into what was once a staircase, and leading to a large chamber above the kitchen, the approach to which was by a door of massy oak, pointed at the top. Over the high tables of ancient halls, as is the case in some college halls at present, it was common to have a small aperture, through which the lord or master could inspect, unseen, what was going on below. But in this situation at Radcliffe is a ramified window of oaken work, opening from the apartment above mentioned, but now closed up. This consists of 8 arches, with trefoil-pointed tops, 4 and 4, with 2 narrower apertures above. To this place and family are attached the tradition and ballad given by Dr. Percy, under the name of Isabella, but here applied to a Lord Thomas and fair Eleanor, father and daughter, whose figures are supposed to be graven on a slab in the church, which the common people, concluding, I suppose, from its whiteness, that it was meant as an emblem of the innocence it is said to cover, have mutilated by breaking off small fragments, as amulets for the prevention or cure of disorders. Traditions, always erroneous in their circumstances, are yet rarely devoid of foundation, and though the pedigrees of Radcliffe exhibit no failure of the family by the premature death of an heiress, though the last Richard de Radcliffe, who had daughters only, certainly did not make a scullion boy the heir of all his land, when he settled it on Radcliffe Baron Fitzwalter. Though the blood actually pointed out on the kitchen floor, where this Thyestean banquet is said to have been prepared, deserves no more regard than many other stories and appearances of the same kind. Yet we are not to discard as incredible the tradition of a barbarous age, merely because it asserts the sacrifice of a young and beautiful heiress to the jealousy or the avarice of a stepmother. When this is granted, the story of the pie with all its horrors may safely be ascribed to the inventive genius of a minstrel. On the whole, Radcliffe is a place which, not only from its antiquity and splendor, but from the great families which have branched out from it, and the romantic tradition attached to it, can scarcely be surveyed without enthusiasm, or quitted without regret. There is a story of its being haunted by a black dog, but as this apparition has never been seen by 2 persons in company, it may safely be ascribed to the genius of fear, quite as creative a power as any other faculty of the imagination. We have thought it best to give the ballad entire, without any embellishments of our own. Though not in the best style of these metrical romances, it is still of sufficient interest, from its connection, to claim a place in the traditions of the county. There was a lord of worthy fame, and a hunting he would ride, attended by a noble train of gentry by his side. And while he did in chase remain, to see both sport and play, his lady went, as she did fain, unto the church to pray. This lord he had a daughter dear, whose beauty shone so bright. She was beloved both far and near, of many a lord and knight. Fair Ellen was this damsel called, a creature fair was she. She was her father's only joy, as you shall after see. Therefore her cruel stepmother did envy her so much, that day by day she sought her life. Her malice it was such, she bargained with the master cook, to take her life away. And, taking of her daughter's book, she thus to her did say, Go home, sweet daughter, I thee pray. Go hasten present lie. And tell unto the master cook these words that I tell thee. And bid him dress to dinner straight that fair and milk-white doe, that in the park doth shine so bright. There's none so fair to show. This lady, fearing of no harm, obeyed her mother's will. And presently she hasted home, her pleasure to fulfill. She straight into the kitchen went, her message for to tell. And there she spied the master cook, who did with malice swell. Now, master cook, it must be so. Do that which I thee tell. You needs must dress the milk-white doe, which you do know full well. Then straight his cruel bloody hands he on the lady laid, who quivering and shaking stands. While thus to her he said, Thou art the doe that I must dress. See here, behold my knife. For it is pointed, presently, to rid thee of thy life. Oh then, cried out the scullion boy, as loud might be. Oh save her life, good master cook. And make your pies of me. For pity's sake, do not destroy my lady with your knife. You know she is her father's joy. For Christ's sake, save her life. I will not save her life, he said, nor make my pies of thee. Yet, if thou dost this deed bewray, thy butcher I will be. Now when this lord he did come home, for to sit down and eat, he called for his daughter dear, to come and carve his meat. Now sit you down, his lady said. Oh sit you down to meat. Into some nunnery she is gone. Your daughter dear forget. Then solemnly he made a vow, before the company, that he would neither eat nor drink, until he did her see. Oh then bespake the scullion boy, with a loud voice so high, if now you will your daughter see, my lord, cut up that pie, wherein her flesh is minced small, and parched with the fire, all caused by her stepmother, who did her death desire. And cursed be the master cook. Oh cursed may he be. I proffered him my own heart's blood, from death to set her free. Then all in black this lord did mourn, and, for his daughter's sake, he judged her cruel stepmother to be burnt at a stake. Likewise he judged the master cook in boiling lead to stand, and made the simple scullion boy the heir of all his land. The Abbot of Whalley, Earl Percy there his enceinte spread, the half-moon shining all so fair. The Norton's enceinte had the cross, and the 5 wounds our Lord did bear. The rising in the north. The Cistercian Abbey of Whalley was founded by Henry Lacy, Earl of Lincoln, who, having given the advowson of the parish to the Abbey of Stanlaw in Cheshire, the monks procured an appropriation, and removed hither in 1296. Increasing their number to 60. The parish church is nearly coeval with the introduction of Christianity into the north of England. This foundation now became the nucleus of a flourishing establishment, continuing, as Dr. Whitaker informs us, for 2 centuries and a half, to exercise unbounded charity and hospitality. To adorn the site thus chosen with a succession of magnificent buildings, to protect the tenants of its ample domains in the enjoyment of independence and plenty, to educate and provide for their children. To employ, clothe, feed, and pay many laborers, herdsmen, and shepherds, to exercise the arts and cultivate the learning of the times. Yet unfortunately at the expense of the secular incumbents, whose endowments they had swallowed up, and whose functions they had degraded into those of pensionary vicars or mendicant chaplains. The ruins of Whalley Abbey are situated in a beautifully sequestered spot on the banks of the Calder, presenting some of the most extensive and picturesque remains of antiquity in the county. And the site sufficiently exemplifies that peculiar instinct, if it may be so called, which guided the monks in their choice of situations. Though the Cistercians affected to plant themselves in the solitude of woods, which were to be gradually asarted by the labor of their own hands, and though they obtained an exemption from the payment of tithes on that specific plea. Yet they were excellent judges of the quality of land, however concealed, and never set about their laborious task without the assurance of an ample recompense. The following minute account of these ruins is from the pen of the historian of Whalley: a copious stream to the south, a moderate expanse of rich meadow and pasture around, and an amphitheatre of sheltering hills, clad in the verdant covering of their native woods, beyond. These were features in the face of nature which the earlier Cistercians courted with instinctive fondness. Where these combined, it does not appear that they ever abandoned a situation which they had once chosen. And where these were wanting, it is certain they never long or willingly remained. We now proceed to a particular survey of the remains of Whalley Abbey as they exist at present. First, then, the whole area of the close, containing 36 acres, 3 roods, 14 poles, is still defined by the remains of a broad and deep trench, which surrounded it. Over this were 2 approaches to the house, through 2 strong and stately gateways yet remaining. They are constructed in that plain and substantial style which characterized the Cistercian houses. A style which approximates to that of fortification, and shows that the monks did not obtain a license to kernel and embattle without an end in view. Within this area, and on the verge of the Calder, which formed the southwest boundary of the close, was the house itself, consisting of 3 quadrangles, besides stables and offices. The first and most westerly of these was the cloister court, of which the nave of the conventual church formed the north side, the chapter house and vestry, yet remaining, the east, the dormitory, also remaining, the west, and the refectory and kitchens the south. The cloister was of wood, supported, as usual, upon corbels, still remaining. The area within was the monks' cemetery, and some of the ancient gravestones here are still remembered. Against the wall, on the south side of this quadrangle, is a wide sur-based arch, apparently of Henry VII's time, which has evidently contained the lavatory. The groove of the lead pipe which conveyed the water is still conspicuous, as is also another for the reception of a wooden rail, on which the towels hung. Beyond this court, to the east, is another quadrangle area, formed by the choir of the church, on one side, the opposite side of the chapter house, and on another, a line of ruinous buildings on the third, and a large distinct building, itself surrounding a small quadrangle, on the fourth. This appears evidently to have been the abbot's lodgings. For which reason, as being best adapted to the habits of an ordinary family, it immediately became the residence of the Ashtons, and after many alterations, and a demolition of its best apartments. Particularly a gallery nearly 150 feet in length, has still several good and habitable rooms, and is now preserved with due care by its owner. The ancient kitchen, the coquina abatis of the compotus, whence such hecatombs were served up, remains, though roofless, with 2 huge fireplaces. On the southern side of this building is a small but very picturesque and beautiful rain mantled with ivy, which appears to have been a chapel, and was probably the abbot's private oratory. But the conventual church itself, which exceeded many cathedrals in extent, has been levelled nearly to the foundation. This work of havoc was probably an effect of that general panic which seized the lay owners of abbeys, on the attempt made by Queen Mary to restore the monks to their cloisters. For now, says Fuller, the edifices of abbeys, which were still entire, looked lovingly again on their ancient owners. In prevention whereof, such as possessed them for the present plucked out their eyes by levelling them to the ground and shaving from them, as much as they could, all abbey characters. However, in the month of August 1798, permission having been obtained from the guardian of the present owner to investigate the foundation by digging, a very successful attempt was made to retrieve the whole iconography of the church, of which there were no remains above the surface to assist conjecture, or to guide research, but one jamb of the west window against the wall of the dormitory, a small portion of the south wall of the nave, a fragment of the south transept, and another jamb of one of the side chapels eastward from the last. An inequality in the ground, eastward from the transept, in an adjoining orchard, showed the half-pace into the choir, of which the outline to the north and east was also defined in the same manner. Upon these slender data we proceeded, first, to investigate the foundations of the columns towards the west end. And having ascertained the distance of one from the south wall, the width of the south aisle, and consequently of the north, followed of course. Another digging immediately to the north ascertained the width of the middle aisle, and a third, from east to west, gave one intercolumnation. The length of the nave being already given by the remains of the transept, the number of columns was now proved. A right line drawn along the remnant of the south wall, and continued to the intersection of the nave and transept, proved the length of the latter on the south side, and, consequently, also on the north. The choir evidently appeared to have consisted of a presbytery, with 2 side aisles, and 4 other chapels, 2 to the north, and as many to the south. The site of the choir being determined, it remained to investigate its contents beneath the surface. Accordingly, under the high altar, nothing appeared but a bed of undisturbed and native sand. But beneath the second half-pace, immediately leading up to it, were turned up many broken remains of a painted pavement, consisting of small glazed floor tiles, adorned with various devices, and of different forms and dimensions. At the foot of the stalls, a narrow rectilinear filleting of the same material had bounded the whole. On some was inscribed the word Marie, in Longobardic characters. This pavement had been deeply bedded in mortar, but was altogether displaced, and turned down from 1 to 3 feet beneath the surface, where several skeletons were found very entire, and in their original position. But without any remains of coffins, vestments, or other ornaments, as appeared upon a most minute investigation. These, however, were, beyond a doubt, the Abbots of Whalley. From the confused state of the original pavement, the whole floor of the presbytery, from the foot of the stalls, appeared to have been successively covered with gravestones, all of which, however, had been removed. Excepting fragments of 2, one of these had a groove, once inlaid with a filleting of brass, and the other, beneath which lay the skeleton of a tall and robust man, had deeply cut upon it the stump of a tree reguled. This I conjecture to have been a thorn, intended as a rebus upon the name of Christopher Thornber, the 15th abbot, who died in 1486. In this search we narrowly missed the fragments of the gravestone of Abbot Lindley, which were casually turned up on this very spot, AD 1813. On one, in the Longobardic character of Edward III's time, were the letters IOP, and on the other AJPVIV. From these data, slender as they may seem, I arrive at my conclusion, thus, first, none but abbots were interred in the high choir. Secondly, the characters cannot be later than the latter end of Edward III, when the Old English black letter was substituted in its place. From the foundation to this time 3 Johns had been abbots of Whalley: Belfield, Topliffe, and Lindley. The termination of the surname must have immediately preceded the word Hujus, but the letters AJ can only have formed the termination of Lindeli, the old orthography of the word. The remains of the Lacys, wherever deposited, after their removal from Stanlaw, had undoubtedly been preserved with religious reverence, and enclosed in magnificent tombs. But in these researches there were no appearances which justified even a conjecture that we had discovered them. 12. John Paulu, the last abbot of Whalley, appears, by a reference to his arms, to have been of the Paslers of Wiswall. The first 20 years after his election were passed, like those of his predecessors, in the duties of his choir, in the exercise of hospitality, in attention to the extensive possessions of his house, or in the improvement of his buildings. But a storm was approaching, before which either his conscience or his bigotry prevented him from bending, and which precipitated his ruin and that of the abbey. The religious houses in general were now greatly relaxed in discipline, and many of them dreadfully corrupted in morals. What was the state of Whalley must now be left to conjecture, though charity should incline us to think no evil to those against whom no specific evidence appears. The pilgrimage of grace was now commenced, and Paulu seems to have been pushed into the foremost ranks of the rebellion. When this expedition ended in the discomfiture and disgrace of its promoters, every art of submission and corruption was vainly employed to ward off the blow. Paulu was arraigned for high treason, tried, and condemned, and is supposed to have been interred in the north aisle of the parish church, under a stone yet remaining. the ignominious part of his sentence being remitted, out of respect to his order. The attainder of an abbot was understood, however rightly, by the crown lawyers of that time, to infer a forfeiture of the house. And accordingly, without the form of a surrender, the Abbey of Whalley, with all its appurtenances, was instantly seized into the king's hands, and thus fell this ancient foundation. Fr. Thomas Holden, younger son of Gilbert Holden, of Holden, Gent, was, in all probability, the last surviving monk. On the dissolution he appears to have returned to his native place. In 1550 we meet with his name as Sir Thomas Holden, curate of Haslingden. And in 1574 he was licensed to the same cure at the metropolitical visitation of Archbishop Grindal, held at Preston, by the style of Thomas Holden, clerk, of sober life and competent learning. Strange as it may seem, we find the last surviving monk of Whalley a Protestant minister, 37 years after its dissolution. It was in the dark month of November, when the brown leaves are fluttering on the ground, when the wind comes mournfully through the bare woods, and the hollow nooks and quiet caves respond with their mystic voice, that two travellers were seen loitering up the grand avenue that swept nobly through the western embattled gateway of Whalley Abbey. The foremost of them wore a low-crowned cap, simply decorated with a heron's plume, and a doublet of mulberry-coloured velvet, puffed out capaciously at the shoulders. Trunk hose of a goodly diameter, and wide-flapped boots, decorated the lower extremity of his person. On his left hand he bore a hooded falcon. The jesses were of crimson and yellow silk, its legs fancifully adorned with little bells fastened by rings of leather. These made a jingling and dissonant music as it flew, being generally tuned one semitone below another, that they might be the more sonorous considering their small size. The bearer wore a pair of stout leathern mittens, and he carried a long pole to aid him, as it might seem, in the chase. His manner bespoke him above the ordinary rank. And his garb, from the minute regulations then existing in regard to dress, showed at any rate his pretensions to nobility. This proud cavalier was followed by one servant only, who carried a capacious wallet, not over-well replenished with provision, as was apparent from its long lank shape and attenuated proportions. His master's cloak was slung on the other shoulder. And his belt displayed some implements that appeared alike formidable as means of offence or defence. Eventide was then drawing on, but it did not appear that the falcon had been loosed to the game. The usual tokens of success were wanting, the torn and bloody carcasses that marked an abundant sport. 2 or 3 of the brethren were sitting on a bench in the gateway. In passing by, the foremost of the strangers hastily addressed his follower. "Ralph Newcombe, plague on thee! Hast thou had a call again at the wallet? Thou guzzling tinder-throat, thy drouth is never slaked." Now Ralph, having felt sore oppressed with the weight of sundry leathern bottles, loaves, and wedges of cold meat, had taken especial care to lighten his back and load his stomach whenever the occasion was urgent. His endeavours had not been without success, for the wallet, as we have seen, hung from his shoulders, long, narrow, and unfurnished, save with the scraps and relics of many a savoury junket. "Coming, master," was the reply, sufficiently audible for his master's ear. The remainder escaped in a sort of grumble, the dregs of his ill humour at the interruption. The sportsman, if such he was, gained a ready admittance into the abbey enclosure. Passing round the north transept of the church, he made the best of his way to the abbot's house, where Paulus dwelt in great state, keeping a separate establishment and a numerous train of domestics and officials. Paulus was in some respects a man of parsimonious habits. And though his bounty might now be the better excused, yet in the more prosperous days of his dominion he had the character of a selfish and greedy priest, whose charity was less than that of his predecessor, and his personal expenses double. Encouraged by the Pilgrimage of Grace, as it was then called, headed by one Aske, a gentleman of but mean pretensions, who yet possessed the art of making himself popular with the vulgar, Paulus, though apparently taking no open part in the rebellion, had with his monks repossessed their ancient seat, from which they had been driven by the decrees of Henry VIII. The rebel army had their camp at Doncaster, where the Archbishop of York and the Lord Darcy openly espoused their cause, receiving in great state a herald from the king's army, who came to negotiate with these dangerous malcontents. They had formed high notions of their own power and importance, and entertained sanguine hopes of success, especially since the Duke of Norfolk, a supporter of the ancient religion, was appointed to the command of the royal forces along with the Earl of Shrewsbury. The monks made themselves certain that the result would be a complete purification of heresy from the land, or at least that measures would be adopted for the purpose of forcing Henry to a restitution of their rights. So fully established were they in this opinion, that, as we have just seen, some of them took possession of their ancient inheritances without the tedious formality of awaiting a fresh grant from the king. The rebel army, being allured by Norfolk with vain promises of satisfaction, were now dispersed, though with the understanding that another assemblage should take place at a given notice, for which purpose beacons were erected at convenient distances throughout the north. By these means their forces could again be mustered with the greatest security and dispatch. Within this interval our narrative begins. Paulu had received some communication from the leaders of the pilgrimage, but he seemed wishful to procrastinate, hoping, perhaps, he should be spared the necessity of any more direct treasonable demonstrations, by the timely submission of the king, yet his aid was of too much importance to be neglected. The stranger, on his introduction, was received with some ostentation, and not a little ceremony. They were evidently unknown to each other, but the keen glance of the abbot instantly detected the signal for some secret message. Paulu was habited in the Cistercian gown, and scapulary of white cloth. His eye was dark, but restless, his lips, drawn in, were narrow and compressed, showing the curbed impetuosity of his spirit. Either as a churchman or a warrior, he seemed fitted for daring enterprise, yet was he of a wary and cautious bearing, a characteristic which his monkish education had in all probability thrown over his natural temperament. The attendants having departed, the stranger drew an unsealed letter from his bosom. A written message, my Lord Abbot, from the Abbot of Kirkstall. 'Tis now for your reverence's private regard, afterwards at your discretion. The abbot hastily glanced over this piece of quaint and formal Latinity, occasionally darting a rapid and penetrating look at his visitor. He says not aught regarding so goodly a messenger, said Paulu, carelessly. I should have marvelled if he had, returned the other, with a contemptuous smile. He knew not of so important a personage when that epistle was elaborated from his pen. How, said the abbot, his features gathering into a portentous scowl. Nay, I beseech your reverence's grace, that you throw off all such disturbed apprehensions, for in troth a messenger of my bearing and capacity were worth a knight's ransom in these evil days, when the monks may not abroad with safety. Speak out. Remember I have yet the power to punish both insolence and treachery. The abbot's lip curled upwards, pale and quivering with rage, not unmixed with apprehension. Gramercy, said the stranger, with a provokingly careless expression of cool and contemptuous defiance, I cry you none, I am at present nameless. To work, Lord Abbot. Thou hast holden back too long. And there is a shrewd suspicion abroad of thine integrity in the good cause. Hold, said he, rising, as the reverend prelate was on the point of summoning his attendants, I am not thy prisoner. Impotent, I would crook my finger thus, and thou shouldest crouch at my bidding. Nay, these be evil days, I say again, and more strange things may come to pass than bearding a lordly abbot in his den. Great was the astonishment of Paulu. The stranger stood proudly erect, his arms were folded, and a withering glance shot from beneath his brows. Even John Paulu, unused to a sense of inferiority before his fellowmen, felt cowed before him. For the first time, in all likelihood, he knew not how or what to answer. The stranger interrupted this painful silence. Since the monks are forbidden to be out gaddying, the cowl and scapulary might have found some hindrance over the moors from Kirkstall. With my hawk and bearing pole, I can follow on to the sport without let or question. The latter part of this speech seemed to throw some light on the purpose for which this messenger had been selected. Paulu was preparing for a further inquiry, when he was again interrupted. I tell thee, a courier of my condition may go free, though nameless. But to business, Norfolk is tampering with our credulity. He thinks to gain our time to his advantage, but the work must again be urged forward. Yet lack we thy aid. May we depend on its being faithfully rendered. We must have no lukewarm allies in the rear of our camp. The stranger drew from beneath his inner vest a crucifix, with the representation of a chalice and of the 5 wounds of Christ. Paulu kissed the token, and his suspicions were at rest. But still, there was a dubiety and hesitation in his manner displeasing to the stranger. He would bind himself to no distinct pledge respecting the time of his appearance at the rebel camp. And altogether seemed to display either cowardice or a want of cordiality. His guest refusing to stay the night, on a pretext of urgent business farther north, departed soon after the termination of their interview. The night was fast closing when the strangers left the abbey. One by one the pale stars seemed to start out, as if just lighted up in the blue vault. The dark woods threw their giant arms around the sacred domain, as though to guard it against unhallowed intrusion. The travelers had gained the steep ascent towards the southeast, from whence the river, winding down the narrow valley, seemed as if here and there a spark was floating on its quiet surface, the lights, gliding on the opposite brink, fell distinct and unbroken upon the stream. The soft voice of the current grew strangely audible, in contrast with the deep silence, the wind rolling it round to the ear at intervals startling and abrupt. Preceded by a guide, they had taken the rough mountain road, leading from the abbey into the forest of Pendle, the stranger and his servant still walking, or rather climbing, for their journey could only be accomplished on foot. Having proceeded about 2 miles on this rugged path, they diverged to the left, where the only indication to assist their guide was the turf-cutter's track and a few heaps of stones, scarcely distinguishable from the common mass. But by an eye accustomed to these landmarks, carefully were they sought for at times, the blazing torch carried by their leader being often requisite for the search. They now descended by a narrow and steep ravine, the termination of which brought them to a small brook. This they crossed, and again commenced a sharp and troublesome ascent. The mighty Pendle rose up before them, huge and dark, engrossing half the hemisphere. To this point, it seemed, their path was directed. The guide now trimmed his torch, the smoke from which had for some time been rather an accompaniment than an assistance to their toil, as it caused them to loiter at an inconvenient distance, thereby enhancing the difficulties they had to encounter. Slow and toilsome was their progress, yet a patient continuance in any path will sooner or later lead to the end. The brow of the hill seemed rapidly diminishing. The abrupt steep was at length gained, when the whole glorious garniture of the heavens, uninterrupted, from that majestic height, was suddenly revealed. True, it was a November night, but unusually clear and vivid. The stars seemed to burn rather than shine, so piercing was their effulgence. The vast track of the Milky Way appeared to span the dark and level platform, like the bow of some triumphal arch. They seemed to stand on a huge circle, black, bare, its verge unapproachable, contrasting deeply with the encompassing splendor. Proceeding onwards, a dark speck was visible, springing out abruptly from the verge of the horizon. Its bulk rapidly increased, their path evidently tending in that direction. A shrill whistle from the guide was now answered by a corresponding signal. Presently they were challenged by a sentinel. "Vale," growled out the rough voice of their conductor. "Is it thou, Will?" said the guard. "And what neck art thou fitting for the noose, breeding occupation for the hangsman, I trow? Not half so ripe as thine own, gossip. Here be 2 gentles that have commission, I guess, to look at the beacons, to see they are in trim and properly watched. 'Tis well the guard is set. Holloa, Nicholas Dewhurst, bring the flagon. I am wheezing like an old wife's bellows, nigh disinherited of my birthright, the free quaffing o' the air. I shall die and be canonized." Will, in his eagerness to attain this glorious end, left his companions with the sentinel, who speedily conducted them into a rude hut, erected as a temporary shelter to those on the lookout for signals. In this narrow shed a lamp was burning. 2 of the abbot's servants, stretched before a smouldering heap of turf, were scarcely roused by the vociferations of Will, as he strode over them in his way to the provender. A long pull, and a loud smack, announced the satisfactory relish that ensued. "Hoa, ye lawsel knaves, who sleeps when Will's awake?" This reflection was accompanied by a smart blow on that part of the recumbent's person where it was most conveniently administered. "Begone, sot," was the abrupt reply, not over-abundantly expressive of good humor at this disturbance. Will looked again towards the flagon, but great was his dismay on beholding it in the very act of disemboguing its precious contents into another gulf as insatiable as his own. Ralph Newcombe, incited thereto by his own discrimination, together with the resistless relish of their guide, as soon as the latter had partially concluded, took up the subject, and long, powerful, and undeviating were the requisitions that he made. "Plague on thy civility, a fly will drink from anybody's cup, and so will a Yorkshireman," growled the uncourteous churl. Ralph had, however, braced himself tightly to the task, and stood with an air of dogged defiance, stoutly confronting his accuser, though, being a man of few words, the principal weight of the argument rested upon Will, whose eloquence was with difficulty interrupted on any subject. "Peace," said one of the sleepers, raising himself halfway, "I think we be like to bide here till our bones rot. There's naught but the same dun sky, black, black, and unchanging. I should like to see a stiff blaze from some quarter. Our bundle, here, would soon be in a low." "Hark," said the other, "'tis something creaking amongst the faggots." The sentinel rushed out, but the beacon was undisturbed. "Saint Mary protect us! 'Tis the same noise I heard last night, and about the same hour." The stranger here entered the hut. Enveloped in a huge cloak, he sate silent, and apparently inattentive. But the conversation was now abrupt, and broken down into short and interrupted whispers. "I wish old Hal and his wives were here, with all my heart," said one, "we'd have a rare bonfire. How his fat paunch would swell! But for him and his unlucky women, we had been snug in the chimney corner, snoring out psalmody, or helping old Barnby off with the tit-bits in the kitchen." "Hush," said his neighbor, "there be the faggots talking again. I think they are bewitched. Dan, look to them." "Nay," said Dan, "they may bide a while for me." The words were scarcely uttered and the building seemed in a blaze. Crash upon crash followed. The inmates, stupefied with terror, were well nigh suffocated ere their astonishment left them the power to escape. In the full conviction that the foul fiend had taken him at his word, Dan was dragged from the hut, wan, speechless, and gasping with affright. Nothing less, too, than a visit from his satanic majesty in person was expected by the terrified rustics. On gaining the outside, the whole burning mass was before them, one vast pyramid of flame. Flakes of blazing matter were hurled into the sky, with short and rapid explosions. The roar of the wind through the glowing furnace was awful and appalling. Huge and ignited fragments were borne away with frightful rapidity. They rode on the rolling volumes of smoke like fire fiends armed with destruction, but the vast reservoir of flame still glowed on, apparently undiminished. The curtain of night seemed to be suddenly undrawn. Objects the most minute were visible as in the broad view of day. The brown heath, the grey, and the mossy stone, were each distinguishable, but clad alike in one bright and unvarying color, red as the roaring furnace. Soon the great magazine of inflammable matter in the interior caught fire, and rolled out in a wide mass of light, like the first burst of a volcano. The stranger stood with apparent unconcern, his back to the flames, looking from the brink of the mountain northward, as if on the watch for corresponding signals. Soon a bright star hung on the heights above Sawley. Increasing in splendor, another broke out on the verge of the horizon, marking the site of the camp near Romuald's Moor. Turning towards the southwest, and looking to the right, beyond the chain of successive heights that form the vale of Todmorden, he beheld a dim spark in the distance, from the summit of Hades Hill. Scarcely penetrating the mist which hung like a dense cloud in that direction. This place and Thieveley Pike forming the connecting links between Pendle Hill and Buckton Castle. The terrified attendants knew too well the results which would follow this unaccountable and irreparable mistake. The whole country would be in commotion. Hordes of zealous and fanatic idlers and malcontents would repair to the appointed rendezvous, and this premature, and perhaps fatal movement, would be attributed to their carelessness. Paulu, not overnice in discriminating their several deserts, would doubtless subject them to immediate and condign punishment. These were thoughts common to each, unquestionable and conclusive. But what answer to give, or what excuse to make, was far from being decided upon with the same degree of certainty. "We shall be hanged without mercy," was the dread sum of these uncomfortable reflections. "I know not what you may be," said Will. "But I intend to run for it. I've an old dame would make a sore disturbance at my death, more especially if dangling from the gallows tree. Which of all the trees in the wood hath been my aversion ever since I saw Long Tom of the Nab make so uncomfortable a shriving from thence." "Run, then," said Nicholas, rather stoutly, and in a tone of more confidence than heretofore. "I'll stay my ground this bout. And, further, I do propose to commit yon knaves into the holy keeping of our four-cornered crib, where they may be indulged in recreations of another sort than setting the whole country by the ears. 'Twill save our necks to slip theirs into the noose." This happy suggestion, the whole of these honest and conscientious servants of the church were prepared to obey. They might with safety accuse the strangers. Indeed, it was more than probable they had hit out the right source of the mischief, so, marching up boldly to the execution of this Christian purpose, they were proceeding to lay hands on the foremost of the culprits. At this critical moment he turned suddenly round. Perhaps from a prior suspicion of their intentions, or from the knavish cast of their countenances, he saw that hostilities were in contemplation. At any rate, he seemed to be prepared for the event. Will, being the mouthpiece of the party, and accustomed, moreover, at times to a precise and methodical manner of delivery, was the chief speaker. "Sir, we arrest you for high treason. You are charged with firing off beacons without our privity or consent, thereby endangering the safety of the Lord Abbot, and the peaceable governing of this realm." He paused, quaking even at his own eloquence. But the stranger made no reply, till, throwing aside his cloak, he drew out a hagbut or demi-hague as it was sometimes called, being a sort of small harquebus, with its match ready kindled. "Tell the Abbot of Whalley that neither ye nor the whole horde of drones and drivellers about his hive, shall take me against my own liberty and consent. Hold back. Your first step, is your last, save to your grave. I will see the Abbot shortly, but not by your grace or assistance." Saying this, he bounded down the steep like the roused deer, in its first pride of flight, scorning the chase. The light flashing from his weapons marked his form rapidly receding from their grasp. But Ralph, who, as we may suppose, was minded to imitate the evolutions of his master, being it seemed of a more heavy and considerate demeanour, paused for a space ere he leapt. This deliberation was fatal to his enterprise. The enemy, recovering from their confusion, seized him in default of his master, and without further ado bore him away as a visible acquittance of themselves to the abbot. There could be no great harm in throwing the blame of this unlucky affair on the companion of the escaped incendiary. Besides, it would be an effective lesson to him on the danger of keeping bad company. Through bog and brake, over moor and mountain, they hurried on with their prisoner, who, dooming them all to Clutie and his imps, and commending himself to Michael, Mary, and a number of his especial patrons in the Romish calendar, was urged forward with more than their usual speed. The blaze had ceased to be visible when they came to the last descent towards the village. Far and wide the alarm had spread, consternation and inquiry were on every countenance. The guards were besieged with anxious faces, supplicating intelligence, and much impeded thereby in their progress to the abbey. Outside the gates they found a dense crowd waiting for the news. The abbot and his brethren were in close council, expecting every moment the arrival of warders from the beacon. They were hurried into the chapter house, together with their prisoner, who had now taken to the sulks, refusing any reply to the numerous inquiries made by the servants who followed, eager for the final disclosure. The room was lighted by a single lamp. Little of the interior was visible, save the grim and ascetic faces of the monks who sat nearest to the center of illumination. Their features, in deep masses of alternate light and shadow, looked as if carved out, hard and immovable, from the oak wainscot. Occasionally, a dull roll of the eye relieved the oppressive stillness, and the gazer would look out from the mystic world he inhabited, through these loopholes of sense, into the world of sympathies and affections, with which he had long ceased to hold communion. Paulus was standing when they entered. His bushy grey eyebrows threw a strange and almost unnatural shade over the deep recesses beneath, across which, at times, like the foam swept over the dark billows of the spirit, a light and glowing track was visible, marking the powerful conflict within. Nicholas Dewhurst and Daniel Haydock. He shaded his eyes from the light, as he thus addressed the foremost of the party who had just entered. From what quarter was the signal first visible? My lord, said Dan, we are but unworthy of your highness' grace, did we not answer truly? Quick, thou art slower to thine answers than thy words. Why tarriest thou? If your highness will pardon. What? Said Paulus, in a voice that made the culprits quake. I pardon nothing. What means this silence? Please your reverence, said Will, now advancing from the rear, his rhetorical flourishes somewhat curtailed, and his confidence thereby wonderfully abetted. The first signal was our own, lighted by an incendiary, to wit. And here we bring him to your highness' reverence for judgment. We ordered the rope and the broad beam to be ready by daybreak. It were idle to paint the astonishment and dismay which this short narrative produced. Paulus immediately saw the dangers by which he was involved. He was, by this desperate and unfortunate act, at once committed to the measures from which he had hitherto kept aloof, and he must now stand foremost in the cause, or tamely submit to the infuriate vengeance which this overt act of rebellion would inevitably hasten. He had hoped that, sheltered in this quiet nook, he should escape without being made a party in the contest, and rest secure until hotter heads and lighter brains had fought the battles that would leave him in possession of the spoil. If the king's party were triumphant, he fancied that, by seeming to take little or no part in the hostilities then abroad, his house might be spared in the general wreck that would ensue. But all these schemes of deep-laid policy and ambition were in a moment dissipated. No time was to be lost. The whole country would instantly be in array, and the beacon light of Pendle proclaimed Paulus as the source and instigator of this second rebellion. It would be in vain to stay the rising. Some enemy of his house, or some desperate adventurer, wishful to further his own schemes at another's expense, was doubtless the author of this mischief. The whole was but the discovery of a moment. Almost before the dark thought was visible on the brow he cried out, "Bring forward the traitor." But Ralph, on the first hearing of this accusation, strode forward, even to the table, where sat the awful conclave astonished at his temerity. He stood calmly erect, surveying his judges with a countenance scarcely moved from its usually hard and stolid expression. "If it be true," cried he, "as these idlers do aver, I am here to answer. If it be false, they must look to it." The abbot frowned at this presumptuous speech. "Who art thou?" "Marry, an ass ridden by fools." "Knave, see thou be discreet and respectful in thine answers. There be whipping posts for knaves, and stocks for the correction of fools. Why, if it be for the matter of my name, I trow, 'tis of an honest Christian-like and well-conditioned flavour, comes out of the mouth sharp as a beer spigot. Men call me Ralph." "And from whence?" said the abbot, impatiently. "These knaves of thy breeding can tell best. 'Tis a road I never before travelled, and, by your grace's favour, I do not mean to jog on it again." "He is servant to the stranger yeoman whom your worship entertained a few hours back, on some private errand," said one of the auditors. A sharp guess at the truth raised a slight quiver on the abbot's lip. The conversation of the stranger, the anxiety he displayed, with that of his brother of Kirkstall, seemed to point out the source and cause of his disaster. "Now, varlet, answer truly, or thou deest," said Paulus, with a significant shake of the finger. "At whose instigation hast thou committed this foul treason against our house, and the good prospering of this realm?" "The deed was not mine." "Believe him not, my lord, we are upon our testimony," said the accusers. Ralph, turning aside, met them face to face. He commenced a short but shrewd examination, as follows. "You were watching, I suppose," said he, carelessly. "Aye, Were we, sharply replied 3 or 4 ready tongues. Then, how could I fire the beacon without your leave? A short pause evinced their dislike to this question. But Will, more ready than discreet, soon summoned assurance to meet the inquiry, thus. My lord, we had just taken them into the hut, thinking to show them a courtesy. But that knave's throat holds more liquor than his mother's kneading trough, or. If in the hut, how could I set the beacon in a low? But thou hadst a companion, hastily shouted Nicholas, finding their first position untenable. And how comes it to pass that ye be taking or guiding thither any person, and more particularly wayfarers, whom we know not? How comes it, I say, that ye suffer this without my permission, said the abbot, sternly. Will was their guide. And we cared not to refuse your reverence's messenger. My messenger, returned Paulus, with a glance that almost bent them to the ground. Please your highness, said Will, falling on his knees, the stranger was a visiting of the beacons, so said he, to know if they were carefully watched. He came to me, as with an authority from your reverence, and I mounted them up to the guard-house, unwillingly enough. 'Tis a sore pull for a pair of shanks like mine. The abbot now saw plainly into the machinations by which he had been betrayed, and reprimanding his men for their negligence, and so careless an observance of his commands, ordered them off severally to the stocks. Their lamentations were loud but unavailing, especially when they found that Ralph was simply dismissed, for a space, to solitary confinement. Yet was Paulus still at a loss to determine whence this subtle device originated, unless from his brother of Kirkstall, and he resolved to question Ralph secretly. It was owing to this purpose probably that the usual summary process of executive justice was not more speedily administered. A great marvel and gossip, as may readily be supposed, now arose throughout the whole country. Rumour, with her 100 tongues, flew fast, and her wide wings overspread the land. From all quarters, conformably to the signal, the levies marched with great rapidity to Doncaster, where they found Lord Darcy, who seemed to feel, or to feign, astonishment at this sudden rising without his orders. One and all proclaimed that the appointed signal was from the Abbot of Whalley, at whose warren-sighting torch the whole line of beacons had been kindled. A messenger, however, was soon forwarded to the camp, from Paulus, with an explanation of the affair, while at the same time he demanded their aid for the discovery and punishment of the offenders. But Darcy and Aske were too well pleased to see Paslew's crafty and selfish plans frustrated, whilst he was irretrievably committed to their cause. Tired of waiting the tardy result of negotiations with their sovereign, these ambitious spirits were glad to behold their army once more menacing the royalist position, hoping it would either quicken or terminate these dilatory proceedings. But the Duke of Norfolk and the Earl of Shrewsbury, at the news of this unexpected rising, were mightily amazed. Their plans were at once terminated. Their emissaries had failed to bring intelligence previously of the intended gathering. In the midst of their dilemma word was brought that the Abbot of Whalley had first lighted up the blaze of insurrection. Secretly resolving that this meddling priest should sorely rue his mischievous exploit, they again found themselves unwillingly obliged to enter into fresh stipulations with their adversaries, though determining on delay, if possible, in the hope of dividing their leaders, and of extinguishing the rebellion in detail. But we would crave the reader's return to the abbey, where Ralph was left in strict durance, and possibly in some danger from the vindictive purposes of the abbot. Early on the following morning he was aroused from a deep-toned and laborious stertoration, by a figure that shook him as he lay, in a somewhat unceremonious fashion. The intruder was wrapped in a thick cloak or tunic, and he stood gruffly erect by the straw couch, whereon the prisoner's night dreams had nestled in their first existence. I marvel thou sleepest so soundly. Thou art the first knave, I trow, that hast welcomed these walls with so loud a clarion. And what should ail the well-earned slumbers of Ralph Newcome? His sleep may be as sound as some of those, mayhap, that have softer beds and gayer clothing. But the gallows, man, hast had no glimpse of the noose in thy night visions? Peradventure the hemp is not sown that shall make my collar. When the hangsman comes, 'tis time enough to wake. So, I pray thee, bereave not a poor man of the only solace the rich cannot purchase from him. Thou art a plain-spoken varlet, and I would but ask thy master's name and condition. Answer me straight, no equivocation, no shuffling or evasion shall serve thee, 'tis a stale device now, and will not avail. And who art thou, friend, that hast such a greedy appetite for men's names, thou canst not rest a bed for the craving of thy stomach? I am the abbot, and thou a prisoner in this good house. Fearful odds, methinks, for the strife. Now hark thee, most reverend abbot, my name thou knowest at a peradventure, but for the name of my master, as thou callest him, seeing it be a notable secret, thou mightest as well go ask his goshawk yonder, who, I guess, continues an unworthy prisoner as well as myself. I'll have the truth wrung from thy tongue. Thumbscrews and iron mittens will not be denied so easily. Humph, said Ralph, these be rare things for cracking the shell, but, for all that, I wot they'll not get at the kernel. What? Defiest thou my power, in my own custody too? Paulu grew pale with anger, but the impolicy of this proceeding soon suggested itself to his wary, though at times impetuous, temper. Yet the stubborn disposition of his prisoner resisted alike his cajolements and his threats. In vain were offers of reward multiplied, nor bribe nor entreaty could avail. Paulu then left him, threatening to extract by force what milder measures had failed to elicit. He had that morning dispatched a messenger to the rebel chiefs at Doncaster with an explanation of the accident, likewise with an assurance of his good wishes to the cause, but still he delayed to go in person, or to send his quota of levies. True, however, to his threats, if not to his promises, towards the close of the day he again visited the dungeon. He was accompanied by 2 grim attendants, whom he ordered to wait outside until their services should be required. Ralph was striding lustily, and with evident impatience, over the damp floor, yet he scarcely seemed to notice the entrance of the abbot. How now, hast had aught, by way of special discovery, touching the name thou hadst forgotten this morning? Yes, I have had a notable discovery therein, said Ralph, still holding on his pace diagonally, as heretofore. And may we graciously participate in the result? Doubtless 'tis a comfortable and happy revelation, said the abbot. 'Tis to beware of 3 most unlucky things, persons, or properties, I trow, to wit, a parson's maid, a prior's sow, and an abbot's dinner. And what lack they in thy honest esteem? A parson's maid lacks honesty, a prior's sow a litter, and an abbot's dinner lacks me. Or, rather, thou lackest it. Why, troth, I am not overnice in the disposition of vain words. Nor should I be overnice in the disposal of some light scraps from your reverence's buttery. Thou hast not dined. Peradventure not at thy cost. Perchance an empty stomach may be the more apt to yield. A full belly makes a stout heart. I know not. But hasten, I beseech thee. Thy questions over, we may make merry together. Nothing less than a full flagon and a prime haunch will suffice. Ralph rubbed his hands at the bare idea of these prospective dainties. Wilt thou now disclose the name of thy master? No, said Ralph, and now for dinner. Prithee, in what haste, returned Paulu, with a grin of cruel and malicious irony. There be some slight preliminaries to adjust, something to season thy haunch and whet thine appetite. He stamped with his foot, and the 2 attendants entered, bearing instruments of uncouth and horrid appearance. Thou mayest spare my bones and thy gimcracks. With all thy screwing, thou canst not yet squeeze raindrops from the rock. I cry thee favour. Thou hast dared the stroke, thou hast courted the vengeance thou wouldest withstand, but thou shalt yield or break. Seize him. Stand back, caitiffs, said Ralph, with a look of deep and unutterable scorn. But to thee. Words would fail to express my contempt, my derision, my defiance of thy puny power. Read, and skulk back to thy cell. He drew from his doublet a small roll of parchment, which Paulu, with unfeigned astonishment and vexation, recognized as a safe warranty from the Archbishop of York, wherein the bearer, under whatever manner or distinction he might choose to adopt, was charged with a secret mission from the leaders of the pilgrimage, touching the success and well-being of the Catholic faith, and the prosperity of the Holy Church. All abbots, priests, and others, being true sons of the Church, were called on to aid and comfort him in the due exercise of his mission, to furnish him with a safe passage, and to obey his bidding without let or question. "Herein failed not at your peril," said Ralph, eyeing the abbot with a glance of cool and deliberate scorn. "Why was not this protection from his grace given to me before?" inquired Paulus, beseechingly. "That thy deceit and double-dealing might be the more manifest. Yesternight thou didst refuse thine aid until the beacon of insurrection should be kindled. When kindled, and upon thine own ground, too, still thou holdest back. But think not to escape, think not to watch in safety whilst others work. Whoever wins in this perilous game, thou wilt lose. Marked out for destruction, thine own policy will betray thee. Choose thee one party, and thou hast yet one chance of safety. But double-dealers, such as thou, do ever tumble into the trap baited by their own cunning. Will his Grace of York expect my presence at the camp? It is needful thou make thy peace either with him or with the king," said Ralph, "yet am I bold to tell thee, that with Harry thine hope of reconciliation is past. The news, ere this, hath reached Norfolk's ear, and the beacon light of Pendle, the first blaze and signal of the insurrection, denounces the Abbot of Whalley as a ringleader, and as having first kindled the torch of rebellion." With a malicious smile, cruel as the triumph of the fiend at the torments of his victim, did this mysterious foe exhibit to him the toils that had been, during his unsuspecting security, wound about him. "Thine only hope is from his grace. Go with me, and thou mayest yet dwell in safety, and thine house be established." Paulus saw with dismay the dark gulf which yawned on either hand, and the net so craftily prepared to entangle him. His only hope of security, however, was a prompt acquiescence in the plan pointed out by the stranger, who accordingly engaged to conduct him without delay to the appointed rendezvous. Passing over the difficulties of the journey, the accidents by the way, the slips and damages of sumpter horses, and their often trackless march over the hills, let us behold Paulus, after some narrow escapes from the royalist forces, taking up his quarters at an obscure lodging hard by the town of Doncaster, and nigh to the cantonments of the rebel chiefs, whose forces were once more in formidable array, occupying a conspicuous position on the left bank of the river Don. The left wing of the royalist troops was flanked by a deep morass, called Pottery Car, and their right protected by the walls of the town. The morning that followed Pasla's arrival was the time appointed for a general attack by the rebels, who considerably outnumbered the more disciplined but less zealous army of their sovereign. Darcy and his associates intending to cross the river by daybreak, with the utmost secrecy, hoping to take the royalist forces by surprise. Paulus arrived alone, just as the consultation of the chiefs was breaking up. His companion, Ralph, had left him some hours before, and galloped on at full speed, first giving directions as to the course he should take, and the measures he was to adopt on his arrival. Conducted in due form to the Archbishop's presence, Paulus found his Grace at supper. The repast was sumptuous, and served up in great state. This high dignitary seldom stirred but with his kitchen furniture and service for the table, which last was of massy silver, beautifully wrought and embellished. His servants were apparelled in all the pomp and insignia of office. But he affected great plainness and simplicity, both of dress and demeanor. At his right hand sat a stout, muscular figure, whom Paulus immediately recognized, with unequivocal demonstrations of surprise, to be his uncle prisoner Ralph Newcombe, now habited in a plain suit of velvet, and looking like a country gentleman of some rank and importance. His manner was, however, coarse and abrupt, and he still seemed nothing loath to sustain his full complement of liquor. On the left of the Archbishop sat his nameless visitor at the Abbey, whose personal accomplishments he had good cause to remember. Below them sat several chiefs of the Confederacy, apparently of an inferior rank. "Abbot Paulus," said his Grace, "thou art a tardy, and it may be undutiful son. Thine homage to the Church has not been either freely or faithfully rendered. Yet does she now welcome thee to her embrace, with the promise of a free and unconditional forgiveness. I, said he of his grace's right hand, Abbot Whalley was of too great weight in the scale of events to be left to choose his own side of the balance. I am right fain of his company, and in troth he can use the persuasions well, the thumbscrews and tight boots upon occasion. Master ask, replied the Archbishop, if the sons that our mother hath suckled and nourished from her own grace and bounty were every of them as true as thou art, who yet receivest not of her temporal favours, then would her kingdom be enlarged. And her arms should outstretch to the utmost verge and compass of all visible things. But there be evil men and seducers abroad, traitors to their altar and their faith. Here he paused, but presently continued, my friends, though our religion be meek and lowly, yet does it not deny to us the comforts but sparingly scattered through this vain and perishing world. His Grace here filled a cup of spiced sack, inviting Whalley to partake of their humble entertainment. Bewildered and intimidated, he yet obeyed with all due reverence and courtesy. Confusion to the heretic king! Cried he on the left of the Archbishop, filling his glass, and at the same time taking a special note that the guests should repeat this bold and startling treason. Lord Darcy, said one of the guests, thou hast imbibed that wish so oft in thy drink, that should the king catch thee he may find it branded in thy four quarters, when they are cut up to ornament his Majesty's posterns. And what might he find on thine, Norton, said the fiery leader. A cook's rolling pin and a mutton pasty. A loud laugh here announced the hit, of which this sally was the bearer, it being levelled directly at the well-known propensities of the personage to whom it was addressed. Come, friends all, said the Archbishop. Let not the jibe and jest go round, there be matters of graver import that should occupy us this night. Tomorrow, let the elements be propitious, and the day is won. Odie's life, said Ask. Surely the rain will not again prevent us from passing the river, as it did in our last campaign. If it do, cried a deep and melancholy voice from the lower end of the table, then will I say this pilgrimage of grace is the device of man, and not of God, and the work will not prosper. This ominous anticipation seemed to strike terror into the most stout-hearted. Foul fa, the croaking raven, said Ask. No good comes on't, when the Lord of Ravenswood breaks from his usual silence. Mischief follows, safe as the bolt after the flash. Hush! My son, said the Archbishop to this bird of ill omen, thou speakest unwisely. 'Tis not for us to adjudge the displeasure of heaven upon slight testimonies. He trieth our faith, when the dark cloud overshadoweth his mercy. But let us not dishonour this good cause, and weaken our hands by indulging in such gloomy anticipations. The night showeth little token of a change, and when I was last abroad, the river passed on, shallow and murmuring, over the ford. The guests were fully occupied to a late hour in discussing the plan of attack, the occupation of the town, together with subsequent arrangements, after which, with mutual anticipations of success, the company departed. Whalley, on retiring to his chamber, though much fatigued, found himself unable to sleep. The dark chaos of events brooded heavily upon his brain. Feverish and excited, the dread tomorrow seemed already pressing on the past, mingling its deep and unseen flood with the full tide of existence. The whirl and eddy, created by the conflict, lashed his thoughts almost to madness. He grew appalled. The billows blackened as they rose. He seemed sinking, overwhelmed in the struggle, and the spirit quivered as they passed. He arose, darting an anxious glance through the low casement. The moon was riding on the top of a huge mountain of clouds towards the northwest. As he gazed they came rapidly athwart the heavens, like the wings of some terrible demon visibly unfolding. On a sudden the door of his chamber flew open. He started forward to meet the intruder, but there was no footstep, no sound save the hurrying gusts that foreran the approaching tempest. Soon like a mighty deluge it burst on at once in its full vigor, as though it would overwhelm creation once more in immediate ruin. The roll of the river answered swiftly to the tempest's voice, now swollen to a huge and foaming torrent, rising rapidly over its level banks, and threatening devastation on every side. Whalley quaked. Gloomy forebodings crept upon him. He beheld in this strange visitation another and a manifest interposition of heaven, fighting against the cause he had unhappily espoused. Rest was out of the question, his whole thoughts being occupied in the contrivance of measures for his own immediate safety. In the morning consternation had seized the whole camp. They beheld the muddy and turbulent waters before them, again frustrating their hopes, levelling their proud schemes, and fighting visibly and irresistibly against them, in front of their adversaries. So intimidated were the troops, and so convinced that their cause was now hopeless, that not all the persuasions and threatenings of their leaders, nor the archbishop's promises of an eternal reward, could prevent the breaking up of this vast multitude, and the hasty dispersion of the rebel host. Ere morning Paulu was gone. He liked not the dust from a falling house. Weary and alone he came back to his dwelling on the 10th day after his departure. From this time danger and misfortune crowded fast upon that devoted house. The dark course of events unfolded with frightful rapidity, and Paulu, by many a vain contrivance, sought to avert the king's displeasure and his own doom. A relaxation of some measures more than ordinarily severe was attempted. And we find, from existing records, that a pension of 10 marks per annum was granted to Thomas Cromwell, the king's secretary and principal visitor, whether in the way of bribe or fee is not certain. It shows, however, the humiliating and submissive circumstances to which the monks were now reduced. They were indeed fallen from that high estate, when kings were their tributaries, and empires too narrow for the wide grasp of their ambition. The following is a copy of Thomas Cromwell's indulgence, taken from the Towneley Misses. To all estates due honour and reverence, and to all other commendation in our Lord everlasting. Know ye that we John, Abbot of ye monastery of our blessed Lady of Whalley, in calm Lanc, by ye assent and consent of ye convent, have freely granted unto ye right honourable Mr. Tho. Cromwell, Secretary, General Visitor, and principal official to our most sovereign Lord Kyng Hen. 8. An annual rent or fee of 6, 13, 4, Uriel, to be paid at ye nativity of St. John Baptist unto ye said Maester Thomas Cromwell. We, ye said Abbot and Convent have put to ye same our hands and common seal. Yevon at Whalley January 1st, 28 Hen. 8. But every act of submission, every stratagem and advice, had failed to ward off the blow. Within 10 weeks from the date of this document there was neither Abbot nor Abbey of Whalley. After the dispersion, imprisonment, and execution of the principal leaders of the rebellion, the day of reckoning and retribution was at hand. Shrewsbury, by the king's orders, sent a herald with a troop of horse, who, taking Paulu, Eastgate, Haydock, and some others of the monks prisoners, they were arraigned at Lancaster, and convicted of high treason. On the March 12, 1537, Paulu was conveyed back to Whalley for execution, where, in a field called the Whole Houses, immediately facing the house of his birth, a gallows was erected, on which Paulu and Eastgate suffered punishment or martyrdom. For the story varies according to the bias of the party by whom it is told. Haydock was carried to Padiham, and died there the same ignominious death on the day following. The monks, driven from their asylum, escaped into France, with the exception of a few, who lingered near the scenes of their former enjoyments, hovering like departed hopes round the ruin to which they clung. Sir Edward Stanley. Why, then, the world's mine oyster, which I with sword will open. God never wrought miracles to convince atheism, because his ordinary works convince it. Bacon. No man doubts of a supreme being, until, from the consciousness of his provocations, it becomes his interest there should be none. Government of the tongue. Men are atheistical because they are first vicious, and question the truth of Christianity because they hate the practice. South. The following will, perhaps, be thought misplaced as a polemical subject. But in relating what may be conceived as the true motive that incited Sir Edward Stanley to the founding of that beautiful structure Hornby Chapel, we may be allowed to show the operation as well as the effect, to trace the steps by which his conversion from an awful and demoralizing infidelity was accomplished. We have borrowed some of the arguments from Leslie's short method with the deists, condensing and illustrating them as the subject seemed to require. We hope to be pardoned this freedom. The nature of the question would necessarily refer to a range of argument and reply in frequent use. And all that we could expect to accomplish was to place the main arguments in such a position as to receive the light of some well-known and self-evident truth. The dark transactions to which the Parson of Sledburn obscurely refers may be found in Whitaker's Whalley, pages 475, 476. The same historian remarks in another work, from several hints obliquely thrown out by friends as well as enemies, this man appears to have been a very wicked person, of a cast and character very uncommon in those unreflecting times. There certainly was something very extraordinary about the man, which, amidst the feudal and knightly habits in which young persons of his high rank were then bred, prompted him to speculate, however unhappily, on any metaphysical subject. Now, whether this abominable persuasion were the cause or the effect of his actual guilt, whether he had reasoned himself into materialism in order to drown the voice of conscience, or fell into the sin of murder because he had previously reasoned himself out of all ideas of responsibility, does not appear. But his practice, as might have been expected, was suited to his principles, and Hornby was too rich a bait to a man who hoped for no enjoyment but in the present life, and feared no retribution in another. Accordingly, we find him loudly accused of having poisoned his brother-in-law, John Harrington, by the agency of a servant. And he is suspected also of having, through subornation of perjury, proved, or attempted to prove, himself tenant of the honour of Hornby. Sir Edward Stanley, the fifth son of Thomas, first Earl of Derby, early received the notice and favour of his sovereign King Henry VIII. It is said of him, the camp was his school, and his learning the pike and sword. The king's greeting, when they met, was, "Ho! my soldier!" Honour floated in his veins, and valour danced in his spirits. At the Battle of Flodden he commanded the rear of the English army, and was attacked by the Earls of Lennox and Argyle, both of whom were slain, together with the King of Scots, on that memorable day. Through his great bravery and skill he mainly contributed to its success. A sudden feint inducing the Scots to descend a hill, their stronghold, an opening was caused in their ranks, which Sir Edward Stanley espying, he attacked them on the sudden with his Lancashire bowmen. So unexpected an assault put them into great disorder, which gave the first hopes of success, and kindled fresh courage through the English ranks, ending in the complete overthrow and discomfiture of their enemies. Upon this signal achievement, Sir Edward Stanley, being much advanced thereby in the king's favour, received from the hand of his royal master a letter of thanks, together with an assurance of some future reward. Accordingly, we are told, the year ensuing, the king keeping Whitsuntide at Eltham in Kent, Sir Edward being in his train, he commanded that, for his valiant acts against the Scots, when he won the hill, and relieved the English from their distress. An achievement worthy of his ancestors, who bore an eagle on their crest, he should be created Lord Monteagle. Whereupon he had a special summons to Parliament in the same year by the title of Baron Stanley, Lord Monteagle. Twice did he and Sir John Wallop penetrate, with only 800 men, into the very heart of France, and 4 times did he and Sir Thomas Lovell save Calais, the first time by intelligence, the second by stratagem, the third by their valour and undaunted courage, and the fourth by their unwearied patience and assiduity. In the dangerous insurrection by Aske and Captain Cobbler, his zeal for the prince's service and the welfare of his country caused him to outstrip his sovereign's commands by putting himself at the head of his troops without the king's commission. For which dangerous piece of loyalty he asked pardon, and received thanks. By stirring up jealousy and sedition, too, amongst the rebels, he gave his majesty time, by pretended treaties, to draw off the most eminent of the faction, and to overcome and dissipate the rest. Yet, with all this outward show of prosperity, and the bruit of noble deeds so various and multiplied, that fame herself seemed weary of rehearsing them, there were not wanting evil reports and dark insinuations against his honour. Foul surmises prevailed, especially in the latter part of his life, as to the means by which he possessed himself of the estates he then held in right of his lady, and those too that he enjoyed through the attainder of her uncle, Sir James Harrington. He acknowledged himself a free-thinker and a materialist, a character of rare occurrence in those ages, showing him to be as daring in his opinions as in his pursuits. That the soul of man was like the winding up of a watch, and that when the spring was run down the man died, and the soul was extinct, are still recorded as his expressions. In those days of demoralizing ignorance, this open and unhesitating opinion might be the means of creating him many dangerous and deadly enemies, especially amongst the priesthood, whose office, though tending to higher and nobler ends than the mere thralling of man's spirit to creeds and systems of secular ambition, was yet but too often devoted to this purpose. Every power that human cruelty and ingenuity could compass was tried, but happily in vain, to confine the free and unfettered spirit for ever in the dark cells of ignorance and superstition. From a number of unconnected accounts respecting this great, if not good man, whose virtues even would have been the vices of our own age, we find as the most prominent parts of his disposition a thorough contempt for the maxims and opinions of the world, and an utter recklessness of its censure or esteem. Marrying into the family of the Harringtons, he resided the latter part of his life at the castle of Hornby, where we find him engaged in schemes for the most part tending to his own wealth and aggrandizement. The chapel which he built is said to have been vowed at Flodden, but this statement is evidently untrue, having no foundation but the averments of those who content not themselves with a plain narrative of facts, but assume a license to invent motives agreeable to their own folly or caprice. That Sir Edward Stanley made any such vow we cannot imagine, much less would he put it into execution. "Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die," was the governing principle of his life, and the mainspring of his actions. It would be a strange anomaly in the records of human opinions to find an edifice reared to perpetuate a belief which the founder thought a delusion, a mere system of priestcraft and superstition. To this prominent feature in his history our attention has been directed, and we think the following tradition assigns a better and more plausible motive for the founding of that beautiful structure, the chapel at Hornby. It was by the still light of a cloudless harvest moon that two men appeared to be sauntering up the stream that winds through the vale near Hornby. One of them wore a clerical habit, and the other, from his dress, seemed to attend in the capacity of a menial. They rested at the foot of a steep cliff overhung with firs and copse wood. The castle, upon the summit, with its tall and narrow tower, like a feather stuck in its crown, was not visible from where they sat. The moon threw an unclouded luster from her broad full face far away over the wide and heavy woods by which they were surrounded. A shallow bend of the stream towards the left glittered over its bed like molten silver, issuing from a dark and deep pool shaded by the jutting boughs and grim-visaged rocks from whence they hung. The travellers now ascended by a narrow and precipitous path. Their task was continued with no little difficulty, by reason of the looseness of the soil, and the huge rocks that obstructed their progress. By dint of scrambling, rather than walking, they, however, approached to the summit, when a light became visible over the hill, growing brighter as they ascended. It was the castle turret, where Lord Monteagle generally spent the greater part of the night in study. Whatever might be the precise nature of his pursuits, they were not supposed to be of the most reputable sort. Wizard spells and rites unholy were said to occupy these midnight vigils. Often, as that lonely watchtower caught the eye of the benighted peasant, did he cross himself, and fancy that shadows were flitting to and fro on the trembling and distant beam. "There it is," said the hindmost person, who was none other than the parson of Sledburn. "That lantern, I think, is unquenchable. Does thy master never quit yon burning pinnacle?" "May be," replied the servant, "he careth not to be oft abroad. And who dare thwart his will? Troth he had need be of a tough temper that should give him speech unquestioned. They who hold a higher communion reck but little of this frail and pitiful dust," returned the clergyman, after a solemn pause. "It is enough that he hath sent for me. I would fain warn him ere he depart, else yon walls had not again echoed my footstep." This confidential domestic spoke not. He was either too much attached to his master, or implicated with him, to hazard a remark. The path was now wider and less difficult of access, leading over a pretty knoll, glittering like lodestars in the dew, beyond which arose the huge and cumbrous pile then distinguished as the castle of Hornby. The barking of some half-dozen hoarse-mouthed dogs announced their approach. Passing over the drawbridge, they entered the courtyard, from whence a side postern at that time opened a communication to the turret chamber without passing through the main building. A winding staircase led them directly to the summit. Soft gleams of moonlight came at intervals through the narrow loopholes, being the only help or direction whereby to accomplish their ascent. After a tedious gyration, which more than once made the hindmost party pause to obtain a respite, the guide opened a low door. It swung heavily aside, disclosing a small anteroom, destitute of all furniture save a large oaken chest, that seemed to be the depository, or ark, as it was usually called, for the safekeeping of the family archives. The conductor approaching an opposite door gave a private signal. It flew open as if by its own impulse, displaying a chamber of no mean dimensions, in which, by the light from a gigantic lamp, was seen a figure seated before a table absolutely groaning with piles of books and various apparatus of unknown and wondrous import. Instruments of unimaginable shape lay in heaps round the apartment, their use it were impossible to conjecture. Furnaces, alembics, jars, glass urinals, and bottles of all sizes, rendered the chamber perilous of access, save to those who were acquainted with the intricacies of this labyrinth. Sir Edward, as he was yet generally styled, looked full at his visitors as they entered. His eye was large and dark, the expression fierce and commanding. He was clad in a gown of black silk, covering an inner vest of sables. From a broad belt, glittering with costly stones, hung a short sword and a pair of pistols richly embossed. The upper portion of his head was bald, the hair on its sides short and frizzly. His beard was of a reddish tinge, trimmed square and bushy, beneath which his white ruff seemed to glisten from the sudden contrast. His forehead was high and retreating, his face pale, and his cheek hollow and slightly wrinkled. His nose was small, looking ill-suited to the other features, which were large and strongly marked. His mouth was full, but compressed, and his teeth beautifully white and well-shaped. When he spoke, they were much exposed, projecting slightly, and tending to give an air of ferocity to his countenance. In stature he was tall and well-formed. Proudly upright in his gait and attitude, he appeared like one born to be obeyed, to rule in whatsoever station he occupied. Sir Hugh Parker. The parson of Sledburn is welcome to Hornby, said Lord Monteagle, rising. It is long since we have met. I claim the privilege of old fellowship, give me thy hand. My lord, I am here at your request. Your wishes are commands with my poor endeavours. Thou mayest retire, Maudsley, said the Baron to his servant, motioning him to depart. The minister was accommodated with a low stool, made vacant for the occasion. Lord Monteagle, closing the book, abruptly addressed his visitor. I knew thou wast in the neighbourhood, and I would unravel a few arguments with thee, a few quiddities about thy profession. I know thou art skilful at thy trade, which, though a vocation having its basis in fraud, finding countenance through the weakness and credulity of mankind, doth yet hold the commonalty in thrall and terror, a restraint which none other scheme might peradventure impose. You are too harsh, my lord. I minister not to aught that, my conscience disapproves. Being of the Reformed Church, I do not mightily affect creeds and opinions. The Bible is the fountain, pure and undefiled. Its waters fertilize and invigorate the seed of the faith, but choke and rot the rampant weeds of error and superstition. The Bible. A forgery, the invention of a cunning priesthood to mask and perpetuate their delusions. Prove its falsehoods to be the truth. Distinguish me thy revelation from the impostures of Mahomet, the dreams of the Sibyls, and the lying oracles of heathenry. Oblige me either to renounce my reason and the common principles which distinguish truth from error, or to admit the proof thou shalt allege, which proof, look thee, must be such as no imposture can lay claim to. Otherwise it proves thy doctrine to be an imposture. If thy religion be true, there must be such a proof. For if the being who gave this revelation which he requires all men to receive, have left his own truth destitute of the only proof which can distinguish it from an imposture, this will be an impeaching of his wisdom. An error in the very outset of the case, proving him not the all-wise, but liable to infirmity in error. This, thou sayest, will bring our debate within a narrow compass. Nevertheless, I must own the task is hard, replied the clergyman, because of the blindness and impotency of that same reason of which thou vauntest, and the feebleness of our mental sight. For we cannot come at any abstract truth whatsoever but by many inferences hanging together as by a chain, one link of which, not fully apprehended or made fast, loosens the whole, and the argument falls to the ground. Does the Reformed doctrine, too, require a belief in what the hearer may not comprehend? Said the Baron, scornfully. Nay, there is a sufficiency in the evidence, and a fullness in this testimony, of which none other history can boast. What book is that, my lord? The Anabasis. By whom? Surely thou art in jest. 'Tis Xenophon's. How? Xenophon, said the divine, methinks thou speakest unadvisedly. My reason or apprehension knoweth not of such a man, or that he writ this book, and yet thou boldly affirmest the history to be true. I know not that it was ever doubted, replied the other. The common consent and belief of mankind, the transmission of the record from remote ages, are of themselves no mean evidence of its truth. But there must have been a time when it was first written, and as he appeals in it to facts, to matters which were then of recent occurrence, and to the public knowledge and belief of those facts. Surely every of these statements would have ensured detection, especially if put forth at or about the time when the events took place. Would it not have been madness to appeal to eyewitnesses of transactions which never happened, which witnesses were then alive, and could easily have belied such an impudent and furtive attempt at imposture? The idea seems almost too absurd to refute. Thou judgest well. It would be madness and absurdity in the extreme to deny the existence of thy historian, or the events to which he refers. And yet a record which to thee is of the greatest moment, wherein thine own interests are for ever involved, and to the truth of which there is much more clear and irrefragable testimony, thou rejectest as a fraud and an imposture. What proof can its promulgers give me of the infallibility of their doctrines, even supposing these events to be true? Miracles, acknowledged to be such, contravening and transcending the common course of nature, these, I reckon, will be a sufficient warranty that the message is from the great author of all things himself. I own these are the strongest evidences that I could require, and I would admit them if I had witnessed their performance. Good. Now to the proof. It is impossible that any simple fact could be imposed, or that a number of persons could be made to believe they had witnessed such fact, unless it had actually taken place. For instance, if I were to assert that I had divided the waters of this river here, in the presence of the inhabitants, and that I had once led the whole of them over Drishad, the waters standing like a wall on each side, to guard their path, appealing to them at the same time in proof of my testimony, it would be impossible, I say, to convince those people it were true, provided the event had not happened. Every person would be at hand to contradict me, and consequently it would be impossible that such an imposition could be put upon them against the direct evidence of their senses. Granted, replied the Baron. But this tale I am not too bold to infer might be invented when that generation had passed, when the credulity of coming ages might lead men to believe in such foolish and monstrous imaginings, like the labors of Hercules, the amours of Jove, and the cannibal exploits of Saturn. Nay, but hear me. Whenever such a story was first promulged, were it then stated that not only public monuments remained to attest the event, but that public rites and ceremonies were kept up for its express commemoration, which rites were to that day continual, and to which those writings appealed as evidence attesting the performance of such miracles, then must the deceit have been rendered but the more glaring and easy of detection, as no such monuments could exist, no rites, no ceremonies demonstrating the truth of this appeal could be in observance. Thus, if I should now invent the tale about something done 2,000 odd years ago, a few might, peradventure, be credulous enough to believe me. But if I were to say that ever after, even to this day, every male had his nose slit and his ears bored in memory of this event, it would be absolutely impossible that I should gain credit for my story. Because the universality of the falsehood being manifest, and the attestation thereof visibly untrue, would prove the whole history to be false. Such were the rites and customs of the Jews. But still, rites and observances were practiced by the heathen, which ceremonies ye acknowledge to have been false and impious, yet their followers worshipped and slid their neck into the yoke as readily as thy favorite Hebrews. Who are proverbially rogues and cheats in the estimation even of infidels themselves. Aye, but impostors appeal not to facts, to eyewitnesses of some event, confirming and attesting the authority of their mission. Moses could not have persuaded 500,000 of persons that he had brought them through the Red Sea, fed them 40 years with manna in the wilderness, and performed many other miracles during their journey, had not the facts been well known. And down to this day the rites and ceremonies of the Jews are, in consequence, linked to these main facts as securely as though we ourselves had formed the first series of the chain, eyewitnesses to the miracles they attest. Again, the books of Moses expressly represent that they are the great history and transcript of the Jewish law, and speak of their being delivered by him and kept in the ark from his time. Likewise they are commanded to be read at stated periods, and to be taught from father to son throughout all generations, to the end that no imposition might be practiced. In whatever age, therefore, after Moses, these forgeries were committed, it were impossible they should have been believed. Every one must have known they had not even heard of them aforetime. Much less been taught all these burdensome precepts by their forefathers. Still the cunning and wily priests might have prepared men's minds for the discovery, having themselves deposited these writings in the ark. A manifest impossibility, my lord, and for this plain reason, those writings profess to be a book of statutes, the standing law of the land, a code of ordinances by which the people had all along been governed. Could any person invent a body of statutes for this good realm of England, and make it pass upon the nation as the only book of laws which they had ever known or observed? Could any man, could any priest, or conspiracy of priests, have persuaded the Jews they had owned and obeyed these ordinances from the time of Moses, when they had not even so much as heard of them in times past? These rites, it is most likely, having their origin in the simplest occurrences, might still have been practiced prior to the forgeries. And these books, by allusions to them, deceived the nation, causing it to believe they were performed in memory of some miraculous events which never happened. What? Is it possible to persuade men they have kept laws which they have not even heard of? If I were to frame some idle story of things done a long while ago, and say that our Sabbath was kept holy in commemoration of these events, this I think, my lord, will answer to the terms of your assertion. Suppose I made an attempt to persuade the people this day was kept holy in memory of Julius Caesar or Mahomet, and that everybody had been circumcised or baptized in their names. That in the courts of judicature oaths had been taken on these very writings I had fabricated, and which, of necessity, they could not have seen prior to my attempt. And that these books likewise contained their laws and religion, ordinances which they had always acknowledged. Is it possible, I ask, that such a cheat could for one moment have existed? An impostor would not have dared to make any such references, knowing they must inevitably have led to the rejection of his testimony. But surely if this great transaction, the passage of the Red Sea, had really happened, and in the way thou hast pointed out, the evidence would not have been suffered to rest solely on the frail and uncertain records to which thou hast referred. Books of laws, for instance, the writings of Mahomet, we know have been forged, as even thou wilt acknowledge. True, but those books refer not to miracles and the testimony of eyewitnesses, nor to laws and ordinances handed down from generation to generation, even to that time. That Mahomet pretended not to the working of miracles, he tells us in the Quran. The ridiculous legends related by his followers are rejected as spurious by the scholars and expounders of the Prophet. And even his converse with the moon, his night journey from Mecca to Jerusalem, and from thence to heaven, were not performed before witnesses. The same may be said of the absurd exploits related of the heathen deities. But had not the heathen their priests, their public rites and sacrifices, equally with the Jews? They had. But it was not even pretended that these rites commenced at the time when the things which they commemorate were said to have happened. The Bacchanalia, for example, and other festivals, were established long after the fabulous events to which they refer. The priests of Juno and Venus were not appointed by those imaginary deities, but arose in some after age, and are therefore no evidence whatever to the truth of their worship. But where is thy proof in the unwritten evidence, monuments which cannot lie, bearing silent but convincing testimony to the truth of these miracles? 12 stones, it is said, were set up at Gilgal to commemorate the passage over Jordan. Aye, in thy book we read it. But mark the intention, to which no lying imposture durst have referred, to the end, it is written, that when the children of those who had witnessed this miracle, and their children's children, should ask their meaning, it should be told them. Now the miracle for which these stones were set up as a memorial by the eyewitnesses themselves, could not, as before proved, have been imposed upon the people at the time it happened, had it not really occurred. All this I can safely grant. Yet thou lackest wherewith to conclude thine argument. Bear with me, my lord, until I have made an end. Let us suppose, for one moment, there was no such miracle wrought as this same passage over Jordan. Which supposition of thine I do hold to be the truth as firmly as I believe your revelation is an imposture. And yet if it should be true, my lord. The minister said this in a tone that made the listener start. He bit his lips. But the feeling had subsided, as, with a sharp and hurried accent, he exclaimed. Why this pause? I am prepared to listen. These stones, continued the divine, were, of necessity, well known as public monuments existing at the time when these writings were first rehearsed in the ears of all the people, because they are here referred to as testimonials of the event. But supposing them to have been set up on some unknown occasion, as you say, and that designing men in after ages invented the book of Joshua, affirming it was written at the time of that imaginary event by Joshua himself. Adducing this pile of stones in evidence of its truth, what is the answer which every one who heard it must have made to this witless falsehood? We know this pile of stones, they would say, but of such an origin as thou hast related we have, not heard, nor even of this book of Joshua. Where has it been concealed, and from whence was it brought forth? Besides, it solemnly inculcates that this miraculous event, our fathers' passage over Jordan, should be taught their children and children's children from that day forward. Who were to be shown and carefully instructed as to the meaning and design of this very monument. But of this we have not so much as heard, nor has thy history been handed down to us from our forefathers. It is a lying testimony, therefore, and we cannot receive it. Yet do we find the children of Israel commemorating, handing down, and instructing their children from age to age into the meaning and design of these memorials, which instruction must at some time or another have had a beginning. Having its commencement with the very events to which they refer, which events it would then have been impossible to make the people believe against the plain evidence of their senses. Is the chain complete, my lord? But what has all this to do with thy religion, a system far different, methinks, from the primitive institutions of these remote ages? The self-same reasoning will apply, and in precisely the same mode, to the miracles of our Lord and his apostles, together with their transmission by records from their times. The histories of the Old and New Testaments could not have been received at the time they were written, if they had not been true, because the priesthoods of Levi and of Christ, the observance of the Sabbath, the Passover, and circumcision, the ordinances of baptism and the Eucharist, are there represented as descending by uninterrupted succession from the time of their respective institution. It would have been as impossible to persuade men in after ages that they had been circumcised or baptized, had celebrated Passovers and Sabbaths under the ministration of a certain order of priests, if it were not so, as to make them believe they had gone through the seas Drishad, seen the dead raised, and so forth. But without such a persuasion neither the law nor gospel could have been received. Yet, methinks, if I were the founder of a new religion, and had all the stores of nature and omnipotence at my command, those boasted attributes of thy lawgiver, I would not have left it liable to doubt. To the sneers and cavils of anyone who might question my pretensions, or my right to control their belief. The truths of omnipotence should be clear as the sun's beam, and unquestioned as his existence. If they believe not Moses and the prophets, neither would they believe though one should rise from the dead. 'Tis not for lack of proof. 'Tis for lack of will. 'Tis not for lack of testimony, 1/10 of which would have gained a ready assent to any of the drivelling absurdities of heathen mythology, 'tis for lack of inclination, 'tis a wish that these revelations may not be true. And where the heart inclines, the judgment is easily biased. True, as the fool thinks. The proverb is somewhat stale. I marvel thou findest not its application to thine own bias, Purdy. At any rate, if I am fooled, I am none the worse for my belief, if my creed be not true, but if man, as thou wouldest fain hope, is like the beasts that perish, I am still at quits with thee. And if this dream of thine should prove but a dream, and thou shouldest awake, to the horrors of the pit, and the torments of the worm that dieth not. Peace, thou croaker. I did not send for thee to prophesy, but to prove. I would break a lance and hold a tilt at thine argument. Now, I have a weapon in reserve which shall break down thy defences, the web of thy reasoning shall vanish. The fear of punishment, and the hope of future reward, held out as a bait to the cowardly and the selfish, shall be of no avail when the object of my research is accomplished. Hast thou not heard of the supreme elixir, the pabulum of life, which, if a man find, he may renew his years, and bid defiance alike to time and the destroyer? Then what will become of thy boasted system of opinions, begotten by priesthood and nurtured by folly? And this phantasma, which man has never seen, which exists not upon the least shadow of evidence, which has not even the lowest dictates of sense and plausibility in its favour, on this ignis fatuus, eluding the grasp, and for ever mocking the folly of its pursuers, thou canst build thine hopes. Because it flatters thy wishes and thy fears. My fears, said the Baron, rising, and who speaks of my fears? I would chastise thee, thou insolent priest, wert thou not protected by the laws of courtesy. Yes, thy fears, Baron Monteagle, said this undaunted minister of the truth. Thou wouldest not care to face thy lady's cousin. His blood yet creeth from the ground. And who dares whisper, even to the walls, that I murdered John Harrington, cried the astonished adept, trembling with ill-suppressed rage. Methinks he holdeth his life too cheap who doth let this foul suspicion even rest upon his thoughts. He drew his sword as he spoke, but the minister stood undaunted, surveying his adversary with a look of pity and commiseration. Put up thy sword. Thou hast enow of sins to repent thee of without an old man's blood added to the number. How hast thou dared this insult? By my... Nay, spare your oaths, my lord, they are better unspoken than unkept. Have I sent for thee to make sport? To gibe and taunt me even to my face? I'll tell thee for what, 'cause thou didst crave my presence, replied the other, firmly. Thou hast misgivings lest thine own hopes should not be true. Lest thou shouldest perchance depart with a lie in thy right hand. Thou didst send for me, an unworthy minister to the faith which I profess, that by thy subtlety thou mightest deceive thyself. That by overthrowing my arguments thine own might be strengthened, for truly 'tis a comfortable thing to have our opinions confirmed through the weakness of an opponent. And daredst thou, with such apprehensions upon thy stomach, to commit thyself alone to my mercy and my keeping? Suppose I should reward thee according to thine own base suspicions. Understandest thou me? Yes, proud and guilty man, too well. But I fear thee not. What? Holdest thou a charmed life? Thou mayest fall into a broil as well as other men. And who shall require thy blood at my hands? Ere I left, said the divine, warily, I whispered a word in your cousin Beaumont's ear. Should I not return, he will be here anon. Peradventure I am not misunderstood. Thou hadst need be careful of my life, otherwise thine own may be in jeopardy. A fierce and terrible brightness, like the lurid flashes from his own torment, burst from his eye. The very anger and malice he strove to quell made it burn still hotter. His visage gathered blackness, cloud hurrying on cloud, like the grim billows of the storm across a glowing atmosphere. Rapid was the transition. Rage, apprehension, abhorrence, all that hate and malignity could express, threw their appalling shadows over his features. Still the dark hints uttered by his visitor seemed to hold him in check. Chafed, maddened, yet not daring to execute the vengeance he desired, he strode through the apartment with an uneasy and perturbed gait. He paused at times, darting a look at the minister as if about to address him. Suddenly he stood still, nerving his spirit to some awful question. My cousin John Harrington died in his own chamber. In this house, God wot. Thou didst shrive him at his last shift, and how sayest thou he was poisoned? I said not aught so plainly, but thou hast spoken out. Behold him, there. The divine pointed his finger slowly round the apartment. Within a short space he cites thee to that bar where his presence will be a swift witness to thy doom. Had the spirit of the unfortunate heir of Hornby suddenly appeared, the Baron could not have followed the movement of the minister's hand with greater dismay and astonishment. The strong barrier of guilt seemed breaking down. Conscience aroused, as if at once the veil that concealed his iniquities had been withdrawn, they rose in all their unmitigated horror and enormity. An arrow, drawn at a venture, had pierced the joints of the harness. He stood powerless and without defense, motionless as the image of despair. By a strange coincidence a thick white cloud seemed to coil itself heavily round the room. Whether to the heated imaginations of the disputants this appearance might not present an image of the form then visible to their minds, it would be impossible to determine. Suffice it to say, the effect was memorable, from whatever cause it was produced. An altered man was the Baron Monteagle. The arguments of this champion of the truth had in some measure prepared his mind for its reception. Under his ministrations he felt gradually more enlightened. His terrors were calmed. Soon afterwards rose that noble structure, the Chapel of Hornby, bearing on its front the following legend. Edward Stanley Miles, D.N.S. Monteagle, me fieri fecit. It is recorded that Sir Edward Stanley, Baron Monteagle, died in the faith he had once despised, and we trust he has found a place at the footstool of that mercy whose interposition was not solicited in vain. George Marsh, the Martyr. Heavy persecution shall arise. Of all who in the worship persevere. Of spirit and truth. Milton. Smithills or Smethills Hall is situated in a wood, above a small glen, 2 miles and a half from Bolton. The court gate exhibits nothing remarkable in its construction. On the left hand was the principal entrance, and a flight of stairs leading from the court. The glass casements, and greater part of the ancient front, have been removed, giving place to a more comfortable, if not a more pleasing style of architecture. The wainscot once displayed a profuse assemblage of ornaments, some of which now remain. Amongst them was formerly shown a likeness, said to be of King Egbert, though from what cause it should be assigned more particularly to that illustrious monarch, it would be difficult to conjecture. In a room called the Green Chamber, it is said that George Marsh, the subject of the following history, was examined before Sir Roger Barton. In a passage near the door of the dining room is a cavity, in a flag, bearing some resemblance to the print of a man's foot, which is supposed to be the place where the holy martyr stamped, to confirm his testimony. And which is shown to this day as a memorial of his good confession. The stone was once removed for a frolic by 2 or 3 young men who lived in the house. Taking advantage of their parents' absence, they cast it into the glen behind the hall. That same night, on retiring to rest, the inhabitants were disturbed by many strange and hideous noises. Much alarm and inquiry being excited, the offenders confessed, and the stone was restored to its place with great reverence and solemnity. Some fragments that were broken off upon its removal were carefully replaced, after which, according to common report, the noises ceased. Another story current in the neighborhood is as follows. About the latter end of the year 1732, one Saturday night, a stranger sleeping alone in the Green Chamber was much terrified by an apparition. He stated that about 10 o'clock, as he was preparing for bed, there appeared a person before him dressed like a minister, in a white robe and bands, with a book in his hand. The stranger getting into bed, saw it stand by his bedside for a short time. It then slowly retired out of the door, as if going downstairs, and he saw it no more. This person invariably persisted in the same story. And the owner of the estate immediately ordered divine service at the chapel on a Sunday, which had long been discontinued. The vaults seem to have been strongly walled and fortified, and were most probably used as burying places, many bones having been found when digging. There is a tradition that King Egbert founded this place, and kept his court here. But no corresponding trace of it occurs in history, and we may suppose, from the order of his conquests, that his residence would be in the more southern parts of the kingdom. The situation is secluded, and well calculated for concealment, favouring the general opinion that it was the retreat of the famous pirate, Sir Andrew Barton, whose exploits and defeat are so beautifully told in the old ballad of that name in Percy's Relics. It is surprising that so little should be known of this great and bold man, whose conduct had nearly occasioned a war between England and Scotland, and whose death, it is supposed, was one of the grievances which led to the Battle of Flodden. Up to the time of Henry VII, it appears, the Radcliffes were lords of Smethels. But Joan, daughter and sole heir of Sir Ralph Radcliffe, having married Robert Barton of Holme, he became in that reign seized of the manor and lordship, where his posterity continued, until Grace, sole daughter and heir of Thomas Barton, the last male heir, was married to Henry, eldest son of the first Lord Fauconberg, whose descendant Thomas, in the year 1721, sold the manor, which afterwards passed into the hands of the Byrons of Manchester, by whom it was sold to Mr. Peter Ainsworth of Halliwell, a descendant of the Ainsworths of Pleasington, in this county 13, the present owner. Smethels is dependent upon the superior manor of Sharpies, the lord of which claims from the owner of this place a pair of gilt spurs annually, and, by a very singular and inconvenient custom, the unlimited use of the cellars at Smethels for a week in every year. 14. At the close of a cold, keen day, about the early part of spring, in the year 1554, there came two men across a bleak and barren tract of land called Dean Moor, near to Bolton in the Moors. When at some distance from the main path, and far from the many by-roads intersecting this dreary common, they, first looking cautiously around, as though fearing intruders, fell on each other's neck and wept. The sun's light beamed suddenly through a cleft in the heavy clouds near the horizon, along the stunted grass and rushes, stretching far away to many a green knoll in the distance, behind which the dark hills and lowering sky looked in wild and terrific blackness over the scene. The sun, descending fast below the hills towards Black Road, beamed forth as if to cast one short ray of gladness on the world of sorrow he was just quitting. Rivington Pike, and the dark chill moors stretching from it eastward, were bathed in a wide and stormy burst of light, like the wild and unnatural brightness that sometimes irradiates even the dim shadows of despair. A heavy mist lay at their feet, hiding most of the intermediate space from the eye of the observer, so that the long line of barren hills seemed to start out at once from a sea of vapor, like the grim barriers of some gigantic lake. The clouds were following hard upon the sun's flight, so that by the time he had disappeared the sky was covered with a dense and impervious curtain, rendered darker by the rapidity of the change. Chill and eddying gusts rustled over the dreary heath, the voice of nature only responding to the chords of sadness and of sorrow. The hollow roar of the wind was like the moaning of a troubled ocean. A few big drops from the hurrying scud seeming to presage an approaching tempest. The two friends had crept behind a stone wall, built up in a hollow, by a stagnant pool, taking but little heed of the darkness and the storm, so intent were they upon the subject which engrossed their thoughts. I might flee, Ralph, but it would straightway be said, not that I had left my country and my kin alone, but rather that I had deserted the faith and doctrine I profess, after having unworthily ministered hereabout for a season, which might be an occasion of much scandal, a weakening of the faith of my poor flock, and a grievous discouragement to those that remain. A living dog is better than a dead lion, says the wise man. Besides, it is presuming in his providence, when he opens a way for our escape, and we, of our own wilfulness and folly, neglect the blessing. Do thyself no harm. Provide for thine own life, and run not as the horse and mule, that have no understanding, into the very throat of thine enemies, and them that seek thine hurt. The first speaker was a man of plain but comely appearance, habited in a coarse doublet buckled about the waist with a leathern girdle. A round woolen cap, from beneath which a few straight-combed locks hung about his face, gave a quaint and precise aspect to his figure. His features, though slightly wrinkled, did not betoken either age or infirmity, but his whole appearance indicated a robust and vigorous frame, capable both of exertion and endurance. The other individual exhibited a more ungainly form and deportment. He had not the same look of benevolence and goodwill to man which irradiated the features of the first, of whom it might be truly said, that his inward affections did mould and constrain his outward image into their resemblance. So that meekness and benignity shone through his countenance from the ever-glowing spirit of love and Christian charity within. There was a sharp and shrewd intelligence in the eye of the latter speaker which showed that some considerations of selfish and worldly wisdom might, by possibility, mingle with his unerring notions of duty. Yet was he a man of great piety and worth, and well fitted as a counsellor in times of peril and distress. "Ralph Bradshaw," replied the other, "thou hast been my tried friend and my stay in this waste and howling wilderness, and I have found thy counsel hitherto wholesome and pleasant. But," continued Marsh, with a heavy sigh, "I have not told thee how Sir Roger Barton's servants have made diligent search for me in Bolton, and have given strict charge to my brother Robert that he should, by tomorrow at the latest, appear with me at Smethells, else shall he and my poor mother answer before him at their peril. By God's grace, I would not leave these weaklings of the flock to suffer for my sake. Leave this matter until thou depart, I will devise some means for their relief. I would not have thy life needlessly put in hazard, seeing how few men have been raised up like unto thyself, privileged as thou art to minister the bread of life to the hungry and famishing poor in this barren corner of God's spiritual vineyard." "And yet," replied Marsh, "I ought with all boldness to confess the truth, fearing not to answer for the hope that is in me, and why should I refuse to obey the commands of those who are in authority? For the magistrate beareth not the sword in vain. Truly, obedience were his right, if so be this were some righteous judge raised up of God for the punishment of evildoers. But, as thou well knowest, the justice thou shalt demand will not be rendered, the summons thou hast received to answer on doctrinal and disputed points, and to argue them before these wicked and crafty men, as touching thy belief, are but manifest excuses to get thee into their power, from which they mean not to liberate thee but by the fire that shall consume thy body, and free it for ever from their murderous gripe. Thou knowest, too, that Sir Roger beareth thee a malice, and hath used all subtlety that he might have wherewith to seek occasion against thee. Didst thou not rebuke him openly for his irreverence, when that he must needs play with his puppy, that had its collar full of bells? During God's holy service, that comfortable form of worship established and publicly taught in the lifetime of our last good King Edward, and not this papistical, idolatrous mass which they now use, to the eternal ruin of both soul and body. No mercy shalt thou have at their hands. And doth our blessed Master require of us that we give our bodies up to these wicked and malignant deceivers, that their devilish pleasure may be glutted in torturing and spitefully using us, while they go about putting innocent men to cruel and shameful deaths? As soon would he require that we should yield our bodies up to Satan and his angels. I know not how to answer thee, Bradshaw, in this matter, but my mind misgives me in taking so hasty a departure from our suffering and afflicted realm. Yet will we ask counsel of him who guideth the weak, and will not suffer us to be tempted beyond measure. Whereat these persecuted disciples did unite in prayer to that throne before which, having finished their earthly warfare, they now stand with crowns of victory on their foreheads, purified from this gross mortality. Marsh, much comforted by the exercise, doubted not that, according to his faith, wisdom and direction would be granted in the way he should take. Hereupon they separated, wishing each other God-speed. Through the darkness and tempest of that fearful night George Marsh approached the town, where, in a narrow lane leading from the brow of the hill by the church, abode his mother and her youngest son. Raising the latch, he saw the old woman alone, seated by the fire, weeping. "Praised be his mercy, thou art yet safe," said she, clasping her withered hands together. "They have again been here to seek for thee, and I was fearful thou hadst not escaped their power. Who has been here, and from whence?" "Divers of Justice Barton's servants were here again, not an hour ago, who have charged thy brother Robert and thy cousin William Marsh to seek for thee, and by tomorrow, ere noon, to render thee up at Smethells." They are now gone to Atherton, and elsewhere, for aught I know. Then may I not tarry here tonight? Nay, I beseech thee, flee for thy life. In tarrying here shalt thou not escape, for a man's enemies are now truly those of his own household. Marsh, after a pause, determined to listen to her advice, and departed. Cold and weary, he retraced his steps, going beyond Dean Church, where, at a friend's house, he stayed for the night, taking ill rest, as he quaintly expresses it in his journal, and consulting much with myself of my trouble. He expected, or at least hoped, that some intimation would be vouchsafed from his master as touching the way he should pursue, but none was granted, and he lay there, full of tossing and unquiet, the greater part of the night. On the following morning, at his first awaking, which was early, being still in heaviness, and not knowing what to do, came another friend to his bedside, who advised him that he should in no wise depart, but abide boldly, and confess the faith. At these words he felt so convinced, and, as it were, suddenly established in his conscience, that he doubted not, as he says, but the message was from God. He thenceforth consulted not with flesh and blood, but resolved on immediately presenting himself before his persecutors, and patiently bearing such cross as it might please heaven to lay upon him. He arose betimes, and as his custom was, recited the English litany, with other prayers, kneeling by his bedside. After which he prepared to go toward Smethhells, calling, as he went, at the dwellings of several whom he knew, desiring them to pray for him, to commend him to all his friends, and to comfort his mother and his little children, for, as he then said, he felt assured that they should not see his face any more. Taking leave, with many tears and much sorrow of heart, he came nigh to the residence of Sir Roger Barton, a bigoted persecutor, and an avowed enemy of the Reformed Church. It was about 9 o'clock, on a cold and bitter morning, when he came in sight of the court gate. Then surrounded with trees, the mansion itself was not visible but within a short distance. This house, now ancient and decayed, then existed in all its pomp and magnificence, having only been erected, as tradition informs us, some 50 years before, by Sir Andrew Barton, a famous pirate or free rover, who was knighted by James III. of Scotland for his great bravery. In the 3rd year of Henry VIII, with 2 stout vessels called the Lion and the Jenny Purwin, he considerably interrupted the navigation on the English coasts. His pretence was letters of reprisals granted him against the Portuguese by James III. Under colour of this grant, he took ships of all nations, alleging that they had Portuguese goods on board. Complaint being made to the Privy Council of England, the Earl of Surrey said, the narrow seas should not be infested while he had estate enough to furnish a ship, or a son capable of commanding it. Upon this, 2 ships were immediately fitted out, and commanded by Sir Thomas and Sir Edward Howard, sons to the Earl of Surrey, at their own expense, when, having been some days at sea, they were separated by a storm, which gave Sir Thomas Howard an opportunity of coming up with Sir Andrew Barton in the Lion, whom he immediately engaged. The fight was long and doubtful, for Barton, being an experienced seaman, and having under him a determined crew, made a desperate defence, himself cheering them with a boatswain's whistle to his last breath. The loss of their commander, however, caused them to submit, on which they received fair quarter and good usage. In the meantime, Sir Edward attacked and captured the Jenny Purwin, after an obstinate resistance. Both these ships, with as many of their crew as were left alive, about 150, were brought into the River Thames, on the 2nd of August, 1511, as trophies of the victory. The prisoners were sent to the Archbishop of York's palace, now Whitehall, where they remained for some time, but were afterwards dismissed and sent into Scotland. James IV, having then ascended the Scottish throne, after the murder of his predecessor, exceedingly resented this action, and instantly sent ambassadors to Henry demanding satisfaction, on which the king gave this memorable answer: that the punishment of pirates was never held a breach of peace among princes. King James, however, was still dissatisfied, and from that time was never thoroughly reconciled to the English nation. Sir Andrew was descended from a good family in Scotland, and adopted a seafaring life when very young. A motive of concealment might be the cause of his erecting a mansion here, the roads being then almost impassable. And the extensive woods, which lay in almost every direction from this spot, together with its great distance from the seaside, might be additional recommendations in its favour. An opinion exists, though now involved in much doubt and obscurity, that his immediate descendant was the Sir Roger Barton whom we have already named, and unto whom this pious servant of the truth was about to commit himself. On venturing through the gate, Marsh observed several men standing by a door on the left hand, being the principal entrance. "What, ho," said one, "art come to morning prayers?" "Nay," replied another, "his cap cleaves to a heretic's sconce." "'Tis Marsh," said the foremost of the group, who proved to be Roger Rinstone, the knight's prime minister, constable, and entrapper of heretics. "Now, by my faith," he continued, "if this wily fox do not think, by his coming, to take justice by the nose, and outface her through his impudence. But he will be sore mistaken if he think to outwit our master by his cunning. Good friend, thy business," said Rinstone, cap in hand, addressing the minister scornfully, and thrusting his tongue into his cheek, to the great diversion of his companions, who, with shouts of laughter, began to ape the buffoonery of their leader. "I would fain speak with the justice," said the stranger, meekly. "And suppose I were he," said Rinstone, putting himself into an attitude of great authority and importance, setting out his paunch, at the same time, something like unto the knight himself. Another laugh, or rather titter, went through the courtyard at this exploit. A suspicious glance, however, was directed towards the casement above, some apprehensions evidently existing lest Sir Roger should have been eyewitness to the ceremony. "Roger Rinstone, thy mocking is ill-timed," said Marsh, with a severe and steadfast gaze, which seemed to awe even this unblushing minion of intolerance. "If thy master be not arisen, I will tarry a while his worship's leisure." "Sir Roger is with his priest at confession," said one, with a shout of derision. "Art come to confess him too, Father Marsh," and with that they plucked him by the beard, mocking and ill-treating him. But, filled with joy that he was accounted worthy to suffer, he passed from them into the great hall, at that period a large and lofty room, which, as tradition reports, would have dined all the monarchs of Europe, and all their trains. It has since been much curtailed of its proportions, modern improvements having appropriated it to more useful purposes. The wainscots were enriched with choice and beautiful carvings, representing bucks' heads, flowers, and portraits of the most distinguished ancestors of the family. So numerous and varied were these ornaments, that, it is commonly reported, the artist wrought out his apprenticeship in executing this grand work, which for minuteness and the astonishing number and ingenuity of the devices, perhaps exceeded most of the like nature throughout the realm. Amongst other whimsical fancies was a tun crossed with a bar, having the ciphers A and B above and below, which worthless and absurd pun, a sort of emblematic wit much cultivated by our forefathers, indicated the name of the founder. Sir Andrew Barton. Marsh, on his first entrance, inquired of a servitor if the justice might be spoken with. The menial was bearing off the remains of a substantial breakfast, and having a flagon of beer at hand, invited the stranger to a hearty draught, saying that he looked tired and in need of refreshment. But he meekly put it aside, with due courtesy, still standing as he repeated his question. The men departed to make the inquiry, when presently followed the constable and his gang, who, seeing that the hall was cleared, strode in, rudely seizing Marsh by the shoulder. "Thou art my prisoner," said Rinstone. "I arrest thee in the Queen's name." At this moment came running in a little girl, bounding and frolicsome as a young fawn from its covert, who, hearing the word prisoner, and seeing a man of such a prepossessing and benign aspect in custody, immediately came up to Rinstone, and laid hold of the skirts of his doublet, saying, "You shan't, Rinstone. If he has done amiss, let him go, and I'll give thee some plums out of my Midland pasty." The meekness and peaceable demeanor of this unoffending servant of the church had in a moment won the heart of the child, and she pulled him by the hand, as if to convey him from the grasp of his persecutor. "May heaven bless thee, my child, and make thee a blessing." He lifted up his eyes while he thus spake. "Thy nature hath not yet learnt the cruel disposition of these tormentors." It is said that his prayer was heard. And a passage in the subsequent history of this little girl may, in all likelihood, find a place in another series of our traditions. A tear for the first time trembled in the poor man's eye as he looked on this tender and compassionate babe. He thought upon his own sufferings, and the hard fate of his own little ones. But he soon repressed the rising murmur, calmly awaiting the result. The child still clung to him. Nor would she depart, though threatened with Sir Roger's displeasure by his deputy. Indeed, she cared little for the issue, being fully indulged in all her caprices by the knight, her grandfather, who was mightily entertained with her humours. But threats and cajolements failing in their effect, they were glad to let this wilful creature accompany them to the presence of Sir Roger as the dispenser of justice, or rather of his own vindictive will. And to his private chamber they were shortly summoned. Now this distinguished knight was heavy and well-fed, and of a rich and rubicund countenance. From overindulgence he had become unwieldy, being propped up in a well-stuffed chair, one leg resting on a low stool, his whole frame bloated by indolence and sensuality. He was short-necked and full-chested. His eyes, grey and fiery, were almost starting from his head, by reason of some obstruction to the free current of the blood in that direction. This was accompanied by a wheezing and phlegthoric cough, which oft troubled him. At his side sat a priest, who had a fair smooth face, and a shining head sprinkled over with a few pale-coloured locks close cut and combed back with becoming care from his temples. His eyes were small and restless, scarcely for an instant keeping to one position. He seemed to pay a silent deference to his patron, allowing Sir Roger to begin the examination as follows. So thy relatives have ferreted thee forth at last. Nothing like making their kindred in some sort answer for the bodies of these heretics. I came of my own free consent, and alone, your worship, replied Marsh, and hope to be honestly dealt with. If I have offended the laws, I am here to answer. If not, I claim your protection. Peace. Will none ye stop that fellow's prating? Justice thou shalt have, and that speedily, as thou sayest, but not in the way thou couldst desire. Look thee. He fumbled in his pouch as he spake. Drawing out a letter, he continued, My Lord Derby hath commanded that thou be sent to Latham along with some others who do mightily trouble us, and sow evil seed and dissension among the people. This, please your grace, I deny. And I would know mine accusers, and what they allege against me. Now this is a brave answer, truly, replied the justice. These rogues be all of one tale, pretending that they have done nothing amiss, and desiring to know, poor innocents, of what they are accused, as though they were ignorant of their own lives and conversation hitherto. Tush! It were a needless and an unthrifty throwing out of words to argue the matter, for they are wiser in their own eyes than 7 men who can render a reason. Do thou question him, and urge him to the test, said Sir Roger, turning to his conscience-keeper. What art thou, said the priest, leaning forward for the purpose of a more strict examination. I am a minister, said Marsh. It is but a short time agone since I served a cure hereabouts. Who gave the orders? Or hast thou indeed received any? The bishops of London and Lincoln, after that I had diligently studied and kept terms aforetime at Cambridge. Humph! Said Sir Roger. These bishops be of the Reformed sect, and, I have a notion, will some day or another answer for it before the Queen's Council. What knowledge hast thou of these men? I never saw them but at the time I received ordination. After a few more questions of little moment, the priest threw out the usual net with which his fraternity were wont to entangle those of heretical opinions. Point 15. What is thy belief respecting the sacrament? That is a question of too general and multifarious a nature for a plain and faithful answer. Are the bread and wine, by virtue of the words pronounced by the priest, changed into the body and blood of Christ? And is the sacrament, whether reserved or received, the very body and blood of Christ? I am not careful to answer such inquiries, seeing that I am but unskilled and unlearned in scholastic disputes. Why do ye ask me these hard and unprofitable questions, to bring my body in danger of death, and to suck my blood? We are not bloodsuckers, and intend none other than to make thee a better man and a good Christian, said the priest, mightily offended. Whereat Roger Rinstone, in his great zeal and affection for the Holy Church, smote Marsh a lusty blow on the mouth, saying, Answerest thou the priest so? By your worship's leave I will mend his ill manners. The little girl at this rebuke fell a-crying, and her grief became so loud that Sir Roger was fain to pacify her by ordering Rinstone to stand farther apart. With red and glistening eyes she looked up and smiled at the suffering martyr, who, remembering his own dear babes, could scarce refrain from embracing her as she clung about him, to the great displeasure of Sir Roger. Answer this reverend and spiritual admonisher, to the true purport and bearing of his question, said Sir Roger, with a mighty affectation of sagacity. I do believe Christ to be present with his sacrament, inasmuch as he is alway with his people to the end of time. But as I am not skilful in matters of such nicety, I would ask of this reverend casuist, who is more able to answer in questions of such weight than I, who am, as I said before, unlearned in disputed points. And truly I am in nothing more wishful than to come at a right knowledge and understanding of the truth. Say on, said the priest, something flattered by this modest appeal to his opinion. Our Lord took the cup and blessed it, of which he then drank, and afterwards his disciples. Yes. But this doth not sanction its being sent round to the laity, replied the priest, not aware of the drift and true bearing of the inquiry. Then he took the bread and brake, and did eat likewise with his disciples. Of a truth, replied the unwary disputant. For these questions need but a plain and simple answer. Then, said Marsh, of a surety he must have ate and drank himself, nay, continued he, seeing the priest turn pale with rage and vexation, I can find none other alternative. For, unlearned and unpractised as I am, the absurdity of your belief is manifest. Thou art a child of perdition, an impious and pestilent heretic. Thou eatest and drinkest damnation to thyself. And the Holy Church consigns all such to the flames, and to the fire of eternal wrath hereafter, roared the infuriate priest, whose choler waxed hotter in proportion as he felt unable to withstand the conclusion of his opponent. For, as it has been observed, even by some of the most enlightened Catholics themselves, theological animosity, so far from being an argument of men's conviction in their opposite sects, is a certain proof that they have never reached any serious persuasion with regard to these sublime subjects. Even those who are most impatient of contradiction in other controversies, are mild and moderate in comparison of polemical divines. And whenever a man's knowledge and experience give him a perfect assurance in his own opinion, he regards with contempt rather than anger the opposition and mistakes of others. But while men zealously maintain what they neither clearly comprehend nor entirely believe, they are shaken in their imagined faith by the opposite persuasion, or even doubts of other men, and vent on their antagonists that anger and impatience which is the natural result of this state of the understanding. Master, cried Rinstone, shall I fetch the bridle that we so oft use for scolds and ill women? I do, prithee run, Roger, said the child, hastily, and looking towards him, for my grandfather's priest is like to need it soon. At this the worthy professor of Christian charity and goodwill, darting a furious look at the girl, exclaimed, Sir Roger, beware lest this viper thou art hatching be suffered to sting us. Look to it. This minion of thine is not too young either to work mischief or to escape its punishment. Whereupon Sir Roger, mightily afraid of his spiritual guide and grantaire of indulgences, rebuked the offending little one, and ordered her out of the room. With some difficulty this command was executed. But the disturbance at the door became so loud, that they were fain again to admit her, upon a sullen promise that she would behave in a more reverent manner to the priest, and refrain from interruption. Answer me no more with thy deep and devilish subtlety, continued this champion of the Catholic faith, for of a truth the devil doth wonderfully aid and abet ye in all disputes touching this holy sacrament. But show me thy belief in regard to so wholesome and comfortable a doctrine. I have answered before, as far as my weak understanding will permit, and by God's grace I will not swerve from my profession. A doctrine pushed to an absurdity is its own refutation. Then spake one that was standing by, but who had hitherto taken no part in the debate. Truly, 'tis a pity that one so proper and well gifted, and who might doubtless gain some profitable appointment, should so foolishly cast himself away by holding these dangerous and heretical opinions. Thou wilt bring both body and soul into jeopardy thereby. If not for thyself, yet for thy children's sake, and for thy kindred, who must needs suffer from thy contumacy, return to the communion from which thou hast cast thyself out. And to the arms of that compassionate mother who is ever ready to receive back her erring but repentant children. Verily, replied the martyr, life, children, brethren, and friends, with all the other delights and comforts of this present state, are as dear and sweet unto me as unto any other man. And I would be as loath to lose them if I might hold them with a good conscience. But seeing I cannot do that, I trust God will strengthen me with his Holy Spirit so that I may lose all for his sake. For I now hold myself but as a sheep appointed to be slain, and patiently to suffer whatsoever cross it may please my most merciful Father to lay upon me. But, as God is my witness. He seemed to speak with a prophetic denunciation, from these vile ashes shall a firebrand come that shall consume and destroy utterly these bloody men and persecutors of God's inheritance. So astonished were the bystanders at his audacity, that they did not so much as attempt to stay his tongue or to lay hands upon him, whilst he continued, raising his arm in a threatening attitude. Ye killers of the prophets, and destroyers of them whom God hath sent unto you. Because we reproach you with your evil deeds, and blasphemy, cried out Sir Roger, who was the first to recover his speech, we will have thy tongue bored for its offence. Away with him! Cried the priest, who seemed nothing loath to begin his torments. Thou shalt to my Lord Derby, and he will know how to deal with such a bitter and foul-mouthed heretic. All was uproar and confusion. The justice was even moved from his chair, and swore out lustily that by 10 o'clock the day following, unless this blasphemer were delivered at Latham, he would imprison the whole family of them, such a pestilent fellow being fit, as he said, to infect all the parish with the plague of heresy. Roger Rinstone and his crew were preparing to drag him downstairs, but the justice, hobbling on his crutch, preceded them, leaning on the arm of his priest. The party, on their entrance into the hall, found Marsh's 2 kinsmen awaiting the event. They soon found that no favour was intended. See to it, knaves, bellowed the knight, that this fellow is delivered up to my lord at Latham by tomorrow, or your own carcasses shall answer for his. Then did these poor men pray and beseech their kinsman that he would in some wise conform to the religion of his superiors, or find some way of escape from a cruel and ignominious death. But Marsh, standing steadfast before them all, cried out with a loud voice, between me and them let God witness. Looking up to heaven, he exclaimed, as if with a sudden inspiration, if my cause be just, let this prayer of thine unworthy servant be heard. He stamped violently with his foot, and the impression of it, as the general notion is, yet remains, to attest the purity of his cause and the cruelty and injustice of his persecutors. To this day may be seen the print of a man's foot in the stone, which by many is believed to exist as a memorial of this good confession. In shape it is much like that of a human foot, except its being rather longer than common. In that part where the soul may have rested is a small dent, as though a man had stamped vehemently on the soft earth, and the weight of his body had borne principally on that place. The impression is of a dark brown or rather reddish hue, and is very perceptible when damp or moistened by cleaning. Marsh's subsequent history is soon told. From Latham, where he was examined before Lord Derby in his council, and found guilty of heretical opinions, he was committed to Lancaster, and from thence to the ecclesiastical court at Chester, where, after several examinations before Dr. Coates, then bishop of this diocese, he was adjudged to the stake, and burnt in pursuance of his sentence, at the place of public execution near that city, on the April 24, 1555. Dr. D., the Astrologer. Dark was the vaulted room of gramarye, to which the wizard led the gallant knight. Save that before a mirror huge and high, a hallowed taper shed a glimmering light on mystic implements of magic might, on cross, and character, and talisman. And almagest and altar, nothing bright. For fitful was the lustre, pale and wan, as watch-light by the bed of some departing man. Lay of the Last Minstrel. The character of D., our English Faust, as he is not inaptly called, has both been misrepresented and misunderstood. An enthusiast he undoubtedly was, but not the drivelling dotard that some of his biographers imagine. A man of profound learning, distinguished for attainments far beyond the general range of his contemporaries, he, like Faustus, and the wisest of humankind, had found out how little he knew. Had perceived that the great ocean of truth yet lay unexplored before him. Pursuing his inquiries to the bound and limit, as he thought, of human knowledge, and finding it altogether vanity, he had recourse to forbidden practices. To experiments through which the occult and hidden qualities of nature and spirit should be unveiled and subdued to his own will. Evidently prompted to unhallowed intercourse by pride and ambition, he deluded himself with the vain and wicked hope that the God who spurned his impious requests would vouchsafe to him a new and peculiar revelation. He would not bow to the plain and humbling tenets already revealed, but sought another sign, a miraculous testimony to himself alone. Fancying that he was entrusted with a divine mission, he was given up to strong delusions that he should believe a lie. He aimed at universal knowledge and exhaustless riches, but he died imbecile and a beggar. That he was deceived by Kelly, there is no doubt, and that he was sincere, at least in seeking his own promotion and aggrandizement, is equally certain, but we would rescue his character from the ridicule with which it has been invested. His grasp was greater than his power, and he fell, like heroes and conquerors in all ages, unable to execute, and overwhelmed with the vastness of his own conceptions. John Dee was born July 13, 1527, in London. His parents were in good circumstances. At an early age, 15 years, he studied at St. John's College, Cambridge. His application was intense. For 3 years, by his own account, he only slept 4 hours every night. 2 hours were allowed for meals and recreation, and the rest was spent in learning and devotion. 5 years afterwards he went into the Low Countries, for the purpose of conversing with Frisius, Mercator, and others. Returning to Cambridge, he was chosen a Fellow of Trinity College, then founded by Henry VIII. His reputation stood very high, and his astronomical pursuits, in those days generally connected with astrology, drew upon him the imputation of being a conjurer, which character clung to him through life. This opinion was much strengthened by an accident which, he says, happened soon after his removal from St. John's College, and his being chosen a Fellow of Trinity. Hereupon, he continues, I did set forth a Greek comedy of Aristophanes, named in Greek Ioteroedenueda with the performance of the Scarabaeus, or beetle, his flying up to Jupiter's palace with a man and his basket of victuals on her back. Whereat was great wondering, and many vain reports spread abroad of the means how that was effected. He left England again soon afterwards, distinguishing himself at several foreign universities, and attracting the notice of many persons of high rank, amongst which were the Duke of Mantua and Don Luis de la Cerda, afterwards Duke of Medina Kelly. In 1551 he returned to England, being well received by King Edward in his court. A pension of 100 crowns per annum was granted him, which he afterwards exchanged for the rectory of Upton upon Severn. In Queen Mary's reign he was accused of some correspondence with the Lady Elizabeth's servants, and of practicing against the Queen's life by enchantments. He was seized and confined, but acquitted of the charge. He was then turned over to Bonner, to see if heresy might not be found in him. After a tedious prosecution he was set at liberty, August 19, 1555, by an order of the Council. Upon Queen Elizabeth's accession he was consulted as to a fit day for the coronation, and received many splendid promises of preferment, which were never realized. In the spring of the year 1564, he made another journey abroad, when he presented to the Emperor Maximilian his book, entitled Monas Hieroglyphica, printed at Antwerp the same year. He returned to England in the summer, producing several learned works, which showed his extraordinary skill in the mathematics. In 1571 he went to Lorraine, where, falling very ill, he was honored with the solicitude of the Queen, who sent 2 of her physicians, and gave him many other proofs of her regard. Upon his return to England he now settled himself in his own house at Mortlake in Surrey, where he collected a noble library, and prosecuted his studies with great diligence. His collection is said to have consisted of more than 4,000 books, nearly a fourth part of them manuscripts, which were afterwards dispersed and lost. This library, and a great number of mathematical and mechanical instruments, were destroyed by the fury of the populace in 1583, who, believing him to be a conjurer, and one that dealt with the devil, broke into his house, and tore and destroyed the fruit of his labors during the 40 years preceding. On the March 16, 1575, Queen Elizabeth, attended by many of her court, visited Dr. Dee's house to see his library, but having buried his wife only a few hours before, he could not entertain Her Majesty in the way he wished. However, he brought out a glass, the properties of which he explained to his royal mistress, hoping to wipe off the aspersion, under which he had long labored, of being a magician. In 1578, Her Majesty being indisposed, Dee was sent abroad to consult with some German physicians about the nature of her complaint. But that part of his life in which he was most known to the world commenced in 1581, when his intercourse began with Edward Kelly. This man pretended to instruct him how to obtain, by means of certain invocations, an intercourse with spirits. Soon afterwards there came to England a Polish lord, Albert Lasky, Palatine of Soradia, a person of great learning. He was introduced to Dee by the Earl of Leicester, who was now the doctor's chief patron. Becoming acquainted, Lasky prevailed with Dee and Kelly to accompany him to his own country. They went privately from Mortlake, embarking for Holland, from whence they travelled by land through Germany into Poland. On the 3 February 1584, they arrived at the castle of their patron, where they remained for some time. They afterwards visited the Emperor Rodolph at Prague. On the April 17, 1585, Lasky introduced them to Stephen, King of Poland, at Krakow. But this prince treating them very coolly, they returned to the emperor's court at Prague, from whence they were banished at the instigation of the Pope's nuncio, who represented them as magicians. The doctor and his companion afterwards found an asylum in the castle of Trebona, belonging to Count William, of Rosenberg, where they lived in great splendor for a considerable time. It was said that Kelly had succeeded in procuring the powder of projection, by which they were furnished with money in profusion. But on referring to the doctor's diary, we find the miserable tricks and shifts they resorted to for the purpose of keeping up appearances. Kelly, however, it seems, learned many secrets from the German chemists, which he did not communicate to his patron, and the heartburnings and jealousies that arose between them at length ended in an absolute rupture. The fame of their adventures was noised through Europe, and Elizabeth, in consequence, invited Dee home. He was now separated from Kelly, and on the 1st of May, 1589, he set out on his return to England. He travelled with great pomp, was attended by a guard of horse, and besides wagons for his goods, had no less than 3 coaches for the use of his family. He landed at Gravesend on the 23 of November, and on the 9th of December was graciously received at Richmond by the Queen. He found his house at Mortlake had been pillaged, but he collected the scattered remains of his library, and was so successful, by the assistance of his friends, as to recover about 3/4 of his books, estimating his loss at about £400. He had many friends, and received great presents, but was always craving and in want. The Queen sent him money from time to time, promising him 200 angels at Christmas. 1/2 he received, but he gave a broad hint that the Queen and himself were defrauded of the rest. He now resolved to apply for some settled subsistence, and sent a memorial by the Countess of Warwick to Her Majesty, earnestly requesting that commissioners might be appointed to hear his pretensions and decide upon his claims. 2 commissioners were accordingly sent to Mortlake, where Dee showed them a book containing a distinct account of all the memorable transactions of his life, except those which occurred in his just journey abroad. He detailed to them the injuries, damages, and indignities which he had suffered, and humbly supplicated reparation at their hands. The Queen, in consequence, sent 100 marks to Mrs. Dee, and promises to her husband. At length, on December 8, 1594, he obtained a grant of the Chancellorship of St. Paul's. But this did not answer his expectations, upon which he applied to Whitgift, Archbishop of Canterbury, giving an account of all the books he had either written or published. This, with other applications, led to his being presented with the wardenship of Manchester College, vacant by the removal of Dr. William Chatterton to the See of Chester. On the 14th of February, 1596, he arrived with his family in that town, and on the 20th he was installed in his new charge. He continued here about 7 years, passing his time in a very turbulent and unquiet manner. On the 5th of June, 1604, he presented a petition to King James, earnestly desiring that he might be brought to trial and delivered, by a judicial sentence, from those suspicions which his astrological and other inquiries had brought upon him. But the king, knowing the nature of his studies, was very far from showing him any mark of his favour. In November, the same year, he quitted Manchester, returning to his house at Mortlake, where he died, old, infirm, and forsaken of his friends, being very often obliged to sell some book or other to procure a dinner. The following account of Dr. D's expenses from Trebona to London, copied from a statement in his own handwriting, 17 we have thought too curious to omit. The charges of my last return from beyond seas, a. 1589, being favourably called home by Her Majesty from Trebon Castle in Bohemia. 600 lib. My journey of remove homeward from Trebon Castle to Staden cost me more than $3,000, which we account 120 lib. Besides the cost of 15 horses wherewith I travelled all that journey, of which the 12 which drew my 3 coaches were very good and young Hungarian horses, and the other 3 were Wallachies for the saddles, which 15 cost with one another 60 lib. The 3 new coaches made purposely for my aforesaid journey, with the furniture for the 12 coach horses, and with the saddles and bridles for the rest, cost more than £60. The charge of wains to carry my goods from Trebon to Staden, they being 2 and sometimes 3, for more easy and light passage in some places, cost above £110, which I account, for 100 of it, under my former sum of 600 lib. Under which 600 lib also I do account for the charges of the 24 soldiers, well appointed, which, by virtue of the Emperor's passport, I took up in my way from Diepold, and again from Oldenburg. The charges of the 6 harquebusiers and musketeers, which the Earl of Oldenburg lent me out of his own garrison there, I gave to one with another $1 a man for the day, and their meat and drink full. For at the first, 18 enemies, horsemen, well appointed, from Lingen and Wilstrisen, had lain 5 days attending thereabout, to have set upon me and mine. And at Old Borch, a Scot, one of the garrison, gave me warning of an ill-minded company lying and hovering for me in the way which I was to pass, as by a letter may appear here present. Of the former danger, the Landgrave of Hesse his letters unto me may give some evidence. The charges of the 4 swart routers, very well mounted, and appointed to attend on me at Staden, from Bream, being honourably and very carefully sent unto me by the noble consuls and senators of Bream. And that with a friendly farewell, delivered unto me by the speech of one of their secretaries at my lodgings, need not be specified here what it was. For their going with me in 2 days to Staden, their abode there, and as much homeward, being in all 5 days' charges, $30. This was a very dangerous time to ride abroad in thereabouts, as the merchants of Staden can well remember. The excellent learned theologian, the superintendent of Bream, Mr. D. Christopher Berzelius his verses, printed the night before that of my going from Bream, and the morning of my departure, openly delivered to me partly, and partly distributed to the company of students and others attending about to see us set forth. And to bid us farewell, may be a memorial of some of my good credit grown in that city, and of the day of my coming from it. I will not enlarge my lines to specific what other charges I was at to further some of Her Majesty's servants at my lying at Bream, as $70 given or lent to one Conradus Justus Newbrenner. And about 40 given to get some letters of great importance brought to our Sovereign's Honourable Privy Council in due time. 10 lib. The charge of my fraught and passage from Staden to London for my goods, myself, my wife, children, and servants. 796 lib. So that the sum total of money, spent and laid out, in and for my remove from Trebon to London doth amount to 1,510 lib. Whereby the whole sum of the former damages and losses 796 lib. And the removing charges doth amount, with the least, to 2,306 lib. Besides the $100 disbursed at Bream for dutiful love to Queen and country. One minor occurrence in the following tradition, viz., the loss of the horse, is related by Lilly as happening to another of the fraternity, but we claim it, upon grounds too trivial it might be deemed by some, for the Doctor. It is not our intention to spoil a good story by rejecting what we cannot verify. Sufficient for us that the tale exists, though we take the liberty of telling it in our own way. There came a thin spare man one evening to Dr. D's residence in the college at Manchester, where he then dwelt by permission only from the Earl of Derby, though living there in the capacity of warden to the church. The college being dissolved in the first of Edward VI. 1547, the possessions fell into the hands of that nobleman, who, however, kept ministers at his own charge to officiate in the church. Mary refounded the establishment, restoring the greater part of the lands, but Lord Derby still kept the college house. In 1578 Elizabeth granted a new foundation to the college, appointing her own wardens. Dr. D, being the third on the new establishment, was installed with great solemnity on the February 20th, 1596. The visitor we have just noticed was muffled in a dark cloak, having a wide and ample collar, which he threw over his head, as though anxious for concealment. The doctor, having retired into his study, was not to be disturbed. But the stranger was urgent for admission, while Lettice Ghostwitch, D's help at all work, a pert ungracious slattern, was fully resolved not to permit his access to her master. Then since nothing else will do, said the pertinacious intruder, convey me this message, to wit, a stranger comes to him on business of great moment regarding his own welfare and that of the matter or event whose corollarium he is now studying. Lettice, wearied through his importunity, and hoping by compliance to rid herself from these solicitations, went to the doctor's private chamber, where, having delivered her message through the thumb-hole of the latch, for on no account would he allow of personal intrusion, to her great surprise, he bade her begone. "Show the stranger upstairs," said he. "Why hast thou kept him so long tarrying?" Lettice, with little speed and less goodwill, obeyed the doctor's behest, grumbling loud at the capricious and uncertain humours of her master. The visitor was at length ushered into the presence of this celebrated scholar and professor of the celestial sciences, whose predictions at one period astonished Europe. His presence, like some portentous comet, threatening war and disaster, perplexing even emperors and princes, and filling them with apprehension and dismay. But D was somewhat fallen from this high and dangerous celebrity. He was become querulous and ill-tempered. Never satisfied with his present condition, but always aiming at some greater thing, he generally contrived to lose what he already possessed. At one time, to control the destinies and acquire the supreme direction of affairs, either as the high priest or the grand lama of Europe, was not beyond the compass of his thoughts or the scope of his ambition. Now, he was petitioning the Queen for a small increase to his worldly pittance, and an opportunity of clearing himself before Her Majesty's Council from the foul and slanderous accusations by which he was continually assailed. Yet he had not abandoned his former projects. Though failing in his mission aforetime to the Emperor of Germany, the King of Poland, and others, to whom he evidently went for political purposes, and with offers of his aid. Through the foreknowledge and spiritual intercourse by which he thought himself favored, yet he still cherished the hope of promotion by such visionary follies. That chimera of the imagination, the invention of the philosopher's stone, still haunted him, and he did not yet despair of one day becoming a ruler among princes, the supreme arbiter and depositary of the fate of nations. The delusions imposed on him by Kelly, his seer and confederate, had so impressed him with this belief, that he still purposed going abroad on a divine mission, as he called it. And only awaited the auspicious time when his spiritual instructors should point out another seer in Kelly's room, from whom he had been long separated. Though now in his 71st year, he was not deterred from making another attempt to reach the goal of his ambition. Such is the folly and madness of these enthusiasts, that, let them be never so often foiled in their inordinate expectations, yet does it in no wise hinder, but, on the contrary, sets them more fully on their desire. Casaubon, in his preface to the account of Dee's intercourse with spirits, gives a strange instance of their infatuation. He says, "In the days of Martin Luther, there lived one Michael Stiphelius, who applying to himself some place of the Apocalypse, took upon himself to prophesy. He foretold that in the year of the Lord 1533, before the 29th of September, the end of the world and Christ's coming to judgment would be. He did show so much confidence that, some write, Luther himself was somewhat startled at the first. But that day past, he came a second time to Luther, with new calculations, and had digested the whole business into 22 articles, the effect of which was to demonstrate that the end of the world would be in October following. But now Luther thought that he had had trial enough, and gave so little credit to him, that he, though he loved the man, silenced him for a time, which our apocalyptical prophet took very ill at his hands, and wondered much at his incredulity. Well, that month and some after that over, our prophet, who had made no little stir in the country by his prophesying, was cast into prison for his obstinacy. After a while Luther visited him, thinking by that time to find him of another mind. But so far was he from acknowledging his error, that he downright railed at Luther for giving him good counsel. And some write, that to his dying day, having lived to the age of 80 years, he never recanted. These air-built hopes and projects may in some sort account for the readiness with which Dee admitted the stranger after hearing his message. It seemed to be the very echo of his own thoughts, floating on their dark current, which it quickened by some unknown and mysterious impulse. The doctor was sitting in a high and curiously wrought chair, cushioned with black leather, gilt and ornamented after the antique fashion. His upper garment was of black serge, the neck and breast furred with sables. A cap of the same materials concealed his bald and shining head, giving his pale shriveled features a peculiar look of learning and hard study. His face was long, and his beard pointed. Age and anxiety were indelibly marked upon his lank visage. But his eye was yet undimmed, small, keen, and restless. It seemed the image of his own insatiable desire, consuming soul and body in the fire and fervor of its inordinate and uncontrolled appetite. "Thy name?" said Dee sharply, as the stranger bowed himself before the reputed magician. "Bartholomew Hickman." "And thy business?" inquired the doctor, with an inquisitive glance. "Since your reverence hath dismissed Kelly, you have been but indifferently served in the capacity of seer. Mine errand is to this purport: if we agree for wages, I will serve you. And I doubt not but my faculty of seeing will equal that of Master Kelly, provided you have a glass whose quality and virtue shall be equivalent." "My glass," replied the doctor, "is not to be matched throughout the world. Even Cornelius Agrippa had not its like, nor was his famous mirror fit to compare with it. Hast heard aught of its history?" "I would listen, Master D, for my knowledge thereof is but gathered from the vulgar report." "Know then," said D, with an air of great pride and complacency, "that my stone was brought by the ministration of angels, in answer to fervent and oft-repeated prayer. One night, as I sate with Kelly, discoursing on the rise and fall of empires, the setting up and the downfall of estates, and many other matters of grave and weighty import, he looked uneasy for a while, saying that he felt a strange sensation, and, as it were, a heavy weight on his right shoulder, as though something sat there. He said a spirit, invisible at that time, was in all likelihood hearkening to our discourse, and wished to communicate with us. He then spake as though to some one behind him, and listened. Sayest thou so, said he. Then will I speedily apprise the doctor. He then told me it was the angel Uriel, who would bring us a wonderful glass or crystal, whereby a seer, properly gifted, would be enabled to see many wonderful things. But this surprising faculty I do not possess, by reason of a fiery sign not occupying the cusp of my ascendant and medium costly. Edward Kelly was, however, permitted to supply this defect, and I might confidently rely, he said, on the truth of those revelations, which I was to note down for the benefit of mankind, and the establishing of a new dispensation upon the earth. None but good angels could enter into this glass, and they would teach me, as he then foretold, many things, whereby, gaining great honor and renown, kings and princes should be reproved of me, who was raised up for their sakes. At this revelation I was exceeding glad, and more so on finding the day following in my study this precious gem, which, as I once told the Emperor Rodolphe, is of such value that no earthly kingdom is worthy to be compared to the virtue or dignity thereof. I well remember the time, said D., delighting to dwell on these recollections. I was at Prague, the Emperor having sent for me. I went up to the castle, where, in the Ritter stove, or guard chamber, I stayed a little. Octavius Spinola, that was the chamberlain, saluted me very courteously, having understood that I was he whom the Emperor waited for. Returning to the privy chamber, he came out again, leading me by the skirt through the dining chamber and the privy chamber, where the Emperor sat at a table with a great chest and standish of silver, and my book and letters before him. Then craved I pardon, at his Majesty's hand, for my boldness in sending him my Monas Hieroglyphica, dedicated to his father, but I did it of the sincere and entire goodwill that I bear to his father Maximilian, and also unto his Majesty. He then thanked me very kindly, saying that he knew of my great endowments, and the esteem I had gotten of the learned. Of this he had been informed by the Spanish ambassador. He said my book was rather too hard for his capacity. But he heard I had something to say to him, quod esset pro sua utilitate. And so I have, I replied, looking back to see first that we were alone. Hereupon, I began to declare how all my lifetime had been spent in learning, and with great pains and cost I had come to the best knowledge that man might attain to in this world. I had found, too, that no man living, neither any book, was able to teach me those truths that I desired and longed for. Therefore I concluded within myself to make intercession and prayer to the Giver of all wisdom to send unto me knowledge, whereby I might know the nature of his creatures, and also enjoy means to use them to his honor and glory. At length it pleased God to send me his light, the angel Uriel, whereby I was assured of his merciful and gracious answer. For the space of 2 years and a half, as I told his Majesty, angels had not ceased to minister unto me through this wonderful stone, whose history I related. Furthermore, I said that I had a message from them unto his Majesty. The angel of the Lord hath appeared unto me, I cried, and hath rebuked you for your sins. If you will hear, and believe me, you shall triumph. If you will not hear, the Lord, the God of heaven and earth, under whom you breathe and have your being, putteth his foot against your breast, and will throw you headlong from your seat. Moreover, I said that if he would listen to me, and take me for his counselor, his kingdom should be established, so that there would be none like unto it throughout the world. I was commanded, likewise, to show him the nature of the holy vision, and the manner thereof, which he might witness, and hear the words, though he could not see the fashion of the creatures in the glass. He thanked me, and said that he would thenceforward take me to his recommendation and care. Some more promises he used, though I could not well understand them, he spake so low. Perceiving, now, that he wished to make an end for this time, I made my obeisance and departed. But mark the favor of princes. Through the cabals of some, and the intrigues of his favorite and physician, one Dr. Kurtz, who was fearful of my displacing him, in the end I was not only prevented from further access to his Majesty, but banished the empire. Go to, said D., much troubled at these thoughts. I am something too much affected of these vain impressions, and the pomp of these earthly ones. He arose, lifting an ebony cabinet on the table, which he unlocked with great solemnity. During this operation he fell to muttering many prayers. And with an air of great reverence he took out a richly embossed casket, which being opened, there was displayed a fair crystal of an egg-shaped form, on which he gazed with a long and silent delight. A treasure beyond all price, said Bartholomew, eyeing it with rapture. Even so, said D., and, by the grace of the Giver, I do hope to profit by it. Once it was removed from me. Listen. It was in the little chapel, or oratory, next the chambers which Lord William of Rosenberg had allotted us in his castle at Trebona. I had set the stone in its wonted place upon the table, or altar as we called it, when Kelly saw a great flame in the stone, which thing though he told me, I made no end of my usual prayer. But suddenly one seemed to come in at the south window of the chapel, right opposite to Kelly, while the stone was heaved up without hands, and set down again, wonderful to behold. After which I saw the man who came in at the window. He had his lower parts in a cloud, and, with open arms, flew towards Kelly, at which sight he shrunk back, and the creature took up between both hands the stone with its frame of gold, and mounted up the way he came. Kelly caught at it, but could not touch it, thereupon he was grievously alarmed, and had the tremor cordis for a good while after. 18 This my angelical stone being taken away, I was mightily troubled, for the other stones in my possession being made through man's skill and device, I had not a safe warranty of their virtue. So that I might confidently trust in what they should disclose. I was afraid, too, of the intrusion of wicked spirits into them, who might impose on me with their delusions. This happened on a Friday, being the 24th of April, 1587, as I find it recorded in my diary. But mark the manner of its return. The following month, on the 22d day, and on the same day of the week, about 4 hours post-meridian, as I and Kelly were walking out through the orchard, down the riverside, he saw 2 little men fighting there furiously with swords. And one said to the other, Thou hast beguiled me. As I drew near they did not abate their heat, but the fray seemed to wax even hotter than before. I at length said, Good friends, let me take up the matter between you. Whereupon they stayed, the elder of them saying, I sent a present to thy wife, and this fellow hath taken it away. With this, they again fought until the other was wounded in his thigh, which seemed to bleed. Being in great pain, he took out of his bosom something that I guessed to be the very treasure that I had lost. Now will I make thee return it, said the first speaker. With that the other, who was wounded, seemed to go suddenly out of sight, but came again ere I could answer a word. The elder of them then asked him, saying, Hast thou laid it under the right pillow of the bed where he lay yesternight? With these words they both went towards a willow tree on the right, by the new stairs, which tree seemed to cleave open, and as they went in it closed, and I never saw them more. With great haste I returned to my chamber, where, lifting up the right pillow, I found my precious stone, being greatly rejoiced, together with my wife, who joined me in thanking God for its return. 19. An exceeding comfortable and gracious providence, being preserved, I doubt not, from the evil ones, said Bartholomew Hickman. But I would fain give you a sample of my skill, if so be that you will prepare the crystal, charging it with due care and attention. Then did the doctor betake himself to the performance of sundry strange rites, consisting of many absurd forms and hard speeches, ever and anon ejaculating a fervent prayer for success, and a petition against doubt and deception. He spread a fair carpet on the table, disposing the candlesticks on each side, and a little behind the crystal. This was placed upon a cushion of black silk, a crucifix near, and the psalter before it, open at the service for the departed. After a profound silence for about the space of half an hour, Dee looked towards his visitor as if expecting that he should begin. The seer threw off his upper garment, and kneeling down, clad only in a short tunic of grey cloth, without ruff or belt, he betook himself, though with some agitation, to the repeating of a few short Latin prayers, intermingled with cabalistical jargon, and scraps of some unknown and uncouth tongue. The doctor gave special heed thereto, hearkening as though not over-credulous in the boasted skill of his visitor. Presently the latter put his face close to the stone, binding it before his eyes with a white napkin, his head still resting on the table. Dee asked him softly, What sayest thou? Nothing, said Bartholomew. Is the curtain not yet visible in the stone? I cannot even see the curtain, replied the seer, for all is dark. Then Dee began to pray earnestly that some of his former friends might appear, whom he called by many outlandish names, such as Ave, Nalvage, Madini, and others. Immediately Bartholomew cried out, I see a glimmer, soft. The doctor scarcely durst breathe, fearing to interrupt the opening of the vision. I see a golden curtain, partly drawn aside. The charge beginneth to work, said Dee. 'Tis the very appearance that was always vouchsafed to Kelly ere the spirits showed themselves in the glass. Note well what thou sayest. There appeareth a white cloud, as a curdly vapour wreathing itself about a pillar of burning brass, but no creature is visible. I hear a voice. Mark the words and repeat them steadily, said the doctor, who drew nearer that he might hear the purport of the revelation. Sanctum signatum et ad tempus, said the voice. The sense of this may be understood diversely. By which sense may we be guided, said D, as though speaking to some invisible thing within the glass. Presently the seer again repeated. Sanctum, quia hoc vel sum, sigillatum, quid determinatum ad tempus. The voice saith, but these be hard speeches, Master D. I hear again, ad tempus et ad tempus, inquam, quia rerum consummatio, all things are at hand. The seat is prepared. Justice hath determined. The time is short. Sayest thou no creature? Anxiously inquired the doctor. None. But the pillar openeth as though it were cleft. Now a woman cometh forth out of the pedestal, covered with a cloud. I can see her face dimly at times through this veil, which seemeth to pass over as a thin cloud before the dazzling sun. She standeth as though in a hollow shell, glistening with such fair colours that no earthly brightness may be comparable to it. She now seemeth to wrap the air about her as a garment. She entereth into a thick cloud and disappears. There now cometh one like unto a little girl, her hair turned up before, and flowing behind in long and bright curls. Her raiment sparkles like unto changeable silk, green and red. 'Tis Madine, said D, with great delight. Note well what she saith, for she is my good angel. She sitteth down. Her lips move as though she were speaking, but I hear nothing. I will speak to her, said D, for she will answer me through thy ministry, if it really be Madine. Art thou Madine, that has appeared to me before time? I think she answereth, yes. But her voice is very feeble. I would thou shouldest resolve me 3 things, said the doctor, again addressing himself towards the glass. To wit, whereto shall I direct my journey, and how shall I cause it to prosper? Secondly, I would speedily be instructed in that great and heavenly mystery, the powder of projection, which I have been oft promised, but never understood aright by reason of my feeble apprehensions. Or inability to accomplish the grand and sublime arcanum. Thirdly, how may I find the treasure which was shown to me in a dream 3 several times, but where it is hidden is withheld from me? She says she will answer so far as the will of him that sent her will permit. But she hath a short continuance, and her answer must be brief. With respect to the country, make thine own choice, and thou shalt be directed in it for thy good. The other questions she says she cannot solve, but will send one of the 7 who bear rule over the seals of the metals and their matrix. She hath departed, yet I saw her not. She went like a sudden stroke of light. And now there cometh a man clad in sober apparel, with an inkhorn at his girdle. He holdeth a pen, as though he would write, but his face is veiled. 'Tis a motion that I should bring my tablets, said the doctor. Now he is writing, continued the seer. He showeth me a roll of parchment. But the glass becometh dim, and I think that evil spirits are troubling us, for the whole seems to waver, like the glowing air over the furnace. The doctor now fell to his prayers, when Bartholomew assured him the glass grew brighter, gradually becoming still, like the subsiding of waves after some accidental disturbance. He could now see the writing distinctly, and the veil was also removed. Give me the words to the very letter, said D earnestly, as he prepared to write. It runs thus, the most noble and divine Magister. The beginning and continuation of life. Watch well, and gather him so at the highest, for in 1 hour he descendeth or ascendeth from the purpose. Take common oddcal, purge and work it by Reladner, of 4 divers digestions, continuing the last digestion for 14 days in one and a swift proportion, until it be placed fixed, a most red and luminous body, the image of resurrection. Take also Lolo of red Roxton, and work him through the 4 fiery degrees, until thou have his oddcal, and then gather him. Then double every degree of your Reladner, and by the law of mixture and conjunction work them diligently together. Notwithstanding backward through every degree, multiply the lower and last relaton, his due office finished by 1 degree more than the highest. So doth it become dar, the thing you seek for, a holy, just, glorious, red, and dignified blessed. Methinks I have heard this before, said D, and understood it not. I am truly in great perplexity for want of money, but still I understand not the purport of these symbols, the which, I beseech thee, now vouchsafe to thine unworthy servant. See thou take the season, said the voice, and get her while it is yet time. If ye let the harvest pass, ye shall desire to gather and shall not be able. Take pity on mine infirmities, and make it plain, supplicated the doctor, who now began to fear the usual evasions and disappointments. Before I go, replied the vision, I will not be hidden from thee. Read thy lesson. I read, take common oddcal and so on. What is oddcal, inquireth the spirit. Alas! I know not, but thou knowest. It is gold, and blessed is sulphur. Take also, it says, Lolo of red Roxton. Roxton is pure and simple wine in herself, and Lolo is her mother. There is yet in these words no slight ambiguity. Lolo is Tartar of red wine, and Oddcal is his mercury. Dar, in the angelical tongue, is the true name of the stone. He said before that Oddcal was gold, said D, addressing the seer. Be thankful, replied Bartholomew, and keep what thou hast received. The doctor was for the present satisfied. But a little reflection afterwards, and another trial, left him as ignorant and as poor as ever. He now returned thanks in the Latin tongue, it being his general custom at the end of each revelation, or motion, as it was called. Deo nostro omnipotenti sit omnis laus, honor, gloria, et jubilatio. Unto which the seer responded, Amen. Now for the third question. He goeth to one side, said Bartholomew, and the curtain hideth him. Now he returneth, leading an old man blindfolded, who answereth him in manner following, as though to questions put by the first, it is within, and by a garden belonging to the new lodge in Aldport Park. It is in 3 parts or places. He now seems to pause. Again he speaks, many roots and trees do hinder the gathering of it, but if he be wise, and understand these things, he may obtain his pleasure. 1 part was laid by Sir James Stanley, the warden, 100 years ago. Another portion was hidden by an aged nun. The remainder was left by the Romans, and may be found under the foundations of the castle in the park. The time is short, and the treasure guarded, but he shall overcome. Listen, 9 with twice 7 northerly, and Acer shall disappear. The mystical number added to the number enfolding itself, this shall be added to its own towards the rising sun. Then turn half round, and note well thy right foot. What thou sayest gather, and it shall lead thee on to perfection. Ask him the amount or worth of the treasure, said D, whose cupidity gloated over the bare thoughts of this vast hoard. He says, it is 2,500, besides odd money. How? In gold or silver? More than 3 parts thereof are in gold. Most humbly and heartily do I thank thee, O. D was opening out another form of thanksgiving, when the seer interrupted his hypocritical and blasphemous addresses. The old man goeth aside, groping his way as though it were dark. Now all is dim, and the curtain covereth the stone, by which we are warned to retire. The needful and concluding ceremonies being gone through, the crystal was returned to its place. After pondering a while, the doctor put many questions to his guest about his residence, worldly calling, and so forth. He offered him £50 yearly, besides lodging, and a fair proportion of gold when the celestial and highest projection should be completed. Bartholomew was not hard at making a bargain, and the doctor began to hope that, by a patient waiting and trust in the efficacy of these strange delusions, he should at length accomplish his desires. A low tap at the door again betokened the presence of Lettuce, who came to announce a warm friend of the doctor's, one Master Eccleston. On being admitted, the latter brought with him a low, ferret-eyed personage, whose leering aspect betrayed an inward consciousness of great cunning and self-satisfaction therewith. D received his guests with becoming dignity, inquiring to what good fortune he was indebted for their visit. "Thou mayest remain, Hickman," said he to his new acquaintance. Eccleston proceeded to business as follows. "You may readily remember that I once happened a sore mischance, to wit, by losing a horse I had but lately bought, and which, through your good offices, kindly and without fee administered, I again got back, to my great joy and comfort. I was telling of this but few days agone to a friend of mine, one Barnabas Hardcastle, whom I have made bold to bring before your reverence. He but laughed at me for my pains, and would in no wise believe it, but mark how he was served. Within this hour, he tells me that he has lost his mare, and would fain have the like help to its recovery." "Hast thou lost thy beast?" inquired the doctor. "Verily I have," said Barnabas, making a respectful acknowledgment to the doctor's dignified address. "It was but this morning she was safe as Mancastle is in the dirt, hard by Mr. Lever's house yonder, in the fields. 'Tis a grievous loss, Master D, seeing that I was offered a score of pounds for the beast last Martinmas." The doctor opened his tables, and erected a scheme or figure of the heavens, to the very minute when this communication was made. Ere it was finished he gave a sharp and shrewd glance at the stranger, saying, "The latter part of the sign Scorpio ascendeth, and it is not safe to give judgment. Mars, lord thereof, is in evil aspect with Venus, lady of the 7th and 6th likewise, or house of servants. Yet is Mercury lord of the 10th, and free from affliction. I will therefore try my skill, though I should fail. The beast thou lackest is either taken by a servant or lost through his neglect. Stay. The dragon's tail, which I have just placed, being located in the 7th, thy mare is certainly lost, and will never be recovered." D looked earnestly at the man, who, gathering his features into a grin of contempt, could scarcely refrain from an unmannerly burst of laughter. "Now, oh, my troth," said he, "I was but minded to try the skill of your prophet, and to show your folly. The roan mare is safe, and I left her but an hour ago with my lad, who is walking her to and fro just out of the town fields by Withy Grove, until I have done mine errand." "Thou art a bold man to say so," replied the doctor angrily, and with a glance as though it were meant to annihilate this contemner of the celestial art. "I tell thee she is lost, and shall never be got back, a reward thou hast well earned for thy folly." With a scornful and malicious grin did Master Barnabas receive this denunciation, taking his departure with little ceremony, as if fearful of some mischance. Eccleston, much scandalized at his friend's proceedings, followed him downstairs, not caring to stay longer with the doctor. As Bartholomew and he sate discoursing on the future, and forming many projects, more particularly about the hidden treasures, without which, D said, he could not continue his search for the elixir, as he was nigh beggared. They heard a swift footstep on the stairs. Presently in rushed Eccleston, followed by Lettuce, who strove to prevent this intrusion. The doctor frowned on his entrance, but Eccleston, breathless and much agitated, could with difficulty declare his errand. "Hardcastle, Hardcastle, I say. He has lost his beast." "Why, I told him so," said the doctor, with great composure. "But he has lost her." "I know it," replied D. "I have just left him in great anger, swearing by things both visible and invisible that he will have his own again, that we are confederate in the matter, and that he will cite us both before the chapter or the Star Chamber." "How hath it happened?" said D, scrawling listlessly with his pen. "I went with him to the boy, thinking I would see the end on't. By the way, he did use many taunts and ill-natured speeches about my pursuit after the great arcanum, and belief in the celestial sciences, together with many unpleasant hints that the money we have expended in the adventure will never be got back. Discoursing thus, we came near to the place where he expected to find the boy. Sure enough he was there, and fast asleep on the ground. But the mare was gone, the bridle being left on the lad's arm, which his master banged about his shoulders until he awaked. Pray, Master D, be pleased to help him to his mare. I owe him moneys, for which he, taking advantage of the debt, may put me in prison. The scoffer shall not go unpunished, nor shall he that revelleth partake of the blessing. Go thy way, and tell him he may not recover his goods. Eccleston departed with this heavy message, and Bartholomew was again left communing with the doctor. The matter that still occupied their thoughts was the treasure at Aldport Lodge. With this in their possession they might reasonably expect that great progress would be made in their search for the philosopher's stone and the vivifying elixir. These important articles obtained, the hidden secrets of nature would be at their command, and their schemes and wishes might then be pursued with the certainty of success. The night but one following, at the precise time when the moon came to a trine aspect with Saturn and Jupiter, was appointed for the discovery. The hour of Saturn commenced 5 minutes before midnight, and the heavenly influences were then singularly disposed in favor of their undertaking. With dazzling anticipations of future prosperity and success they separated, one to indulge in dreams so chimerical and vast that even Fancy herself drew back, dazzled with her own brightness. The other to an obscure lodging in the old Millgate, where he committed himself to the keeping of a straw pallet and a coverlet of which the rats had for some time before held undisputed possession. The night fixed upon for their search proved drizzling and misty. Bartholomew, wrapped in a thick cloak, sallied out of a low postern towards the college. The path was more dangerous and uneven than at present, and many a grim witness of good fellowship with his clay had the red cloth hose of Master Bartholomew Hickman ere he arrived at the arched doorway which admitted him into Dee's lodging. We have no means of ascertaining with any degree of certainty the musings and ruminations of the seer in his progress, not having the power, or skill it may be, like unto many profound and praiseworthy historians, who can portray the form and colour of the mind as well as the cut and capacity of the doublet. Suffice it to say, that he was so fully occupied in conning over his errand as not to be aware that a certain malicious personage was dodging his steps, to wit, our worthy owner of the mare, Barnabas Hardcastle, who kept a strict watch about the premises, hoping to find some clue to the discovery of his beast. An hour elapsed ere they came forth, the doctor bearing a covered light, and after him the little spare form of Bartholomew Hickman, carrying under his cloak sundry implements for the search. Passing through the churchyard, they turned into the Dean's Gate, creeping near the houses, whose overhanging gables poured down a copious shower from their dripping eaves. The streets echoed but to the tread of these adventurers, and to the howl of a solitary watch-dog roused by their approach. They passed the gate without difficulty. The doctor was supposed to have been called forth on clerical duties, and the porter accordingly permitted their egress, merely inquiring the probable time of their return. A few straggling houses were built nigh to the ditch and outworks. Beyond these the way was open towards the park. Here they arrived in due time, entering in by a side wicket, which led them round to the back part of the house by the gardens. The proprietorship of the lodge had latterly fallen to the lot of Edward Mosley, by a deed of partition between his brother Oswald Mosley and himself, a mercer of great note in Manchester, one Adam Smythe. These parties having purchased, jointly, the lands of Nether and over Aldport from Thomas Roe of Hertford, who had them of Sir Randall Brereton, the next purchaser from William, Earl of Derby. The house and grounds, about 95 acres, of Nether and over Aldport, formerly belonged to the warden of the college for the time being, and were held, by a rent of 4 marks per annum only, from the Lord de la Warr. It was enjoyed uninterruptedly by them until the dissolution of this community in the 1st of Edward VI, when it was granted to the Earl of Derby along with the rest of the college lands. Elizabeth, however, in the 21st year of her reign, granted a new foundation to the college, but the Earl of Derby, who still kept possession of the college house and some portion of the lands, suffered the warden and ministers for some time to lodge there. The house at Aldport was moated round, and a drawbridge stood before the main entrance. The mansion was built of timber and plaster, with huge projecting stone chimneys, gable ends, and deep casements, a fitting residence in those days for rank and nobility. Outside the moat was an extensive garden, laid out in a sumptuous style, beyond which appeared a mound of considerable elevation and extent, the site of Man Castle, famous in history as one of the strongholds of the Romans, some account of which may be found in the legend of Sir Tarquin. "I have been thinking," said Dee, after being silent for a space, "that no savour of dishonesty can attach to our appropriation of this great treasure. Seeing the house and all this fair and goodly inheritance did once appertain to the wardens of our college, of which patrimony we have been most unjustly deprived by the statute of King Edward. My gracious mistress, our queen, not having reinstated me into this my lawful possession, I have made bold to remind her majesty of our wrongs, and to supplicate her clemency thereupon. Bartholomew felt fully satisfied of the right they had to these spoils, his conscience being easily quieted on the score of appropriation. The rain becomes heavier, and it is more chill and showery than before. The mist, too, is driving northeast, said the doctor. The clouds are cumbrous and broken, coiling, as they roll, into huge masses that will ere long bring some of the dark Atlantic on their tails. Sayest thou not, Bartholomew, as though it were a grim pile of hills on the horizon? I see as it might be a heavy wall of clouds gathering about us, and I think the wind comes on more fitful and squally. These heavy lunges betoken an angry and vicious humor in the air that will not be long in bursting. We shall have it about our ears speedily. We must to work while it is yet a brewing below. The dark pointed roofs and chimneys of the lodge might be distinguished in grotesque masses, changeless and unvarying, against the ever-shifting darkness of the sky. A pale star sometimes looked out as if by stealth, but was obscured almost ere its brightness could be developed. The wind, as it rushed by, broke into short and irregular gusts, like scouts from the main body, betokening its approach. The rain had ceased, save a few hasty drops at intervals plashing heavily on the moat. "What is that?" said Bartholomew in a whisper, pointing to the water. A light had glanced on its surface, and as suddenly had it disappeared. Again. Dee smiled as he looked upwards to a star just twinkling through the cloud. Like some benignant spirit, as it alighted on the dark bosom of the moat, the short sharp gust fluttering over, it seemed to hover there for a while ere it departed. Turning out of the path, they approached a thick yew tree flanking one corner of the garden. "I think we may climb here, Master D, with little risk, there seems a fair gap beside its trunk." They scrambled up a high bank, thrusting themselves, with some difficulty, through the opening. The doctor now, looking round, began to recite his instructions: 9 with twice 7 northerly, and Acer, shall disappear. The mystical number added to the number enfolding itself. This shall be added to its own, towards the rising of the sun. Then turn half round, and note well thy right foot, what thou sayest gather, and it shall lead thee on to perfection. Good. But from what point shall we begin to count, said the divine, in great perplexity. I know not, said Bartholomew, unless it be from the sycamore tree at the opposite corner yonder by the old wall. Thou knowest the ground hereabout? Said the doctor hastily. Peradventure I may, replied the other. Being told aforetime of treasure that was hidden, I have wandered often, at odd times, round the garden. Lead the way, then. It may be this same Acer is the tree of which thou speakest. Time passes, and I would not miss this lucky hour for all my hopes of preferment. Preceded by his guide, the doctor soon came within range of a noble sycamore that threw out its huge branches in all the pride of a long and undisturbed occupation. 9 with twice 7 northerly, and Acer shall disappear. Shall I stride the ground so many steps, or is there a mystic and hidden signification couched in these numbers? I know not, said Bartholomew, but we had best make the trial. The doctor, with great earnestness, began to stride out the number northerly, but the sycamore did not disappear, its long bare boughs were still seen throwing out their leafless and haggard extremities against the lowering sky. They now took counsel, when Bartholomew suggested that, as numbers were often used symbolically, they must look elsewhere for a solution. It might be the exact number of trees lying between the great sycamore and the place signified. And there they be, said the seer, pointing to a goodly row of small twigs newly planted. Now count them northerly, beginning as at first. This being done, the doctor was greatly comforted on finding himself fairly soused up to the knees in a deep ditch or drain, from whence all appearance of the sycamore was effectually excluded. Now, said the adept, still standing as before, the mystical number, which is 3, added to the most excellent number, which I take to be 3 times 3, or the number enfolding itself, will make 12. But there be no trees eastward, or towards the rising sun. Then try the steps once more, said Bartholomew, and take heed they are of the right length, proper easygoing steps. Stay, I will count them myself. Leaving his companion in the ditch, the seer counted forth his number with due care, halting at the last step. Now stand in my place, turn half round, and gather from thy right foot. D, having cleared the bog, placed himself in the required position. Stooping down, he groped diligently by his right foot, but was aware of nothing but a crabbed stump, that resisted every attempt they could use for its dislodgment. Bring the mattock, said the doctor, cautiously uncovering the light. But though Bartholomew tugged with great energy, the doctor helping, it was to little purpose, for the stump was immovable. We had best try the probe. Saying this, the warder drew forth an instrument in shape something like unto a large auger. He could by this means easily ascertain if anything hard were below, or any symptoms of concealed treasure. As they were thus engaged, a hollow voice, to their terrified apprehensions issuing from the ground, cried out. Hold! The treasure hunters came to a full pause. The wind and rain at the same time beat so heavily they could not ascertain the sequel to this injunction. "'Tis Nargle, the spirit who guards hidden treasures," said D. "We can approach him only by prayers and fumigations." "Then must we return," said Bartholomew, apparently unwilling to desist. "Hark," said the doctor, listening. They heard a moan, as that of someone in great pain. Presently a faint shriek stole through a pause in the blast. "'Tis like the groan of a mandrake," he continued, "they do ever lament and bewail thus when gathered. I doubt not but this tree is of that accursed nature." Again the voice was articulate. "Tomorrow thou mayest return at this hour. But I will not yield my treasure save thou bring me gold." "Who art thou?" "I am the guardian of the treasure, and gold I have." "Bring gold with thee, or thou shalt get no gold from me." "What is thy demand?" inquired D, in a hollow voice, like that of an exorcist. "Prop thy purse with 50 nobles, then dig, and I will tell thee." The two worthies were somewhat startled at this demand. It was more than their joint forces could muster. Yet 2,000 and more broad pieces, besides other valuables, which lay there for the gathering, was too profitable a return to make them easily give up the adventure. Accordingly, after some further questions which the demon as resolutely refused to answer, they departed, first replacing the earth and other matters they had disturbed, in their former position. Early on the following morning the eager divine applied to his friend Eccleston for another loan, assuring him it was the last, while from the produce of the treasure he would be enabled to pay his former advances, with a copious interest thereon. The needy expectant was loath to furnish him with another supply, though in the end he was prevailed on to borrow from his friends, at an exorbitant interest, for 1 day only. This important preliminary being arranged, the night was anxiously awaited, and though more than usually tardy in its approach, twilight at length threw her mantle of grey over the world's cares and perplexities, and night, that universal coverlet of all things, whether good or evil, did wrap them gently about. And a night of more loveliness and lustre never was unveiled to the eye of mortals. The stars were walking in brightness, so clear and sparkling that each seemed a ray or an emblem of that ineffably glorious beam whose uncreated splendor no eye can see and live. Those bright clusters that we now behold have been the same through all generations, and they have seen all things that are done under the sun. Fixed as the everlasting hills, their bounds and their habitation have been unchanged. The same lights were in the heavens when Abraham looked up from the plains of Mamre, as now when the Arab and the Ishmaelite are in the desert. The bands of Orion are not loosed, nor the sweet influences of the Pleiades unbound. The same glittering groups which the patriarch beheld beam nightly on our tabernacles. They have shone upon the world's heroes and the world's demigods, bright links in the oblivion of ages. And the numerous hosts we gaze upon will present the same glowing and immutable forms to cheer and gladden the eyes and hearts of coming generations. Some feeling of this nature was probably rising in the doctor's bosom as they once more took the open path to Aldport, and he looked on the wide hemisphere about him, the heavens, with their glowing constellations. All spread out without an obscurity or an obstruction. He felt for one moment the folly and futility of earthly things, and his heart seemed to wither in the immensity into which it was plunged. It was like a faint glimpse of eternity, and he shrunk back from the abyss, all his own vast world of thought, feeling, and desire, lost in that immeasurable space. But the dazzling dream of ambition again passed before him. The portals of universal empire and immortality were thrown open. He drove back the unwelcome intruder, but the phantom he pursued again fluttered from his grasp. They had marked the spot on their former visit, and with the 50 gold pieces in his purse, Bartholomew Hickman acting as chief workman, began his unholy proceedings, not, however, without some fear of the demon whom these moneys were to propitiate. Bartholomew labored with great diligence, but the earth was much easier to remove than before, and the old stump soon gave way, making but a slight resistance. This was attributed to some charm wrought by the treasure they carried, and was looked upon as a favorable omen, an unloosing of the fetters which guarded the deposit. Every spadeful of earth was carefully examined, and the probe thrust down anxiously and with great caution. About a yard in depth had been taken away when the spade struck upon something hard. The strokes were redoubled, and a narrow flag appeared. Raising this obstacle they beheld a wooden coffer. Dee sung out a Latin prayer as usual. For he failed not to pour out his thanks with great fervor for any selfish indulgence that fell in his way, or, as he imagined, was granted to him by the special favor of heaven. "There," said Bartholomew, raising the box, which from its weight and capacity promised a rich reward, "I think we have now what will season our labors well. What think you, Master D?" But the doctor was absorbed in visions of future greatness, now bursting on him with a glory and rapidity almost painful to contemplate. He seized the shrine, scarcely giving his helpmate time to fill up and conceal their depredations. "But the 50 pieces, have you got them safe?" inquired Bartholomew. "They are in my pouch. I do think the demon hath forgotten to demand them. Fear not, he will be ready enough to ask for his own. What comes o'er the devil's back will sooner or later go under his belly. Let us pack and begone," said the doctor, fearful of losing his treasure. The box was presently swung over the seer's shoulders, Dee following to keep all safe, though not without many apprehensions and misgivings of heart. He feared lest the spirit might appear again for his own. Or, at least, for the 50 pieces of gold, which were his right. Just as they came to the gap by the yew tree, and Bartholomew was resting against the trunk, a voice from behind them shouted, "Stop, what make ye here, ye villains?" Dee turned round and the light flashed upon 2 armed men, masked, who evidently came towards them with no friendly intent. "Put down that box," said the foremost. Bartholomew was proceeding to surrender at discretion, but Dee first inquired their errand. "We can tell ye that in a twinkling," said the malicious intruders, "after we have stepped up to the lodge, and given them a pretty guess at the quality of the knaves who be robbing of their garden. Nay, doctor, we take no excuse, unless we take our share of the spoil with it. To work, or ye budge not hence without discovery." This was a provoking interruption, there all depended on a favorable issue to this adventure. Dee therefore offered terms of capitulation as follows. "I'll give you 25 gold pieces on the spot if ye will let us pass." 25. "Why, that box may hold 2500, said the freebooter with a whistle, by way of derision. "Perhaps not," said the doctor, warily, "it is not yet tried, and may not be opened here without risk. Come to my lodgings tomorrow, and we will share in the product." "Nay," returned the rogue, sharply, "a pullet in the pen is worth 100 in the fun. Come, we will deal kindly with thee, give us 50, and pass on." Dee willingly opened his pouch, and threw the gold into the fellow's greasy cap, which he held out for the purpose. Immediately they took to their heels and departed. The demon was more kind, and of a different nature from those that do generally haunt these hidden treasures, said the doctor, as he trudged along, following closely at Bartholomew's heels. "If he had not warned me to bring the gold, these thieves must needs have opened the box. Had they seen the vast hoard which it contains, I should not have been released for thrice the sum." With mutual congratulations on their good fortune, and many pious thanksgivings on the part of D, they arrived, without farther molestation, at the college, where Lettuce was ill-humouredly awaiting their return. Bartholomew threw down his burden in the study, where the doctor, cautiously guarding against intrusion, wrenched open the chest. His rage and agony may be conceived when he found the treasure transformed into a heap of stones, bearing the following malicious doggerel on their front. "My mare is lost, but I've the gold. My mare is better lost than sold. Full 50 pieces, broad and bright. My bullies bring me home tonight. My trap is baited. Springs it well. I get the kernel, thou the shell. From thy loving Barnabas Hardcastle, Armiger. The Seer. Petruchio. Pray, have you not a daughter? Called Caterina, fair and virtuous? Baptista. I have a daughter, sir, called Caterina. Taming of the Shrew, Act 2. Scene I. What sudden chance is this, quoth he, that I to love must subject be? Which never thereto would agree. But still did it defy King Cophetua and the beggar maid. Yet she was coy, and would not believe that he did love her so. No, nor at any time would she any countenance to him show. The bailiff's daughter of Islington. The wonderful exploits of Edward Kelly, one of which is recorded in the following narrative, would, if collected, fill a volume of no ordinary dimensions. He was for a considerable time the companion and associate of John Dee, by courtesy called Doctor, from his great acquirements, performing for him the office of Seer, a faculty not possessed by Dee, who was in consequence obliged to have recourse to Kelly for the revelations he has published respecting the world of spirits. These curious transactions may be found in Casaubon's work, entitled A True and Faithful Relation of What Passed for Many Years Between Dr. John Dee and Some Spirits, opening out another dark page in the history of imposture and credulity. Dee says that he was brought into unison with Kelly by the mediation of the angel Uriel. Afterwards he found himself deceived by him in his opinion that these spirits, which ministered unto him, were messengers of the deity. They had several quarrels before time, but when he found Kelly degenerating into the worst species of the magic art for purposes of avarice and fraud, he broke off all connection with him, and would never afterwards be seen in his company. Kelly, being discountenanced by the doctor, betook himself to the meanest practices of magic, in all which money and the works of the devil appear to have been his chief aim. Many wicked and abominable transactions are recorded of him. Weaver, in his Funereal Monuments, records that Kelly, in company with one Paul Waring, who acted with him in all his conjurations, went to the churchyard of Walton le Dale, near Preston, where they had information of a person being interred who was supposed to have hidden a considerable sum of money, and to have died without disclosing where it was deposited. They entered the churchyard exactly at midnight, and having had the grave pointed out in the preceding day, they opened it and the coffin, exorcising the spirit of the deceased until it again animated the body, which rose out of the grave and stood upright before them. It not only satisfied their wicked desires, it is said, but delivered several strange predictions concerning persons in the neighborhood, which were literally and exactly fulfilled. In Lilly's Memoirs, we have the following account of him. Kelly outwent the doctor, viz., about the elixir and philosopher's stone, which neither he nor his master attained by their own labor and industry. It was in this manner Kelly obtained it, as I had it related from an ancient minister, who knew the certainty thereof from an old English merchant resident in Germany, at what time both Kelly and Dee were there. Dee and Kelly being on the confines of the emperor's dominions, in a city where resided many English merchants, with whom they had much familiarity, there happened an old friar to come to Dr. Dee's lodging, knocking at the door. Dee peeped down the stairs. Kelly, says he, tell the old man I am not at home. Kelly did so. The friar said, I will take another time to wait on him. Some few days after, he came again. Dee ordered Kelly, if it were the same person, to deny him again. He did so, at which the friar was very angry. Tell thy master I came to speak with him and to do him good, because he is a great scholar and famous. But now tell him, he put forth a book, and dedicated it to the emperor. It is called, Monas Hieroglyphicas. He understands it not. I wrote it myself. I came to instruct him therein, and in some other more profound things. Do thou, Kelly, come along with me, I will make thee more famous than thy master Dee. Kelly was very apprehensive of what the friar delivered, and thereupon suddenly retired from Dee, and wholly applied unto the friar, and of him either had the elixir ready made, or the perfect method of its preparation and making. The poor friar lived a very short time after, whether he died a natural death, or was otherwise poisoned or made away by Kelly, the merchant who related this did not certainly know. Kelly was born at Worcester, and had been an apothecary. He had a sister who lived there for some time after his death, and who used to exhibit some gold made by her brother's projection. It was vulgarly reported that he had a compact with the devil, which he outlived, and was seized at midnight by infernal spirits, who carried him off in sight of his family. At the instant he was meditating a mischievous design against the minister of the parish, with whom he was greatly at enmity. It would have been easy to select a more historical statement of facts respecting Kelly, but the following tale, the events of one day only, will, we hope, be more interesting to the generality of readers. It exhibits a curious display of the intrigues and devices by which these impostors acquired an almost unlimited power over the minds of their fellowmen. Human credulity once within their grasp, they could wield this tremendous engine at their will, directing it either to good or bad intents, but more often to purposes of fraud and self-aggrandizement. In the ancient and wealth-riven town of Manchester formerly dwelt a merchant of good repute, Cornelius Ethelstone by name. Plain dealing and an honest countenance withal, had won for him a character of no ordinary renown. His friezes were the handsomest, his stuffs and camlets were not to be sampled in the market, or even throughout the world. Insomuch that the courtly dames of Venice, and the cumbrous vrouws of Amsterdam and the Hague, might be seen flaunting in goodly attire gathered from the storehouses of Master Cornelius. His coffers glittered with broad ducats, and his cabinets with the rarest productions of the East. His warehouses were crammed, even to satiety, and his trestles groaned under heaps of rich velvets, costly brocades, and other profitable returns to his foreign adventures. But, alas, and whose heart holdeth not communion with that word? Cornelius was unhappy. He had one daughter, whom he loved passing well, yet, as common report did acknowledge, the veriest shrew that ever went unbridled. In vain did his riches and his revenues increase. In vain was plenty poured into his lap, and all that wealth could compass accumulate in lavish profusion. Of what avail was this outward and goodly show against the cruel and wayward temper of his daughter? Kate, by this name we would distinguish her, as veritable historians are silent on her sponsorial appellation, Kate was unhappily fair and well-favored. Her hair was dark as the raven plume. But her skin, white as the purest statuary marble, grew fairer beneath the black and glossy wreaths twining gracefully about her neck. Her cheek was bright as the first blush of the morning, and ever and anon, as a deeper hue was thrown upon its rich but softened radiance. She looked like a vision from Mahomet's paradise, a being nurtured by a warmer sky and fiercer suns than our cold climate can sustain. She had lovers, but all approach was denied, and, one by one, they stood afar off and gazed. Her pretty mouth, lovely even in the proudest glance of petulance and scorn, was so oftentimes moulded into the same aspect that it grew puckered and contemptuous, rendering her disposition but too manifest. And yet, wouldest thou believe it, gentle reader, she was in love. Now it so fell out that on the very morning from which we date this first passage of our history, Cornelius awoke earlier than he was wont. His brow wore an aspect of more than ordinary care. It was but too evident that his pillow had been disturbed. Thoughts of more than usual perplexity had deprived him of his usual measure of repose. His very beard looked abrupt and agitated. His dress bore marks of indifference and haste. A slight, but tremulous movement of the head, in general but barely visible, was now advanced into a decided shake. With a step somewhat nimbler than aforetime, he made, as custom had long rendered habitual, his first visit to the counting-house. The unwearied and indefatigable Timothy Dodge sat there, with the same crooked spectacles, and, as it might seem, mending the same pen which the same knife had nibbed for at least half a century. The tripod on which rested this grey sidrophel of a comps looked of the like hard and impenetrable material, as though it were grown into his similitude, forming but a lower adjunct to his person. It was evident they had not parted company for the last 20 years. Nature had formed him awry. A boss or hump, of considerable elevation, extended like a huge promontory on one shoulder. From the other depended an arm longer by some inches than its fellow. As it described a greater arc its activity was proportionate. His grey and restless eyes followed the merchant's track with unwearied fidelity. Yet was he a man full sparing of words, the ever-ready, anon, master, being the chief burden of his replications. It was like the troll of an old ballad, a sort of inveterate drawl tripping unwittingly from the tongue. The sun was just peeping through the long dim casement as Cornelius stepped over the threshold of his sanctuary. In it lay hidden the mysteries of many a goodly tome, more precious in his eyes than the rarest and richest that Dee's library could boast. No mean value, inasmuch as this celebrated scholar and mathematician, who was lately appointed warden of the college, had the most costly store of book furniture that individual ever possessed. Good morrow, Dodge. The pen was twice nibbed ere the usual rejoinder. Are the Camlets arrived from the country? Inquired the merchant. Anon, master, this forenoon may be. Is the accompt against Anthony Hardcastle discharged? No, ejaculated the grim fixture. And where is the piece of Genoa velvet Dame Marjorie looked out yesterday for her mistress's wedding suit? I do bethink me it is a good ell too long at the measure. 6 ells, 3 nails, and an odd inch, besides the broad thumbs, replied Timothy. Right, she reckoned on a good snip for waist, but let no more be sent than the embroiderer calls for. Not a thread, grunted Dodge. A pause ensued. Some question was evidently hesitating on the merchant's tongue. Twice did his lips move, but the word fell unuttered. The affair was, however, finally disposed of as follows. Hast heard of aught, Timothy, touching the private matter that I unfolded yesterday? Cornelius put on as careless an aspect as the disquietude of his brow could needs carry, but the inquiry was evidently one of no ordinary interest. He twisted the points of his doublet, tied and untied the silk cords from his ruff, waiting Dodge's answer in a posture not much belying the anxiety he wished to conceal. Why, master, and it were of woman's humours, the old seer himself could not unriddle their pranks. Cornelius sighed, making the following hasty reply. Thinkest thou this same seer could not give me a lift from out my trouble? This same seer, I wot, replied Dodge, is sore perplexed, some evil and mischievous aspect doth afflict the horoscope of the nation, Mars being conjunct with Venus and the dragon's tail. Now, look to it, master, it is no light matter that will move him. But almost or ere I showed him the first glimpse of the business he waxed furious, and said that he cared not if all the unwed hussies in Christendom were hung up in a row, like rats on a string. It is Kate's birthday, answered the merchant, tonight being the feast of Saint Bartlemy, but, as thou knowest well, the astrologer that cast her figure gave no hope of her amendment should this day pass and never a husband. Who would yoke with a colt untamed? O Timothy! It were well nigh to make an old man weep. I am a withered trunk. Better had I been childless than have this proud wench to trouble mine house. The old man here wept, and it was a grievous thing to see his wrinkled cheeks become, as it were, but the sluices and channels of his tears. Timothy, too, was something moved from his common posture. And once he endeavored to turn, as though he would hide his face from his master's trouble. He sought to speak, but an evil and husky sort of humor settled in his throat, and he waited silently the subsiding of the sorrow he could not quell. Cornelius raised his head, A sudden thought seemed to animate him. A ray had penetrated the gloomy envelope of his mind, and he peered through the casement intently eyeing the cool atmosphere. "I'll visit the cunning man myself, Timothy. If he hear me not, then can I but return, weeping as I went." And with this speech he hastily departed. Now on this, the morrow of St. Bartlemy, it so happened that Kate also arose before the usual hour, and in a mood even more than ordinarily strange and untoward. Her maiden was like to find it a task of no slight enterprise, the attempt to adorn Kate's pretty person. Not a garment would fit. She threw the whole furniture of her clothes-press on a heap, and stamped on them for very rage. She looked hideous in her brown Venice waistcoat, frightful in her orange Tiffany farthingale, absolutely unbearable in her black velvet hood, wire ruff and taffety gown. So that in the end she was nigh going to bed again in the sulks, had not a jacket of crimson satin, with slashed bodice, embroidered in gold twist, taken her fancy. Her little steel mirror, not always the object of such complacency, did for once reflect a beam of good humor, which so bewitched Kate that for the next 5 minutes she found herself settling into the best possible temper in the world. "Give me my kerchief, lace scarf, and green silk hood, and my petticoat with the border newly purfled. Hark! 'Tis the bell for prayers. Be quick with my pantofles, not those, wench, the yellow silk with silver spangles. Now my rings and crystal bracelets. I would not miss early matins today for the best jewel on an alderman's thumb." "Anon, lady," replied her waiting woman, with a sort of pert affectation of meekness. But what should cause Kate to be so wonderfully attentive to her devotions was a matter on which Janet could have no suspicions, or at least would not dare to show them if she had. Kate, being now attired, tripped forth, accompanied by her maid. As she passed the half-closed door of the counting-house, Timothy, with one of his most leaden looks, full of unmeaning, stood edgeways in the opening, his lower side in advance, with the long arm ready for action. "Fair mistress, Master Kelly would fain have a token today. He hath sent you a rare device." "And what the better shall I be of his mummeries?" hastily replied the lady. Timothy drew from his large leathern purse a curiously twisted ribband. "He twined this knot for your comfort. Throw it over your left shoulder, and it shall write the first letter of your gallant's name. A cipher of rare workmanship." Kate, apparently in anger, snatched the magic ribband, and, peradventure it might be from none other design than to rid herself of the mystical love knot, but she tossed it from her with an air of great contumely, when, by some disagreeable and untoward accident, it chanced to fly over the selfsame shoulder to which Timothy had referred. He made no reply, but followed the token with his little grey eyes, apparently without any sort of aim or concernment. Kate's eyes followed too. But verily it were a marvellous thing to behold how the ribband shaped itself as it fell, and yet to see how she stamped and stormed. Quick as the burst of her proud temper she kicked aside the bauble, but not until the curl of the letter had been sufficiently manifest. Timothy drew back into his den, leaving the fair maid to the indulgence of her humours. But in the end Kate's wrath was not over difficult to assuage. With an air somewhat dubious and disturbed she hastily thrust the token behind her stomacher and departed. The merchant's house being nigh unto the market cross, Kate's prettily spangled feet were soon safely conducted over the low stepping stones placed at convenient distances for the transit of foot passengers through the unpaved streets. Near a sort of stile, guarding the entrance to the churchyard, rose an immense pile of buildings, cumbrous and uncouth. These were built something in the fashion of an inverted pyramid. To wit, the smaller area occupying the basement, and the larger spreading out into the topmost story. As she turned the corner of this vast hive of habitation, for many families were located therein, a gay cavalier, sumptuously attired, swept round at the same moment. Man and maid stood still for one instant. With unpropitious courtesy, an unlucky gust turned aside Kate's veil of real Flanders point, and the two innocents, like silly sheep, were staring into each other's eyes without either apology or rebuke. It did seem as though Kate were not without knowledge of the courtly bow. A rich and glowing vermilion came across her neck and face, like the gorgeous blush of evening upon the cold bosom of a snow cloud. But the youth eyed her with a cool and deliberate glance, stepping aside carelessly as he passed by. She seemed to writhe with some concealed anguish. Yet her lip curled proudly, and her bosom heaved, as though striving to throw off, with one last and desperate struggle, the oppression that she endured. In this disturbed and unquiet frame did Kate pass on to her orisons. It may be needful to pause for a brief space in our narrative, whilst we give some account of this goodly spark who had so unexpectedly, as it might seem, unfitted the lady for the due exercise of her morning devotions. His dress was elegant and becoming, and of the most costly materials. His hat was high and tapering, encircled by a rich band of gold and rare stones. It was further ornamented by a black feather, drooping gently towards the left shoulder. The brim was rather narrow, but then a profusion of curls fell from beneath, partly hiding his lace collar of beautiful workmanship and of the newest device. His beard was small and pointed. And his whiskers displayed that graceful wave peculiar to the high-bred gallants of the age. His neck was long, and the elegant disposal of his head would have turned giddy the heads of half the dames in the Queen's court. He wore a crimson cloak, richly embroidered. This was lined throughout with blue silk, and thrown negligently on one side. His doublet was grey, with slit sleeves, the arm parts, towards the shoulder, wide and slashed. But who shall convey an adequate idea of the brilliant green breeches, tied far below the knee with yellow rib bands, red cloth hose, and great shoe roses? For ourselves we own our incompetence, and proceed, glancing next at his goodly person. In size he was not tall nor unwieldy, but of a reasonable stature, such as denotes health, activity, and a frame capable of great endurance. He stepped proudly along, his very gait indicating superiority. The town gallants looked on his person with envy, and on his light rapier with mistrust. In sooth, he was a proper man for stealing a lady's heart either in hall or bower. Many had been his victims, many were then in the last extremities of love. But of him it was currently spoken that he had never yet been subjected to its influence. There be diverse modes of falling into love. Some slip in through means of themselves. To wit, from sheer vanity, being never so well pleased as when they are the objects of admiration. Some from sheer contradiction, and from the well-known tendency of extremes to meet. Some, for very idleness, and some for very love. But in none of these modes had the boy Cupid made arrow holes through the heart of our illustrious hero, for, as we before intimated, no yielding place did seem visible, as the common discourse testified. How far this report was true the sequel of our history will set forth. Now, this gay gallant being the wonder and admiration of the whole place, many were the unthrifty hours spent in such profitless discourse by the wives and daughters of the townsfolk, to the great discomfort and discredit of their liege lords. He was at present abiding in the college, where John Dee had apartments distinct from the warden's house, along with his former coadjutor and seer, Edward Kelly. Since the last quarrel between these two confederates, they had long been estranged. But Kelly had recently come for a season to visit his old master, when the doctor returned from Trebona, in Bohemia, whence he had been invited back to his own country by Queen Elizabeth. He having received great honours and emoluments from foreign princes. This youth, being son to the governor of the castle at Trebona, was about to travel for his improvement and understanding in foreign manners. At the suit of his parents, Dee undertook the charge of his education and safe return. Since then young Rodolphe had generally resided under Dr. Dee's roof, and accompanied him on his accession to the wardenship. His accent was decidedly foreign, though he had resided some years in Britain, but not sufficiently so for Mancestrian ears to distinguish it from a sort of lisping euphuism then fashionable at court and amongst the higher ranks of society. An appearance of mystery was connected with his person. His birthplace and condition were not generally divulged, and though of an open and gallant bearing, yet on this head he was not very communicative. Mystery begets wonder and excitement, a sort of interest usually attached to subjects not easily understood. When it emanates from an object capable of enthralling the affections, this feeling soon kindles admiration, and admiration ripens into love. No wonder, then, if all tender and compassionate dames were ready to open upon him their dread artillery of sighs and glances, and the more especially as it soon began to be manifest that success was nigh hopeless. The heart entrenched, the wearer was impenetrable. Kate's oddly assorted brain had not failed to run rambling at times after the gallant stranger. He had heard much of her beauty, and likewise of her uncertain humours. Each fancied the opposite party impregnable, and this alone, if none other motive had arisen, formed a sufficiently strong temptation to begin the attack. Kate was particularly punctual at church, and once or twice he caught an equivocating glance towards the warden's seat, and he really did at times fancy he should like to play at taming the shrew. Kate was sure the stranger slighted her. He treated her, and her only, with an air of neglect she could not altogether account for, and she was in month's mind to make the young cavalier crouch at her feet. How this was to be contrived could only be guessed at by a woman, and we will not let the reader into all the secrets of Kate's sanctuary. Suffice it to say, that in so harmlessly attempting to beguile her prey into the snare, the lady fell over head and ears into it herself. In a word, Kate was in love. And this was the more grievous, inasmuch as her lofty bearing hitherto would not allow her to whisper the matter even to her own bosom, and the pent-up and smothering flame was making sad havoc with poor Kate's repose. She had ofttimes suspected the state of her heart. But instead of sighing, pining, and twanging her guitar to love-sick ditties, she would fly into so violent rage at her own folly that nothing might quell the disturbance until fairly worn out by its own vehemency. No one suspected the truth, yes, one forsooth, gentle reader, canst thou guess? It was no less a personage than our one-shouldered friend Timothy Dodge. How the cunning rogue had contrived to get at the secret is more than we dare tell. Sure enough he had it, and as certain too that another should be privy to the fact, to wit, Edward Kelly the Seer. Dodge was a fitting tool for this intriguer, and well able to help him out at a pinch. Affairs were in this position when our story commenced. Rodolphe had formidable auxiliaries at hand, had he been disposed to make the attack, but his stay was now short, Kate was petulant and perverse, the siege might be tedious. Just on the verge of relinquishing he met Kate, as we have before seen, going to church. He caught her for the once completely off her guard, and the rich blush that ensued set a crowd of odd fancies jingling through his brain. It was just as the old chimes were ringing their doleful chant from the steeple, but these hindered not a whit the other changes that were set a-going. Not aware of the alteration in his course, he was much amazed when he found himself striding somewhat irreverently down the great aisle of the church, towards the choir, from whence the low chanting of the psalms announced that service was already begun. It was the opening of a bright autumnal day. The softened lights streamed playfully athwart the grim and shadowy masses that lay on the checkered pavement, like the smiles of infancy sporting on the dark bosom of the tomb. The screen formed a rich foreground, in half-shadow, before the east window. The first beam of the morning, clothed in tenfold brightness, burst through the variegated tracery. Prophets, saints, and martyrs shone there, gloriously portrayed in heaven's own light. Rodolphe approached the small door leading into the choir, when his vacant eye almost unconsciously alighted on a female form kneeling just within the recess. A ray, from her patron saint belike, darting through the eastern oriel, came full upon her dark and glowing eye. She turned towards the stranger, but in a moment her head was bent as lowly as before, and the ray had lost its power. Rodolphe suddenly retreated. Passing through a side door, he left the church, directing his steps towards the low and dark corridors of the college. Near the entrance to his chamber, on a narrow bench, sate a well-caparisoned page tuning his lute. His attire was costly, and his raiment all redolent with the most fragrant perfume. This youth, when very young, was sent over as the companion, or rather at that time as the playmate of his master. He was now dignified with the honorable title of page, and his affection for Rodolphe was unbounded. "Boy," said the cavalier, something moodily, "come into the chamber." "Stay, fetch me a sack-posset, prithee. I am oppressed, and weary with my morning's ramble." Now the boy did marvel much at his master's sudden return, but more especially at the great fatigue consequent on that short interval. Knowing, too, that a particularly copious and substantial breakfast had anticipated his departure. And yet, Altdorf, I am not in a mood for much drink. Give us a touch of those chords. I feel sad at times, and vaporish. They entered into a well-furnished apartment. The ceiling was composed of cross beams curiously wrought. On one of these was represented a grim head in the act of devouring a child, which tradition affirmed was the great giant Tarquin at his morning's repast. The room was fitted up with cumbrous elegance. A few pieces of faded tapestry covered one side of the apartment. In a recess stood a tester bed, ornamented with black velvet, together with curtains of black stuff and a figured coverlet. A wainscot cupboard displayed its curiously carved doors, near to which hung two pictures, or tables as they were called, representing the fair Lucretia and Mary Magdalene. A backgammon board lay on the window-seat. 3 shining tall-backed, oaken chairs, with a table of the same well-wrought material, and irons beautifully embossed, and a striped Turkey rug, formed a sumptuous catalogue. When we consider the manner of furnishing that generally prevailed in those days. The page sat on a corner seat beneath the window. He struck a few wild chords. Not that, good Altdorf. It bids one linger too much of home longings. Here the boy's eyes glistened, and a tremulous motion of the lip showed how his heart bounded at the word. Prithee, give us the song thou wast conning yesterday. The page began with a low prelude, but was again interrupted. Nay, 'tis not thus. Give me that wild love ditty thou knowest so well. I did use to bid thee be silent when thou wouldest have worried mine ears with it. But in sooth the morning looks so languishing and tender that it constrains the bosom, I verily think, to its own softness. The page seemed to throw his whole soul into the wild melody which followed this request. We give it, with a few verbal alterations, as follows. Song 1. Fair star, that beamest in my lady's bower. Pale ray, that streamest in her lonely tower. Bright cloud, when like the eye of heaven, floating in depths of azure light. Let me but on her beauty gaze, like ye unchidden, day and night. I'd watch, till no intruding rays should bless my sight. 2. Fond breeze, that rovest where my lady strays. Odors thou lovest, wafting to her praise. Lone brook, that with soft music bubblest, chaining her soul to harmony. Let me but round her presence steal, like ye unseen, a breath I'd be, content none other joy to feel, then circling thee. In good sooth, thou canst govern the cadence well. Thou hast more skill of love than thine age befits. But, mayhap, 'tis thy vocation, boy. Hast thou had visitors betimes this morning? None, good master, but Kelly. What of him? Some business that waited your return. I thought you had knowledge of the matter. Are there any clients astir so early at his chamber, thinkest thou? None, save the rich merchant that dwells hard by, Cornelius Ethelstown. Cornelius, repeated the cavalier, in a disturbed and inquiring tone, hath he departed? Nay, I heard not his footsteps since I watched the old man tapping warily at the prophet's door. Rodolphe hastily replaced his hat, and his short and impatient rap was heard at the seer's chamber. It occupied the northeastern angle of the building, in the gloomiest part of the house. Overlooking, on one side, a small courtyard, barricadoed by walls and battlements of stout masonry, along which were ridges of long rank grass waving in all the pride of uncropped luxuriance. Another window overlooked the dark flowing Irk, lazily rolling beneath the perpendicular rock on which the college was built, the very site of the once formidable station of Mancunium, the heart and center of the Roman power in that vast district. No answer being rendered to this hasty summons, Rodolphe raised the latch, but marveled not a little when he beheld the room apparently deserted. Voices were, however, heard in the inner apartment. Ere he could well draw back the door slowly opened, nor could he avoid hearing the following termination to some weighty conference. 100 broad pieces, good. Ere night, thou sayest. Ere the curfew, replied Cornelius. Look thee, 'tis but a slender space for mine art to work, and, the seer, as he uttered this with great solemnity, entered the antechamber. The gallant stood there, just meditating a retreat. A flush of anger and confusion passed for a moment over Kelly's visage. Quickly recovering his self-possession, with a severe aspect, he stood before the intruder. Art come to listen or to watch? Abruptly interrogated the seer. Both be rare accomplishments truly for a youth of thy breeding. Nay, good Master Kelly, I came but at thy bidding, and mine ears are not the heavier or the wiser for what they have heard, I trow. I thought thee safe at morning prayers. Nay, replied Rodolphe. There be too many bright eyes and blushing cheeks for the seasoning of a man's devotions. Cornelius, thou mayest retire. What mine art can compass shall not be lacking at thy need. The merchant, with a profound obeisance, withdrew. The seer adjusted his beard, carefully brushed the down from his velvet cap, and sate for a while as if abstracted from all outward intercourse. His keen quick eye became fixed, its luster imperceptibly waning. A cloud seemed to pass gradually over his sharp features, until their expression was absorbed, giving place to a look of mere lifeless inanity. A spectator might have fancied himself gazing at a sage of some remote era, conjured up from his dark resting place. The wand of death seemed to have withered his shrunk visage for ages under the dim shadow of the grave. Rodolphe, aware that he was not to be interrupted when the gift was upon him, waited patiently the result of the seer's revelations. A considerable time had elapsed when the cloud began to roll away. His features gradually reassumed the attributes of life, as each separately felt the returning animation. His eyes rested full on the cavalier. I have had a vision, Rodolphe. To me is it not spoken? Inquired he. Yea, to thee. The seer said this in a tone so hollow and energetic, and with a look of such thrilling awe, that even Rodolphe shuddered. He seemed to feel his glance. Listen. The spirit warned me thus. The stranger that hither comes o'er the broad sea shall wed on the night of St. Bartlemy. Nay, Master Kelly, thine art faileth this once, forsooth. Tonight is the saint's vigil, yet lurk I not in the beam of a woman's favour, and ere another year I may be cured of the simples at my father's dwelling in the old castle. The vision hath spoken, and it setteth not forth idle tales. Come to me anon, I will anoint and prepare my beryl and my divining mirror. Thou shalt thyself behold some of the mysteries touching which I have warned thee beforetime. About noon return to my chamber. Rodolphe withdrew into his own apartment. His countenance looked anxious and disturbed. He sat down, but his restlessness seemed to increase. His posture was not the most easy and graceful that might be desired, nor calculated to set off his personal advantages, though now become the more needful, if, as the seer predicted, he should wive ere night, albeit his bride were yet unsought, nor wooed, nor won. Nothing could be more destructive to that easy self-satisfaction, that seductive and insinuating carriage, so essential to the fine gentleman of every age. There was a sort of angular irregularity in his movements, neither pleasant nor becoming. And his agitation so far overcame his better breeding that he really did cram his beard between at least 3 of his fingers. His rapier had, moreover, poked its way through his cloak, and the bright shoe roses were nigh ruined, from the sudden crossings and disarrangements they had undergone. A considerable time had now elapsed. In the meanwhile his impatience had risen to an alarming height, insomuch that we would not have answered for the safety of his red cloth hose and silken doublet, had not noon been happily announced. Raising the latch of the seer's chamber with considerable eagerness, he found the room completely dark. An unseen hand led him to a seat. Soon he heard a low murmuring chant, as though from voices at a remote distance. By degrees the words grew more articulate, shaping themselves into the same quaint distich that Kelly had repeated. The stranger that hither comes o'er the broad sea Shall wed on the night of St. Bartlemy. This was answered in a voice of considerable pathos, a burst of soft music filling up the interval. Gradually the eye began to feel sensible of the presence of surrounding objects, though in the ordinary way nothing could be distinguished. A faculty peculiarly sensitive with the loss of sight, and not quite dormant in the general mass of mankind. A faint gleam was soon perceptible, like the first blush of morning, apparently on the opposite side of the chamber. Becoming brighter, flashes of a dim, rainbow-colored light crept slowly by, like the aurora sweeping over an illuminated cloud. Suddenly he saw, or his eyes deceived him, a female form shaping itself from these chaotic elements. But it was observed only during the short intervals when the beams seemed to kindle with unusual brightness. Every flash, however, rendered the appearance more distinct. Dazzled and bewildered, the heated senses were become the victims of their own credulity, the mind receiving back its own reactions. Taking its impression probably from the occurrences of the morning, the eye rapidly molded the figure into the likeness of Kate. Her eyes were turned upon him, beaming with that soft and melting expression he had so recently beheld. It was but momentary, or he could have persuaded himself that she looked on him with an air the most tender and compassionate. Never did fancy portray her in a form so lovely. Deep and indelible was the impression. And though it might be the imagination become impregnate with her own desire, yet she had performed her office well. Not all the realities, all the blandishments that woman ever displayed, even the most resistless, could have wrought half so dexterously or gained such swift access to the heart. The vision faded, and a momentary darkness ensued. Suddenly a blaze of light irradiated the apartment. Rodolphe beheld, for one short glimpse, a Gothic hall. Kate was there, and a lover kneeling at her feet. Madness seized him, agonizing and intense. In vain he sought the features of his tormentor. The vision had departed, and with it his repose. A new and overwhelming emotion had overpowered him. It arose with the speed and impetuosity of a whirlwind. All just and sober anticipations, reflections, possibilities, and 1,000 calm resolves, were swept as bubbles before the full burst of the torrent. His first impulse was to seek his mistress. But, she had another lover. The bare possibility of this event came o'er his bosom like the icy chill of the grave. He shuddered as it passed, but the pang was too keen to return with the same intensity. Soon a low murmur, like the distant sough of the wind, gradually approached. A faint light flashed through the chamber. He saw his own wild woods and the distant castle. It was just visible, dimly outlined on the horizon, as he had last beheld it in the cold grey beam that accompanied his departure. It arose tranquilly on his spirit. The voice of other years visited his soul. His eyes filled, he could have wept in the very overflowing of his delight. He dashed his hand across his forehead, but the pageant had disappeared. Daylight once more shone into the apartment. But nothing was discerned, save a dark curtain concealing one extremity of the room, and the seer sitting at his elbow. "Boy, what sawest thou?" said Kelly, not raising his head as he spoke, but intently poring over a grim volume of cabalistic symbols. "In troth, I am hard put to it, Master Kelly. The maid I have just seen is accounted the veriest shrew in the parish, and one whom no man may approach with a safe warranty. I am like to lose all hope of wiving, if this be the maiden I am to woo." And yet, the form of the comely suitor he had seen kneeling at her feet just then flashed on his mind, yet cared he not to show the seer how much the phantom had disturbed him. "Idle tales," said Kelly. "I wot not but half the gay gallants in the town would give the best jewel in their caps to have one sweet look, one pretty smile from her cruel mouth. 'Tis but the report of those whom she hath slighted with loathing and contempt, that hath raised this apprehension in her disfavour. The churls know not what is hidden beneath this outward habit of her perverse nature, and she careth not to discover. Should some youth of noble bearing and condition but woo her as she deserves, thou shouldest see her tamed, and loving too, as the very idol of her worship, or I would forfeit my best gift." "But she hath a lover," said Rodolphe, gravely. Peradventure she hath, but not of her own choosing, or mine art fails me. Look, this figure is the horoscope of her birth. Thou hast some knowledge of the celestial sciences. The directions are so close worked that should this night pass and Kate go unwed, indicated by Venus coming to a trine of the sun on the cusp of the 7th house, she will refuse all her suitors. And her whole patrimony pass into the hands of a stranger. But, he raised his voice with a solemn and emphatic enunciation, tonight. Look to it. If not thine she may be another's. The listener's brain seemed on a whirl, thought hurrying on thought, until the mind lost all power of discrimination. The succession of images was too rapid. All individuality was gone. He felt as though not one idea was left out of the busy crowd on which to rest his own identity. He seemed a mere passive existence, unable either to execute the functions of thought or volition. Go, for a brief space. Thou mayest return at sunset. Yet, the seer fixed a penetrating glance on the youth as he retired. Go not nigh the merchant's dwelling, unless thou wouldest mar thy fortune. Tonight, remember. In the dim solitude of his chamber Rodolphe sought in vain to allay the feverish excitement he had endured. He seemed left to the sport and caprice of a power he could not control. The coursers of the imagination grew wilder with restraint, he recklessly flung the reins upon their neck, but this did not tire their impetuosity. His brain glowed like a furnace, he seemed hastening fast on to the verge of either folly or madness. He threw himself on the couch, when the voice of Altdorf came like a winged harmony upon his spirit. The page was seated in the narrow cloisters, the lute, his untiring companion, enticing a few chords from his touch, playful and gentle as the feelings that awaked them. Some old and quaint chant, scarce worth the telling, but cherished in the heart's inmost shrine, from the hallowed nature of its associations. A deep slumber crept heavily on the cavalier, but the merchant's daughter still haunted him, sometimes snatched away from his embrace just as a rosy smile was kindling on her lips. At others, she met him with frowns and menace, but ere he could speak to her she had disappeared. Then was he tottering on the battlements of some old turret, when a storm arose, the maiden crept to his side, but in an instant, with a hideous crash, she was borne away by the rude grasp of the tempest. He awoke, with a mortifying discovery that the crash had been of a somewhat less equivocal nature. A cabinet of costly workmanship lay overturned at his feet, and a rich vase, breathing odors, strewed the floor in 1,000 fragments. The noise brought up several of the college servitors. To rid himself from the annoyance he ascended the roof, then protected by low battlements, and leaded, so that a person might walk round the building and pursue his meditations without interruption. On this day, teeming with events, Dr. D had been too closely engaged in parish duties to give heed to these love fancies, and even had he been ever so free to exercise his judgment in the matter, it is more than likely Rodolphe would not have opened to him the proceedings then afoot. He well knew that the doctor yet bore no goodwill to Kelly, and might possibly thwart his designs, to the undoing of any good purposed by the strange transactions that had already occurred. He resolved, therefore, to let this day pass, ere he opened his lips on the subject. But how to while away the hours until evening was a most embarrassing problem. Sleep he had tried, but he found no wish to repeat the experiment. Reading was just then foreign to his humor, mathematics must, that day, go unstudied. After beating time to at least a dozen strange meters, he hit upon the happy contrivance of writing a love song, as a kind of expedient to restore the equilibrium. He was rather unskilled at the work. But the pen becomes eloquent when the soul moves it. We will, however, leave him at this thrifty employment, having no design, gentle reader, to make the occasion as wearisome to thee as to himself. Having the power to annihilate both time and space, let us watch the round sun, as he threw his last look, that evening, on the scene of this marvelous history. The old walls of the college, and the church tower, were invested with a gorgeous apparel of light, as though illumined for some gay festival, some season of rejoicing, when gladness shines out visibly in the shape of bonfires and torches. But few moments elapsed, ere the love-sick youth was again admitted into the dark interior of the seer's dwelling. A voice whispered in his ear. Not a word, hardly a breath, as thou wouldest thrive in thy pursuit. There be spirits abroad, not of earth, nor air. Be silent and discreet. A ray suddenly darted across the room. Again the voice was at his ear. Hold thine eye to the crevice when the light enters, and mark well what thou beholdest. Again he saw his mistress, apparently in a vaulted chamber, lighted by a single lamp. She sat as if anxious and disturbed, her cheek pale and flushed by turns, whilst her eye wandered hurriedly around the room. Some one approached, it was the seer. Rodolphe heard him speak. Maiden, hast thou a lover? The sound seemed scarcely akin to that of human speech. It rose heavily and deep, as from the charnel house, as if the grim and cold jaws of the grave could utter a voice, the dreary echoes of the tomb. The seer's lips were motionless, whilst he thus continued in the same sepulchral tone. I know thou hast. 'Tis here thy love would tend. He drew a richly set miniature from his bosom. It was mounted in so peculiar a fashion that Rodolphe started back with the first emotion of surprise. The miniature was his own. A gem newly from the artist, and which he had left, as he thought, in safe custody a short time ago. The voice again whispered in his ear, beware. He subdued the expression of wonder just rising on his lip, watching the issue with increased interest. Kate covered her face. She had just glanced at the picture, and her proud bosom heaved almost to bursting. Look, disdainful woman. And though thy bosom be formed for love, yet wouldest thou spurn it from thee. I know thou lovest him. Nay, chide not, thy brow cannot blast me with its thunders. Go to. I could, by mine art, so humble thee, set thy love so exquisitely on its desire, that thou shouldest lay thy proud womanhood aside, sue and crouch, even if 'twere for blows, like a tame spaniel. I have thee in my power, and were not the natural bent of thy dispositions kind and noble-hearted, yet sore beset, and, as it were, overwhelmed by thy cursed humours, I had now cast my spells about thee, stricken thee to the dust. Shake off these bonds that enthrall thy better spirit, and let not that beautiful fabric play the hypocrite any longer. Why should so fair a temple be the dwelling of a demon? A deep sob here told that kindlier feelings were at work. That nature was beginning to assert her prerogative, and that the common sympathies, the tender attributes, of woman were not extinguished. The struggle was short, but severe. With difficulty she repressed the outburst of her grief as she spoke. A woman still. 'Tis the garb nature put on. I have wrapped a sterner garment about me. A long and bitter sob here betrayed the violent warfare within. It was but for a moment. Affecting contempt for her own weakness, she exclaimed. Throw it off. Expose me defenceless to his proud contumely. Even now the cold glance of indifference hath pierced it through. Here she arose proudly. And what thinkest thou, if I were to stand unarmed, uncovered, before his unfeeling gaze? He loves thee, hastily rejoined the seer. Me, as soon that bauble learn to love as. Say but one word, and I will bow him at thy feet. 'Tis well thou mockest me thus. To worm out my secret, perchance for this didst thou crave my presence? Let me be gone. Thou shalt say, yes, Kate, ere thou depart. The curtain which divided the apartment suddenly flew aside. The astonished lover beheld his mistress, not the unreal phantom he had imagined, but a being substantial in quality, and of a nature like his own, though gentler than his fondest anticipations. The seer departed, but in the end the lovers were not displeased at being betrayed into a mutual expression of their regard. The operation of the heavenly influences was, in these days, a doctrine that obtained almost universal credit. And it would have been looked upon as a daring piece of presumption to baffle the prophetic signification of the stars. On that same night, being the eve of St. Bartholomew, they were married, thus adding one more to the numerous instances on record, where a belief in the prediction has been the means of its accomplishment. The remainder of Kate's history, and how she crossed the sea, accompanied by her husband, into the wilds of Bohemia, living there for a space, and how she afterwards returned into her own land, will be set forth at some more fitting opportunity. The Earl of Tyrone. Still the fairest are his fuel, when his days are to be cruel. Lovers' hearts are all his food, and his baths their warmest blood. Naught but wounds his hands doth season, and he hates none like to reason. A hue and cry after Cupid. Ben Jonson. The dark and romantic history of the Earl of Tyrone would of itself occupy a larger space than these volumes afford. The following episode, connected with his concealment in the neighborhood of Rochdale, the author does not presume to bring forward as a fact. Yet there are good reasons for supposing that it formed an important era in his life, and was followed very soon after by the Queen's pardon. The importance of this measure may be conceived, when by some Elizabeth's depression, and the profound melancholy she exhibited in her latter hours, were attributed to this source. It is said that she repented of having pronounced his forgiveness. That having always resolved to bring him to condign punishment, she could receive no satisfaction from his submission, while the advantages of her high estate, and all the glories of a prosperous reign, were unable to alleviate her disappointment. The following is a brief sketch of his life, extracted from generally received authorities. Hugh O'Neill was nephew to Sean O'Neill, or the Great O'Neill, as he was more commonly called, well known for his eminent courage, a virtue much esteemed by the half-civilized hordes whom he commanded. He was created Earl of Tyrone by the Queen. But disliking this servitude, and wishful to liberate his country from the English yoke, he entered into a correspondence with Spain, procured from thence a supply of arms and ammunition. And having united many of the Irish chiefs in a dependence upon himself, he began to be regarded as a formidable enemy. The English found much difficulty in pursuing the rebels into the bogs, woods, and other fastnesses to which they retreated. Sir John Norris, who commanded the English army, was rendered thereby more willing to hearken to the proposals made by Tyrone, and the war was spun out by these artifices for some years. Sir John dying, as was reported, of vexation and discontent, was succeeded by Sir Henry Bagnall. He advanced to the relief at Blackwater, then besieged by the enemy, but was surrounded in disadvantageous ground. His soldiers, discouraged by part of their powder accidentally taking fire, were put to flight. And though the pursuit was stopped by Montacute, who commanded the English horse, 1,500 men, together with the general himself, were left dead upon the spot. This victory, so unusual to the Irish, roused their courage, supplied them with arms and munitions of war, and raised the renown of Tyrone, who was hailed as deliverer of his country and patron of Irish liberty. 20. The unfortunate Essex was afterwards appointed to the command, but his troops were so terrified at the reputation of Tyrone that many of them counterfeited sickness, and others deserted, fearful of encountering the forces of that daring chief. Finding himself in a great measure deserted, he hearkened to a message from Tyrone, who desired a conference, and a plain near the two camps was appointed for this purpose. The two generals met without any attendance. A river ran between them, into which Tyrone entered to his saddle-girth, but Essex stood on the opposite bank. At this meeting where Tyrone behaved with great submission to the Lord Lieutenant, a cessation of arms was agreed on. 21 Essex also received a proposal of peace, into which Tyrone had inserted many unreasonable and exorbitant conditions. And there appeared afterward some reason to suspect that the former had commenced a very unjustifiable correspondence with the enemy. From this time the beam of Essex's favour was obscured, the issue terminating in his death and disgrace. In the meantime, Tyrone had thought proper to break the trace, and joining with O'Donnell and others, overran almost the whole kingdom. He pretended to be the champion of the Catholic faith, and openly exulted in the present of a phoenix plume, which Clement VIII, in order to encourage him in the prosecution of so good a cause, had consecrated, and conferred upon him. 22 Essex being recalled, the Queen appointed Mountjoy as Lord Deputy. He found the island in a desperate condition, but being a man of capacity and vigour, he immediately advanced against Tyrone in Ulster. He penetrated into the heart of that country, the chief seat of the rebels. He fortified Derry and Mount Norris. He chased them from the field, and obliged them again to shelter in woods and morasses. And by these promising enterprises he gave new life to the Queen's authority throughout the island. Tyrone, however, still boasted that he was certain of receiving the promised aid from Spain. And everything was put in condition for resisting the Spanish invasion, which was daily expected. The deputy, informed of the danger to which the southern provinces were exposed, left the prosecution of the war against Tyrone, who was now reduced to great extremities, and marched with his army into Munster. At last the Spaniards, under Don Juan de Aquila, arrived at Kinsale, and Sir Richard Piercy, who commanded in the town with a small garrison of 150 men, found himself obliged to abandon it on their appearance. These invaders amounted to 4,000, and the Irish discovered a strong propensity to join them, in order to free themselves from the English government, with which they were extremely discontented. One chief ground of their complaint was the introduction of trials by jury 23, an institution abhorred by that people, though nothing contributes more to the support of that equity and liberty for which the English laws are so justly celebrated. The Irish also bore a great favour to the Spaniards, having entertained the opinion that they themselves were descended from that nation, and their attachment to the Catholic religion proved a new cause of affection for the invaders. D'Aquila assumed the title of general in this holy war, for the preservation of the faith in Ireland, and he endeavoured to persuade the people that Elizabeth was, by several bulls of the Pope, deprived of her crown. That her subjects were absolved from their oaths of religion, and that the Spaniards were come to deliver the Irish from the dominion of the devil. 24 Mountjoy found it necessary to act with vigour, in order to prevent a total insurrection of the Irish, and having collected his forces, he formed the siege of Kinsale by land, while Sir Richard Leveson, with a small squadron, blockaded it by sea. He had no sooner begun his operations than he heard of the arrival of another body of 2,000 Spaniards under the command of Alfonso Ocampo, who had taken possession of Baltimore and Berehaven. And he was obliged to detach Sir George Carew to oppose their progress. Tyrone, meanwhile, with Randall, Mac Surly Tyrrell, Baron of Kelly, and other chieftains of the Irish, had joined Ocampo with all their forces, and were marching to the relief of Kinsale. The deputy, informed of their designs by intercepted letters, made preparations to receive them. And being reinforced by Leveson with 600 marines, he posted his troops on an advantageous ground which lay on the passage of the enemy, leaving some cavalry to prevent a sally from D'Aquila and the Spanish garrison. When Tyrone, with a detachment of Irish and Spaniards, approached, he was surprised to find the English so well posted and ranged for battle, and he immediately sounded a retreat. But the deputy gave orders to pursue him, and having thrown these advanced troops into confusion, he followed them to the main body, which he also attacked and put to flight, with the slaughter of 1,200 men. 25 Ocampo was taken prisoner. Tyrone fled into Ulster, O'Donnell made his escape into Spain, and D'Aquila, finding himself reduced to the greatest difficulties, was obliged to capitulate upon such terms as the deputy prescribed to him. He surrendered Kinsale and Baltimore, and agreed to evacuate the kingdom. This great blow, joined to other successes gained by Wilmot, governor of Kerry, and by Roger and Gavin Harvey, threw the rebels into dismay, and gave a prospect of the final reduction of Ireland. The remaining part of Tyrone's history may be gathered from the narrative. Among other memorable incidents illustrative of his character, it is said that Tyrone, appearing in person to execute a treaty, immediately on the issue of some sanguinary engagement, was requested to sign the terms. "Here is my signature," said he, laying his bloody hand on the deed, "'tis the mark of the kings of Ulster." Hence, tradition gravely asserts was the origin of the bloody hand, the arms of Ulster. That such a derivation is fabulous we need not attempt to prove. What a paradox is love, the most selfish and yet the most disinterested of the passions, the gentlest and yet the most terrible of impulses that can agitate the human bosom. The most ennobling and the most humble, the most enduring and the most transient, slow as the most subtle venom to its work, yet impetuous in its career as the tornado or the whirlwind. Sportive as the smile of infancy, and appalling as the maniac's shriek, or the laugh of his tormentor. 'Tis a joy nursed in the warm glow of hope, but who shall reveal the depths of its despair? 'Twas given to man as his best boon, his most precious gift, but his own hands polluted the shrine, marred the beauteous and holy deposit. The loveliest image was then smitten with deformity, and that passion, the highest and noblest that could animate his bosom, became the bane of his happiness, the destroyer of his peace. And the source whence every attribute of woe hath sprung to afflict and darken the frail hopes of humanity. This may be the dark side of the picture, but unless the breath of heaven sanctify even the purest affections of our nature, they are a withering blast, blighting its fairest verdure, a torment and a curse. The following narrative, floating but indistinctly on the author's memory, and in all probability attached to other names in localities widely apart, is yet, he believes, true as to the more important particulars. The site of a few cottages in a romantic dell in the neighbourhood of Rochdale is still associated with the memory of the unfortunate Earl of Tyrone. It is yet called Tyrone's Bed. In history, this noble chief is depicted in colours the most hideous and detestable, but if the lion had been the painter, we should have had to contemplate a different portrait. By his countrymen he was held in the most profound reverence and respect. Beloved by all, he was hailed as the expected deliverer of his native land from wrong and oppression. The most bigoted of his persecutors cannot deny that oppression, the most foul and inhuman, did exist, and the men who took up arms for the rescue of their brethren may be pitied, if not pardoned, for their noble, elevated, and enduring spirit. Let us not be misunderstood as the advocates of rebellion, but surely there are occasions when the galling yoke of oppression may be too heavy to sustain, when the crushed reptile may, writhing, turn against him who tramples on it. Let us not do this wrong, even to our enemies, by refusing to admire in them the disinterestedness and magnanimity which in others would have ensured our admiration and applause. About a mile from the spot we have just named stood the ancient mansion of Grizzlehurst. Surrounded on every side by dark and almost trackless woods, sprung through a long line of ancestry from primeval forests, it reposed in undisturbed seclusion, still and majestic as the proud swan that basked upon the dark lake before it. Secure from intrusion and alarm. Gable ends and long casements broke the low piebald front into a variety of detail, a combination of effect throwing an air of picturesque beauty on the whole, which not all the flimsy and frittered Gothic can convey to the mansions of modern antiques. For the timber employed in its erection a forest must have been laid prostrate. Huge arched fireplaces, chimney-pieces carved with armorial bearings, oak tables absolutely joisted to sustain their vast bulk. Bedsteads that would not have groaned with the weight of a Titan, the whole intended to oppose a ponderous resistance to the ravages of time and fashion. Not a vestige is left. Those laughing halls echo no more with the loud and boisterous revel. The music of the many twinkling feet is gone, scarcely a stone is left upon its fellow, a few straggling trees alone mark the site. The beech and willow are waving o'er its hearth. Who would build for the destroyer? And yet man, with the end of these vanities in prospect, daily, hourly still builds on. His schemes and his projects extending through the long vista of succeeding ages, as though his dwelling were eternal, and his own fabric should survive the ruin and the doom of all. A long train of ancestors bearing the name of Holt occupied this dwelling as the family mansion. The manor of Spotland, forfeited by the rebellion of Paulu, Abbot of Whalley, was granted by Henry VIII to Thomas Holt, afterwards knighted in Scotland by Edward, Earl of Hertford, in the 36th year of the reign of that monarch. The present possessor of the same name, grandson to Sir Thomas, resided at Grizzlehurst during the latter part of Elizabeth's reign and that of James. He married Constance, the daughter of Sir Edward Littleton of Pillaton Hall, Stafford. One son, Francis, and a daughter named Constance, were the fruit of this union. At the commencement of our narrative he had been for some years a widower, and his son was then absent on foreign travel. It was in the memorable year 1603, the last of Elizabeth. The rebellion in Ireland had been smothered, if not extinguished. And the great O'Neill, Earl of Tyrone and King of Ulster, together with many other chiefs, were forced to remain concealed in woods and morasses. Outlawed and outcast, some of them crossed over into England, remaining there until pardoned by the Queen. Constance was now in her 19th year. Bright as her own morn of life, she had seen but few clouds in that season of hope and delight. Sorrow was to her scarce known, save in the nursery tales and wild ballads of the surrounding district. When the glowing morn was overcast, she was unprepared, unfitted for the change. The storm came, and the little sum of her happiness, launched on this frail and perishing bark, was wrecked without a struggle. One evening, in the full glare of a dazzling sunset, the light streaming like a shower through the dark foliage of the valley, she had loitered, along with her old nurse, in the dell to which we have before alluded. The glowing atmosphere was just fading into the dewy tint which betokens a fair morrow. To enjoy a more extended gaze upon the clouds, those gorgeous vestures of the sun, Constance had ascended, by a winding path, to the edge of a steep cliff overhanging the river. She stood for some minutes looking towards the west, unconscious of the loose and slippery nature of the materials beneath her feet, and of her near approach to the brink. On a sudden the ground gave way, and she was precipitated headlong into the river. Nurse Agnes, who stood below, watching her young mistress, not without apprehension as to the consequences of her temerity, was stricken motionless with horror. There seemed to be no help. Fast receding from all hope of succor, Constance was borne rapidly down the stream. Suddenly, with the swiftness of a deer from the brake, a figure bounded from an opposite thicket. He seemed scarcely to leave his footmarks on the long herbage ere he gained the river's brink. Plunging into the current he succeeded in rescuing the maiden from her perilous condition. He laid her gently on the bank, beckoning to her attendant, and was speedily out of sight. The aged Agnes, with trembling hands, relieved Constance by loosening the folds from her throat. And almost ere she had wrung out the water from the raven locks of her inanimate mistress, the stranger returned. He carried a cordial, with which he moistened her lips. The old woman chafed her temples, resorting to the usual modes of resuscitation then in practice, and in the end, Constance opened her eyes. A heavy sob accompanied this effort. She looked wildly round, when she met the deep gaze of the stranger. With a faint shriek, she hid her face in the bosom of her attendant, who, overjoyed at her recovery, could scarcely refrain from falling at the feet of her deliverer. She turned to express her thanks, but he was gone. It was not long ere several domestics, alarmed at their absence, came in search, and Constance, borne gently along, was soon restored to her anxious parent. But he looked thoughtful and disturbed when the stranger's person was described, evidently averse to hold any communication on the subject. Nurse Agnes grew eloquent in his praise, until the following conversation that same evening in the kitchen turned aside the current of her opinions. "A rough grey cloak, gossip, thou sayest?" again inquired a hard-featured hind from the chimney corner. "I tell thee a cloak, and a cap turned up in front." He doused it off nobly, and took to the water like a spaniel. "Why, 'tis the wild man of the woods," said another listener, who had hitherto been silent, but whose remark seemed to strike terror into the whole group. They looked round as if anticipating a visit from this fearful personage. Dame Agnes crossed herself, and muttered her prayers with great dispatch. Something was at length audible and articulate, as follows. "Mercy on me! My days are numbered. If it should indeed be this incarnate, forgive the thought. We are all dead creatures. The very horses and kine stagger, and fall into fits at times, when they come home, and it is all along of having seen or smelt the brimstone from the pit. Davy had 2 died last week, and he was sure they had either seen the deal or his deputy, this same grey man of the woods. Woe's me that I should live to behold this child of perdition." The old woman here gave way to an outburst of sorrow, that prevented any further disclosures. "It is about a 3 month agone since this same wild man was first seen," said the old seneschal, whose office, though of little use, was still filled up in the more ancient establishments. "I saw him myself once, but I shook until the very flesh seemed to crawl over my bones. They say he neither eats nor drinks, but is kept alive in the body by glamour and witchcraft. He'll stay here until his time is done, and then his tormentors will fetch him to his prison house again. Ye should not have tarried in the wood after sunset." "That would I not," sharply replied Agnes. "But the child, poor thing, would look at the daylight as it lingered on the hilltop, and I thought no harm in't. Like enough. He dares not abroad, if so much as the value or size of my thumbnail of the sun's rim were left above the hill. Come, Gaffer, strike up a merry trowel, said a thin, squeaking voice, from a personage almost hidden behind a copious supper of broken meat and pastry. But whether the party thus addressed was too much alarmed to let the current of his spirit run bubbling from the spring of either mirth or minstrelsy, or he was too deeply buried in his own thoughts, it were needless to inquire. The request for a while passed by unheeded. Gaffer G. was the balladmonger of the whole district. He kept on a comfortable and vagabond sort of existence, by visiting the different mansions where good cheer was to be had, and where he was generally a welcome guest, both in bower and hall. His legendary lore seemed inexhaustible. And, indeed, his memory was like an old chest full of scraps continually rummaged. He knew all the scandal and family secrets throughout the parish, and had a quick eye at detecting either a love affair or a feud. He composed a number of the wild ballads that he sang or recited, or at least put them into that jingling and quaint rhythm, acquired by habitual intercourse with the phraseology peculiar to these popular descants. On hearing a story he could readily shape it into verse, extempore, too, upon occasion, and many were the jokes that rebounded from his theme, whether in hall or kitchen. It was pleasant to watch his little grey eye, and the twinkling lashes, as they rose and fell, varying the expression of his lips. A slight lisp gave an air of simplicity to his ditties, which never failed to charm his auditors. He could throw the simplest expression over his features, which made the keen edge of his rebukes infinitely more cutting and effective. But the prevailing tone of feeling in him was sad and oppressive. These wandering minstrels had, from remote ages, been held as seers, and a peep into futurity was often supposed to accompany their poetical inspirations, a superstition not confined to any particular locality, but obtaining a widely disseminated belief in all climes and nations where imagination assumes her sway, and dares to assert her power. After a short space, and without any invitation, the ballad-maker, like some Pythian priestess on her tripod, began to exhibit manifestations of the afflatus. The spirit of song seemed to be stealing upon him, and in a moment the listening auditory were still. In substance, he half recited, half sung, the following ballad. Maiden, braid those tresses bright. Wreath thy ringlets from the blast. Why those locks of curling light? Heedless to the rude winds cast. Maiden, why that darkened brow? From those eyes, once dimmed with weeping, lurid gleams are gathering now. O'er their pale wan shadows creeping. Silent still the maid passed by. Near nor voice nor footstep came. Sudden cleaving earth and sky. Flashed a brand of arrowy flame. Maiden, turn that gaze on me. Onwards why so madly bent? Still no stay, no pause made she. Through that kindling element. Now, the midnight chant is stealing. Mass and requiem breathing near. Hushed the blast, as if revealing sounds to earth that heaven might hear. From yon pile, soft voices swelling, dirge an anthem for the dead. Demon shrieks, their lost doom yelling. Tend Lord Rudolph's dying bed. Holy men, with song and prayer, fain would shrive the passing soul. Fiend-like whispers, to his ear. Winds, in muttering curses, roll. Ere his last lone, shuddering cry. To his couch the maiden came. On his breast she silently bent an eye of ravening flame. One wild shriek the sufferer sent. Ere life's last frail link might sever. Laughed the maiden, as she leant o'er that form, to cling forever. Closer to his heart she pressed. Scorched, the quivering flesh recoiled. Unconsumed his burning breast. While that grim tormentor smiled. Now revenge. The maiden cried. I have bartered heaven for this. Mine thou art, proud Rudolph's bride. Mine, by this last demon kiss. Tower, and battlement, and hall. scathed as with the thunderstroke, flashed through midnight's dusky pall, twined in wreaths of livid smoke. O'er that gulf of yawning flame, horrid shapes are hovering, monstrous forms, of hideous name. To the bridal bed they bring. They come, their frantic yell. On a wave of billowy light. Sudden rose, so marvellers tell. The maiden and her traitor knight. The moon looks bright on Rudolph's towers. The breeze laughs lightly by. But dark and silent sleep the hours. The lone brook murmuring nigh. The languid waves round thy domain. The fox creeps to thy gate. Dark is thy dwelling, proud chieftain. Thy halls are desolate. The legend we have thus rendered. His own idiom and versification, as we have already observed, were of a more unintelligible sort, though better suited, perhaps, to the fashion of the time and the capacity of his hearers. But a gloom still pervaded the once cheerful hearth, and the night wore on without the usual symptoms of mirth and hilarity. Holt of Grislehurst held the manorial rights, and was feudal lord over a widely extended domain, the manor of Spotland descending to him by succession from his grandfather. His character was that of a quiet, unostentatious country gentleman, but withal of a proud spirit, not brooking either insult or neglect. This night, an unaccountable depression stole upon him. He strode rapidly across the chamber, moody and alone. The taper was nigh extinguished. The wasted billet grew pale, a few sparks starting up the chimney, as the wind roared in short and hasty gusts round the dwelling. The old family portraits seemed to flit from their dark panels, wavering with the tremulous motion of the blaze. Holt was still pacing the chamber with a disturbed and agitated step. A few words, rapid and unconnected, fell from his lips. Rebel, outcast. I cannot betray thee. Betray me, echoed a voice from behind. Turning, the speaker stood before him. It was the athletic form of the stranger, wrapped in his grey cloak and cap of coarse felt, plumed from the falcon's wing. And who speaks the word that shall betray me? A king, a fugitive. Yet, not all the means that treachery can compass shall trammel one hair upon this brow without my privity or consent. Comest thou like the sharp wind into my dwelling? Inquired Holt, in a voice tremulous with amazement. Free as the unconfined air, yet fettered by a lighter bond, a woman's love, returned the intruder. Thou hast a daughter. The Lord of Grislehurst grew pale at these words. Some terrific meaning clung to them. After a short pause the stranger continued. Thus speak the legends of Tigernach, and the bards of Ulster, wrapped into visions of the future, when a king of Erin shall flee at the voice of a woman. Then shall the distaff and spindle conquer whom the sword and buckler shall not subdue. That woman is yon heretic queen. A usurper, an intruder on our birthright. Never were the O'Neills conquered but by woman. I have lingered here when the war-cry hath rung from the shores of my country. Again the shout hath come, and the impatient chiefs wait for my return. But the warrior seemed to writhe during the conflict. His hands were clenched, and every muscle stiffened with agony. Scorn at his own weakness, and dread, horrible undefinable dread, as he felt the omnipotent power mastering his proud spirit. The man who would have laughed at the shaking of a spear, and the loud rush of the battle, quailed before a woman's hate and a woman's love. And what is thy request tonight? Said Holt. The stranger answered in a voice of thunder. Thy daughter. Tyrone, for it was he, seemed nigh choking with the emotion he sought to suppress. Nay, he continued, it must not be. Oh! Did I love her less, she had been mine. Thine. Suddenly retorted her father, somewhat scornfully. And who gave thee this power over woman's spirit? Thou hast not even had speech of her, much less the means to win her favor. An almost supernatural expression seemed to gather on the features of the chieftain. His eye, rolling through the vista of past years, began to pause, appalled as it approached the dark threshold of the future. He appeared lost to the presence of surrounding objects, as he thus exclaimed with a terrific solemnity. When the dark-browed Nora nursed me on her lap, and her eye, though dark to outward sense, saw through the dim veil of destiny. It was thus she sung as she guarded my slumbers, and the hated Sassenach was in the hall. Rest thee, baby. Light and darkness, mingling o'er thy path shall play. Hope shall flee when thou pursuest, lost amid life's trackless way. Rest thee, baby. Woman's breast, thou shalt darken o'er with woe. None thou lookest on or lovest, joy or hope hereafter know. Many a maid thy glance shall rue, where it smites it shall subdue. It was an evil hour, old man, when I looked upon thy daughter. Holt, though of a stout and resolute temper, was yet daunted by this bold and unlooked-for address. He trembled as he gazed on the mysterious being before him, gifted, as it seemed, with some supernatural endowments. His unaccountable appearance, the nature of his communications, together with his manner and abrupt mode of speech, would have shaken many a firmer heart unprepared for these disclosures. "What is thy business with me?" he inquired, with some hesitation. "To warn thee, to warn thy daughter. She hath seen me. Aye, tonight. And how runs the prophecy? Let her beware. I have looked on her beforetime. Looked on her. Aye, until these glowing orbs have become dim, dazzled with excess of brightness. I have looked on her till this stern bosom hath become softer than the bubbling wax to her impression, but I was concealed, and the maiden passed unharmed by the curse. Tonight I have saved her life. A resistless impulse. And she hath looked on me." He smote his brow, groaning aloud in the agony he endured. It may be supposed this revelation did not allay the apprehensions of the listener. Bewildered and agitated, he turned towards the window. The pale moon was glimmering through the quiet leaves, and he saw a dark and muffled figure in the avenue. It was stationary for a while. It then slowly moved towards the adjoining thicket and was lost to his view. Holt turned to address his visitor, but he had disappeared. It was like the passing of a troubled dream, vague and indistinct, but fraught with horrible conceptions. A cloud seemed to gather on his spirit, teeming with some terrible but unknown doom. Its nature even imagination failed to conjecture. His first impulse was to visit his daughter. He found the careful nurse by her bedside. As he entered the room, Agnes raised one finger to her lips, in token of silence. The anxious father bent over his child. Her sleep was heavy, and her countenance flushed. A tremor passed over her features. A groan succeeded. Suddenly she started up. With a look of anguish he could never forget, she cried, "Help! Oh my father!" She clung around his neck. In vain he endeavored to soothe her. She sobbed aloud, as if her heart were breaking. But she never told that dream, though her haggard looks, when morning rose on her anxious and pallid countenance, showed the disturbance it had created. Days and weeks passed by. The intrusion of the bold outlaw was nigh forgotten. The father's apprehensions had in some degree subsided, but Constance did not resume her wonted serenity. Her earliest recollections were those of the old nursery rhymes, with which Agnes had not failed to store her memory. But the giant killers and their champions now failed to interest and excite. Other feelings than those of terror and of wonder were in operation, requiring a fresh class of stimulants for their support, tales of chivalry and of love, that all-enduring passion, where maidens and their lovers sighed for twice 7 years. And all too brief a trial of their truth and constancy. As she listened, her soul seemed to hang on the minstrel's tongue, that erratic troubadour, Gaffer G., being a welcome and frequent visitor at Grislehurst. One night he had tarried late in the little chamber, where she was wont to give him audience. She seemed more wishful to protract his stay than heretofore. Now for the ballad of Sir Bertine, the famous Lancashire knight, who was killed at St. Albans, fighting for the glorious Red Rose of Lancaster. Nothing loath, he commenced the following ditty. The brave Sir Bertine and Twizzle hath donned his coat of steel, and left his hall and stately home. To fight for England's weal. To fight for England's weal, I trow. And good King Harry's right. His loyal heart was warm and true. His sword and buckler bright. That sword once felt the craven foe. Its hilt was black with gore. And many a mother's son did rue his might at Agincourt. And now he stately steps his hall. A summons from the king. My armor bright, my casque and plume. My sword and buckler bring. Blow, warder, blow. Thy horn is shrill. My liegemen hither call. For I must away to the south country. And spears and lances all. Oh, go not to the south country. His lady weeping said. Oh, go not to the battlefield. For I dreamed of the waters red. Oh, go not to the south country. Cried out his daughter dear. Oh, go not to the bloody fight. For I dreamed of the waters clear. Sir Bertine raised his dark visor. And he kissed his fond lady. I must away to the wars and fight. For our king in jeopardy. The lady gat her to the tower. She clomb the battlement. She watched and greet, while through the woods the glittering falchions went. The wind was high, the storm grew loud. Fierce rose the billowy sea. When from Sir Bertine's lordly tower the bell boomed heavily. O mother dear, what bodes that speech from yonder iron tongue? 'Tis but the rude, rude blast, my love. That idle bell hath swung upon the rattling casement still. The beating rain fell fast. When creeping fingers wandering thrice across that window passed. O mother dear, what means that sound upon the lattice nigh? 'Tis but the cold, cold arrowy sleet that hurtles in the sky. The blast was still, a pause more dread. Ne'er terror felt, when, lo! An armed footstep on the stair clanked heavily and slow. Up flew the latch and turling pin. Wide swung the grated door. Then came a solemn stately tread upon the quaking floor. A shudder through the building ran. A chill and icy blast. A moan, as though in agony. Some viewless spirit passed. O mother dear, my heart is froze. My limbs are stark and cold. Her mother spake not, for again that turret bell hath tolled. 3 days passed by. At eventide there came an aged man. He bent him low before the dame. His wrinkled cheek was wan. Now, speak, thou evil messenger. Thy tidings show to me. That aged man, nor look vouchsafed. Nor ever a word spake he. What bringest thou? The lady said. I charge thee by the rood. He drew a signet from his hand. 'Twas speckled o'er with blood. Thy husband's grave is wide and deep. In St. Alban's Priory. His body lies, but on his soul Christ Jesus have mercy. 26. Scarcely had the last solemn supplication been uttered, when the latch of the chamber was raised. The door flew open, and the outlaw, in his dark grey cap and cloak, stood before them. Constance was too much alarmed to utter a word. She clung to her companion with the agony of one grasping at the most fragile support for life and safety. Nay, maiden, I would not harm thee, said the intruder, in a voice so musical and sad, that it seemed to drop into the listener's ear like a gush of harmony. Or a sweet and melancholy chime wakening up the heart's most endeared and hallowed associations. His features were nobly formed. His eye, large and bright, of the purest grey, the lashes, like a cloud, covering and tempering their luster. A touch of sadness rested on his lips. They seemed to speak of suffering and endurance, as if the soul's deepest agony would not have cast a word across their barriers. Constance for a moment raised her eyes, but they were suddenly withdrawn, overflowing with some powerful emotion. He still gazed, but one proud effort broke the fixed intensity of his glance, and his tongue resumed its office. "Maiden, I am pursued. The foe are on my track. My retreat is discovered, and unless thou wilt vouchsafe to me a hiding-place, I am in their power. The Earl of Tyrone, nay, I scorn the title, 'tis the King of Ulster that stands before thee. I would not crouch thus for my own life, were it not for my country. Her stay, her sustenance, is in thy keeping. Never did wretchedness and misfortune sue in vain to woman's ear. Constance forgot her weakness and timidity. She saw not her own danger. A fellow being craved help and succor, all other feelings gave place, and she seemed animated with a new impulse. She looked on the minstrel, as if to ascertain his fidelity. It was evident, however, that no apprehension need be entertained, this personage seeming to manifest no slight solicitude for the safety of the unfortunate chief. "The old lead mine, in the cloak," whispered he. "Nay, it must be in the house," replied Constance, with a glance of forethought beyond her years. "The pursuers will not search this loyal house for treason." As was the case in most mansions belonging to families of rank and importance, a room was contrived for purposes of special concealment, where persons or property could be stowed in case of danger. A heavy stack of chimneys was enlarged so as to admit of a small apartment, inconvenient enough in other respects, yet well adapted as a temporary hiding-place. Hither, through secluded passages, the careful Constance conducted her guest, who had so strangely thrown himself, with unhesitating confidence, upon her generosity in protection. The proud representative of a kingly race was rescued by a woman from ignominy and death. Some feeling of this nature probably overpowered him. As he bade her good night, his voice faltered, and he passed his hand suddenly athwart his brow. Constance, having fulfilled this sacred duty, shrank from any further intercourse, and hastened to her chamber. It was long ere she could sleep, portentous dreams then brooded over her slumbers. The terrible vision was repeated, and she awoke, but not to her wonted cheerfulness. How strange, how mysterious, the mechanism of the human heart! The feelings glide insensibly into each other, changing their hue and character imperceptibly, as the colors on the evening cloud. Protection awakens kindness, kindness pity, and pity love. Love, the more dangerous, too, the process being unperceived, insidiously disguised under other names, and under the finest sympathies and affections of our nature. With a step light and noiseless as that of her favorite spaniel who crept behind her, did Constance make an early visit to ascertain the safety of her prisoner. His retreat was unmolested. The pursuit was for the present evaded, and his enemies thrown out in their track. It was needful, however, that he should remain for a few days in his present concealment, prior to the attempt by which he purposed to regain his native country. Constance loved the moonlight. The broad glare of day is so garish and extravagant. Besides, there is a restlessness and a buzz no human being, at least no sensible human being, can endure. Everything is on the stir. Every creature, however paltry and insignificant, whether moth, mote, or atom, seems busy. Whereas, one serene soft gaze of the moon appears to allay nature's universal disquiet. The calm and mellow placidity of her look, so heavenly and undisturbed, lulls the soul, and subdues its operations to her influence. Constance, we may suppose, accidentally wandered by the end of the building, where, in the huge buttress of chimneys, a narrow crevice admitted light into the chamber occupied by the fugitive. At times, perhaps unconsciously, her eye wandered from the moon to this dreary abode, where it lingered longest is more than we dare tell. She drew nigh to the dark margin of the pond. The white swans were sleeping in the sedge. At her approach they fluttered clumsily to their element, there, the symbols of elegance and grace, like wreaths of sea foam on its surface, they glided on, apparently without an impulse or an effort. She was gazing on them when a rustle amongst the willows on her left arrested her attention. Soon the mysterious and almost omnipresent form of Tyrone stood before her. "I must away, maiden, Constance." His voice was mournful as the last faint sound of the evening bell upon the waters. Why art thou here? She said this in a tone of mingled anxiety and surprise. Here. Too long have I lingered in these woods and around thy dwelling, Constance. But I must be gone, forever. Forever, cried the perplexed girl, forgetful of all but the dread thought of that forever. Ay, forever. Why should I stay? This question, alas! She could not answer, but stood gazing on the dark water, and on the silver waves which the bright swans had rippled over the pool. Though she saw them not, yet the scene mingled itself insensibly with the feelings then swelling in her bosom. And these recurrent circumstances, in subsequent periods of her existence, never failed to bring the same dark tide of thought over the soul with vivid and agonizing distinctness. Maiden, beware. Constance turned towards him, the moonlight fell on his brow, the dark curls swept nobly out from their broad shadows twining luxuriantly about his cheek. His eyes were fixed on her, with an eagerness and an anguish in their expression the most absorbing and intense. I have loved thee. Ay, if it be love to live whole nights on the memory of a glance, on a smile, on the indelible impress of thy form. Here. But no living thing that I have loved, no being that e'er looked on me with kindliness and favor, that has not been marked out for destruction. Oh, that those eyes had ne'er looked upon me! Thou wert happy, and I have lingered on thy footstep till I have dragged thee to the same gulf where all hope, all joy that e'er stole in upon my dark path, must perish. Oh! Do not foretaste thy misery thus, cried Constance. The cruel sufferings thou hast undergone make thee apprehensive of evil. But how can thy fate control my destiny? How, I know not, said Tyrone, save that it shall bring the same clouds, in unmitigated darkness, about thy path. Dost thou love me? Nay, start not. Stay not, cried he, making way for the maiden to pass. But Constance seemed unable to move, terrified and speechless. Perchance, thou knowest it not, but thou wouldest love me as a woman loves. Ay, beyond even the verge and extremity of hope. Even now the poison rankles in thy bosom. Hark, 'tis the doom yon glorious intelligences denounced from that glittering vault, when they proclaimed my birth. He repeated the prediction as aforetime, with a deep, solemn intonation. The maiden's blood seemed to curdle with horror. A pause of bewildering and mysterious terror followed. One brief minute in the lapse of time, but an age in the records of thought. Constance, fearful of looking on the dark billows of the spirit, sought to avert her glance. Thou art an exile, and misfortune prompted me to thy succor. Thou hast won my pity, stranger. Beshrew me, 'tis a wary and subtle deceiver, this same casuist love. Believe him not, said he, in a burst and agony of soul that made Constance tremble. He would lead thee veiled to the very brink of the precipice, then snatch the shelter from thine eyes and bid thee leap. Nay, 'tis not pride, 'tis the doom, the curse of my birthright that is upon me. Maiden! I will but strike to thine heart, and then, poor soul. He shuddered, his voice grew tremulous and convulsed. The stricken one shall fall. Hark! The hounds are again upon my track. The well-practiced ear of the hunted fugitive could discern the approach of footsteps long before they were audible to an ordinary listener. His eye and ear seemed on the stretch, his head bent forward in the same direction, he breathed not. Even Constance seemed to suspend the current of her own thoughts at this interruption. They are approaching. In all likelihood, 'tis a posse from the sheriff. Again he listened. They are armed. Nay, then, Tyrone, thou must to cover, thou canst not flee. Point not to the hiding place I have left. If, as I suspect, they bring a warrant of search, thy father's life may be in jeopardy. Where, oh, where? Said Constance, forgetful of all consequences, in her anxiety for her father's fate and that of the illustrious stranger. In thy chamber, lady. She drew back in dismay. Nay, continued he, guessing at the cause of her alarm. They will not care to scrutinize for me there with much exactness, and, by the faith of my fathers, I will not wrong thee. There was a frankness, an open and undisguised freedom of manner, in this address, which assured her. Her confidence returned, and she committed herself promptly to the issue. She felt her soul expand with the desire of contributing to his ultimate escape. All the ardor of her nature was concentrated in this generous and self-devoted feeling. Too innocent for suspicion, she seemed to rise above its influence. Silently, and with due caution, she led the unfortunate Earl to her own chamber, where, in a recess opening through the bed's head into the arras, he seemed secure from discovery. Scarcely was this arrangement completed, ere a thundering knock announced the visitor. It was an officer of justice, attended by some half-dozen followers, who watched every avenue to the house whilst his message was delivered within. This official delivered into the hands of Holt a warrant for the apprehension of O'Neill, Earl of Tyrone, a traitor, then suspected of being harboured in the mansion of Grislehurst, whom the occupier was commanded, on pain of being treated as an accomplice, to deliver into the hands of justice, for the due administering of those pains and penalties which were attached to his crime. The loyal owner, fired with indignation at this foul charge, rebutting the accusation with contempt. However loath, said the messenger, I must execute mine office. And, seeing this first mission hath failed in its purpose, I have here a warrant of search. Mine orders are imperative. I tell thee I have no plotters lurking here. Search and welcome. But if thou findest aught in this house that smells of treason, the Queen may blot out my escutcheon. I'll dismount the Fian. The arrowhead shall return to its quiver. 'Twas honestly won, and, by Our Lady's grace, it shall be honestly worn. We must obey, said the officer, it shall be done with all courtesy and dispatch. Holt bit his lips with rage and vexation. From the suspicion of harbouring and aiding the traitor Tyrone, his known loyalty and good faith should have protected him. He hoped, however, to throw back on the author of this foul slander the disgrace attached to it. Smothering his wrath, and brooding over its gratification, he accompanied the messenger, who, placing an additional guard at the main entrance, proceeded with a wary eye to the search. He carefully scrutinized the shape of the rooms, striking the walls and wainscots, measuring the capacity of the chambers, that no space might be left unaccounted for either in one way or another. The concealed apartment in the chimney range did not escape his examination. Closets, cupboards, folding doors, even the family pictures were turned aside, lest some stratagem should lurk behind. Holt, with a look of malicious satisfaction, beheld every fresh disappointment, which he followed with undisguised expressions of ill will. Now for the women's apartments, said the officer. I have but one daughter. Dost fancy that treason may be stitched in her petticoat? Thinkest thou she would hide this invisible gallant in her bedchamber? 'Sdeath, that it should come to this. But I'll have my revenge. I would fain spare thee from this contumely, but what? I must search the house through, and though I doubt not now that our information is false, yet I may not disobey the mandate I have received. Is this thy courtesy? My courtesy must yet consist with the true and honest discharge of mine office. I wait not further parley. A short gallery communicated from the stairhead to the private chamber of Constance. They met her outside the door. And the timid girl grew pale as she beheld the officer led on by her father. Constance, cried he, thy chamber smacks of treason, it must be purged from this suspicion. This mousing owl will search the crannies even of a woman's wits ere he sate his appetite for discovery. Hast aught plotting in the hem of thy purfle, or in thy holiday ruff and farthingale? Come with us, wench. The gallant Earl of Tyrone would sport himself bravely in thy bedchamber, pretty innocent. If my gallantry were akin to mine office, then, lady, would I spare thy bosom and mine own nature this extremity. Believe me, thou shalt suffer no rudeness at my hands. The officer bowed low, observing her confusion and distress. Go with us, said her father, and leave not until our search is over. Mayhap he may find a lover in thy shoe, or in the wrinkles of thy rose tie. He entered the chamber as he said this. It was a little room, tricked out with great elegance and beauty. Indian cabinets were there, and other costly ornaments, inlaid with ivory and pearl, in the arrangement of which, and of the other furniture, considerable taste was displayed. A lute lay in one corner. Tambour work and embroidery occupied a recess near the window, the clothes presses showed their contents neatly folded, and carefully set out to the best advantage. "I faith, wench, thy chamber seems well fitted for so goodly a brace of guests, not a thread awry. Everything in trim order for thy gallants, mayhap. Thou hast not been at thy studies of late. I have seen its interior in somewhat less orderly fashion. I marvel if it might not be pranked out for our coming. Now, to work, sir, where does thy grubbing begin?" Constance posted herself in a gloomy corner, where she could watch their proceedings almost unperceived. She hoped that in her chamber the search would not be so strict as in situations of more likelihood and probability for concealment. At any rate, the common feelings of delicacy and respect, not quite extinct, she observed, even in this purveyor of justice, would prevent any very exact and dangerous scrutiny. Nor was she deceived. He merely felt round the walls, opened the presses and closets, but did not disturb the bed furniture. He was retiring from the search, when her father scornfully taunted him with the ill success of his mission. "I wonder thou hast not tumbled the bed topsy-turvy. I am glad to see thou hast yet some grace and manners in thy vocation. Now, Sir Messenger, to requite thee for this thy courtesy and forbearance, I will show thee a secret tabernacle, which all thy prying has not been able to discover." Saying this he approached the bed. A spring was concealed in one of the posts communicating with the secret door behind which Tyrone was hidden. As he turned aside the drapery to ascertain precisely its situation, Constance, no longer able to control her apprehension of discovery, rushed before him. Her terror, for the time, threw her completely from her guard. "Do not, my father, he must not look there. For my sake, oh, spare this." She was silent, her lips grew deadly pale, and she leaned against the pillar for support. The officer's suspicions were awakened, and he gave a shrewd guess at the truth. "Now, fair dame," he cried, "it is but an ungracious office to thwart a lady of her will, but I must see what lurks in that same secret recess. Master Holt, I pry thee help me to a peep behind the curtain." But Holt was too much astonished to comply. What could exist there to excite his daughter's apprehensions so powerfully, puzzled him greatly. He had not a thought, the most remote, that could affect her fidelity, yet he hesitated. The officer, in a more peremptory tone, demanded admission. Rousing from his stupor, and mortified at the folly of these girlish fancies, he struck the spring. In a trice, a portion of the bed's head flew open, displaying a dark chasm beyond. Swift as thought the officer darted through the aperture, but the door was immediately shut, and with great violence. A scuffle was heard within, but not a word was spoken. Holt, in doubt and consternation, gazed with a wild and terrific aspect on the devoted Constance, who, covering her face, sought to avoid seeing the expected result of her imprudence. Her father now listened. There was a dread suspense in his look more fearful than even the most violent outburst of his wrath. He seemed every moment to expect some irrefragable proof, some visible and overwhelming conviction of his daughter's infamy. The door was still closed. Groans were plainly audible, telling of some terrible strife within. Suddenly these indications ceased. Holt shuddered. He fancied some foul act was perpetrating, perhaps even now consummated, under his own roof. And swift would be the vengeance required at his hands. Constance, too, seemed to apprehend the commission of some deadly crime, as she threw herself imploringly before her father. "Save them, oh, save them, their strife is mortal." He shook her from him with a glance of abhorrence, and the maiden fell heavily on the floor. He was preparing to enter when the door flew open, and a form rushed through in the gaudy apparel of the officer. He leaped on the floor, and, ere Holt could utter a word, he heard him descending the stairs with great precipitation. "Whom hast thou concealed in thy bedchamber?" inquired the almost frantic father. Constance sat on the ground, her head resting on the chair beside which she had fallen. She wept not, but her heart was full even to bursting. What is the name of thy paramour? Thou hast been somewhat eager, methinks, to accomplish thine own and a father's disgrace. This cutting address roused her. She replied, but in a firm tone. A stranger, an exile. Misfortune appeals not to woman's heart unalleviated. He threw himself on my protection, and where the feelings own no taint, their purity is not sullied, even in a lady's bedchamber. A glance of insulted pride passed over her beautifully formed features. It was but for a moment. The agony of her spirit soon drank up the slender rill her feelings had gushed forth, and she stood withered and drooping before the angry frown of her father. Surely, 'tis not the rebel Tyrone that my daughter harbours in the privacy of her chamber. Speak, nay, then hast thou indeed brought an old man's grey hairs to the grave in sorrow. Treason. Oh, that I have lived for this, and my own flesh and blood hath done it. Out of my sight, unnatural monster. Dare not to crawl again across my path, lest I kill thee. O my father! I am indeed innocent. She again threw herself at his feet, but he spurned her from him as though he loathed her beyond endurance. Boiling and maddened with rage at the presumption of this daring rebel, Holt, forgetful of his own danger, seized the light. He burst open the secret door, but what was his astonishment on beholding, not the hated form of Tyrone, but the officer of justice himself, gagged, pinioned, and deprived of his outer dress. The cap and mantle of Tyrone, by his side, told too plainly of the daring and dangerous exploit by which his escape had been effected. The outlaw, soon after his enlargement, finding that the cause he had espoused was hopeless, and that matters were at the last extremity in his own fate, and that of his unhappy country, fearful, too, of drawing the innocent Constance and her father into the deep vortex of his own ruin, made all haste to the capital, where, through the powerful interest excited in his behalf, aided by his well-known valor and the influence he was known to possess amongst his countrymen, he received a free pardon from the Queen. Yet his thoughts lingered on the remembrance of her to whose heroic and confiding spirit he owed his safety. Never had his proud bosom been so enthralled. Though nurtured in camps, amid the din of arms, and the shout of the battle, yet his knowledge of the female heart was almost intuitive. He had loved more than once, but in every case the attachment ended unhappily, terminating either by the death of the object or by some calamity his own evil fate had unavoidably brought upon its victim. Though fearful the same operation of his destiny would ensue, and that misery and misfortune would still follow the current of his affections, yet he resolved to behold once more the maiden he loved with an ardor almost surpassing his own belief. One cold dull morning, towards the wane of the year, when the heavy drops lay long on the rank herbage. No sunbeam yet loitering through the damp chill atmosphere, but the sky one wide and unvarying expanse, a sea of cloud, here and there a black scud passing over, like a dim bark sweeping across the bosom of that waveless deep. A stranger stood by a low wicket near the mansion of Grislehurst. He looked wistfully at the gloomy windows, unlighted by a single reflection from without, like the rayless night of his own soul, they were mostly closed. A mysterious and unusual stillness prevailed. The brown leaves fluttered about, unswept from the dreary avenues. Decayed branches obstructed the paths, and every object wore a look of wretchedness and dilapidation. The only sign of occupancy and life was one grey wreath of smoke, curling heavily from its vent, as if oppressed with the gloom by which it was surrounded. The melancholy note of the redbreast was the only living sound, as the bird came hopping towards him with its usual air of familiarity and respect. Enveloped in a military cloak, and in his cap a dark feather drooping gently over his proud features, the stranger slowly approached the house. A side door stood partly open. He entered. A narrow passage led into the hall. No embers brightened the huge chimney. The table showed no relics of the feast, no tokens of the past night's revel. The deer's antlers still hung over the master's place at the board, but the oaken chair was gone. Dust and desertion had played strange antics in these high places. The busy spider had wreathed her dingy festoons in mockery over the pomp she degraded. He listened, but there was no sound, save the last faint echo of his footstep. Turning towards the staircase, a beautiful spaniel, a sort of privileged favorite of Constance, came, with a deep growl, as if to warn away the intruder. But the sagacious animal suddenly fawned upon him, and with a low whine ascended the stairs, looking back wistfully, as though inviting him to follow. Scarcely knowing why, or bestowing one thought on the nature of his intrusion, he ascended. The place seemed familiar to him. He entered a narrow gallery, where he paused, overcome by some sudden and overwhelming emotion. The dog stood too, looking back with a low and sorrowful whine. With a sudden effort he grappled with and shook off the dark spirit that threatened to overpower him. A low murmur was heard apparently from a chamber at no great distance. Without reflecting a moment on the impropriety of his situation, he hastily approached the door. His guide, with a look of almost irresistible persuasion, implored him to enter. It was the chamber of Constance. A female was kneeling by the bed, too much absorbed to be conscious of his approach. She was in the attitude of prayer. He recognized the old nurse, her eye glistening in the fervor of devotion, whilst pouring forth, to her father in secret, the agony of soul that words are too feeble to express. Bending over the bed, as if for the support of some frail victim of disease, he beheld the lord of the mansion. His look was wild and haggard, no moisture floated over his eyeballs, they were glazed and motionless. Arid as the hot desert, no refreshing rain dropped from their burning orbs, dimmed with the shadows of despair. Stretched on the bed, her pale cheek resting on the bosom of her father, lay the yet beauteous form of Constance Holt. A hectic flush at times passed across her features. Her lip, shrunk and parched with the fever that consumed her, was moistened by an attendant with unremitting and unwearied assiduity. Her eye often rose in tenderness on her parent, as if anxious to impart to him the consolation she enjoyed. "Oh, I am happy, my father." Here a sudden change was visible, some chord of sorrow was touched, and it vibrated to her soul. Her father spoke not. "I have loved, oh, faithfully. But, now, let me die without a murmur to thee, or one wish but thy will, and I am happy." She raised her soft and streaming eyes towards the throne of that mercy she addressed. The cloud passed, but she sank back on her pillow, exhausted with the conflict. Her father bent over her in silent terror, anticipating the last struggle. Suddenly he exclaimed, as if to call back the yet lingering spirit. "Live, my Constance! Could I save thee, thou blighted bud, blighted by my—" His lip grew pale, he struck his forehead, and a groan like the last expiring throe of nature escaped him. "Would the destroyer of my peace were here! 'Tis too late, or I would not now forbid thy love. But he was a traitor, a rebel, else." Constance gradually revived from her insensibility. A sudden flash from the departing spirit seemed to have animated her, a new and vehement energy, which strangely contrasted with her weak and debilitated frame. "I have seen him," she cried. "Oh, methought his form passed before me, but it is gone." She looked eagerly round the apartment, other eyes involuntarily followed, but no living object could be distinguished through the chill and oppressive gloom that brooded over that chamber of death. It was a vision, a shadowy messenger from the tomb. "Yet, once more if I might see him, ere I die." A deep sob, succeeded by a rapid gush of tears, relieved her. But it told of the powerful and all-pervading passion not yet extinguished in her breast. "We shall meet." Again she raised her eyes towards that throne to which the sigh of the sufferer never ascended in vain. "Yes, my own, my loved Constance, now," cried the stranger, rushing from his concealment. He clasped her in his arms. A gleam, like sunlight across the wave, shot athwart the shadow that was gathering on her eye. It seemed the forerunner of a change. The anxious father forbore to speak, but he looked on his daughter with an agony that seemed to threaten either reason or existence. Constance gazed on her lover, but her eye gradually became more dim. Her band relaxed in his grasp, yet her features wore a look of serenity and happiness. "O most merciful Father! Thou hast heard my prayer, through him whose merits have found me a place in that glory to which I come. Be merciful to him whose love is true as mine own, and faithful unto death. Tyrone, we meet again, oh, how have I prayed for thee. Her eyes seem to brighten even in this world with the glories of another. Farewell. I hear the hymns of yon ransomed ones around the throne. They beckon my spirit from these dark places of sorrow. Now, farewell. She cast one look towards her lover, it was the last glimpse of earth. The next moment her gaze was on the brightness of that world whence sorrow and sighing flee away. So sudden was the transition, that the first smile of the disembodied spirit seemed to linger on the abode she had left, like the evening cloud, reflecting the glories of another sky, ere it fades forever into the darkness and solitude of night.